Barrel height of 67 centimeters. The diameter of the ends of 53 centimeters. The barrel waist diameter of 59 centimeters. The thickness of the board 5 centimeters. The selection of materials used at the time of shipbuilding scraps. That is, cedar wood core material. These boards are not long enough to build the ship left, but 2 barrels is enough. Now just a little bit of shape repair. These boards are cut into the same length, and then cut into 2 narrow, wide in the center of the thin boards on the line. Chief, is it true that this won't leak when it's made like this? We used glue to caulk the seams when we first made the boat. This doesn't even need to be caulked? Wooden Dolphin asked in disbelief. Of course you don't need to. Do you see it has seams? There are no seams, so what are you filling in? Luo Chong asked rhetorically. Wooden Dolphin with a hand end of a freshly cast bronze round hoop. Luo Chong took a piece of planks of wood in order to line up in the bronze hoop, the last piece with a mallet to make a strong knock down, so that these pieces of wood into a tightened at one end and open at the other end of the trumpet shape. Here, brush the inside with water and put it on the fire pit to roast it and give it a shape, Luo Chong commanded. Oh, what about the other end? Beryl asked. Remember what I taught you how to make a wheel. Use the rope to strangle Take the rope and wrap it around twice. Then use the wooden stick to insert in the rope and twist it tightly. Wait to tighten it up to put the copper hoop on this end as well. And finally knock it tightly on the line. By the way, don't forget to shove the bottom of the barrel and the lid into the dugout grooves, Luo Chong explained while giving them a demonstration. If you seal both ends, won't that seal it up? And how can you fill it with water? Wooden Dolphin wondered. You're stupid. You wouldn't make a hole in the lid and cut a wooden plug to plug it and pull it out when you use it. Wouldn't that be too much trouble to use? With the mouth so small, it's not easy to pour water. I just teach you the method of making barrels. This is specifically for transportation. The mouth is too big that and the pottery jar. What is the difference? If just usually hit the water with, you can make only a bottom of the barrel. The top can also add a handle. Easy to carry the barrel to carry water. And this is used for transportation of large wooden barrels. Filled with water is very heavy. If you can't move up, you can directly roll away. In the future to do things with more brain thinking, Luo Chong explained while giving them some tips. And without the lid. Hey, I didn't think of that earlier. In this way, one by one, the barrels appeared in the Han tribe. Transportation type, daily use type, with carrying handles, all kinds of specifications of the barrels appeared in the Han tribe, but all of them were designed by Luo Chong. Wooden Dolphin they still can't calculate the circumference. Can only let Luo Chong first give a fixed size, and then they will make according to that size. Chief, what are we making so many barrels for? The elder asked in great confusion. Of course it's for use. If you can't use it up you can still sell it? It's trading it to other tribes. This thing is more practical than pottery when it comes to holding water. There will definitely be people who want it, Luo Chong explained. But there's copper on there. Didn't you say that copper can't be traded? The elder reminded Luo Chong. Well, I know. So those copper hoops have very little tin in them, and they are very soft. They are all right for hooping pails, but they cannot be used as weapons or tools. Also, this barrel of ours is very expensive. I won't change it without 10 boys. Whoever has so many people running to change the barrel just to remove the copper hoops on it, I'll sell it to him as well. We won't suffer any loss in any way, Luo Chong explained with a clear mind. Chapter 095 Preparations before blasting, seeking recommendations and favorites. Wooden buckets have. The rest is the big car. The most important part of the car is the wheels, but it's too troublesome to make. The load capacity of the big car will definitely be very high, and then it's inappropriate to make a clockwork with arrow shafts. So Luo Chong gave the Wooden Dolphins 2 sets of data to make them. Make 4 wheels according to this size, 2 big ones and 2 small ones. The wood should be strong. There should be no scars or tree eyes in the center, or it will break easily. Luo Chong took a wooden board with 2 sets of data written on it and handed it to the barrel. No problem. We'll keep an eye on it. The barrel looked at the numbers, then took out a copper ruler and looked at it against the scale on it, then said he understood. The production of the large wheels took quite a bit of time, so Luo Chong didn't have time to wait for them, so he continued to busy himself. That mud shell wrapped in pyrite had been burning for 11 days, and counting the time it was almost time. Luo Chong began to prepare the other things. The most important component of nitroglycerin, besides nitric acid, is glycerin, the preparation of which requires a mixture of soda and fats, which saponifies and then breaks down into stearic acid, or soap, the other part of which is glycerin. Soda is soda ash, but Rashan only has a packet of pieces of natural soda, and it needs to be purified a bit before he can use it. There are 2 kinds of natural alkali purification. One is calcined first, then dissolved and filtered. Evaporation and crystallization. The other is just the opposite of the process. The first dissolution and evaporation and crystallization, and finally in the calcination. But there is no high-precision equipment the second cannot be done, because in the process of the final calcination of the soda ash will be thermally decomposed to release a large amount of carbon dioxide, and then scrapped. So the first one Luochong used. The pieces of natural alkali are put in a crucible and heated, and when they are burned, they are taken out and smashed, and then put in a bucket of water and diluted with water to dissolve them, and in clarifying and filtering them a little, and finally the filtrate is put in a pot and boiled until it is thoroughly evaporated, and then the pot precipitates the crystals of soda ash. Luochong let people move out 2 tanks of lard, and then put on the fire until melted. Animal oil is this bad. After cooling will solidify into a paste, unlike vegetable oil, has always been liquid, unless the winter is particularly cold when it will freeze on. When the 2 vats of lard have melted, cool it a little, add the soda ash before it resolidifies, and stir it with a wooden stick, and very soon this grease will be turned into a thick paste. And while this is going on, pour the semi-finished product inside a square earthenware mold. After resting for a while, the grease will separate into 2 layers. Underneath is solid stearic acid, which is a large piece of soap, and above it will be covered with a layer of yellowish glycerin, which is what Luochong wants. The saponification reaction of the fat precipitation of glycerol is very little, only 5% of the glycerol, the other 95% are soap. 2 large tanks of lard spoiled, and finally get the glycerol is only filled with a man's head as big as the altar, and this glycerol is still cannot be used, but also to distill into a concentrated glycerol to be able to do. Luochong brought a set of distillation equipment, poured the glycerin into the distillation pot, covered it with a lid, connected it to the air conduit, and finally put an altar at the exit, and then sealed all the seams with wet mud paste, and finally burned the fire to heat it. The heated glycerin vapors are recondensed through the condenser tube and turned into drops of concentrated glycerin flowing out, and by the end of the process, only a large half of the altar has been collected, leaving 2/3 of what was there before, and the preparation of glycerin is considered to be a great success. The clansmen are very puzzled. This bout often see the chief burn some things, not refining salt, not pottery, not to mention refining copper, spend a lot of time, and finally come out a whole bunch of do not know what to do, but also do not allow people to touch, saying that it is poisonous. This dam is to be incarnated as a desperate poisoner. The rat which is completely unable to understand, the elder a little bit more understanding. He knows that Luochong will have a new invention every time he burns something. This time he actually burned for half a month, and the last thing he got is definitely not bad. This is a divine weapon that is ready to be used to open the mountain. In fact, so understand is also right. Finally get something of course awesome. Big bomb then it cannot be awesome. By the 13th day of the pyrite reduction, the reaction was finally over. Luochong personally peeled back the burnt and dried mud shell, and the iron sulfide inside had turned into iron sulfate crystallized into particles. The bauxite turned into silica and aluminum sulfate, and the straw and firewood turned into carbon slag and ash. Wash these in a bucket of water to wash off the ash and carbon residue. Then pick out the black iron sulfate crystals and store silica and aluminum sulfate separately. The iron sulfate crystals obtained were loaded into a pre-prepared retort, connected to a tube and condenser tube, and started to be fired again. Several people watched Luochong burning there. It had been burning for so long, and they wanted to know what kind of stuff came out in the end. The distillation pot kept making loud noises. A large amount of steam began to rise outwards. The cool water in the condenser jacket quickly turned into hot water. Luochong could only continue to add cool water inside to cool down the temperature, and at the final exit, a drop of colorless and transparent liquid dripped onto the altar, making several people around them feel greatly amazed. Is that water peeking out of that water-filled pipe up there? The rat which held back and stretched out his finger, wanting to go to the exit there to catch a drop of water to see what in the end is what. At that time, Luochong startled a bit. Don't touch! Luochong cried out in fear and grabbed the rat witch's hand, who was taken for a ride and sat on his butt. The rat witch was very puzzled and a bit angry. He felt that Luochong was not treating him as his own clan and was still defensive towards him, refusing to teach him these magical techniques. Are you alright? This thing is dangerous. You can't touch it directly with your hands. It will burn your hands. Luochong could see the rat witch's displeased expression and hurriedly explained. A drop of water can still burn your hand? The rat witch clearly didn't believe it. Really? I don't have to lie to you. Believe it or not. Luochong used a clay-fired earthenware spoon and dipped it into it, then brought a piece of firewood and dripped a drop onto it. Giggle. A drop of sulfuric acid dripped onto the wood with a giggling sound, and the wood was soon corroded with a hole that burned right through it. Mouse witch, elder, cripple and several others looked dumbfounded. What do I see? See, if you reached your hand over just now, it would be the same as this wood. It's not that I won't let you guys touch it, it's that this thing is really dangerous, Luo Chong explained to the few people. Gulp. The rat witch swallowed a mouthful of saliva, obviously scared. Just now if it wasn't for Luo Chong's quick reaction. The consequences. TSK. Almost Chief, why is this water so powerful? Are you trying to burn through the rocks on that mountain with this water? The elder asked suspiciously. This is not water. This thing is called sulfuric acid. It's also practiced from the ore. What I'm going to make is not ready yet. This sulfuric acid is just one of the things in it. Luo Chong explained. It's not ready yet. So what's it going to make is even more powerful than this what's it acid? Cripple asked, surprised and curious. It's almost done. It'll be ready tomorrow. Whether it's awesome or not you guys can see for yourselves at that time. Luo Chong said with a smile. The process of distilling the iron sulfate was repeated several times before I got it done. And I really got a bit too much pyrite, and ended up with quite a bit of iron sulfate. After the distillation of iron sulfate decomposed into sulfuric acid, and reddish-brown powdery iron oxide crystals, were Luo Chong respectively collected. Sulfuric acid finally got 2 big jars. Iron oxide crystals also have 100 pounds. This is iron powder can be used to make some ironware. With sulfuric acid. Nitric acid is good. Take out a new set of distillation equipment. Put the women's purified saltpeter and sulfuric acid together in the distillation pot distillation. The final result is nitric acid. With nitric acid and concentrated glycerin, everything is ready, as long as the two things are mixed. Hey, but Luo Chong is not afraid to do it now. Now if it is mixed together, it is estimated that the entire Han tribe will be ascending to heaven in an earth plane. Nitroglycerin oil is a highly sensitive and potent liquid explosive that is virtually impossible to store. And the best way to use it is to remix it temporarily before using it, because it is so sensitive. How high is it? Basically to the point where it will explode when shaken. Burning, high temperature, or impact, substantial shaking, will directly explode. It is better to separate it when not in use. Thank you to my friend, Roadrunner 2. Stupid human beings. Yo, the boy who bluffed the tiger. Stand up and jerk off. For the reward support. And thank you to all the old timers for feeding them. Oh, author makes noise about asking for recommendations again. Chapter 096, Go Farther. Farther away, begging for favorites and recommendations. On the afternoon of the day when the glycerin and nitric acid were made, Luo Chong had the cripple cast a batch of arrow clusters, or arrowheads, with a ratio of copper to tin of 5:2. One of the arrowheads was a rounded one, which was not meant to be shot at the enemy, but was an initiator specially prepared by Luo Chong. Nitroglycerin is sensitive and will explode on impact, so a remote impact detonation with a bow and arrow is the safest and most reliable way to do it. The next morning, Luo Chong told everyone to prepare to open the mountain salt mining. Everyone is very excited, ready for the first half of the month. Finally going to start it. The results of the clansmen look at the things Luo Chong prepared. There are only 2 clay altar, one filled with water, nitric acid, one filled with oil, glycerin. This thing, it can open mountains? The elder, the mouse witch and the cripple, but they knew that it was not ordinary water, and the other clansmen were full of anticipation, especially those who were the original members of the Han tribe, who knew that the longer they prepared, the better things would come out. The women will watch over the tribe today. All the men come with me. Bring your own weapons, grab shovels and ropes, big baskets, and lead the ox team. We'll go salt mining. After breakfast was over, Luo Chong announced to all the clansmen, Chief, can I tag along? Mousewitch asked with an open mouth, eager to see for himself. Chief, I also want to go. Can you bring me along? I also want to see it. Gosik also ran over and shook Luo Chang's thigh and said, well, let's do it this way. The rat witch will follow and the elder will stay in the tribe to watch over the house. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said, for this arrangement, the elder did not have any opinion, although he was also very curious in his heart, but Luo Chong let him guard the home. He also had no opinion. The elder is old. He just need to watch the tribe getting better and better on the line. Nothing else. What about me? I want to go too. I haven't even been out yet. Gosik continued to shake Luo Chang's thigh. What are you kid doing following along? You're still so small. Can you keep up with everyone? Luo Chong asked with a smile. I can ride Ben, and Ben runs fast. Alright then, you go along too. But listen to the adults and don't run around. You hear me? Luo Chong nodded and said, well, I know. I will listen to your lordship. Gosik nodded happily and hurried off to find Ben. So, a group of more than 50 people set off towards the West Mountain in a great hurry. Meat and Grey Mountain led the way in front. Everyone carried copper shovels, carried bows and arrows, led oxen, which carried large baskets or barrels, and went to be sick riding Ben Ben to follow the oxen. And one person and one beast looked around and were curious about everything. Luo Chong carried a bow and arrow on his back, while carrying an altar in his hand. The altar was loaded with a mesh pocket, and when these two things were placed separately, it was okay to shake a little, as long as they didn't spill out the nitric acid. After walking until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowd finally arrived at the cave, the original settlement of the Xia Ding tribe. Luo Chong let people prepare lunch first. Everyone simply ate something to rest. Half an hour later, began to start, already recovered from injuries vigorously, with 6 fingers and rat big a few rat tribe strongman, blocked in the mouth of the cave. All the boulders moved away, and in the hole lit a few piles of bonfires used to illuminate. The hole of the salt mine is still placed there, still so small, only a flat round mouth. Chief, how do we open this hole? This stone is very hard. Right. In the past we didn't use this kind of stone to grind stone basins, Dolly said as he looked at the hole. Use the 2 altars I brought. Well, all of you go out first, take your own copper shovels and prepare to dig a pit in a while. Da Shu, you stay and give me a hand. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said, oh, how can I help? You take a torch and place it right at the entrance of this salt mine's cave. I'll go outside to find a location. Luo Chong took a torch and handed it to Da Shu and said, yeah, no problem. When Luo Chong saw that big tree was ready, he went out of the cave and came to the open ground outside, looking for the angle and position where he could see Big Tree's torch so that he could look for a safe starting point outside the cave to use to shoot arrows for Luo Chong. About 80 meters outside the cave, Luo Chong found a small dirt slope. This location is very good. There are no trees around. The line of sight is very open. You can clearly see the torches in the hands of the big trees, which means that there is a straight trajectory for feathered arrows to fly right across the mouth of that salt mine's cave. And this is it. Come a few people, dig a pit here. It should be half as deep as a man. A man should stand in it to go past his waist. The soil dug out should be piled up on this side against the hole, and patted solidly with a shovel. Luo Chong broke a branch and stuck it in the ground to mark the location for everyone. The men received their orders, shouldered their shovels and began digging. This pit was a one-man bunker prepared by Luo Chong, a hiding place prepared close by in order to be too late to run away after shooting arrows in a while. Everyone dug while Luo Chong guided them, and when the bunker was almost repaired, Luo Chong began to rush people. In a few moments you will all go away, take all the men and cattle, and wait first at the bottom of the slopes of Togoling, a kilometer away. In a while there will be a loud noise like thunder here. The earth will tremble and the mountains and rocks will crumble. Don't be afraid. That's all I've made all of them. After you hear the loud noise and feel that there's no movement, then come over to me. I'll be right here in this pit. Luo Chong gave everyone a precautionary shot in advance to prevent them from being scared in a while. The other thing was to walk farther away. Well, we know. Big Tree nodded. Chieftain, how do you make the earth tremble, the mountains crumble, and make a loud noise like thunder? Mausta asked skeptically. This damn clearly wasn't something a human could do. I have an arrow that can open mountains and crack rocks. Luo Chong took out the feathered arrow with a bronze arrowhead and said mysteriously, with this, you can open mountains and crack rocks? I've never read a book. Don't lie to me. Mausta has a disbelieving look on his face. Alright, you guys hurry up and go first. Keep an eye on those cows in a while. Don't scare them away. Luo Chong waved his hand and started to drive people away, while he himself carried 2 altars into the cave. Luo Chong opened the altar with concentrated glycerin, slowly added nitric acid to it, and then gently stirred it evenly with a pure wooden arrow shaft, and the whole process took more than 10 minutes, moving very gently for fear of an accidental explosion. Finally got an altar as big as a man's head of nitroglycerin oil. Luo Chong directly stuck this altar in the salt mine at the entrance of the cave, and around the stone jammed to fix it, and in the mouth of the mine more inside the place lit a bunch of bonfires used to illuminate the place. Convenient. Luo Chong in the cave outside can also see clearly. After making all the preparations, Luo Chong came to the position of the bunker and prepared to execute the remote blasting. The bunker is about 80 meters away from the hole. The salt mine is again about 35 meters inside the hole, and the center of the blast is only 115 meters away from Luo Chong. And to be honest, Luo Chong is a little bit nervous. He is afraid. This altar nitrate chemical glycerin oil plus the altar is about 10 pounds of weight. The net weight of the explosives inside is almost 7 or 8 pounds. 7 or 8 pounds of nitrate chemical glycerin oil power. How much? Let's put it this way. If it is in the open area without any cover to detonate the nitrochemical glycerin oil, only 3 pounds. Then the shockwave generated by the explosion can be 3 kilometers away from the standing people toppled over. 7 or 8 pounds. Do your own math. However, the good thing is that Luo Chong this is not open ground. He is in the cave blasting. The explosion power will certainly be mostly blocked by the cave. the whole of the salt mine will certainly fall apart. What granite? In the face of 7 or 8 pounds of nitroglycerin is also just dregs. Luo Chong stabilized himself and took several deep breaths. Feeling that the clansman had been gone for a while, he aimed his bow and arrow at the clay altar in front of the patch of firelight in the cave and slowly pulled the bowstring. Chapter 097 Equivalences Justice, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Time: about 3 p.m. Place: the cave entrance of the Shetland tribe's cave. Luo Chong held his breath, aimed at the target and pulled the bowstring. Straight line. Fixed target. Distance 115 meters. Target: human head-sized clay altar. The bow was raised slightly, and the fingers that pulled the string were instantly straightened. Clan whoosh. A sound of a bowstring release rang out. The feathered arrow flew out quickly. Luo Chong did not check the target. Instead, he threw away the longbow and immediately made a head-holding crouching motion, opening his mouth wide and tightly covering his ears. In the next moment, the feathered arrow fitted with a round bronze arrowhead flew into the cavern, traced a very low parabola, and accurately struck the upper edge of the clay pot, slightly higher, but that didn't prevent the detonation of the nitroglycerin oil inside. A speeding arrow that traveled at a point generated a great deal of force. At a distance of 115 meters, it could easily penetrate 2 layers of iron armor, and a ceramic pot naturally wasn't out of the question. Snap, rumble, the clay pot instantly shattered, followed by an explosion that tore through the eardrums. The ringing sound was more terrifying than any thunder, and in an instant, the earth began to tremble, and the airwaves generated by the explosion began to spread out in all directions, turning into shockwaves with extremely high speeds. The shockwave destroyed the surrounding granite in a matter of moments, and the entrance to the salt mine was transformed directly into a deep crater, presenting the large chunks of mineral salt inside directly to the sunlight. And yes, the roof of the cavern had flown up into the sky. The cave that was at the center of the explosion was directly lifted in half, and large chunks of mountain rocks flew up into the sky before falling heavily to the ground several hundred meters away. The wave of air spewing out from the hole instantly blew away the dirt blocking the front of the bunker, directly burying Luo Chong, who was hiding underneath. The shockwave raged all the way around. All the birds within a radius of 500 meters instantly died violently. The branches of the trees shook, and countless freshly grown shoots were broken by this violent shockwave. A large number of flying birds and beasts fled in all directions, and the forest instantly resounded with the cries of all kinds of birds and beasts. And a piece of flying birds flew into the sky, and were shocked to death on the spot in the air by the shockwave that immediately followed them. A kilometer away, the Han tribe's crowd was waiting on Togol Ridge, anxiously looking in the direction of the cave. Suddenly, a strong tremor came, and the rat witch on his wooden staff stumbled and sat on his butt. And then there was a shocking explosion, and countless pieces of broken rock flew up high like a salvo. Some millstone-sized rocks flew 400 to 500 meters in all directions, and small fist-sized rocks even flew to the side of Togoling. The bison panicked and tried to escape, but unfortunately they were all tied to the trees. Ben was directly shaken to the ground without standing still. Neat and Grey Mountain scrambled down the hill, covered their faces with their big ears, and found a place to lie down on the ground. Everyone get down and take cover from the flying rocks. Big Tree shouted loudly to the clan. Mausta was frozen in place, looking incredulously into the distance, his face filled with shock. The rat witch sat on the ground and whispered incoherently, "He is not a man. He is not a man. He's a god, a true god." The gale generated by the shockwave swept up a large area of soil, forming a terrifying sandstorm that rushed in all directions. And a few minutes later, the elders who were far away from the Han tribe also heard a loud bang, and then saw a large area of flying birds startled in the distance. "It's the chief! It's the chief! He really opened the mountain!" The elder waved his cane and shouted to the women and children who had stayed behind. "Oh great! We won't run out of salt. The chief is so powerful, omnipotent like a sky god." And in the Chestnut tribe on the east side of the creek, the chief, Mao Chestnut, who was hunting with a hunting party, suddenly saw the same sight, and they were about the same distance in a straight line from the cavern as the cavern was from the Han tribe. "What's happening over there? Is the god of the heavens taking offense? There are no dark clouds or rain today. How could this happen?" Molly looked in the direction of the cave and asked in a puzzled manner. "It seems to be over the creek," a clan member said. "Let's just go back and ask Wu. Wu can communicate with the gods. Maybe Wu knows what's going on," Mori said. The clansmen nodded and then headed back to the tribe, carrying the prey they had shot. The same thing happened elsewhere, almost a dozen kilometers away to the south of the cave. A team consisting of more than 50 people were traveling through the forest, when they suddenly heard a loud noise as if it was thunder. But how could it thunder on this sunny day? And then they saw countless flying birds and beasts running around. "What's happening over there?" a puzzled man with an animal skin skirt around him asked. The leader, a robust man around 20 years old, took out an animal skin, on which there was even a simple drawing of the direction of the water flow and the mountain veins. Clearly the most primitive map. He looked carefully against his surroundings for a moment, and said to the others, "There is a tribe of less than 100 people over there, and the chief is a bald man. We were there last spring. Brother, should we go over there and take a look? Anyway, we have to notify those tribes about the spring meeting in Ruoming Water Valley, so how about we go?" A young boy couldn't help but be curious and egged on that leader. "Well, okay, we were supposed to inform them anyway," the leader agreed after a moment's thought, mainly because he was also more curious about what was going on there. This team is a tour of the tribe. The tour of the tribe has no fixed abode, wandering around the whole day, specifically responsible for the liaison between the various tribes, but also to collect and sell some news. What is the large-scale gathering between the tribes or also by them to notify the tribes or to pay a certain amount of remuneration to them, either food, or tools, but also animal skins and other things. They will also use their own prey to other tribes to deal with. The entire U tribe is predominantly men. The rest are adult women and boys, and the girls born are given directly to other tribes to feed, wherever they go, and sometimes they take in some of the savages who wander alone to join them. Here in Tokoling, a dozen seconds after the explosion, everything around them was calm once again, and the clansmen rushed in the direction of the cavern, wanting to see what was going on there, wanting to see how the young, overbearing leader had managed to do all of this. Big Tree rode Grey Mountain all the way to the entrance of the cave, surrounded by a mess, debris everywhere, trees toppled, the solid cave collapsed in half. Standing in the mouth of the cave can see the sun on the other side of the cave. All the damned blasted into the opening of the two ends of the tunnel. Chief, where are you?" Dashu looked around but did not see Luo Chang's figure, only finding Luo Chang's longbow nearby. Then he suddenly remembered the words Luo Chang had said earlier. "I'm in this pit." "Where's that pit?" Dashu looked to the pit that everyone had dug earlier, which had now been refilled with dirt. Dashu hurriedly darted over, kneeling on the ground, his hands quickly digging the soil in that pit, and in no time at all, he touched Luo Chang's back. Grey Mountain and Meat were also hanging around, and when they saw Big Tree digging a person out of the dirt, they even curiously went over and poked Luo Chang's back with their noses. After a few more digs, Oshiki dug into Rishan's arm, grabbed it and yanked out Rishan's upper body. But, cough. Luo Chang spat out the dirt in his mouth, reabsorbed fresh air, and his mind gradually cleared up. When Grey Mountain and Meat saw that it was actually Luo Chang who came out of the dirt, the two elephants were instantly shocked. "What? Has the master unlocked some new ability, learning how to hide in the dirt? Thank you to the book friend Passerby 2 book friend by Oyo Cloud reward support. Thank you." In addition, this chapter in the middle of the swimming tribe ideas by QQ reading book friends Salted Fish Turnover or Salted Fish to provide. Welcome to leave a message to provide the role. Thank you. Finally, a daily request for a recommendation. Chapter 098 First Encounter with the Traveling Tribe, Request for Recommendations. "Chief, are you alright?" Big Tree asked with concern. Cough. "I'm fine. I can't die yet. Has the salt mine blown up yet? Pull me out and help me to check it out." Luo Chang shook his head, is still a little dizzy. Just now although he was buried, but also lucky to escape the destruction of the shock wave. Now just buried for a while, a little bit of oxygen deficiency in the head only. Do a few deep breaths on the good. Dasuki pulled Luo Chang up and let him slow down where he was for a moment before the two of them entered the cave's opening and walked deeper into the heart of the explosion. Originally there was only a small hole in the granite hole. At this time has become a large pit with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Inside the pit large chunks of mineral salts exposed. And further down there are some traces of water stains, most likely left by the summer seepage, but also may be the traces of brine. Suddenly, between a few chunks of mineral salt, a couple of strange things with limbs came into Oshiki's eyes. "What's that?" Dashu asked, pointing at the strange things. "It's a dry corpse. It may be a child who used to go in to pick salt, died inside and didn't come out. Now it's all cured meat. I don't know how long it's been dead and still hasn't decayed. Get some firewood to burn it later." Luo Chang looked at those children's corpses and said, "I don't know how long they've been dead and still haven't rotted." Seeing the corpses of those small children, Dashu also somewhat understood why Luo Chang insisted on not letting the small children go down to collect salt. After 2 minutes, a large number of clansmen also came over with their oxen teams, and they were all deeply shocked when they looked at the scene of the explosion, which had been blown up in a terrible way. This was done by his own chief. What kind of power can do this? Mausta circled around the pit a few times, then looked up at the roof of the cave that had disappeared, then looked back at Luo Chang. "Chief, where are your arrows?" "Arrows? It's gone. I can't find it after I shot it out. Maybe it blew up and disappeared." Luo Chang said indifferently. "Did you really open the mountain with that arrow?" Mousta asked, still in disbelief. The rat witch also twisted his head to look at Luo Chong. He was also very curious to know how Luo Chong did it. Humph. Of course not. I'm using what's in those two altars. Without that, you just can't shoot as many arrows as you want, Luo Chong explained. The meaning of this sentence is very profound. On the surface, Luo Chong is saying that this is not some kind of divine power, but when you think about it, that altar is not something that Luo Chong has created. And how do ordinary people know that they can get the power to open mountains and crack rocks from stones? Therefore, although Luo Chong didn't admit anything, he became more and more mysterious in the eyes of the clansmen. This blue man was not simple. Well, it's not early. Let's start working. Go down and a few people will first get those bodies up and burn them. Then start mining salt, that is, those yellowish and somewhat translucent stones. The others will use hanging baskets to hoist the salt ore up and then load it in large baskets. Luo Chong saw that the people were almost here, so he began to command. Go Sik led Ben Ben to Luo Chang's side as well, and somewhat sadly grabbed Luo Chang's arm. Chief, I know them. Ha? Who do you know? Luo Chong looked down in confusion to see what Go Sik. What was this kid talking about without a clue? That's them. They're the ones who used to go in that hole and never came out. And we used to hang out together. Go Sik pointed to the 3 children's bodies that had just been pulled up. Those children were his former playmates. If they were still alive, they would probably be about the same age as Go Sik. Well, we'll never let little kids go salt mining again. And now that we've opened this mine, no one will ever be unable to get out again. Luo Chong stroked Go Sik's head and comforted him. Aha! Go Sik nodded obediently and also started to help the adults to collect firewood. Everyone move faster. Fill up the baskets we brought with us and we'll leave. We need to make it back to the tribe before nightfall. Luo Chong shouted to the clansmen. Yes. The crowd sped up. Not long after, the 3 dry bodies were also placed on a large woodpile, and Go Sik took the torch to personally send off a few of his young friends, rolling smoke into the sky, taking away the fear and reluctance of these children. At the same time, in the forest to the south of the cavern, the traveling tribe that was making their way towards the cavern. Brother, look at the smoke over there. They've started cooking that early? Are we going to be able to dabble in a good meal later? The teenager who suggested to come over and take a look earlier said to the leader, who was none other than the younger brother of the leader of the traveling tribe. I don't think so. Very few tribes will eat in the middle of the day. Most of them eat at sunset. And if you think about the movement that looked like heavenly thunder just now, I guess it's more or less like burning people to death now. Burning food is impossible. Everyone be careful when you go over there in a while. If we encounter any danger we'll just run. We're fast anyway. The leader of the U tribe, Fu, said to his clan. Oh, that's right too. I still don't know what was going on with them there just now. Let's go check it out. The teenager's curiosity was once again piqued. About an hour and a half later, the cattle team was pretty much loaded with salt ore, as it didn't take much mining at all. That explosion earlier had shattered a lot of it, and just collecting the broken salt ore was enough to fill the team this time. The people were fully loaded and ready to go. Luo Chong asked the people to prepare some more torches. Now it was already around 4:30 p.m. At this time of the spring it usually gets dark around 7 p.m. and it was very likely that everyone would have to walk for a period of time at night before they could return to the tribe. Just as the Han tribe's crowd was about to make their way back, the Yu tribe, which had been rapidly arriving from the south, finally arrived. There was a sudden rustling in the woods, and Meat suddenly turned his head to the south and flapped his big ears and growled that way. There's an enemy. Everyone be on guard. Luo Chong rode on Grey Mountain's back and instantly raised his longbow. An arrow had been drawn to full bow and could be shot out at any time. The clansmen also raised their copper spears or bent their bows and arrows to where the rattling came from. Who is it? Come out! Luo Chong shouted into the woods. The next moment, the leader of the traveling tribe, Fu, came out of the woods, his hands up, not holding any weapons, and while walking forward, he wailed and wailed in a vernacular that Luo Chong couldn't understand. Fu didn't take a weapon, which was a sign to Luo Chong that he wasn't hostile, but Luo Chong knew very well that there were other people in the woods, so he still didn't let his guard down. All of you come out or we will kill this man. Luo Chong still shouted into the woods while shooting another arrow into the foot of the volley. Fu was startled and took a step back. It was the first time he had seen such a strange weapon. He didn't expect that the small wooden stick would fly so fast, but he could also see that Luo Chong didn't have any killing intent. It was just a normal vigilance when encountering a stranger. Otherwise that small wooden stick with feathers would have nailed him just now. Since there was no hostility, there was a possibility of communication. Fu quickly scanned the Han tribe's crowd and suddenly saw a few familiar figures. Then his mouth changed to another vernacular and said, "My friend, we came here last year. We're from the Yu tribe. Is your bald chief still here?" The 3 men from the original Xieding tribe and the Han tribe's group froze. Wasn't this man speaking the vernacular of their former tribe? Chapter 099 Food for News, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. That bald chieftain is dead. We have joined another tribe. One of the three said to Yu Fu. What is he saying? Luo Chong frowned as he sat on the back of the gray mountain. His own clan was actually communicating with that guy and he couldn't understand it. Chief, that guy is from the Yu tribe. He's looking for our former chief. This Yu tribe isn't a bad tribe. They often help out foreign tribes, but only if you give them something in exchange. The man who was the most dogged among the three said, Oh, there is such a tribe? Then those in the woods behind are his tribe. Right. Let them all come out and tell him that we won't harm them. Luo Chong was first puzzled, then immediately became interested. The clansman relayed Luo Chang's words, and Yu Fu immediately agreed. He pulled out the arrow pinned in front of his foot, and looked at the sharp bronze arrowhead on it, then respectfully returned it to Luo Chong with both hands, his face calm and without a trace of timidity. This guy is a talent. Luo Chong had also been observing Fu's demeanor, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. One who dared to face so many weapons alone and still wasn't afraid was either a bold and talented person, or he should be a cutie. But it was obvious that he was not stupid. Luo Chong took the arrow and inserted it into the arrow pot, and no longer pointed his bow at him, and Yu Fu also turned around directly and shouted to the clansmen in the woods to come out, and frankly turned his back to Luo Chong, without the slightest bit of defensiveness, showing enough trust and sincerity. Hey, it's kind of interesting. It's worthy of people who often interact with other tribes. How to gain the trust of the other party and how to show their sincerity when dealing with strangers, all perfectly expressed with behavior, and with only one person coming out at first contact. If the situation is not right, his own tribe can run or save him, and be able to minimize his tribe's losses. It seems like the Yu tribe is really familiar with this routine. A group of men and women came out of the woods. Together with Yu Fu there were 57 in total. The demographic of the Yu Fu tribe was kind of special. They had so few women compared to the average tribe. Most of the tribes, the women were almost twice as many as the men, and the traveling tribe only had 15 women, and all of them were adult women, not a single girl. Of the tribe of 57, there were only 29 adults, 14 men and 15 women, the rest were underage boys. Yu Fu was very young, only 18 this year, and only he, the chieftain, had 2 women, and his own 2 children were only 3 or 4 years old. These fellows wore sandals made of bonded animal skins and bark on their feet, and skirts of animal skins around their bodies, and each man carried a large leather pouch on his back, and bone spears and stone axes in his hands, and a group of them all stared dumbfounded at the procession of the Han tribe. Those oxen and dingoes and beasts can carry things for people? Aren't beasts meant to be eaten? The tribe you were looking for is no longer there. They have all joined my tribe now. What are you looking for them for? Luo Chong didn't want to continue wasting time and asked directly to Yu Fu. The tribe member just now was very self-conscious to translate for Luo Chong. Oh, honorable chief. I'm here to tell them when the Dream Valley Spring Meeting will be held. Yu Fu said. What is the Dream Valley Spring Meeting? Luo Chong asked curiously. It's when the various tribes hold gatherings in Dream Valley to exchange bloodlines with each other, and those who have just come of age will go there to look for their man or woman. Yu Fu explained, but was still curious that Luo Chong, as the chief, didn't know about this spring meeting. Luo Chong is really not clear about this. He inherited the memories of this body, but there is nothing useful. The original owner of this body has never left the open field in front of the cave. What insights can he have? Luo Chong himself has only heard the clansmen talk about the blind date, but he has no idea where it is. What is Dream Valley? Luo Chong continued to ask. Dream Valley is to the southwest of here. Walk 5 sunsets to get there. It's a valley whose beauty is like being in a dream. Yu Fu saw that Luo Chong really didn't know, so he had to continue explaining. Oh, then when will this spring meeting start? Luo Chong continued to ask. I can tell you, but you have to feed my people for a day. Yu Fu pointed to his clan. You are ing to blackmail people. Right. Ask a time actually wants so much food. Luo Chong just listened to the translation of his own clan and became angry, which is so shameless. Yu Fu watched Luo Chong get angry and was slightly disappointed in his heart. This little chieftain was obviously a new tender. He didn't know anything. Chief, don't be angry. That's how they tour tribes are. Every year they come to notify each tribe of the spring meeting, and each tribe will also provide them with a day's worth of food, and they will also exchange some things with each tribe. Every time. That translator explained to Luo Chong. You know them well? Luo Chong frowned at the translator. They come every year and they know each other. The interpreter, unsure, answered honestly. We didn't bring that much food. You'll have to go to our tribe to get it if you want it. If you don't want to talk about it then forget it. Anyway, we know the location of the spring meeting. Big deal, we'll go and wait tomorrow. Luo Chong said after thinking for a while. The other party had dragged their family so far to deliver a message, so it didn't seem like it was too much to ask for some food, but they had come here to harvest salt and hadn't brought that much food with them. Where is your tribe? How far is it? It's getting dark. If it's too far we won't go. Yufu asked tentatively. It's right over there. Hurry up and you can get there before it gets dark. Luo Chong pointed to the east and said, is it the tribe in the east that lives in a cave? Does your elder have a pair of goat horns on top? Is he still alive? If it's there we can go, but it looks like we'll have to walk at night. Looking at the direction Luo Chong pointed, Yufu instantly knew where Luo Chong was talking about. Luo Chong also froze after listening. This guy knows really much. It seems that he has also been to the Han tribe before. Even the characteristics of the elders can be said, since the time to recognize the acquaintances. It is even more nothing to say. They must be brought back. Luo Chong would like to know more information from his mouth. After he came to this world, he really has not traveled too far away, and he is also very unfamiliar with the surrounding tribes. Are you afraid? There are many of us, and we have weapons. Any wild beasts that come out will only become our food. It's no problem for all of us to walk together. If you think it's slow, you can let those children sit on the oxen, so that it can be faster. Luo Chong pointed at the ox team. Our Yu tribe won't be afraid. It's just that it's dark and we'll lose sight of the road in the woods. Yu Fu smiled and retorted. He wouldn't admit to being afraid. Then let's go and let your children ride the bull. Okay. The Han tribesman led the way in front of them by holding the nose of the ox, and the Yu tribesman put those older children on the ox's back, and they themselves followed beside the ox, and felt a great novelty in watching the tall bison carrying so much, and being able to be ridden, which was a way of traveling that they had never seen before. A group of people walked for 2 hours. The sky is already dark, but the woods are darker than the sky. At this time it is already difficult to see the direction. The Han tribesmen have taken out the prepared torches to light. The bright light of the fire instantly illuminated the way home. The traveling tribe was also new to torches. The firelight from this stick was much brighter than normal fires, wouldn't go out when blown by the wind, and could burn for a long time, something they'd never seen before. In fact, the Han tribe's torch is very simple. It is a short wooden stick, at one end of the winding a layer of grass rope soaked with grease, so that it can burn more vigorously and burn longer. The traveling tribe looked itchy. This is exactly what they need to know the ordinary torch but cannot burn a few minutes, and they are often outside the rush. The residence is not fixed, for this kind of torch must be very neat. Yu Fu walked to Luo Chang's side and inquired about the method of making this kind of torch, and Luo Chang didn't hide it from him, so he revealed the key to it. These torches are very simple. They are sticks wrapped with straw, except that the straw has to be soaked in grease first. And what is grease? Yu Fu asked in disbelief. Crap, don't even know what grease is. You're bluffing me. Thank you to my friend, Roadrunner 2. Stand up and jerk off. Book friend Meteor Heart Dust Edge reward support. Thank you, and thank you to everyone who voted for recommendation support. I appreciate it and please leave me tomorrow's votes as well. Krabby. Chapter 100, this can be had, seeking favorites and recommendations. 100 chapters, sprinkle flowers, grease. These primitive people really do not necessarily know what it is. In the absence of vegetable oil, want to obtain grease, can only use the fat on the body of the animal refining, but there is no pot with what refining, so have not seen is normal. A long line of torches made its way east, finally returning to the Han tribe before the setting sun's afterglow completely disappeared. Elder, the chiefs are back. I see their torches. A child who had stayed at home stood on the wall and shouted, quickly open the gate and let them in. The elder immediately ordered. A few women quickly moved the doorway rejects and stood waiting for the men to return. In Luo Chang's group, Yu Fu looked at the flagpole towering over the clearing in front of him, with a large flag made of leather hanging from it. Is that your tribe's totem? Your tribe has a witch. Yu Fu pointed at the flag and said. He remembered clearly. This thing was not there when he came before. That's not a totem. That's called a Chinese character. Something more powerful than a totem. That's the name of our tribe. Luo Chong explained. Kanji. Yu Fu whispered as the group made their way to the fence. Some of the Yu tribesmen looked at this circle, with countless green stone neatly lined up to form a high wall, very surprised. How much manpower is needed to polish these stones? How much time is needed? Even if it is a few years. No, a lifetime cannot get it. How did they do it? Chieftain brother, did you pick salt? I heard that thundering sound in the afternoon. The elders told us it was the sound of you opening the mountain. A 7 or 8-year-old girl lying on the wall asked Luo Chong. Of course we picked it. We won't run out of salt in the future. You hurry down. Be careful of falling down. Luo Chong said with a smile. Yu Fu on the side did not understand what Luo Chong said, but he saw the girl lying on the wall. This smart guy immediately thought of the role of the fence. so high wall the enemy cannot climb up. The wall can also stand on top of the wall. If someone stood on the top of the wall with a spear, surely it can block any enemy. Right. What a great tribe. By the time the group arrived at the gate, the elders were already at the door to greet them. Elder, these are the people from the Tur tribe. They are here to notify the tribes to go to the spring meeting. They also said that they know you, and that they want us to provide food for a day. Is this true? Why don't I have the slightest impression of it? Luo Chong introduced the Yu tribe to the elder while asking the elder if he knew anything about it. This, chief, why don't we talk about it later? The elder took a look at the people of the Tur tribe and gave Luo Chong a somewhat grumbling look. Why don't you have any impression? It is not because we used to be so poor that we could not even afford to give food for a day, so we could not go once for several years, and you are still asking this in front of outsiders. Don't you mind your own shame? Oh, then let's prepare dinner first. Make more. We have guests today. Luo Chong responded in an uncertain manner, then ordered the clansmen to prepare dinner. When the group entered the enclosure, the traveling tribesmen took their children off the backs of the oxen, and the Han tribesmen began unloading. Baskets of large salt blocks were piled up against the wall, and the bison were pulled back into the corral to be fed and watered, while the alpacas and bighorns kept calling, and the traveling tribesmen watched in newfound amazement. Brother, how come their tribe has so many wild beasts, and they also build huts for the beasts to live in, and feed them grass and water, and these wild beasts are still so obedient, why don't they run away? Yu Fu's brother, Yu Yi, asked. You ask me, how do I know? Didn't you see when they came back this afternoon? Those horned beasts were carrying heavy things on their backs, and they could even sit on people. Their tribes keep so many beasts should be working for them. I haven't been here for 2 years. How come this tribe has become so powerful? There are so many lapis lazuli for walls. They also raise wild beasts to help them work. And there are a lot more people. When we came 2 years ago, their people were about the same as our tribe. And now even the wild beasts that they raise are more than our people. Yu Fu said with emotion. Yes, brother, we are running around every day. It would be nice if we could have beasts to ride as well. Or let's ask them to trade. They have that many beasts. They will definitely give us a trade. Yu Yi suggested. It's certainly nice to have a beast to ride. I just don't know what they'd have to trade for it. Yu Fu said uncertainly. Use the news of the spring meeting. There are so many of them. They must be going to the spring meeting, right? Continue to come up with ideas. Friend, the food I have prepared. Do you tell me the time of the spring meeting now? Or do you want to wait until you finish eating? Luo Chong toured around the tribe and saw that there were no problems. So he came to find Yu Fu to get news. Laozi prepared all the meat for you. If you don't say anything, humph. After listening to the translation, Yu Fu and Yu Yi exchanged glances and turned their heads to Luo Chong. Can we trade this message for your horned beasts? And we can do without the food. Ha! The clan member acting as a translator froze. What did he say? Luo Chong wondered. He said he could do without the food and wanted to trade the news for our cattle. The interpreter said. Ha ha ha. Interesting, actually ran into blackmail. Giving food isn't enough. Actually wanting cows. Really think that your broken news is worth so much? Luo Chong directly laughed in anger when he heard the translator's words. Chief, just tell him that? You tell him that the cows don't change. Give him the food if he's willing to tell the news. And get out immediately if you're not. Luo Chong said in a bad tone. Yu Fu and Yu Yi both looked at each other. They didn't expect Luo Chang's reaction to be so big and his attitude to be so tough. It seems that these horned beasts have a very high status in their tribe. It's not something that can be easily exchanged away. Let's ask for food. Then, the spring meeting will be on the third sunset after this ringing moon. In Dream Valley, 5.5 days away to the southwest. Yu Fu thought for a while. Finally did not and Luo Chong fall out. Cooperation in many ways, and more than this one. See Luo Chong to those horned beasts' so precious appearance. This matter is not in a hurry. And the Han tribe is powerful, but also not they can mess up. Count yourselves sensible. Go, prepare food and a place for them to stay. Luo Chong didn't make things too difficult for them when he heard the exact time and place, and immediately ordered his clan to go prepare food. The place for dinner is in the open space of the enclosure. The Han tribe plus the traveling tribe total more than 400 people. The place is small and really cannot be set up. The women gathered in 2s and 3s, brought in a few bricks or stones to build a makeshift stove, set up a clay pot on top and lit firewood underneath. The men carried wooden buckets of water back and forth between each clay pot to add water to the pots, while others carried salted fish or cured meat and put some wild vegetables in the pots, and the older children held stacks of bowls or led their younger siblings to wait beside them. Looking at the Han tribe's large number of containers and plenty of food, as well as the novel way of eating boiled meat, the crowd of the Yu tribe looked dumbfounded. They scrutinized the large ceramic bowls they had just been handed out, and all of them couldn't understand what kind of stone it was ground into. Yu Fu also took a pottery bowl and approached that interpreter, and together they went and sat down next to Luo Cheng. Chief Han, we didn't mean to make you guys mad, we just really need that horn beast. You can make other offers in exchange for us. We swim tribes travel east and west every day. If you're looking for something you can send us to find it. If there's something for us to do we can do it, but we want this, and your horn beast. Yu Fu took his chopsticks and tapped the ceramic bowl in his hand, as well as the ceramic pot in front of him, and finally pointed at the cows in the corral. Oh, Luo Cheng immediately became interested. A bit interesting. This is not a mercenary. The previous life Luo Cheng also dealt with mercenaries. If the interest to drive them, for Luo Cheng to find some special rare resources seems to be good, such as population, or crops and so on. Anyway, they would have been every day blindly wandering around. This can be had. Ask for votes. Very seriously. Chapter 101, Running Wild for the Deer, Requesting Recommendation Tickets. Luo Cheng is very interested in the proposal of Yu Fu. Luo Cheng also wants to go around like Yu tribe, to see where there are some kind of resources can be used, but unfortunately the Han tribe cannot be separated from him. The whole tribe there are still more than 300 people need to be managed. Let the traveling tribe help find something. What to look for? The Han tribe now has crops to grow, trained beasts, metal tools, and now the most needed thing is clothes. In winter, he could wear animal skins, but what about spring, summer and fall? Did he still wear the airless animal skin skirt? Or the grass skirt that hurt his balls? Of course not. What Luo Cheng wanted most now was cloth, but there was no material for weaving. Cotton. No, flax or ramie. No, around the Han tribe there was only sisal, but that was not much, barely enough for rope, and not suitable for weaving. The best material for weaving should be ramie. One of the characteristics of ramie is that it grows fast, and this thing is not actually planted and harvested once a year, as people misunderstand, but planted and harvested 6 times. Ramie grows very rapidly, just like cutting leeks, cutting one crop after another, and harvesting at least 5 or 6 times a year. But Luo Cheng had never seen it near the tribe, and now it seemed that it was just the right time to ask the traveling tribe to help find it. After Luo Cheng carefully thought about it, he said to Yu Fu, your offer is good, and I agree to give you a change. I need a kind of grass now, and it has to be alive, or the seeds it bears. Oh, what kind of grass is it? For healing? Yu Fu asked. No, it's a grass that grows that tall. Rashan stood up and gestured to his waist. The roots of its leaves are round, but the heads of the leaves are especially pointed. Its stalk and the roots of its leaves are long and hairy, so that they don't break easily when you pull on them, and you can tear a lot of fine threads off the top of its skin. Can you hear it? Luo Cheng described in detail what ramie looked like, and then asked if Yu Fu understood it. However, Yu Fu really didn't understand much, and he didn't know if there was something wrong with Luo Cheng's speech or the translation. He had no choice but to find a wooden board and use charcoal to draw the shape of ramie's leaves, and use the sweaty hair on his arm to describe the hair on top of the ramie, and tell him about these 2 biggest features. I think I've seen grass like this before. Is it enough to just bring this grass back? Or how much? Yu Fu took the board and looked at it for a moment, then recalled. Luo Cheng thought for a moment. Back to the cave to bring an earthen altar, and then feel not quite enough, and then bring a basket. After you find it, dig it out with its roots and soil, then fill this altar with it, and if there are many around, pick some more back and fill this back basket, then also tell me where you found it. Luo Cheng took the 2 items and handed them to Yu Fu. And how many of these, pottery, and horned beasts? Yu Fu asked the question that concerned him the most. Finish what I'm talking about. 1 clay pot, 10 bowls, and only 1 horned beast. Luo Cheng said. Isn't it too little? I know that places with this kind of grass need to travel a day's journey. To travel that far and only give this much, Yu Fu said with some dissatisfaction. Don't you know the value of containers, pots like this? We usually trade for 2 women's. It's the pottery bowls that we have to trade for a boy. If you think it's too little, it's okay to trade for your people. Look at how many you can only trade for your whole tribe. And the cows, which we also have a hard time catching and don't always come across, are something we never trade for, and it's good enough to give you 1. You can also continue to come and get your quests if you really need them in particular, and I'll give you the right price. Luo Cheng explained. Yu Fu thought about it for a moment, and it was true. He just saw that there were a lot of Han tribe's containers and assumed that Han tribe's containers were less valuable. Alright then I'll go pick that grass for you tomorrow. Can I have my clan stay here for now? And then when I come back in 2 days, I'll take them away and take what you're going to give us. Yu Fu solicited. Luo Cheng thought for a moment. Now is the spring. If you can really find ramie and collect it back can be planted. Ramie planting there are 2 kinds. One is the direct sowing. The other is the shoots cuttings. Seeds are not available in this season, but the shoots can be collected. Just this time cannot be too long, or halfway to the dry death of the seed is still no good. If you can really find out where it is, then your clan can stay. I'll take care of their meals. I'll go with you tomorrow. Leave in the morning, and come back before dark. I'm afraid that you'll get the things wrong, and when you make a trip for nothing, I won't give you those things, Luo Chong said. Yufu thought for a moment. Also, in case he brought back is not the kind of grass that Luo Chong wants. He is not running for nothing. Just this time. You can come with me, but it's too far away, and as fast as we you tribesmen go, it'll still take a day, and it's simply impossible to come back in a day. Yufu said. You guys can't, but I can. Eat first. I'll tell you how to get there after eating, Luo Chong said with a smile. With that, Yufu finished his meal in disbelief and confusion, and Lokhan dragged him to the corral. We'll ride the antlered deer there tomorrow. It'll be fast. Luo Chong took the reins and pulled out the 2 large antlered deer, saddled them again, and led a group of people and the 2 deer out of the enclosure. Can this be ridden too? Does it run fast? Yuvo's brother, Yu Yi, asked curiously. Sure, it's a lot faster than a person going by themselves. Come on, I'll show you how to ride. Luo Chong said affirmatively and then began to instruct Yufu on how to ride the horned deer. Put your foot in this brass ring, grab the handle on the saddle with your hand, stomp the ring hard, and sit on it, grabbing the reins with both hands. It's so high up sitting on it, so how do I make it go now? Yufu's first time riding a beast was nerve-wracking, exciting, and a bit exhilarating. Rashan also rolled over and sat on the other horned deer, handing a thorn that was usually used as a whip to Yufu next to him. Take this and learn from me. Grab the reins with your left hand, take the whip with your right hand, and if you want it to go, clip its stomach with your legs, just like this, Luo Chong said while demonstrating. Ah, it's gone, it's gone. Yufu did the same thing all over again, yelling excitedly when he saw the deer start to walk away. Grab the reins on either side of his head and yank on whichever side you want him to turn that way. Nervous and excited, Yufu pulled on the rope, making the crotch of the horned deer spin in place. When you want him to run fast, pin his belly with his legs and whip his ass, like this. Hiya. Luo Chong talked about the essentials of riding while demonstrating, and with a crack of the whip, the horned deer under his straddle leaped out. Yufu also followed Luo Chang's example. The big horned deer violently scurried out. Yufu's body leaned back and almost didn't fall down, but he quickly sat up straight again, controlling the big horned deer to chase after Luo Chong. When you run, slump your body forward a bit and sit still, Luo Chong shouted as he ran. Pull back on the reins when you tell him to stop. Phew, that way. Yufu also pulled the reins and stopped. This deer runs really fast. It almost threw me off. Ha ha, I can ride a deer too. The 2 of them ran back on the deer again, just running back and forth in the open space on the west side of the enclosure. And Yufu gradually adapted to this feeling of running wildly deer by deer. Brother, I also want to ride. Can you let me ride for a while? Yu Yi shouted as he chased after him. Thanks to my friend Yan and Chuan for the reward. Thank you Yan. Squinty-eyed smile. Also, a solemn request for a vote. Chapter 102, both caught in the net, requesting recommendations. In the bright moonlight, the 2 men rode the antlered deer in a chase for a while before they both finally stopped and the group led the 2 antlered deer back to the corral. Chief Han, can you add another deer like this to the deal? Yufu just rode around for a while and fell in love with this amazing transportation. It's fine if you want the deer, but if you want the deer, you can't have the cow. You can only choose one of the 2. You have to know that the reward I gave you is already very high. It's still on the basis that it's our first time working together, otherwise I wouldn't have given you that much. Luo Chong refused. That, well then, I hope we can continue to work together in the future. When Yufu heard Luo Chang's refusal, he could only look forward to the next cooperation. Early the next morning, after Yufu repeatedly assured them that they would be able to find Raimi, Luo Chong and Yufu set off with 2 deer each, so that they could keep moving at a high speed. And if the deer got tired in the middle of the day, they could switch to the other one, and come back with more Raimi in their loads. Before he left, Luo Chong asked his clan to reclaim the wasteland along the northern bank of the artificial river, so that when he returned, he could plant the collected Raimi directly. Although Yufu didn't know what planting was, he also explained that his own clan members would help along, and that they couldn't eat the Han tribe's food for nothing, and all of the members of the Yu tribe nodded their heads in agreement. Obviously it wasn't the first time they had done this kind of thing to give help to other people. The 2 of them rode the big horned deer, all the way towards the northwest, Luo Chong grasping the reins in one hand, holding a copper spear in the other, and carrying a bow and arrow on his back, and Yufu also holding his own bone spear, looking like 2 scouts out for reconnaissance, traveling at a brisk pace. What originally seemed like a day's journey to Yufu The two of them set out from just after 5 o'clock when the sky was just getting light, and by the time the sun climbed over their heads, they finally arrived at the place Yufu had said was a green-covered hillside with a lot of rainy. But it stunned Luo Chong. "Chief Han, is this the kind of grass you're looking for?" Yufu pointed to the whole patch of rainy on the hillside. "It's the rainy I asked for." "Yes, but are you sure it's not something someone else has an owner for?" "Crap, you brought me here to steal food." On the entire mountainside in front of them, a small stream flowed down, dividing the entire mountainside into two halves, and on both sides of the stream, the mountainside, which covered at least 2,000 acres of land, was covered with green raimi, and at a glance, no other plants could be seen, and the entire mountainside was covered with raimi. This dam, if anyone dares to say that this is a natural formation, Luo Chong will surely kill him alive. This is absolutely man-made planting. Luo Chong in place strangling the reins, sitting on the back of the deer looking left and right, as if there is no one, is to steal a handful and go? Or to find people's master trading wave? It's the kind of grass I want, yes, but these grasses have an owner, right? Is there some kind of tribe around here? Luo Chong gestured and said to Yufu. There is a tribe here, but they don't really welcome outsiders, so we haven't been here much before. Yufu said. Crap, you must have done it on purpose, knowing that they don't welcome foreigners. You still brought me here to steal people's raimi. It's a real power trip. Let's come down and take a look first. If no one shows up, we'll finish picking and leave right away, Luo Chong said as he rolled over and got off the deer, leading the reins of the two deer along the stream on the hillside. No one shown up yet? Luo Chong cupped some water from the stream to drink, and the big-horned deer beside him also drank water and nibbled a few mouthfuls of raimi leaves. Raimi leaves can be eaten. People can eat it without any problem. This thing is also a medicinal herb, can be given to the woman to stop bleeding, in ancient times also commonly used to feed chickens, and raimi leaves to raise silkworms, but not as good as the mulberry leaves on the right. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, still not even a ghost, not waiting, dry. Luo Chong took a large basket from the back of another large horned deer, drew his own bird's beak dagger and began to frantically harvest, loading the basket as he did so. Chief Han, don't we dig out the roots, and only cut the top? Yufu also took his own bone knife and harvested frantically into the basket. No more digging, just cut, hurry up, it's not good if someone is there, Luo Chong said without lifting his head. Yufu didn't understand too much. He saw Luo Chong just burying his head in the harvest and had to follow suit himself. Knock knock, bang, knock knock, knock knock. Suddenly, a sound of knocking wooden stick from the two before and after the sound. Luo Chong was a shock. Lying, finished, was found by others. Don't get it, go on, get on the deer and go. Luo Chong put the rattan basket to the back of the deer, turned over and mounted on the back of another deer. But Yufu Kai just learned riding last night. Of course, the movement is not as skillful as Luo Chong, so naturally, it is slower than a beat. Just this slight delay. Sitting on the back of the deer, Luo Chong saw a lot of people coming around. Looking around, at least 30 to 40, but also all adult males. Gee, it's getting to the people's enclosure, isn't it? Yufu also finally climbed onto the back of the deer at this time. The two of them gave a driving sound and began to break out down the hillside, 300 or so meters away from the hemp field. And when Luo Chong and the two of them rushed to the front of the group, the crowd suddenly pulled up a few hemp ropes. Is finished. The two rode at a fast speed and rushed over, and were instantly stopped by a few ropes, flopping and flopping, and both fell off the back of the deer, and then immediately after that, they were covered by two large nets prepared by hemp ropes over their heads, and Luo Chang's heart, was instantly cooled. What does it feel like to be caught in the act of stealing, but also to be covered by a ing net and carried around like a pig? 30 or 40 men divided into two groups, holding arm-thick sticks inserted inside the large net. The two people like the hillside to carry. There are also people holding 4 big horned deer, holding Luo Chong their things to follow. And, walking in the group of big men at the forefront to lead the way, is actually a girl. That girl had a smug smile on her face, her long black hair draped on the back of her head, a piece of burlap around her waist as a skirt, and her upper body was also wearing a burlap similar to the style of a bib, with an internal vacuum and a backless back, revealing her healthy wheat-colored skin. Crude burlap than the modern loading sacks of vegetables is not as good. It is full of big holes and small eyes. It is estimated to be made into a bag to load rice cannot be loaded, will certainly be exposed, but it is also considered to be the most primitive braided fabrics, so that the bibs naturally cannot cover the number of spring light. Inside the first scale of the mountains are hidden, but Luo Chong is not in the mood to appreciate. He was still hanging inside the net and swinging, so how could he be in the mood to enjoy the view, and could only stare grudgingly at the swimming ambush in the other net. MMP, it's all your fault. This tribe that would weave linen. Luo Chong temporarily called them the braided tribe. A group of men from the braided tribe carried Luo Chong and Yufu back to the tribe's settlement, and the leader of the braided tribe came to the two of them, letting Luo Chong be quite surprised that their leader was actually a woman. Chapter 103, I want this blue man, requesting recommendations. Luo Chong was hanging in the net, looking at the female leader in front of her with surprise. She was wrapped in the same type of mesh linen as the girl, except that instead of a belly band, she was wearing a robe, or the kind with a hood, and even her hair was covered, only revealing a face. Why did Luo Chong know she was the leader? Why did Luo Chong know she was the chief? Pure hand-woven linen around the others on the body also wore a short skirt, and this woman in addition to the face, basically is fully covered. This has to be what status to wear so tight. Do not even have to think The girl who was wearing a bib just now also stood up to the side of the female chief at this moment, smiling and looking at Luo Chong with a face that could not hide her complacency, and said to the female chief, "Amu, that's him. I was the one who discovered it first just now. I want a reward. You have to award this man to me." It turned out that just a moment ago, when Luo Chong and Yufu had just arrived at Matian, they had already been discovered by the belly girl sitting on the hillside, but she didn't make a sound, but first observed for a while. The girl was curious about Luo Chong. It was the first time she had ever seen someone galloping on a tall beast, and the teenager was dressed in a spirited manner. Instead of having his hair all messed up like everyone else, he had all of his hair tied to the top of his head, and he wore a golden bronze crown on top of it. The sun's rays shone on the bronze crown and reflected back into the girl's eyes, and the girl's eyes also burst into little stars, and her first thought was to keep Luo Chong as her face head. The braided tribe is a matriarchal clan-like tribe with the most feminist power in the entire tribe, and they are led by a woman who is already in her 30s. Shan Shou, who was in his 30s, was the best weaver in the entire weaving tribe, and the women of the weaving tribe often competed with each other in their weaving skills, using this as a way of determining the choice of the chief. The first female chief of the braided tribe discovered that rope made from hempskins was strong and durable, so she invented hemp rope and became chief with it. Later chiefs invented rami cultivation, which was used to gather large quantities of hempskins, and then someone else learned to weave linen, and the current chief, Shen, became chief by weaving nets out of hemp rope, which made it easier for the men to hunt. The men of the braided tribes can only be dependent on the women, and the boys born in the tribes come of age and join the other tribes at the spring meeting, because the same tribes can't intermarry, and the men born in their own tribes who stay behind give birth to little cuties. The girls born in the tribe stay in the tribe for life, and even if they go to the spring meeting, they go to recruit door-to-door son-in-laws, and the women in the tribe never marry outside the tribe. And this girl wearing a belly band is Shuang's daughter, Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai is also 12 years old this year, just adult. These days they also got the news of the spring meeting. Xiao Dai these days is thinking about what kind of man they want to find. I did not expect to have their own door. Seeing Luo Chong who ran to the hemp field by himself, Xiao Dai's heart was moved, but there was little reason to leave the other party behind. But when she continued to peek for a while, she realized that things were not right. That boy actually stole their tribe's hemp grass. Xiao Dai was very angry at first. She wanted to directly out to stop, but on second thought, this is just the opportunity to leave the other party so she turned around and ran back to the tribe. Told her AMU someone stealing hemp grass, so that the men rushed to catch it, but also specifically instructed to catch live. Do not hurt the boy. And then there was the scene just now. Shuang walked over to Luo Chong hanging in the netting, looked him up and down, and asked to Xiao Dai, "This is the boy you were talking about. Very special indeed. And you said he rode over on this horned beast?" "Yes, both of them came on this horned beast and ran very fast. You award him to me as a man. I don't want to go to the spring meeting." Xiao Dai shook Shuang's arm and said pleadingly, "But he doesn't look like a normal person to me." Shuang's eyes keenly swept around Luo Chang's body, especially the bronze crown on Luo Chang's head. This was the first time she had seen this kind of golden thing that would glitter, and the cloudy openwork pattern on it, as well as the relief of that Han character, all made this ornament look extremely luxurious, just like the hemp clothes she herself wore. It was by no means something that an ordinary person could wear. This was the child of a tribal leader. Even if it wasn't a tribal leader, leaving such a person behind by force would be troublesome, and would even provoke a fight between the two tribes. It was never as simple as Xiao Dai thought. Are these his things? Yes, it all came off of him, and this. A male clansman handed Luo Chang's bow and arrows, and spear to Shuang. Shuang took Luo Chang's bronze lance from the clansman's hands and stroked the golden head. Heavy, cold, sharp, and sharp. It looked like the same material as that ornament on Luo Chang's head, but it was a bit lighter in color than Luo Chang's bronze crown. Not as yellow. Is this their tribe's weapon? If their tribe was full of weapons like this, It would be even more important not to leave Luo Chong behind. It was never a good idea to provoke such an enemy. Shuang took another bow and arrow from Luo Chong, but couldn't see what it was for. On the side, Xiao Dai took the longbow and looked at it, and pulled the bowstring again. Feeling a little strained, pulling that string required a lot of strength. Look, it's made of twine. They can roll twine too, Xiao Dai said as she boomed and pulled the bowstring as if she were playing a piano, as if she thought it was a musical instrument. Damn it, Laozi's longbow, releasing the empty string will damage the bow. Luo Chong looked at Xiaodia's ignorant behavior. He had an urge to slap her to death, but unfortunately, he was hung in the net by a few big old men. He had absolutely no place to send his power. For her part, Shou drew a feathered arrow from an arrow pot, and looking at the feathers stuck to the end of the arrow, the straight shaft, and the equally sharp and pointy bronze arrowhead, she could be pretty sure that it was a weapon as well, but she had no idea how to use such a small spear. This didn't even see that bows and arrows are meant to be used together. Shuang took the longbow again, looked at the bowstring made of twine on it, and asked Luo Chong, "What is this for?" Although Luo Chong did not understand what she said, but look at them both, mother and father in that study half a day did not understand. Do not have to think to know what she asked. "You, let me go and I'll tell you." Luo Chong dangled in the net, gesturing as he did so. Shuang also couldn't understand Luo Chang's speech, but she also knew that Luo Chong wanted to come out. She didn't say anything, but took out a handful of hemp grass from the large basket carried by the horned deer on the side. "Why did you steal our hemp grass? I didn't see anyone around, so how do I know this is yours?" Luo Chong used a gesture that he didn't see anyone at the time. Luo Chang's words Shuang did not understand too well, but by looking at the gestures, he could also guess a generalization. And at this moment, Shuang was still thinking about how exactly to deal with Luo Chong. It was at this time that the swimmer in the other net spoke. "We didn't see anyone when we were picking these grasses. We didn't know they were yours. You'd better let us go. We're both chiefs of the tribe. If you capture us, your tribe will be finished." The surrounding braided tribesmen were stunned when they heard this. "How do you know the words of our tribe?" Shantae asked in surprise. Looking at the side of this guy who caused himself to fall into the net actually communicated with the other side. Luo Chong is again want to whip him, and admire him. This guy will be so many tribal language. Thank you to my friend 20180913115233701, Ghosts of Yao and Shun, Little Moo. Thank you for your rewarding support, and thank you for feeding us, showing teeth, and thank you to all the bookworms who voted. So keep voting tomorrow. Chapter 104, AMU. You can't let go. I'm the leader of the U tribe. Vo, I've been to your tribe before, but I was young then so you don't remember me. We leaders of the U tribe all have to learn a lot of tribal words because we often make deals with foreign tribes. Yu Vo explained. Yu Fu this point is not to say big words. He does know a lot of tribal language, although each tribe has its own vernacular. But in fact these vernacular is more like a dialect of a language. Living area close to the human race. They evolved the language is actually similar. Just like mom. For example, all the other names in the world are pretty much the same. Ama, mother, mum, mom, mother, even mom, and I. All these calls are actually pronounced pretty much the same way. The traveling tribe is extremely good at this. They are good at distinguishing the similar parts of these native languages. Plus they have been wandering around and have had a lot of contact with foreigners, so they are very good at languages. And those who can become chiefs know the most languages. Shuang thought about it for a while. A Yu tribe did come here 2 years ago, so she was sure of Fu's identity, but she was still a bit confused about Luo Chang's identity, so she continued to ask, "What about him? Is he also from your Yu tribe? Why did you say he is also the chief?" "He's not from our Yu tribe. He's the leader of the Han tribe. They have a lot of people in their tribe, not less than yours, and they have weapons that are more powerful than spears. You'd better not leave him behind or your tribe will be finished, and the clansmen of our two tribes will surely come for us." Yu Fu looked at the number of people around the braided tribe, and first told Shuang about Luo Chang's identity, and finally gave a warning to Xiao Dai. Shuang heard Luo Chang's tribe actually has so many people, already want to put Luo Chong away. Two tribes with about the same number of people fighting. In the end it is likely to lose both. This is not what Shuang hoped to see. And listen to the meaning of the swim volts. The Han tribe seems to be very powerful, but as soon as Xiao Dai heard that she couldn't leave Luo Chong behind, she instantly stopped. "There are quite a few of us in the tribe. We're not afraid. What other weapon could he have that's more powerful than a spear? That short spear? Look, it's not even far to throw. You're lying. I'm going to leave him behind." Xiao Dai thought that the powerful weapon that Fu said was those arrows of Luo Chong. In fact, it was not wrong to understand it that way, only that she didn't know how to use the arrows. so she threw the arrows as if they were throwing spears, and the result of course was that they couldn't be thrown far. Yu Fu looked at Xiaodia's spiteful appearance, just snorted without saying anything, and did not tell her what in the end that thing is. In fact, Yu Fu himself is not very clear, when he only saw Luo Chong shot the arrow to his feet, and that arrow was fired with a bow, but the specific method he is not clear. Luo Chong watched Xiaodai's actions. His anger hurt his heart as well as his liver, and he didn't know what this guy Yu Fu said to her, and the girl threw her own arrows away in anger. Xiaodai looked at Yu Fu's disdainful snort and was even angrier than Luo Chong. You're lying. You're lying. I'm going to keep him. Xuan didn't fool around like Xiaodai, and she was very sensible, although she didn't recognize the bow and arrow, but just from that copper spear, she could see the power of it. The copper spear is very sharp. The weapon is good. It means that there will be no lack of food. There is no lack of food, then the population will definitely not be less. Plus the copper crown on Luo Chang's head. Xuan is very sure that Luo Chong is the leader of a big tribe. Xuan pulled the tantrum, throwing Xiaodai to a halt, and continued to ask at Yu Fu, if you two are the chiefs, then why did you come to steal our hemp grass? It's not that I want it, it's that he wants this hemp grass, but they don't have it near their tribe, so they asked me to find it for them, and he said that if I found it, he'd give me a horned beast, but I only knew that there was one here, and I didn't know that it was yours yet, so I brought him here. Yu Fu continued, oh, what do you need hemp grass for? To make this thing? Xuan took the hemp grass and asked Luo Chong while gesturing, and also pointed at the longbow bowstring in Xiaodia's hand. No, I want to plant. Luo Chong shook his head, pointing first to the ground and then to the hemp field in the distance. Oh, you know how to grow it too? Then what do you grow these hemp grass for? Xuan suddenly became interested. She didn't realize that there were other tribes that knew how to grow hemp grass. You don't have to ask. Just let us out. If we don't go back by sundown today, the clansmen of our two tribes will be looking for us tomorrow. Yu Fu urged Xuan to release them. Little Butterfly was about to have another attack when she heard this, and Xuan pulled her back. I can let you guys go, but you destroyed our tribe's hemp grass, and we'll have a lot less this year. So how are you going to compensate us? Compensation? What compensation? What compensation do you want? Yu Fu asked in surprise. He hadn't really thought about any compensation. We can't let them go. I'm going to keep him as a man. As soon as Xiaodai heard that Xuan wanted to release the men, she immediately became anxious. We can't leave him behind. He's the leader of another tribe. We can't leave a leader behind. Xuan advised to Dai. Hey, what exactly do you want compensation for? Hurry up and say it. After giving it, quickly let us go. Yu Fu impatiently urged. He now already regretted bringing Luo Chong here. He did not know if Luo Chong would still give him pottery and horned beasts when he went back this time. We're leaving behind these weapons, and the horned beasts. Xuan thought for a moment and said, pointing at Luo Chang's bow and arrows and golden spear, as well as the horned beasts. No way. That's not mine. He won't give it to you either. We won't agree. Yu Fu said without even thinking about it. Jokingly, he still wanted these things himself. The key is Luo Chong will give it. Luo Chong looked at Xuan, pointing at her weapon and the horned deer. So he asked Yu Fu suspiciously, what are you talking about? What does she want? Yu Fu explained. She said we destroyed their hemp grass and wanted to leave weapons and horned deer as compensation. What the hell? How did we ruin her hemp grass? I cut it all straight, and didn't uproot it for her, and want to leave the old man's stuff. No way. Luo Chong heard very angry. Not just a few grasses. Even if the compensation is not possible to use so many things, he felt that the other side, this is blackmail. It is touching the porcelain. But Luo Chong suddenly felt where it is not right, so he continued to ask, did she just say we destroyed their hemp fields? Do they only pick hemp grass once a year? You go ask her. Luo Chong voiced the doubts in his mind. Yu Fu didn't know what Luo Chong meant and could only help Luo Chong translate. Chief Han said that we didn't destroy your hemp grass, and he also asked if you pick hemp grass once a year. Sang was also stunned at this question. Wasn't Raimi harvested once a year? Luo Chong didn't even need to wait for her to answer. Just by looking at Xuan's expression, he knew that they didn't know anything about Raimi's growth habits. So he said with a clear conscience, Val, you tell them that I won't give either the weapons or the horned deer, and that I'm going to keep picking the hemp grass, and that I can show them a way to harvest it 5 times a year in exchange. Will that do? Listen to me and just say it. So Yu Fu repeated Luo Chang's words, and the people of the surrounding braided tribes were immediately shocked. Hemp grass can be harvested 5 times a year? Isn't that a direct quintupling? This method is indeed worth money. It is important to realize that the tribes cultivated Raimi grass not only for the use of their own tribes, but they also traded the linen cloth and twine with other tribes, sometimes for food and sometimes for people. There are actually very few feminist tribes around here, and most of them are reluctant to send their boys to one such feminist tribe. so the braided tribes sometimes pay a price, exchanging their own production of hemp fabric for boys. Therefore, the production of hemp grass can be said to determine the development of the braided tribe. But if they could really pick it 5 times a year as Luo Cheng said, then the braided tribe would not be short of hemp grass at all. So Luo Chang's method of picking it 5 times would be very tempting to them. Put them down, Rang said to his people with a wave of his hand. Can't let go. Ouch. The budding author makes another plea for votes. Chapter 105, Snubbing. Then snubbing, seeking recommendations and favorites. Xiao Dai didn't agree to release Luo Cheng. But how could the men listen to her? And with 7 hands and 8 feet, they released the 2. Luo Cheng stood up and straightened his animal skin skirt, reaching toward Shang and pointing again at those weapons he had. First you tell us how to pick hemp grass 5 times, then I'll give you the weapon. Shuang looked at Luo Cheng and said, Luo Cheng cannot understand, but do not have to think also know what she means. Now is not the time to soften. They must take the initiative to grasp the negotiation. Now the poker game. Luo Cheng mastered the technology of picking hemp 5 times a year. It is equivalent to the king of the bomb. With the king of the bomb is still afraid of a hare. Now it should be the compilation of tribes to beg him right. Luo Cheng didn't say anything, but looked at Shuang confidently and firmly. The 2 of them stared at each other for 2 minutes. Luo Cheng didn't even blink his eyes. Nor did he say anything. He just stretched out his hand flat like that and looked at Shuang. Shuang finally lost the battle. She was stared by Luo Cheng. She felt that it was not like human eyes. Ah, no, it is not like an 11-year-old should have eyes. The eyes are cold, scary, and confident, as if dominating everything, as if she did not give him a weapon first. The next second will be a tragic death on the spot. So she from the heart of the give him back his weapon. Shuang turned her head to the clansman behind her, in effect escaping the pressure of Luo Cheng's sight. The clansman of the braided tribe handed Luo Cheng the golden spear, as well as his pot of arrows, and the released Yufu also picked up the arrow that Xiao Dai had thrown out. Luo Cheng stroked the feathers on the end of the arrow, and then turned his gaze to Xiao Dai, who was holding the longbow, who gamely hid the longbow behind her back and twisted her head to hum. Little Dai, give that back to him. This time, there was no need for Luo Cheng to say anything else, as Shuang took the initiative and started talking. Xiao Dai twisted her head back with tearful eyes and handed the bow to Luo Cheng, but did not let go. Shuang was her mother, but also the chief. Her words Xiao Dai didn't dare to disobey, but Xiao Dai was still angry at Yufu for looking down on her. She was curious to know what the weapon that was more powerful than a spear was, and her intuition told her that it must have something to do with the stick that was tied with twine. Luo Cheng took the longbow, but held it for a moment before taking it back. Then he heard Xiao Dai ask, "Can you tell me what this is for? If you tell me, I'll give it to you." Luo Cheng looked at her inexplicably and looked to the side at Yufu. What did she say? She said for you to tell her how it works and she'll give it to you. Oh, Luo Cheng looked at Xiao Dai again and nodded. And only then did Xiao Dai let go. Then Luo Cheng took out a piece of white insect wax from a small bag on the side of the arrow pot and applied it on the bowstring for a few times. The bowstring was just released by Xiao Dai, who put the empty string on it, and it was all hairy. Then Luo Cheng drew out another arrow and looked around for a suitable target. Xiao Dai and Shuang as well as Yufu were all watching carefully. Just then, Luo Cheng suddenly saw a small boar not far away that was suspended by a net. Still alive. Struggling in the net just like himself just now. Luo Cheng looked at the corners of his mouth, then pointed at the small boar and asked if he could attack that. Shantae nodded. That would have been food caught today and it was fine to get it killed. The boar was hanging almost 30 meters away from Luo Cheng, still struggling, but it had little effect. Luo Cheng raised his bow and strung his arrow, 3 fingers pulling on the string, barely aiming before letting go. Clang whoosh. The sound of the bowstring being released rang out, and the feathered arrow with a bronze arrowhead flew out instantly. And the few people staring at Luo Cheng had a flash before their eyes before they all turned their heads to look in the direction the arrow flew out. The distance of 30 meters was in the twinkling of an eye. The sharp bronze arrowheads easily penetrated the flesh on the side of the little boar's body, coupled with the powerful through force of the close range. The arrow flew out directly from the other side of the little boar's body and nailed on a wooden pillar behind it with a dough sound. The boar instantly howled miserably. Then 2 tiny columns of blood soared out from both sides of its body. Its madly twitching body soon became motionless, and a puddle of blood was left on the ground. Luo Cheng's arrow had actually pierced through the boar's heart from the side of its body. Wow! So that's how it works. This thing is awesome. Little Butterfly wasn't scared at all when she saw the dead pig. Instead she exclaimed over the weapon's artifact. Shuang was equally shocked. It turned out that this is a kind of weapon that is paired together and used together. And it is also very powerful. If that boar is replaced with a human being, Shuang didn't dare to think any further. More critical is the number of arrows. An arrow a life words. Just Luo Chang's pot of arrows there are 40 or 50. more than the men of their tribe. If Luo Chang's clan are so equipped, Rang was starting to get scared. She had realized the great thing about this weapon was the quantity. The arrows were not as bulky as spears. One person could carry dozens of them. What a horrible weapon. Must not cross paths with that Han tribe. Luo Chong secretly skimmed a few people, saw the surprise and fear on their faces. Couldn't help but heartily slander, or this be pretend comfort. Do not give you a little force deterrent. Still think that the old man like that pig is good to catch. This time you should be afraid of it. As for the matter that they would imitate the bow and arrow, Luo Chong did not think about it at all. Making a bow and arrow is not such a simple technique. Just to find the right material is very laborious. Especially the straight arrow shaft. Luo Chong is just lucky to be able to utilize the cannibal tree's sharp spikes. If you make your own arrow shafts, you can't build a few arrows in monkeys' years and months. Luo Chong pulled back the arrow, wiped it with the grass leaves of Rami and put it back into the arrow pot. Then turned around and led the horned deer in the direction of the hemp field. Where are you going? You still haven't told us the way to pick hemp grass 5 times. Xuan hurriedly called out as she saw Luo Chong leaving. Luo Chong heard the shouts and turned his head to look at Yu Fu. She said you haven't taught them to pick hemp grass. Go to Asada. How can I teach here? Tell them to teach in Asada. Luo Chong said and continued walking. Then the group of people followed Luo Chong to the hemp field, and once again came to the place where Luo Chong started cutting the hemp grass. Waiting for several people have reached Luo Chang's side. Only then did he point to the hemp grass on the ground and said, collect hemp grass, don't pull it directly. You have to cut it down from this place. It won't take long for it to grow again. Before the water freezes, at least you can collect it like this for 5 times, or 6 times. The hemp grass is a very fast grower. Even if you cut it off, it will grow out again. On the side of the Yufu consciously give Luo Chong as a translator. The surrounding compilation of tribal people are very surprised. They used to be directly plucked, and only once a year to collect. How do you know that there is also this kind of operation? You're telling the truth? It's that simple? Shantae asked in surprise. Luo Chong nodded affirmatively when he heard Yufu's translation. How do you know that you've grown hemp grass before? Shantae continued to ask. Aha, I grew it when I was a kid. Luo Chong continued to nod his head. But of course it was a lie. He planted when he was a kid. There was no Rami around the Han tribe. But he couldn't say that or he wouldn't be able to explain it. Then what did you come to cut our hemp grass for? To take it back and grow it? What do you plant hemp grass for? Shuang asked curiously. Weaving cloth, like the one on you. Luo Chong pointed to the hemp clothes of the garment. And you can weave? This sentence was asked by Xiao Dai. Not to mention her. Even Shang was surprised to hear Yufu's translation. She didn't expect Luo Chong to actually know how to weave as well. That's for sure. I can also weave better cloth, wider and denser than your kind. Luo Chong glanced at the linen cloth they were wearing. TSK, it was about the same as a mesh sieve. Just this is called cloth? Then can you teach us? Shuang didn't doubt that Luo Chong was lying to her. Luo Chang's bronze weapons, bow and arrows, and the horned deer used for riding, all indicated that Luo Chang's tribe knew more productive skills, so she chose to believe it straight away. No, I only teach my own people unless you join my tribe, and I've already made an exception this time by telling you how to pick hemp grass. Law Khan, who had just been released from the net, was back to snubbing people for his tribe. Thank you for the support of the book friend Roadrunner 2 book friend Little Moo reward. Thank you Old Iron. Also thank you for the recommended votes of the relatives. You do not just vote go to the comments section to sign in. To the roll then a heart also thank you for your support Chapter 106, Let's Plant Rice Seedlings, begging for recommendations and favorites. Joining another tribe was out of the question, especially a male-dominated one, and Shine had never thought about it. Besides, she had never seen Luo Chang's weaving skills with her own eyes, much less any finished linen on him, so it was impossible for Shang to make a decision easily. Then forget it, we won't be joining your tribe, Shantae said, shaking her head. Luo Chong spread his hands to show that it didn't matter. He just wanted to arouse Shuang's interest, and he didn't think about the other party directly joining his tribe. Nearly an hour had passed since they were captured, and the leaves of the previously harvested Rami were wilting. So Luo Chong cupped water from the brook and drenched it on them while saying to the Yufu next to him, tell them that I told them about the method of harvesting the hemp, and now I'm going to continue harvesting and fill these baskets and take them away, so that they'll agree to it. Yufu translated the original words. Xuan thought about it and agreed. This is what she had promised to exchange before. She had no reason and did not dare to refuse. Only, she had other ideas. Chief Han, you can have the hemp grass, but can we trade things with your tribe later? Luo Chong twisted his head to look at Shuang, and then looked at the braided tribal clansman behind her, smiled and said, yes, but our tribe only wants people. Men, if your tribe doesn't want them, you can trade those boys to my tribe for something. My tribe is just over there. a sundown walk away. And there's a buckskin hanging in the sky with this Han on it. And there's my tribe. Shuang nodded his head to show understanding. Luo Chong is also not in the nonsense. Began to harvest hemp grass with Yufu two people. Just now more anxious. Really did not pick how much. Now naturally another wave of crazy harvest. After 20 minutes, all 4 baskets were filled. But Luo Chong did not cut from the bottom this time. He cut from the top part of the shoots, so that he could use the limited number of 4 baskets to pack more rainy seedlings back. After drenching these rainy seedlings with water again, Luo Chong set up the large baskets on the backs of the deer, and the 2 men brought over 4 deer, 2 mounted in 2 humped baskets. Luo Chong stepped in the stirrups and rolled over onto the deer, and Xiao Dai, who was standing on the side, suddenly grabbed the reins. Can you not go? Luo Chong looked to Yufu next to him. Yufu had a knowing smile. She said she wanted to keep you as her man and asked if you could stay. Luo Chong listened to the translation. Tender face red. He just hung in the net but did not understand a word of what Xiao Dai said. Simply did not know that this little girl is this idea words. Xiao Dai seems to be a year older than Luo Chong. I have my own people. I can't stay here. Luo shook his head seriously from. When little butterfly heard Yufu's translation, tears sprang up in her eyes, and holding her mouth, she asked aggressively, so do you have a name? My name is Little Butterfly. What's your name? Can you tell me? Han tribe. Luo Chong. Luo Chong yanked back the reins in Xiodia's hand, clamped his legs around the horned deer, and leaped out with a driving sound. Then how are we going to get to your tribe later? We don't know your Han characters, Dai shouted from behind. Instead of stopping, Luo Chong drew an arrow, bent his bow and shot it 2 meters in front of Xiao Dai, and then ran away on the deer without looking back. Xiao Dai trotted 2 steps and pulled out the feathered arrow. She carefully looked at it twice and finally found 2 square symbols on the wooden shaft at the end of the arrow. One side was Han and the other side was Chong. AMU. This totem is the same as the one on his head. Xiao Dai took the arrow shaft and pointed it out to Shuang. She didn't know what it was and thought it was a Han tribe totem. Keep it. Don't break it. Let's try to see if we can make the same weapon out of it. This one is just too powerful. Tur Volvo and Luo Chong 2 curry deer galloped. Deer do not stop hoofing rushed back to the Han tribe. To the place from the dark almost 3 hours. Tur Volvo cannot help but lament that, or riding a deer to go fast on the north bank of the artificial river. The clansmen of the Yuan Han tribes had already reclaimed a small piece of cultivated land, about 5 acres, and Luo Chong used a shovel to draw a ridge on the ground, so that the clansmen could insert these rainy seedlings directly into the soil, and then poured some water on them. Chief, what is being planted this time? Is it also food? The rat witch and the elder also came to Luo Chang's side. No, it's for making rope for clothes. Clothes? What are clothes? It was the first time the elder had heard the word. It's something you wear on your body. The animal skin clothes we wear in winter are clothes. With this grass you can also make clothes, but it's very thin. It's clothes you wear in summer. Luo Chong explained to them. The clansmen nodded as they learned a new word. Clothes, and what they wore was clothes. The Tur tribe's mission is completed. Came to find Luo Chong to ask for payment. Although the middle of the change, but Luo Chong did not renege on his word. Gave them a pottery pot, 10 pottery bowls. The horned beasts can only choose one. The Tur of the Volts directly asked for the horned deer that he rode today, but also laughed and said with it is already familiar with it. As for the matter of the 2 people being captured alive by the braided tribe, the 2 people very tacitly did not even mention it. There is nothing to say about this matter. The 2 people are the head of a tribe. There is no benefit in speaking out about being captured alive. On the contrary, it is easy to lower their prestige in the tribe. Early the next morning, the Yu tribe took leave of the Han tribe. Chief Han, I'll see you at the Dream Valley Spring meeting. I hope to see you then. Don't miss the time. Yu Fu patted Luo Chang's arm. Yes, we will definitely go. And maybe we'll have another chance to work together. Luo Chong also shot a few downstream volts. Goodbye, friend. Bye. The 2 tribesmen waved goodbye to each other. Luo Chong watched the Yu tribe's group disappearing in the distance. His eyes were a bit out of focus. He also wanted to go out on an adventure with the Yu tribe. He also had a restless heart. Chief, do we have any plans for today? The elder walked to Luo Chang's side and called out to him from behind. Oh, Luo Chang looked back at the elder and then at the rice paddies and asked, the rice is on its first few days today. Ha? Oh, let's see. It must be 17 sunsets. Elder counted on his fingers. Luo Chang looked at the sky again. Today is a cloudy weather, but also a little stuffy. This is the air pressure is low. The air moisture is large. It is likely to rain, but the rain in the spring, that is, the rain is also not big. But such weather is suitable for transplanting rice seedlings. Transplanting is the transplanting and planting of rice. which involves pulling the seedlings out of the nursery and inserting them into the field. And this is best done on a cloudy day, or the seedlings are likely to die in the sun. The general seedling transplantation should be carried out from the seed germination 20 days, now only 17 days. A little early, but the seedlings are rising well. There are already 5 or 6 leaves. A single plant has been a foot high. This time transplantation is no problem, and suitable for transplantation of the weather cannot be touched. Take advantage of today's cloudy day. It is today to do it. Today we are transplanting rice seedlings. All adult clansmen should participate. First let the men go and dig all the gaps in the aqueducts and start putting water into the big fields. Chief, what's a plug? Chapter 107, The Clansman's Questioning, Seeking Recommendations and Favorites. Rice planting is. Don't you see that these rice are growing very densely right now? They won't be able to grow much like this, so we need to give it a bigger place so that each of them grows separately. That's transplanting rice. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said in the easiest way to understand. The elder nodded in understanding and began to gather the clan to get their respective tools to work. The men carried copper shovels and dug a few gaps in every ditch, and the water from the artificial river rushed into the rice fields, and in less than an hour, those places became artificial swampy areas. Luo Chong, on the other hand, led the women to start the seedlings up out of the previous life of Luo Chong simply never planted the ground. He did not know how to get, so he had to use the most primitive method, digging with his hands, in order not to damage the roots of the seedlings, directly into the mud inside the hand. The seedlings rooted out, and then divided into a handful of handfuls on one side. Hundreds of people together to plan less than 3 acres of land, quickly planed out. The barrel side also according to Luo Chang's request. With a ruler measured cut a bunch of 40 centimeters long sticks, used to insert seedlings when mastering row spacing. After getting ready, everyone went to eat breakfast first, and then came over as a group to learn rice planting from Luo Chong. Watch this, everyone. Hold the root of the seedling with 2 fingers and stick it directly inside the mud. Make sure you stick it straight up and down, not crooked, and stick it in the mud or the seedling will die. Then measure it with the little stick you were given and stick the next one in. Luo Chong repeatedly emphasized inserted straight. Inserted into the mud inside 2 points. As long as to do these 2 points, at least seedlings can live. This is what he can think of the most. Other precautions he does not know. Everyone said they understood, but there were also questions. Chief, can this grass really be eaten? Even if it can be eaten, it doesn't have the meat to relieve your hunger. A man from the original Black Rat tribe asked. As soon as he finished his words, everyone looked at Luo Chong. It was obvious that everyone wanted to know this question. It was just that no one had dared to ask it all along. If Luo Chong engaged in farming, they can understand. After all, that is real, visible meat but also access to fur, more and more animals, but also do not have to take the risk of hunting. Everyone is very enthusiastic about farming, but the matter of planting crops is not understood by everyone. Planting peanuts, the clansmen did not object. The Han tribe's clansmen did not dare to object, and they believed in the chief, and the Black Rat tribe did not object. That's because they had eaten peanuts. But rice is what no one has ever eaten. People have not even seen it. How can they know the importance of rice? They feel that Luo Chong wasted so much time on planting rice is not worth it. That's why they ask this question. Luo Chong is not angry. Can have so many people unconditionally with him to do until now? He has been very happy. Engage in innovation. Engage in reform has never been inseparable from the questioning and opposition. Even primitive people are no exception. He has this preparation in mind. Looking at everyone, looking at himself, Luo Chong spoke with a smile on his face and said, "This grass is indeed not eaten by people. What we eat is the seeds it bears." Stone, go and bring that bag of rice seeds to show everyone. Stone ran back to the cave to get the remaining 22 pounds of rice seed, and when he got it back, Luo Chong grabbed a handful of rice from the bag and showed it to everyone. This is the seed that rice bears. The name is called paddy. Remove the skin of this is what we can eat, called rice. Rice is very hard to be put in a pot to cook before eating. The flavor is very good. Everyone first go to work. Put the seedlings are inserted. I'll use these paddy to cook a pot of rice for everyone. A moment later you all eat a little bit to see if it's good to eat. Cannot top the fullness. In the face of Luo Chang's laying out the facts and reasoning, everyone had nothing to say, and they all went to work, ready to come back in a while to try the thing called rice. Seriously, just this 22 pounds of seeds, Luo Chong really cannot afford. But there is no way. He needs the clansmen on the importance of rice. This is the future of the staple food for everyone. The farming era. The people, but the food is more important than the life of the people. The clansmen took small wooden sticks and seedlings and went to plant rice seedlings according to Luo Chang's method. The elder and the mouse which followed Luo Chong. They were too old to play with their waste. At the moment the two of them were more interested in knowing how to make rice. Unlike wheat, which needs to be ground into flour, rice just needs to be hulled. And the method of hulling rice is not grinding or milling, but smashing. When the ancients did not have modern machinery, they chiseled a groove in the stone, put the rice in the groove, and then used a stone hammer to smash the rice, which was also called mortar rice. Later, there are people invented a use of leverage principle of the stone hammer. They installed the stone hammer in a teeter-totter like thick wooden stick. Labor, people only need to keep stepping on the wooden stick. The other end of the wooden stick stone hammer will keep raising and lowering the stone mortar in the rice smashed off the shell. Luo Chong didn't have any of these right now, so he found a thicker altar and used a wooden stick to pound rice in the altar. Just like pounding medicine. Inside the altar was filled with a ceramic bowl of rice, almost 2 pounds, was pounded by a wooden stick banging. Not long after the hull was removed, the inside of the rice into brown rice. The husk is the rice bran, which can also be used to feed the livestock. It seems to be still fine material. This is rice? Mousewitch grabbed a handful for a closer look, and squeezed it, and it was indeed hard. Yes, it's hard, isn't it? You have to cook it before you can eat it, Luo Chong said with a smile. Then he put this brown rice into an earthenware pot and washed it with water, and put it on the fire to cook in the ratio of rice to water 1:2. Chief, is this cooking rice soup? With so little rice in it, can it fill people up? Mousewitch asked skeptically as she looked at the rice that merely covered the bottom of the pot. Rice is hard when it's dry, but when it's cooked with water it softens and gets bigger. Just these rice. When you boil the water in it dry it will become a pot of rice. By then there's no more water in the pot. There's only dry rice that gets bigger and softer, Luo Chong explained. And the rice gets bigger? The elder and the rat witch said in unison. They were surprised. It was the first time they had heard of food that would get bigger. It would be nice if the meat could also get bigger when placed in water. Some of the children from the tribe also gathered around. A strong aroma of rice emerged from the clay pot in no time, making the surrounding children gulp non-stop. Luo Chong was also very excited. What a familiar flavor. It's been a long time since I've eaten rice. It didn't take long. While Luo Chong was cooking, the clansmen also finished planting the seedlings, but the 64 acres of rice paddies that Luo Chong had expected. In the end, only 59 acres were planted before there were no more seedlings. It seemed that there was a problem with the germination rate of the seeds, and the 22 pounds of seeds that Luo Chong had scattered didn't germinate all the way through. And maybe some of them hadn't yet grown at that time when the wild rice was being picked. More than 100 men and women inserted 59 acres of seedlings. The speed is really fast. Each person is responsible for an average of only 13 meters wide, 25 meters long a piece of land, and still 40 centimeters spacing. Not much time at all. By the time the clansmen had returned from washing their hands, they too smelled the rice. Is that rice cooking in this pot? It smells so good. Just this one pot? It's not enough to eat. Nonsense. Can't you see there's only that one bag in total? Cooking it all wouldn't be enough for us to have a meal. The chief is just letting us try it out to see if it's good. What does this rice really look like? It smells good. It's open. It's open. Wow. It's rice. It's so white. It's beautiful. What's the use of just looking good? It's only good if you can eat it. I want to try it. Don't even crowd me. Luo Chong took the cooked rice and served it on top of a small water jar that was upside down on the ground, with a large set of chopsticks in a bowl next to it. Now we don't have much rice. Everyone can only have a small bite each. All stand in line. Everyone gets a share, Luo Chong said as he sat next to the rice and looked at the clansmen. The clansmen quickly stood in line and each took a bite of rice with their chopsticks and put it in their mouths to eat. It smells so good. This rice still has a sweet flavor after a few chews. It's so good. I want more. The clansmen in the back who didn't get to eat became even more anxious when they heard this, and urged the ones in front to hurry up. Well, it's soft and flavorful, and it's not as fishy as fish, and it's still sweet to chew. I didn't think grass could actually grow such a good thing. Chief, how many grasses? Ah, no. How many of that rice would it take to grow that much in this pot of rice? The clan member who had just asked Luo Chong a question asked again. He had just eaten the rice and found it delicious as well. He just didn't know what the yield was like. Well, it's my first time planting rice too. For this pot of rice, it should take 3 or 4 rice plants to grow that much, Luo Chong estimated and said. So much. This pot of rice can feed several people for one meal. Right. So is it true that if we plant one plant of that grass, we can top one meal? It's good stuff. And so tasty. A nearby clan member who was better at counting immediately did so. Wow. Just planting one like that can top a meal. Where did the chief find this rice? One pot of rice was scrambled for by more than 300 adults and children, and those who ate it were talking about how delicious it was, although it was only dry rice. To the tribesmen, who ate meat and drank soup every day, this fragrant and light food was even more delicious than meat. After the clansmen who could do the math discussed the yield of rice, the tribe's just risen skepticism towards Luo Chong dissipated in the blink of an eye, and instead, because Luo Chong found rice and advocated rice cultivation, his prestige among the clansmen rose once again. Thanks to my friend Sorrowful Shin, the boy who bluffed the tiger, Little Moo. Book friend 20180913122908427. Sito Kondo, the reward support. Thanks to all the old timers. And thank you to everyone who voted for recommendations. I hope you continue to vote hard. And don't forget that character Beefheart. Chapter 108, Luxurious Opentop Oxcart, seeking favorites and recommendations. After everyone was sure about planting rice, Luo Chong went to inspect the paddy fields again, and straightened those that were not inserted properly again, and then started to do something else. The men were assigned out: lumbering, catching chickens, hunting, smelting copper, making pottery, and doing carpentry. Women fired brick kilns, fished, grazed livestock, and refined salt mines. The method of refining salt ore is similar to that of boiling nitrate before, smashing the mineral salt first, then diluting and dissolving it with water, then filtering it a few times to remove impurities, and finally boiling the filtrate and evaporating the crystals, making white salt not only for their own tribes to use, but in addition to be used to make deals with others. The spring meeting is something Luo Chong attaches great importance to. Of course, he is not going to find women, but want to make deals with those strange tribes, and the commodities that he prepared the most are white salt and pottery, which are the necessities of every tribe, and there is no worry about selling them at all. The other thing you need to have on hand is a large vehicle. How else can you bring so much merchandise so far away? Wood Dolphin, how are those 4 wheels I asked you to make coming along? Luo Chong asked as he walked over to where they were doing carpentry. Chief, those wheels are done. 2 big ones and 2 small ones. The wood is all thickened. There are no tree scars on them. They are all made to your specifications. 28 thick clockwork per wheel. Wooden Dolphin pointed to the 4 wheels and introduced them. Well, not bad. It's an improvement over the carts made before. Luo Chong praised affirmatively. Chief, why did you have us make wheels that were big and small? Are these the wheels of 2 cars? Asked a puzzled Beryl from the side. It's a wheel of a car. Didn't I say it's a 4-wheeler? Luo Chong explained with a smile. Then why aren't they the same size? And if wheels like that were put on a car, wouldn't the car be crooked? The Beryl continued to ask. No, the 2 sets of wheels are not configured right and left, but front and rear. The 2 larger ones are in a set, mounted at the rear, and are mainly used for load bearing. The 2 smaller ones are in a set, and are placed in front of the body, which is a little shorter in height than the body, and are not dead wheels fastened to the body, but are live wheels used for steering. The Wooden Barrel and the Wooden Dolphin listened to Luo Chang's explanation and were surprised out loud. It can still be like this? Of course. In this world, only you dare not think of. There is no we dare not build. In fact, I said this kind of car. It is more like a trailer. This kind of 4-wheeled trailer load capacity. And the steering is very flexible, but also maximize the pulling of livestock to save energy. Very good use. In the future we use to transport goods is mainly this kind of car. This time to build a car you guys must learn well this time. You guys must learn well, and strive to build better cars yourselves in the future. Luo Chong cheered for them. Yes, Chief. The crowd from the carpentry group replied in unison. The members of the carpentry group now have a dozen people. The main or master level are just a few. All of them are Luo Chong single-handedly brought out, although they will not be able to do anything on their own, but they are the earliest batch of people who have already learned to look at the rulers, and can listen to and understand Luo Chang's requirements. The others were teenagers chosen later from the entire clan, and their main job now was to help out, helping a couple of master craftsmen flick ink lines and saw logs, learning dimensions and math along the way to gain experience. The big car is also loaded with many bronze parts on it to increase the structural strength and service life because of its complex structure, wheel axis, and the head of the axle. The frame of the connecting parts are a large number of use of bronze parts to fix, especially the front wheels of the drag steering structure, and the rear body of the main frame of the connecting parts. Here is not only the use of bronze, the use of grease used to lubricate the use of grease to be able to do so. The sturdy front frame, with a slightly narrower wheelbase than the distance between the rear wheels, is topped by a small platform with a towing hook to hook the rear frame up and connect it together, and at the very front of the front frame is a thick, upwardly curved, T-shaped stick of wood just over the entire median of the body, and when in use, an ox is lashed to one side on either side of this stick to give power to the vehicle. The main frame of the rear body is a bucket with a car bang on all 4 sides, like a modern pickup truck rear bucket, and the front of the body has a relatively high driver's seat that can easily seat 2 people side by side, and sit high vision is also better, because the cattle pulling the cart shoulder height are 2 meters out of the head. If the driver's seat is too short, the front view will be blocked by the 2 cows, which is very unfavorable to the people who drive the cart. With Luo Chang's command and coordination in all aspects, this big car took 3 days to make. Hard oak made axles and wheels. Softer red pine made the main frame and stable, but also shock absorbing. Cedar made the bucket. There is also a wooden skeleton on top of it. The animal skin mast awning, but also waterproof to prevent the transportation of the white salt from dissolving in the water. The front of the car and then set on 2 stout black cattle. That is a luxury. That is a beautiful. Luo Chong dared to proudly say, on this a wooden wheeled cattle car, in this primitive era. Then the head of the car hung a bull's head of the Lamborghini are not the slightest bit weak. What Rolls Royce? What Maserati? All weak. Put in this no highway. No gasoline in this place is it's a waste of money. The chief is really powerful. He actually managed to build something that powerful. What's it called? Call a cart, an ox cart, a 4-wheeler. This cart can pull quite a lot of stuff. Right. And there's an animal skin tent on top to keep out the sun and rain. It's beautiful. You see, to that car head above a sit, hand holding a long whip, yell twice, swing a few whip, their own do not have to make efforts, can pull away so much stuff? This is a god weapon Hey, why do you think the chief is so powerful? Smarter than our wizard, making so many good things. He became the chief because of his smarts. Right. Otherwise how powerful can he be as a little kid? Don't say that. I heard that our chief is also very good at fighting. Just the tallest longest one inside the tribe. Vigorous. He can't even beat the chief. The chief put him down in one go. Seriously, the chief is as good at fighting as he is at being smart? SHHHH. I'll tell you guys something. Don't you dare say it. Aha, come on you. I even heard our witch say once that the chief was a god. God. For all, really? Do you still remember that time a few days ago when the chief took us to open up the mountain to dig for salt? That much power is what we ordinary people can do. I also heard that at that time the big tree dug the chief out from the earth. The chief is a god who can control the earth. Otherwise how do you know that food can grow in the earth? And that stones can be burned to make copper? Well, you've got a bit of a point there B. I almost believed it. Chapter 109, Departure. Going to Dream Valley, seeking favorites and recommendations. In the blink of an eye, the first month of spring is going to pass. This nearly a month of time. The Han tribe plowed the land, planting, digging mines, salt mining, but also experienced a battle. Luo Chong again designed to subdue the Black Rat tribe, but also succeeded in the introduction of hemp from the tribe of the hemp. Can be said to be very fruitful, and the day is getting better and better. But Luo Chong design of the city is still not settled. Build the city. Need too much manpower. The Han tribe is now full of more than 350 people. The Han tribe needs more population. So Luo Chong is ready to use pottery and white salt to the spring needing to capture some. Specialized for trading pottery pots and Han tribes themselves are not the same. Self-use type is the mouth is small, the belly of the deep pottery pot, and Luo Chong let the cripple do the foreign trade version, is a small flat bottom, the top of the open mouth of the pottery pot, with a wooden lid. The only good thing about this kind of pot is that it can be stacked on top of each other to save space when transporting, and the wooden lid is not easy to break. Put the salt directly into large wooden barrels, with the lids tied with string, and those earthenware vessels should be lined with hay in the center of each layer so that they don't break easily. The pottery is mounted in the front of the hopper, which is more stable in the front, and the white salt is mounted in the back. That bucket is too heavy, just roll it on. Get a board on the cart and push it with 2 people. Luo Chong kept directing the clansmen to load the car. Today there are still 3 days from the end of the first month. According to the news of the tour volition, the spring will be in the second month of the third sunset to start. Cannot figure out why they want to open in the evening. What blind date? This does not eat full of support. But Luo Chong does not care about these. He has already planned to move ahead. Go ahead and get a good booth. Yeah, that's right. The other thing was, Luo Chong was afraid of the delay on the road, because he had never been to that Dream Valley. So the 5.5 days journey that Yu Fu had said, he planned to use 6 days to go, so that he didn't have to rush very much. Big tree, during my absence these days, you will be the one to manage the tribe. Listen more to the advice of the elders and the rat witch when there are things to do. They are older and more experienced in life, but you can make your own decisions. I don't ask for anything. You just need to protect our people and our tribe. And also, keep an eye on those farmlands. Luo Chong instructed the big tree. Yes, chief, I will definitely protect the tribe and the clansmen. Big tree also lifted his chest in assurance. He felt Luo Chang's trust in him. Luo Chong whacked him in the chest and turned to look at Rat De next to him again before taking a pre-prepared item from Big Mouth. Mouse De, you used to be the head of a clan. You should have a tin crown like a big tree. But there were too many things going on the other day and I didn't have time to prepare it for you. This is what I just made last night. I'm giving it to you now. Luo Chong let Big Tree manage the tribe. Fearing that Mouse Da's heart is unbalanced, specially prepared a tin crown to appease him. Mouse Da was really a little emotional, but when he saw that Luo Chong had also prepared such an exquisite gift for him, that little emotion immediately dissipated, and he lovingly played with the pewter crown. The pewter crown was exquisite, with open-work carvings of clouds, just like the Big Tree one, but there was also a lifelike relief of a mouse right in the middle of the front, that wore a feathered crown like an African chief, and held a spear in his hand, with a majestic expression. Even his beard was clearly visible, which was a beautiful sight to behold. Mouse Da was overjoyed, stroking the mouse on it and asking happily, "Chief, what kind of mouse is this? It just looks awesome. Of course it's powerful. Let me tell you, this one is not an ordinary mouse. It's called Jerry. It's the god of war inside the mouse. Even its natural enemy, the tomcat, can't beat it," Luo Chong said with a smile. "Really, Chief, you've also met the rat god?" Mouse Da asked. "That's true. I watched Tom and Jerry every day when I was a kid, and I could draw Jerry with my eyes closed. See if I'm good," Luo Chong slandered in his heart. But of course, he didn't say this out loud. "Well, let me tell you, the rat god looks like this. It has never lost a battle with a cat for hundreds of rounds. Come on, I'll crown you." Luo Chong bragged about Jerry again, then hurriedly changed the topic. Mouse Da hurriedly knelt on one knee at Luo Chang's feet, and Luo Chong took off the cowhide hair band from his head, put on that tin crown again, and inserted a hairpin made of tin to fix it. "Well, get up." Mouse Da happily rubbed the top of his head. "Thank you, Chief." "Well, Mouse Da, you haven't been a member of the Han tribe for very long, so I didn't let you run the tribe because you're still unfamiliar with the Han tribe. During the time I'm gone, Big Tree is going to sit in charge of the tribe. You're responsible for leading the hunting team to hunt, and you're also going to lead the clansmen who have just joined to practice their bows and arrows and spears every day, and familiarize yourselves with your weapons as soon as possible, so that you can protect our clansmen, and catch more prey," Luo Chong instructed Mouse Da. "Yes, Chief, I know. We will train hard to protect the clan and hunt more." Mouse Da also stood up straight and assured. "Well, that's it, Elder Mouse Witch. You two have to take care of it a little bit more as well, especially the farmland. Go and check it every day. Don't run out of water in the rice paddies. Make sure that there is water in the rice paddies all the time during this period of time. At least it should be able to cover a home." Luo Chong instructed the two old men again. "Yes, Chief, we will watch over the tribe," the two old men replied in unison. "All right, let's head out." Luo Chong nodded and turned to the traveling party. This time to go to the spring meeting, Luo Chong only brought a few adult men. There is a good recovery from injuries vigorously and one ear, as well as animal teeth, stone, feathers, stumps, a total of 6 people. In addition to monkeys, Big Mouth, Big Hair 2 Hairs as the leader of the 20 just adult teenagers. The girls did not bring. The stump is specialized in driving the ox cart. Luo Chong and the other 5 old warriors ride the big horned deer. Originally Luo Chong wanted to ride the Grey Mountain, but the result is that the meet that thing also insisted on following. In the end, it too who did not go. Luo Chong did not want to expose his object so early. The remaining 20 teenagers rode 10 bighorns, 1 for every 2 people, and the Han tribe had 19 original bighorns, traded 1 to the traveling tribe, and now there were 18 more, with as many as 16 going out on this one occasion alone. A party of 27 men, 16 deer, 2 cows, and 1 wagon, started out for Dream Valley, 5.5 days distant to the southwest. Luo Chong and One Ear Dual Ride scouted the road ahead to see where the ox cart could pass, and by the way, marked the markers along the road, and if they encountered a roadblock, they would go back to call their companions to clear it, and the rest of the teenagers were responsible for the protection of the ox cart and the goods. Luckily, the road was full of sparse woods and grassy hills, not as difficult as the rainforest, and a road that allowed an ox cart less than 3 meters wide to pass could still be found. When they encountered a slightly larger slope where 2 oxen couldn't pull, Luo Chong let the people form a team of 16 large antlered deer to pull the cart together in the front, while the rest of the people pushed the cart in the back, and struggled to move forward. Fortunately, there are not many places like this. After walking for a day also only encountered one. To the evening, we found a clearing to camp, eat the food along the road with a bow and arrow. There are rabbits, there are also mountain chickens, the car's barrels still have water. Food and drink is not a lack of. The group of people lit a few campfires around the campsite, and Luo Chong arranged for his clansmen to take turns keeping watch for the night, so they were ready to rest. But no sooner had he squinted than he heard Beast Tooth call to himself. Chief, wake up, there's another group coming behind us, from another tribe. It seems like they're going to the spring meeting as well. Where is it? Luo Chong asked as he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Thanks to my friend fill in the blanks. Friend of the book Roadrunner 2. Little Moo. The boy who bluffed the tiger. Book friend 20180913115233701. Bibliophile, the god of life. The reward support. Thank you all. And thank you to all of you who voted for the recommendation. Don't stop your votes. Keep throwing them at me. Chapter 110, Traveling Together, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. In the distance, the shadows of several torches swayed in the night wind as a group of figures walked quickly towards the Han tribe's camp, waiting for the other side to come closer. Luo Chong realized that the leader of this team is actually mixed wrapped in burlap clothing. It turned out to be a braided tribe. Shuang brought more people with her than Luo Chong. 10 adult men, 20 girls, 20 boys, plus herself a full 51 people. They were also carrying their own goods. There were hemp ropes, hemp nets and hemp cloths, and even large bone sticks, presumably materials used to make bone weapons. I'm so thirsty. I drank all the water I brought with me. There's not even any water on this road. How far is that Dream Valley? I don't want to go. I'm going to stay in the tribe. I'm not looking for a man. Xiao Dai, who was also carrying a bundle of hemp nets, complained to Shang. What are you talking about? A woman has to look for a man to have a baby when she grows up. You want to stop looking for one? Don't think I don't know what you think. That Luo Chong is the chief of another tribe. He won't come to our tribe. You die. If you want to drink water, wait until tomorrow and you'll have it. If you're too thirsty, just pluck some grass and put it in your mouth to chew. Shuang dismantled Little Butterfly's little mind. Little Butterfly rolled her eyes and held her mouth when she heard Shuang's words, casually jerking a handful of weeds from the side of the road and stuffing them into her mouth to chew on, squeezing the few juices that were there. Chief, there's a tribal group camping up ahead. Should we go over there? An adult man from the braided tribe asked. As soon as Little Butterfly heard that there was someone in front of her, she immediately shook Shuang's arm and pouted. Let's go over and take a look. I want to drink some water. I'm too thirsty. This grass is so hard to eat. Shuang turned her head to look around at the teenage girls in the group. Everyone hadn't drank water for half a day. The water in the snakeskin water bag had long been finished, and at this time everyone was also thirsty. Go ahead and take a look. Keep some distance and see what they are, Shantae said to the group. The whole braided tribe continued to move forward, and when they got a little closer and saw the unique hairstyle of the Han tribe, Xiao Dai said happily, is that the Han tribe? Only the Han tribe tie their hair. Let's go to them and ask for some water to drink. Rang gave her a look and muttered. Their tribe is even farther away than ours, so who knows if they still have water. Luo Chong also walked over at this time. He had recognized Shuang and Xiao Dai. What's the situation with the green grass clippings still hanging from this mouth? Chief Han, do you have any more water to drink? We are out of water. Can we trade some with you? Shang said with a gesture. First they made a gesture to drink. Then they shook their empty water bags. Then they gestured to the cargo they had brought with them. TSK, change the water? Or forget about it. Just those broken things of theirs. Except for the population. Luo Chong can't see anything. Luo Chong waved his hand, signaling that there is no need to change it, and let them come with themselves. The Han tribesmen also woke up and looked at the braided tribesmen, especially the young girls in their hemp clusters and around their hemp rags. What are they? It seems to have come to the chief for a change of water to drink. Luo Chong led them to the back of the four-wheeled ox cart, rolled over and climbed onto it, and took a large ceramic bowl from the front. The people of the braided tribe are stunned. What is this? Is it a house? It actually has a shed roof. How did they bring a house here? For all, and what that chief is holding. Is it a stone basin? They actually have a house full of stone basins, but where is the water? It's no use just having basins. Then they saw that Luo Chong came to the back of the ox cart, put down a round wooden barrel, and pulled off a wooden plug from the lid, and at once a stream of clear water gushed out from the barrel, and Luo Chong hurriedly caught it in a bowl, and when he had filled the bowl he put the plug back on again. This holds water? It's actually so big, it can fit a person inside, right? A teenager exclaimed out in shock with his mouth wide open. Here, drink it, no need to change. Luo Chong handed the ceramic bowl to Shuang. Shuang put her right hand on her chest and slightly bent down to Luo Chong to express her gratitude. Then she took that pottery bowl, but she didn't drink it herself. Instead, she gave it to Xiao Dai first. Without saying a word, Xiao Dai took the ceramic bowl and gulped it down, drinking half of the bowl in one gulp before handing it over to Shang. A bowl of water that was directly drunk by the two of them. Looking at the group of people behind him who were still waiting for water, Luo Chong handed the ceramic bowl to Big Mouth and said, "Put water on them to drink." Then he turned around himself and left. Chief Han, you guys are going to the spring meeting here too, right? So are we. Can our two tribes go together? Shuang asked to Luo Chong after drinking the water. You are trying to follow us to rub all the way to the water. But Luo Chong thought for a moment, also did not refuse. Compiled tribes in addition to the feminist idea's more special point. 2 is not a very bad tribe. A little more intersection is nothing. It is not possible to Luo Chong can also be abducted by those boys of theirs. Alright, let's go together then. Rest today and leave tomorrow at dawn. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he looked for a place to continue sleeping. The people of the braided tribe also lit a bonfire next to the Han tribe. Some of them were sleeping, while others were curiously looking at the Han tribe's people and all sorts of things, muttering in fine rustling whispers. At dawn the next day, a smell of meat wafted over the camp. The Han tribe's breakfast was ready. It was rabbits and groundhogs killed by the bow and arrow of the men on watch yesterday. Hunting with the bow and arrow didn't have a single sound and didn't even wake up the sleepers. The braided tribes were also all seduced by the scent, and then took out their own bacon jerky and roasted it on the fire. Each of them had a lot of weight on them, and they didn't have time to hunt during yesterday's rush, so they had to take the jerky to eat. Luo Chong also sat in front of the fire, taking a branch and sticking a rabbit's liver and roasting it, sprinkling salt and chili peppers on one side, and all of a sudden, a strange fragrance seduced Xiao Dai. Luo Chong. Xiao Dai called Luo Chang's name in Mandarin. Luo Chong twisted his head to look at this girl who wanted to hold herself down as a suppressive man, and couldn't help but say, "Girl, you have eye boogers on your face, you know." Ha! Dai didn't understand. Luo Chong then pointed to the corner of his eye. Xiao Dai froze and also shyly twisted his head to rub the corner of his eye. When she finished wiping her eye droppings and turned her head again, she watched Luo Chong roast rabbit liver, which was a good thing. Consuming the liver could replenish many kinds of vitamins and could effectively prevent night blindness. Luo Chong used the bird's beak dagger to cut a few slits in the half-cooked liver, sprinkled some salt in it, and then sprinkled some chili noodles after it was cooked through, then broke off half of it and gave it to Xiao Dai. Hey, the lady has been waiting for half a day to get a bite to eat. Better give some. Little butterfly smiled and took the rabbit liver, bit down a piece in one bite. Just after chewing a few times, her face turned red, and she kept fanning herself with her hand with her mouth open, and her eyes were spicy with tears, but she still couldn't spit it out. And instead, the more she chewed, the more flavorful it became. That look makes Luo Chong look at want to laugh. Looking at a kind of monkey king before learning the art of learning people to eat chili sense of vision. Luo Chong do not want to tease her again, so end of a bowl of cool water handed to her. What is this flavor? It's so unpleasant, but still so delicious? When little butterfly drank 2 mouthfuls of water, which made her feel better, she hurriedly asked Luo Chong what this flavor was. Luo Chong then pinched a little bit of chili noodles to her hand heart. Small butterfly licked a little bit. The face is red again, and then hurriedly drink up the water again. What is it? Chili. This flavor is spicy, Luo Chong said as he held 2 small bags. What about this white one? Dai asked, pointing to another bag with white pellets. This is white salt. Salty. Eating it will give you strength to walk farther and do more work, and you won't be so tired. Luo Chong pinched another bit of salt and put it into Xiao Dai's hand. Little butterfly licked it again, and her eyes widened at once. And, standing up with the rabbit's liver in one hand and the little bit of salt in the other, she ran quickly to Shuang's side. Salty, salty, Lacan says it's white salt. Chapter 111 Making a Small Fortune, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Salt, something necessary for the human body. Ah, no, it should be something necessary for animals. Not only humans, even monkeys comb each other's hair to get the salt grains crystallized from sweat from their hair. Various tribes will find ways to get salt. There are conditions to eat rock salt, or salt brine, although such impurities are more, and even long-term consumption will be fatal, but they ate as usual, and some even eat alkaline soil, which also has some salt. The worst can only rely on the raw food of animal flesh and blood, or animal offal to obtain a small amount of salt, and like the Han tribe of such as the snowflake is pure salt, they are not even CC, they have never even seen it. At this moment, Xiao Dai found the white, clean, and still salty salt, and immediately excitedly showed it to her AMU, knowing that it was something her tribe desperately needed. What is this? Well, Shuang was just about to ask what it was when Xiao Dai covered the bit of white salt in Shuang's mouth. Shuang was salty snore straight frown, but also forced to swallow did not spit out. This is a treasure, cannot be spoiled. What is this? Where did it come from? Shuang swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and hurriedly grabbed Xiao Dai and asked. Luo Chong gave it to me. He said it's white salt. He still has that big bag there. Xiao Dai said proudly, as if Luo Chang's salt was hers. Really? I see that white salt is clean. He still has it? Shantae asked in surprise. Well, that white salt is as white as snow, and I just saw him with a bag as big as his fist. Go take a look. Shuang put down the roasted dried meat and pulled Xiao Dai to find Luocheng. Luocheng was still eating the piece of roasted liver when Little Butterfly suddenly tapped his shoulder from behind. Luocheng. White salt. Xiao Dai said the only word she knew. When Luocheng saw Shuang standing next to him, he instantly understood. Hey, the fish has taken the bait. And then generously handed Shuang the small bag of white salt packed in snakeskin. Shuang took the salt bag, looked at the tiny white crystals inside, very pure, and dipped her finger into a bit more and stuffed it into her mouth, frowning with her eyes closed, and sipping and smashing her teeth, as if savoring how pure it was. This ing. How is it like inspecting goods when a horse trading white noodles? Luocheng couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. Rang seemed to enjoy the pure salty flavor, then hefted the pouch in his hand, revealing a look of disappointment, as if he thought it was too little. Han tribe leader, where did this white salt come from? Can you trade us some? Shuang asked with a gesture. This is made by our tribe itself. It can be exchanged. 1 bowl of white salt. 1 man. Luocheng picked up the bowl that had just held the water to show Shuang. This bowl was a smaller one, with only half the capacity of a large ceramic bowl, and could hold almost 2 pounds or more if filled with salt. Rashan placed the bag of salt in the bowl and clattered his hand over it, signaling to fill the bowl, then gestured to one of their teenagers. Shuang was surprised. What she was surprised about was not the price Luocheng offered, but the other layer of meaning Luocheng expressed. He had a lot of salt. Rang thought about it for a moment. Those boys were meant to be swapped out to other tribes because the braided tribes wouldn't keep boys born in their own tribes. That would give birth to little cuties. But they couldn't just be traded out either, because the braided tribe was looking for a son-in-law. But most tribes don't send their boys to feminist tribes, so the braided tribes will trade these boys with other tribes for men for the purpose of bringing in an alien race. But if they used it to trade salt with Luocheng, what else would they trade for a man? Shuang hesitated for a while and decided to change. White salt was a scarce commodity, something that had a price. The big deal was to weave more hemp products this year to exchange with the other tribes. Anyway, now that they knew the way to harvest Rami for more than 1 year, this year's hemp production would surely be doubled. Chieftain Han, can we have more white salt in exchange for 20 boys? Shang bargained. Yes, will you guys change now? Luocheng thought for a moment and asked with a nod. You guys have that many now? Rang was even more surprised. Sure, switch or not. Luocheng said affirmatively, and when he saw Shuang nod in agreement, he took a bite of the rabbit liver and beckoned Shuang to follow him. A few people once again came behind that ox cart. Luocheng climbed onto the ox cart and stood up a large wooden barrel. Shuang and Xiao Dai also climbed onto the cart, and were even more amazed when they looked at the cart that was full of pottery, and several large wooden barrels. Last night when it was dark to see is not clear. Now look. Well, so many things, actually all containers. Randomly pick out a piece. At least can change a person. Han tribe is too rich. The barrels that held the salt were specially made with a movable lid at one end that could be opened, and 4 wooden pegs on top to stick the lid in place. Luocheng found a small wooden hammer from the bucket, smashed out the wooden pegs, and then lifted the lid off. There is a layer of rabbit skin inside, and then lifted the rabbit skin off. It is a bucket full of white salt. According to the volume of words, it is full of 100 liters. Wow, so much white salt. Shuang and Xiao Dai were stunned again. It seemed that with Luocheng they would not have any other expressions other than surprise. Luocheng brought another pottery bowl from the front that was the same size as the one just now, but not stained with water, and scooped a bowl of salt from the bucket, with the mouth of the bowl still stacked up a tip, so that it almost weighed 3 pounds. This much? 1 person. No more. What do you use to fill it? I don't have a bag for you, Luocheng said to Shuang. Rang snapped out of her surprise and pinched a bit of white salt from the bucket to taste, so much of it in front of her that it felt a bit surreal. It's salty. Shout I. Quickly get the clan to bring an animal skin bag. Shuang was sure that the stuff in the bucket was salt, and hurriedly asked Little Butterfly to get the bag. When the bag to bring, Luocheng began to give them loaded with salt. Let Luocheng is surprised that VS arithmetic is very good, although only counted the 20 number it. But think about it, if you don't know how to count how to weave linen, looking at the dense line is not dizzy. 1 for 3 pounds of salt, and finally 2 bags. 2 bags of white salt were wrapped in layers and carried by the 2 strongest adult males of the braided tribe, and the 20 teenagers of the braided tribe became Han tribesmen at this point. Shuang was deeply irritated as she looked at the bucket with a large portion of white salt still in it, and Luocheng's toothless grin. The Han tribe is too damn rich. One has a strong impulse to want to hug the thigh. It seems, to join a men's rights tribe is not bad. Shuang's heart suddenly popped up such a thought. She herself was startled. Luocheng recapped the barrel and pinned it again with a wooden peg, shouting for the clan to continue their journey. The total number of the 2 teams did not change. But the 27 people of the Han tribe became 47 people. Luo Chong made a big profit again. Not even to the spring meeting it was a small fortune. This is a good omen of opening the door, so that Luo Chong heart is quite happy. The party set off again, though this time at a slightly slower pace, mainly due to the braided tribes dragging them down. The Han tribe had all ridden deer or drove wagons before. None walked, but not now, with Shantae and Stump sitting in the driver's seat of the ox cart, and Butterfly in the back bucket of the ox cart. She wanted to ride the deer with Luo Chong, but Luo Chong didn't let her, so she had to ride the ox cart by herself. But the ox cart was good. She didn't have to walk by herself, and there was a shed for shade. It's just a wagon. Right, but she also felt it was fresh. All the others could only follow the caravan on foot. Those 20 new teenagers and the 20 teenagers Luo Chong himself brought along took turns to ride the deer, so that those who were tired of walking could take a rest, and in addition to teach these newcomers the art of riding. After 2 more days of traveling southwest in this manner, they encountered other groups, among them an acquaintance of Luo Chang's, Yu Fu, who also rode a large horned deer. Thanks to my friend Star Dead Souls. Stand up and jerk off. The reward support. Thank you, folks, and for those of you who voted, please keep voting tomorrow. Chapter 112, The Real Snake God? Seeking favorites and recommendations. Yu Fu rode on the back of a deer with his 2, 3 and 4-year-old sons in his arms, followed by his clan, and traveling with them was another tribe, the Snake Tribe. There were 30 people in the Snake Tribe's group. No, it's 30 people standing on the ground, and 1 more not standing on the ground. 10 of them were warriors who had long since come of age. The rest were 10 teenagers and 10 young girls, and their leader was an old man with white hair and a white beard, the witch of their tribe. This snake witch is the most special one Luo Chong has seen since he came to this world, because this old guy is sitting in a sedan chair carried by 4 people. Say it is a sedan chair. It is still a little bit not enough image. He sat on that thing is more like the southern Chinese mountain people said the sliding pole. Sliding pole are 2 sturdy bamboo poles, tied in the middle of a bamboo chair made of bamboo. Usually 2 people carry. Walking on the mountain is very convenient, and because the bamboo poles have elasticity, sitting on top of the people will be up and down the rock. Very cozy. But this old guy sitting on the sliding pole is not made of bamboo, but with 2 long saplings. The middle is not a chair, but a flat wooden row made of sticks, and padded with hay and animal skins, and carried by 4 strong men. The old guy sat on it cross-legged, and coiled on his body a green snake lazily basking in the sun. If he shaved his head, carried a mantle in his hand, and hung a large string of rosary beads, Luo Chong would have mistaken him for Fa Hai. Green. You suffer. Ahem. Chief Han. I didn't expect you guys to come so early. I thought you guys would be a day late. Let me introduce you. This is the snake witch of the snake tribe, and the one on him is the snake god of their tribe. Their snake god is really very god. No matter what poisonous snake bite, just let the snake god bite again will be good, and will not be poisoned to death. I was bitten by a poisonous snake when I was a child. It is my dad took me to find the snake god to cure the injury. Awesome, right? Yu Fu probably showed off to Luo Chong, as if he had a good relationship with the snake tribe. But this snake god, he said, to say it's a god is definitely a lie. But to be able to cure snake venom could be true. Luo Chong in his previous life had heard of the ancient mountains and wild doctors who specialize in raising medicinal snakes. Most of the toxicity of overbearing snakes to feed, from a young age to be trained, used to treat snake venom to the people. To explain it with modern science, it was that the medicine snake had been trained to secrete not pure venom, but an anti-venom. To know to modern medical means of treatment of this kind of poisonous snake bite, can only find the corresponding anti-venom antidote. An antivenom also happens to be extracted from the snake venom inside the so-called poison against poison. So the matter of domesticated poisonous snakes directly secreting antivenom, Luo Chong believes in it, because no matter theoretically or scientifically, it can be explained. It's just that it's a weird practice. The overbearing treatment of fighting poison with poison is not something that anyone would have the guts to accept. But in the face of a primitive era healer, do respect still had to be given? Luo Chong placed his right hand on his chest and slightly nodded towards Snake Witch, who also nodded in return. But this old man's eyes were fixed on Luo Chang's ox cart. Riding a deer or something is not rare anymore. After all, that guy Yufu was riding a deer and the Snake Witch came together. But Luo Chang's ox cart can be much more advanced than the Snake Witch's sedan chair, which is equivalent to the difference between a Rolls-Royce and a human 3-wheeled wheel. It is not in the same order of magnitude. Spare the Snake Witch so old. Knowledgeable old man this time can only secretly praise our long knowledge. Chief Han, this is less than 2 days away from Dream Valley. Why don't we go together? Yu Fu suggested to Luo Chong. Yes, no problem. It's safer with more people. So let's go together. Luo Chong also agreed. With that, 4 teams set off again, totaling nearly 160 people. Luo Chong and Yu Fu both rode ahead on the deer. This time Yu Fu led the way. He knew where the road was better for the ox cart to pass, and Snake Witch followed the ox cart in the sedan chair, looking closely at how the ox cart was made, and at the wheels that kept spinning in circles. Yu Fu looked at the 10 or so riders behind Luo Chong. Very greedy. If his own Yu tribe can all ride deer like this, how good? So he asked Luo Chong again, Chief Han, do you have any more quests for us to do? I'd like to get some more horns. Luo Chong glanced at him and then at the deer-riding clansmen behind him, and to be honest, he really didn't want to trade in livestock anymore, since the Han tribe didn't have much of it themselves. Fu, why do you have to look for me to exchange for the horned beasts? All these horned beasts are also caught by me. You guys can also catch them yourselves. Luo Chong asked suspiciously, but we can't catch any live ones, and sometimes when we see a few deer we can only kill them directly with throwing spears. We can't catch up with it, and as soon as we get close, they will immediately run away. Sometimes it's difficult to kill one. Yu Fu helplessly spread his hands. I won't use the horned beasts as payment again for now. Just like you said, it's not easy for us to capture these horned deer, so if we do another quest in the future, we'll have to use something else as payment. Luo Chong also spread his hands and said. Luo Chang's answer disappointed Yu Fu, but he understood. But he immediately thought of another idea. All he wanted was transportation. Why did it have to be a horned deer? Getting an ox cart would be good too, and it could hold so many things. Chief Han, then can you give me an ox cart like that? I'll do anything for you. Yu Fu pointed at the ox cart and said excitedly, MMP, who wants you to do anything? I'm not. Luo Chong first got a wicked chill, but immediately started thinking about doing anything. Like he could actually find something for him to do. I will not give you such an ox wagon, it is too large and laborious to make. And my people cannot all make it for you, they have other things to do. But a smaller one than this one can be given to you. It's the kind of car with only 2 wheels, also pulled by animals, but it will be very expensive. Do you dare to take it? Luo Chong said with one corner of his mouth raised obliquely. What do you need me to do? Yu Fu was immediately interested. Trade people for people. Give me 50 adults and I'll give you a car. But there are no cows. If you want cows, you'll have to add another 10 people. How about this price? Luo Chong sneered sinisterly. 60 adults? That's a very high price indeed. I wouldn't be able to get a single vehicle even if I traded my entire tribe to you. Yu Fu also laughed miserably, but did not object to the price. Ha. You sure have a way to get people, don't you? Law asked, pointing at Yu Fu. Yes, that's right. I can get you at least 100 men. But I want one of those big carts with 4 wheels and 2 oxen to pull it. Yu Fu looked very confident, and the expression on his face as he demanded payment was resolute, as if there was no negotiation unless he gave the big cart. Luo Chong did not immediately retort, but was curious where he got his confidence. A small tribe leader of 50 or so people said that he could get more than 100 adults. Who could believe that? If he was really that powerful, how come his tribe only had this many people? Tell me, what kind of people are those 100 plus of yours? I want the ones that willingly join my tribe. I don't want the ones that are robbed by force. They will run away. Luo Chong asked curiously. Savage. What's? And savages? Luo Chong was shocked. Chapter 113 Cavalry Prototype, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations? Luo Chang's first reaction to hearing about the savages was the wild men of Shenangjia, Bigfoot, Yeti, and other mysterious creatures. But that's not what Yu Fu told him. Yes, the savages, those who wander alone, most of them abandoned by their tribes, but also those who leave their tribes on their own. Some of the tribes had a hard time getting through the winter and had to give up some of their people. Some of these people died, some survived alone, and some of them were people who were punished and expelled from their tribes, and they had others who had old wounds, or were handicapped. And do you want people like that? Yu Fu introduced the situation of those savages, he said, and gave Luo Chong a good shot in advance. These can be crooked. Don't come to the time when I get over and you say no. Old injuries? Disability? Is it okay to have someone like that? Luo Chong thought about it for a while. It should be fine. Old wounds can live until now is not dead. That body injury is also almost good. Right. Disability. The Han tribe themselves have disabilities. Crippled is not it. The big deal is not to let them go hunting on the line. Pottery, metallurgy, carpentry, farming, kiln. The Han tribe has so many jobs to choose from, and worry about not having a place to put them. As for those who made mistakes and were expelled, if they still repeated their mistakes, they were directly relegated to slavery, digging rivers, carrying bricks, opening mines, and there was plenty of hard work for them to do. Having figured this out, Luo Chong made up his mind and said to Yu Fu, no problem, I'll take all these people. and as long as you can deliver them to my tribe, I'll give you an ox guard just like that one. But I have a time limit. I want you to get me to the Han tribe by the second ring moon. Good. Chief Han is really painfully honest. Then it's a deal. Before the next ringing moon, I will definitely send you 100 people to the Han tribe. Yu Fu also happily agreed to Luo Chang's terms. I'll wait for you at the Han tribe when the time comes. Luo Chang extended his palm to Yu Fu. Then we'll leave here first. We won't go to Dream Valley with you. There's just too many places to run. We'll see you next ringing moon. Yu Fu also drove his deer over and exchanged palms with Rashi as a promise. Goodbye, friend. Yu Fu drove his horned deer up to the palanquin of the Snake Witch, and after bidding him goodbye, he led his own people away, and the whole party became 100 or so again. The group continued to march towards the southwest again, and when they reached evening and passed a gently sloping hill, Luo Chong and One Ear, who were scouting in front of them, suddenly discovered 3 adult dingoes, and there were also nests that they had plowed out on the ground. Chief, what to do? Should we catch them? One Ear looked at the large birds and licked the corners of his mouth. Of course, we can't let them go after being hit by us. I'll watch here. You go back and call the people. Luo Chong immediately ordered. Yes. Luo Chong rode the deer and dingoes confronted each other across a long distance. Those 3 dingoes were now sharing something next to the nest, too far away for him to see. Luo Chong didn't make a move, and the dingoes didn't want to take care of him. They seemed to be getting high on the food. After a while, the large force behind also followed up, so that Luo Chong did not expect is, come not only the Han tribe of people, come together with dozens of numbers, those new teenagers, as well as the snake tribe of 6 warriors, braided tribes of 6 warriors, plus Luo Chang's original team came over. The corners of Luo Chang's mouth twitched as he watched. What's the point of coming to so many people? There's only 3 prey in total. Chief, I said that, but their 2 tribes insisted on joining, saying that we've hunted all the prey along the way and they're almost out of food. One Ear scratched his head and said, tell them, these 3 dingoes share one of them, but the bird feathers belong to us. No need for their help, can't even catch up. Participate my ass. I'll let them collect firewood. We only need 16 of our own men, 1 for each deer, 3 copper spears each, and the rest to protect the ox cart. Luo Chong commanded. Yes. After a little while longer, Duo Air communicated with the 2 tribes, and the 16 deer cavalry of the Han tribe were ready to go, and the large force behind them came to the top of the small hill to watch. Those teenagers who had stayed behind had handed their brass spears to the cavalrymen, who themselves stood by the ox cart with their longbows. The cavalrymen held 2 brass spears across their bodies in their left hands, pulling on the reins in the process, and held a single spear in their right hands at their sides. Luo Chong stepped on his stirrups, stood upright, and shouted to the cavalrymen, "Brothers, do you all want to follow me and eat meat? Think. In a few moments, on my command to change formation, I'll teach you how to ride a deer roundup. Do you all have any confidence?" "Yes." "All of you form 2 lines behind me and move out." Luo Chong shouted and rushed out with a stag in the lead. The remaining 15 riders split into 2 columns and quickly rushed out towards the bottom of the slope behind Luo Chong. The 3 dingoes that were sharing their prey, and found a dozen or so humans riding deer also froze for a moment. They hadn't seen this formation before, and had stretched out their necks and rushed at Luo Chong to rattle them and scream strangely in an attempt to drive this group of people away. Unfortunately, Luo Chong was running towards them, so how could he return without success? All of them, spread out to my left and right, form a horizontal formation, charge. Waiting until they were 300 meters away, Luo Chong stood up and shouted again. The line quickly separated and drew up into a horizontal line, each man with 2 brass spears in his left hand, 1 to each side of his body. His upper body slumped forward to maintain a quick charging position, and his right hand smacking the buttocks of the horned deer a few times with the shaft of his gun. Accelerating, he then raised his lance to his side, the head of the gun facing forward, and went on his way to the dust. The dingoes saw that instead of being scared away, these people came raging towards them and ran away in fear, but Luo Chang's 16 horsemen had already rushed to within 100 meters by now. "Throw spears and stop them." With Luo Chang's shout, a dozen or so people quickly sat up straight, raising their spears high in their right hands and leaning their bodies back slightly to build up their momentum. Whoosh! Woo! As Luo Chong was the first to throw his spear out, a dozen more spears followed, with a distance of a few dozen meters, coupled with mobile shooting and the initial speed gained from the bighorn sprint. A row of spears flew directly in front of the fleeing dingo, dolefully sticking into a row on the ground and blocking the dingo's path. The 3 dingoes were startled and turned their heads to the sides. "Raise your spears, surround them, charge." A dozen or so riders picked up another spear and urged the bighorns at their spans around them in a half-circle formation. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the dingo actually charged headlong towards Luo Chang's side. Luo Chong slightly bent his body, his spear straightened out forward, and in the moment when he collided with the dingo, he stabbed the dingo's forehead with a spear. The powerful penetrating force gained from the sprint caused the spear to go straight through the body of the dingo, the sharp bronze spear head poking out directly from the dingo's back. Luo Chong slightly pulled the reins, driving the horned deer and the dingo to brush against each other, and in the moment when the two bodies were dislocated, he yanked out the spear that was exposed in the dingo's back again. PSSST. On one charge, the dreadnought fell to the ground and died, and Rashan was finished. The other two were also decapitated under the deer, and one of them, in the moment of the exchange, was grazed in the neck by the tip of Ermao's gun across his body, and was stabbed in the back by one of Big Mouth's returning deer guns, and was put down on the spot. The other most ferocious and Beast Tooth encounter. The moment of the encounter also opened its mouth to peck Beast Tooth to come. The result is that Beast Tooth slightly lifted the tip of the gun, directly gave it a mouth entry, coupled with the speed of the riding deer sprint. Beast Tooth a gun to zap through, directly tore the head of the dingo off. Wow! AMU! Han tribe is so great, and Luo Chong is so great, Little Butterfly shouted as she bounced in the bucket of the ox cart. Thank you to my friend, Roadrunner 2, Passerby B, Little Moo, Bibliophile, Happy Face, the reward support. Thank you all. Lastly, I'd like to ask for a ticket in the bud, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 114 Roaming Shui Valley, seeking favorites and recommendations. Xuan listened to the shouts of small butterflies, but also cannot help but sigh in his heart. The Han tribe is powerful. Not only Luo Chong, they are not only rich, there are powerful warriors. Such a tribe absolutely cannot be offended, and even more should find a way to make good friends to the right. Or else, Xiao Dai, do you like Luo Chong? Shuang asked after thinking for a moment. Well, like. Little Butterfly first froze when she heard it, and then quickly nodded her head without the slightest hint of shyness. And what if I let you go with Rashan, to his tribe? AMU, do you? Don't you want me? Isn't it true that women in our tribe can't marry outside? Xiao Dai said with a little stutter. Her tears were spinning. Although she liked Luo Chong, she never thought she would marry into the Han tribe, and even more so, she couldn't let go of her own AMU. But you know, he is a chief. It is unlikely that he will join our tribe. Forget it, just think about it. You can make a decision when we go back. Shantae continued. Aha. Butterfly hummed softly and nodded. When Luo Chong and his group pulled the three dingoes back, the group began to camp on the spot to prepare to spend the night here. The feathers of the three birds all belonged to the Han tribe, while the other meat was distributed to everyone. And while the people were roasting and eating together over the campfire, Xiao Dai also sneaked a few glances at Luo Chong from time to time, making Luo Chong look hairy. Luo Chong uncomfortably stood up, came to the periphery of the camp to blow the wind, the night breeze, the clear night sky hanging on the stars. What the Big Dipper? What the constellations? All do not exist. Luo Chong one cannot recognize. He turned his eyes to the southwest, where the direction of the Valley of Dreams was, and not far ahead was a small mountain, which wasn't very high in elevation, but covered a wide area. That is, the slope was relatively small, and there seemed to be fluorescent light floating over the vaguely visible beams of the mountain. Is it fireflies? There are fireflies in this world? Just then, the snake witch who had been sitting in the sedan chair for a day also finally moved on his own, and he walked over to Luo Chang's side and looked at the direction Luo Chong was looking. Dream Valley is a very beautiful place. The beauty is so unreal, just like in a dream. There will be luminous bugs, there will be luminous plants. There is also a lake in the valley that will spout water. At night, even the lake is bright. Is a good place for you young people to fall in love. But unfortunately, I've already been old, and now I can only lead the way to you children. Cough cough cough. Snake Witch said brokenly, do not know whether it is self-talking, or said to Luo Chong listen. Anyway, Luo Chong as a sentence did not understand. As for the Dream Valley in the end, how beautiful, but also rely on his own to appreciate some awe. Ere hissing spirit snake spit letter sound ringing. Let him just want to quickly leave this strange old man. Get so a highly poisonous snake hanging in the body. You really take it as a scarf make call awe. The night was silent, and when the next morning came, the party resumed their journey, and, guided by the snake witch, they found a winding zigzag path up the mountain to facilitate the progress of the ox cart. The crowd rushed continuously, without resting at noon, and finally at 2 o'clock in the afternoon left away over a small mountain beam and entered the range of the Valley of Dreams. Dream Valley is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a basin in the center, and a freshwater lake covering 3,000 to 4,000 acres in the middle of the valley, making the entire terrain like a water basin half filled with water. As for how beautiful it is indeed beautiful here, with fragrant grass and flowers, countless small bees weaving in and out of the flowers, palm-sized butterflies dancing in the air in swarms, pairs of birds singing happily in the branches of the forest, and the whole valley filled with a strange fragrance of flowers and the rhythm of spring. The most trees in the valley is a kind of willow tree that Luocheng has never seen. This willow tree is very tall. The branches are very thin and long. The most critical thing is that its branches are white. The willow leaves are light pink. The willow leaves are full of almost transparent buds and spores. I don't know if it's not willow wadding inside. In a word, it's very strange, but it's also very aesthetically pleasing. Countless pinkish-white branches swayed with the wind, like a young girl's long dancing hair, tantalizing the budding spring hearts of countless little tarts, and a hormonal aura constantly permeated the valley. Luocheng looked at the mirror-like lake in the center of the valley and waved his hand to the crowd. Go, let's go to the lake. Waiting for a group of people came to the lake. Luocheng only know what it means to spray the lake, only to see the wide lake. 6 non-stop gushing water columns stand on the lake. Endless, each water column as low as 1 meter high, diameter of 50 to 60 centimeters, and also sprayed high and low, like an artificially controlled fountains. Bow to more spectacular than. Luocheng at first also wondered. From the top of the mountain overlooking the entire valley, simply cannot see what the creeks and streams, that the middle of the lake where the water comes from. It turns out to be the lake's underground springs. The lake water was crystal clear and pure enough to wash one's heart, and when one stood on the shore, one could see the smooth and rounded pebbles of various colors under the water, as well as countless white underwater plants that looked like mosses, and together with the reflections of the pinkish-white willows on the shore, the entire lake water was reflected in white. Such a place, it is no exaggeration to say, absolutely is the world wonders. Put on the earth that must also be internationally renowned scenic spot is right, but said that the beauty of this place is like a dream is too much right. I am afraid that you primitive people do not have much to see. Those young girls, seeing such beauty, couldn't help but frolic a bit in the flowers, chasing after the colorful butterflies and compiling beautiful garlands of flowers. A springy teenagers look straight stream of harumph. A pestle there, like a bunch of dumb goose. Luo rushed up as to kick them in the butt. What are you looking at? Never seen a woman before. Hurry up and pack up the camp. Unload some of the goods. With these goodies, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to find a pretty young lady. Luocheng teased at them. Ha ha ha. The teenagers giggled and scratched the back of their heads as they began to clean up the camp. The ox wagon was parked off to the side, and the 16 antlered deer and 2 black bulls were tied to a willow tree off to the side, where there was fat green grass for a few days of happy feasting. A dozen men worked together to bring in a large stone slab on which they set out various pieces of pottery and white salt. Weave tribe also set up camp next to the Han tribe. They put hemp rope woven into the net, tied between 2 trees to make a hammock. Other linen, straw shoes, rope, also have set out. Make a small stall. It seems in Luocheng the same purpose of the trade is not a few. The snake tribe was also camped on the other side of the Han tribe, and their commodities were mainly snake skins, and some grasses, all of which were said to be able to cure diseases. So it seemed that this snake tribe was very good at curing diseases. In the afternoon, more tribes arrived one after another, making Luocheng, who had never seen a few human beings even when he came to this world, open his eyes. There were so many people, clad in leaf suits. The vertical tribe are strong-limbed and good climbers, especially when wandering above the vines, and can go almost a day without touching the ground. The bead tribe, who came over with raisins and brown sugar, had learned to air dry grapes and to fry and refine brown sugar from the juice of the grapes. The Ao tribe that carries a huge tortoise shell on its back, the whole thing like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. A tattooed tribe all over his body. The sickle tribe who specialize in flint for fire. Each man took a forked tribe of 3-tipped wooden forks, and the best thing they could do was stick a fish in it. More tribes slowly arrived, and by the time the sun set, there were about 20 tribes in all, and the number of people reached nearly 1,000. Right at the moment when the afterglow of the setting sun disappeared, all the young people in the valley froze, and then let out a unanimous gasp of surprise. Luocheng also finally knew why this place was called the Valley of Dreams, and why the time of the spring meeting was set at night, because the entire valley was lit up in this moment, making people as if they were in a dream, as if they were intoxicated, wanting to forget all their troubles and never wake up again. Chapter 115 The Needs of Young Girls, Seeking Collections and Recommendations. In the lake in the valley, an airy blue light illuminated the entire lake transparently bright. That was the blue light emitted by the white moss at the bottom of the lake, and in the 6 non-stop spouting springs swirling, the surface of the water was flooded with layers of unending waves of blue light. Countless flowers in the valley also bloomed colorful fluorescence, tall white weeping willows. At this time those white branches are more dazzling than during the day, like a LED strip of lights dancing with the wind. A spring wind blew, with a faint pink fluorescent willow flakes out of the buds, like countless small lamps rippling with the wind. Even those butterflies that looked just a little gaudy during the day were dancing like fireflies at this time. and the palm-sized butterfly wings, glittering with gorgeous patterns and spots of light, were beautiful with some strange sirens. Lake shore. All the teenage girls are frozen in place. Was shocked by this fantastic beauty. Even a boast of a wide range of knowledge, Luocheng is no different. He would like to be as calm as usual. Said, what scene I have not seen? But at this time Luocheng can only sigh, the scene I have never seen. The most calm ones were still those old men who had been here many times. They had long lost the sense of surprise they had felt when they first arrived, except for the feeling that the valley was beautiful, and the chiefs of the tribes had yelled at their clansmen to stay put and start preparing for this year's spring meeting. The form of the spring festival is actually more like a fair or a temple fair, where everyone puts out the specialties of their respective tribes, and then the young boys and girls shuttle each other in front of the various stalls, and if they see something that their tribe needs while shopping, they can offer to trade. If a girl sees a little brother she likes, she can tie a strand of her long hair to the top of the boy's weapon, and if the boy agrees, then he takes the gift and asks for a kiss from the leader of the other tribe, and then he can claim the girl. If a boy has his eye on a pretty young lady, he has to catch a fluorescent butterfly in the valley and give it to the other girl, and if the girl accepts it, the boy has to take the gift to the other leader and ask for her hand in marriage. If two teenagers have their eyes on a girl at the same time, they will have to fight a duel for the right to choose a mate. No weapons can be used by either side, and as long as they don't kill anyone or seriously injure or maim anyone, the winner at the end of the duel gets to claim the girl, which is really more like wrestling. To put it mildly, the respective chiefs introduced the rules to their clansmen. Only Luocheng was confused, and in the end, it was the Rang of the braided tribe who taught the rules of the spring meeting, making Luocheng, the chief, a little embarrassed. Ahem. Luocheng pretended to cough to cover up his embarrassment, and shouted at his clansmen, all froze dry. Not fast to catch butterflies. A moment of the girls are letting people pick all. Chief, aren't we going to pick the girls first? Why are we catching butterflies first? A teenager from the Han tribe coyly asked. You stupid. You look at the girl. No butterflies to confess with, others have no use. Not still have to go to catch butterflies again. Hurry up. Snappy. Luocheng shouted. Oh, yes, brothers, I'll go catch butterflies, but how should I catch them? I have only shot wild boars. Ha. Catch it with your hands. What else can you catch it with? Catching butterflies is not the same as hunting. 40 teenagers ran to catch butterflies with a big shout. The other tribes were not idle. Some started to wander around. Some went to flirt with the young lady, and some started to trade, while Luocheng, he was cooking. Yesterday's dingo meat has not been eaten. Luocheng cut the meat into small pieces, with a branch inserted into a skewer directly grilled, while turning in circles on the fire, while sprinkling salt, sprinkled chili pepper, although there is still a lack of cumin in it, but the taste has been much better than nothing to put. Stone also caught a couple of fish in the shallow water at the edge of the lake, silvery white skinned and unscaled, with narrow, long bodies like the swordfish of earth. After Feather had slaughtered these fish, he set up a stone slab next to Luocheng, burned a fire underneath, and then applied some lard to the slab and fried the fish on it. Beasttooth also made 2 stoves with stones on the side and stewed 2 pots of fish soup with the lake water. For a while, the aroma of grilled meat, the zippy sound of frying fish on a stone slab, the fish soup that was gurgling with steam and boiling as white as milk, drew the surrounding girls' sense of hearing, smell, and sight. Many teenage girls from the tribes have stopped to watch the Han tribe's new and strange way of eating, as well as the Han tribe's special dress, with their men tying their hair and wearing gold glittering decorations in their hair. And some people are curiously checking out the Han tribe's merchandise. The teenagers of the Han tribe who were catching butterflies were fluttering around in the flowers when suddenly one of the teenagers said, Brothers, something doesn't seem right. What's wrong? It seems like we don't need to catch butterflies anymore. You guys, those girls are running over to our tribe. Hey, really? Go back quickly. Brothers, all go back. The girl has been sent to the door. And with that, a group of energetic lads returned with a shout, some catching butterflies and some empty-handed. A circle of little girls had indeed gathered on the Han tribe's side. And, in fact, it wasn't just the Han tribe's food that had attracted them over. The ox cart alone, which was like a small house, was an attraction enough by the Han tribe's stand, and a dozen or more deer and oxen were tethered to the willows around it. And some of the girls ran this way when their own leader had just said that they were dismissed. Deer and cattle tied by the rope, that this is the people's private things. There will not be ungrateful over the hunting. Once that means war. And since people can raise so many living things are not eaten, which means that people do not lack of food, such tribes must be very powerful. The general tribes do not dare to offend easily, and the girls think much simpler. In their eyes, deer and cattle is food, although still raising, but it is also a kind of food reserve is not. Just this is already enough to their heart. who also do not want to marry to a tribe with plenty of food. With food, they will not have to starve if they marry. With food, the children they will have in the future will not be easily abandoned. With food, there will be no lack of animal skins used to keep warm in the winter. And isn't this kind of life exactly what they want? Their needs are really simple. To live, to survive, to live well. That's all. The girls stood together in twos and threes, looking at the teenagers of the Han tribe who had just come back from catching butterflies, sizing up the teenagers' looks and whether their bodies were strong enough. And there were bold girls who came over to touch the bronze spears in the teenagers' hands. Sharp weapons symbolize the boys' ability to hunt and determine whether they will be able to feed themselves in the future and whether the men will be able to protect themselves. A young girl from the Fork tribe went over to look at the teenagers from the Han tribe, and finally stood beside the big mouth, stroked the big mouth's bronze spear for a moment, then twisted up a strand of her own long hair and slashed it across the sharp edge of the bronze spear. Her hair was instantly cut. The young girl froze, then with a smile on her face wrapped her long hair around the bronze spear and tied it in a knot. Big Mouth stood there giggling and giggling when the little ones around him pushed him from behind, and Big Mouth stumbled forward and scooped the girl up in his arms, then froze with a reddened face. The girl wasn't shy about it, and kissed Big Mouth on the cheek before breaking away from his embrace and scampering back to her tribe stall. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go propose marriage, Ermao on the side urged, looking more anxious than Big Mouth himself. Oh, a marriage proposal, but I don't know what to bring as a gift. Big Mouth reeled from the kiss, then suddenly realized he hadn't prepared a gift at all. Go ask the chief to think of something. The chief has lots of ideas. Oh yeah, look for the chief. The chief, hey, what kind of gift am I going to take to propose? With that, Big Mouth had run to Luo Chang's side, shaking the copper spear with a strand of hair tied to it, and asked shyly, "Thank you to my friend, Roadrunner 2, Bibliophile, Happy Face, the reward support. Thank you both Old Iron. And to all you voting ticket geezers out there, keep voting." Chapter 116, White Salt Controversy, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Oh, it's good to have a woman. What's there to be embarrassed about? Come on, take this and go. Make sure you lead the girl home. Luo Chong teased Big Mouth, took a small pottery bowl from the side, and scooped up half a bowl of white salt and handed it to Big Mouth. Just these things, not to mention as a gift. To buy the girl back is enough. I don't believe that the other party will not agree. Big Mouth happily carried half a bowl of white salt and ran to the Fork tribe's booth with gusto, followed by a few pals to cheer him on. Honorable Chief, please let me take the woman. It is my gift to your tribe. With one hand on his chest and slightly bent over, Big Mouth first gave the leader of the Fork tribe a respectful salute, and then brought half a bowl of white salt to the other man. Fork Chief first looked at the pottery bowl container well, although a little small, but enough sincerity. Just the bowl filled with those white sand he did not recognize. The Fork Chief took the ceramic bowl and sniffed it with his nose first, smelling nothing, then he pointed to the bowl and asked, "What is this and what is it for?" Big Mouth couldn't understand, but he could see the Fork Chief's puzzled look, and he pointed to the bowl and said just one word, "White salt," before dipping his hand into his mouth a little more. "White salt," Chief Fork repeated, then also pinched a little bit and put it into his mouth. The next moment, a unique salty taste of sodium chloride exploded in the middle of his mouth. Chief Fork almost didn't get snoozed to death. His eyes instantly widened, and then forcefully endured the salty taste and swallowed those salts down again. "This is from your tribe? How many more are there? To trade or not to trade?" The Fork Chief popped 3 questions in a row. Big Mouth listened in a daze, completely confused about what was going on. Looking at the Fork Chief and nervous and anxious, Big Mouth thought that he was not satisfied, and then tentatively pointed at the girl with his finger. The forked leader froze, then remembered what Big Mouth was here for, then nodded affirmatively and led the girl over to Big Mouth, who was there holding the girl's hand and heckling her. Then followed a few of his buddies to lead the girl back. The Fork Chief turned and handed the half bowl of white salt to one of his tribe's warriors, telling him to keep it safe, and then followed Big Mouth to the front of the Han tribe's booth as well. I only saw some pottery neatly stacked on the Han tribe's stall, 10 clay pots, dozens of clay bowls, and a pot full of white salt. Luo Chong was afraid that it would be too conspicuous to get a big barrel out directly, so he only set up a pot of salt outside. The leader of the Fork tribe did not speak directly, but stood in the crowd and surveyed the Han tribe. This tribe seems to have not been here before, but when he scanned the circle, and then saw 2 familiar figures, one is a scarred one ear on the face, and the other is a beast tooth with 2 saber teeth and tiger teeth hanging from the neck. The image of these 2 people is really too easy to be remembered. Just their leader, how to be so young. There were a few other chiefs from other tribes in the crowd who were stopping to watch. The bullet tribes that were able to make slingshots from animal sinews. Their tribes usually cooked soup, but instead of using clay pots, They used animal skins, which were pocketed into a leather pouch, filled with water and food, and then burnt hot stones were thrown into the pouch, and the water and food inside would be scalded, which was very primitive. The leader of the bomb tribe, who was attracted to the pot of fish soup, had his eye on the clay pot that could cook the soup directly. There is also the bead tribe who take grape juice and fry brown sugar. They also need containers that can be heated directly for frying brown sugar. And Chief Bead is also attracted to clay pots. There are also the mushroom tribe, who are good at distinguishing mushrooms, the AO tribe, who carry tortoise shells on their backs and like to use big trumpet lids as shields, the cave tribe, who are good at digging and making holes in the ground, the tooth tribe, whose warriors all wear earrings of animal teeth, and the flying stone tribe, who are very skillful at playing with stone-throwing ropes. The chiefs of these tribes were attracted purely by the cattle and deer of the Han tribe, and by the wagon. There were still some remaining chiefs of the bear tribe, tiger tribe, tattoo tribe, sickle tribe, fire tribe, vertical tribe, and thorn tribe who hadn't come over, and they were still tending to their own stalls, but there were a few of their clansmen surrounding the area. The group watched as several of the people cooking pinched a bit of that white sand and sprinkled it on the food, and couldn't help but be curious. The sand quickly melted when it was sprinkled on the fried fish and grilled meat, which made them feel even more curious about what it was. The crowd watched for a while, but finally someone couldn't help themselves. The chief Tooth, who wore 2 animal tooth earrings, pointed at the pot of white salt. "What is this? Is it for eating?" Luo Chong smiled and handed him a bunch of already cooked barbecue meat, and pointed to the clay pot and said the words white salt. Chief Tooth took the roast and repeated the Mandarin term for white salt, and the crowd around him whispered, "White salt. So that white sand is called white salt. It's something to eat," and the crowd learned a Mandarin word. Chief Tooth took a bite of roasted meat. Spicy and salty flavor and the aroma of roasted meat instantly conquered his taste buds. Well, really fragrant, but how to feel where the strange. And then he ate another bite in his mouth, carefully taste. Chewing teeth. Chief suddenly froze. "Salty? This meat is salty. The salty flavor of this meat?" Chief Tooth asked in surprise, pointing to the remaining half of the kebab. "White salt." Luo Chong nodded affirmatively and pinched a bit of white salt and placed it in his hand, signaling for him to eat it, then grabbed another handful and pinched a bit for each of the several chiefs around him. In one swift motion, Chief Tooth put those salts in his mouth, frowning as he savored the salty taste. A few of the surrounding chiefs followed suit and tasted the white salt when they saw that Chief Tooth seemed to be fine with it. A pure salty flavor erupted the moment he entered his mouth, and several of the chieftains froze at the same time before frowning deeply as they continued to taste. They had all eaten salty things, but it was the first time they had seen white salt that was so pure, without a trace of impurities and without a hint of odor. "Gollum!" Several chiefs gulped down a mouthful of spit, then asked in unison, "White salt, how do I change it?" Luo Chong smiled faintly. Seeing that the purpose had been achieved, he no longer sold out. He picked up a small-sized ceramic bowl, scooped up a full bowl of white salt, and then pointed to a teenager in the crowd. "So much white salt for a boy." Several chiefs were stunned and seemed to think that Luo Chong was asking for a somewhat high price, but after they thought about it more carefully, they felt that it wasn't unacceptable. Such good white salt, such a pure salty flavor. God knows how the Han tribe got it. In case it was very rare, in case collecting it required risking one's life, in case it was particularly difficult to make, it would be understandable to ask for a man in exchange. Chief Tooth wanted to cut another deal with Luo Chong. He grabbed a large clay bowl from the side, then filled it with a full bowl of salt and pointed to a teenager again. "No, there's too many. It's not fair." Luo Chong shook his head and took the large ceramic bowl, pouring all the salt inside onto the top of the small ceramic bowl, so that it was piled up into a tip on top of the small ceramic bowl, which was actually still the same amount that he had traded with the braided tribes, almost 3 pounds or so. "That's all. For a boy. No more. Please vote, please comment, please compare. All kinds of please, greater than over equal to less than over equal to." Chapter 117 Large Transactions, Seeking Favorites and Recommendations. Since ancient times there is a saying called, "Buy no sell fine." Luo Chong of course is no exception. In fact, the bottom price in his heart is 3 pounds of salt, but selling things will not directly put the bottom price reported, to leave the other side of the counteroffer margin. Although Luo Chong didn't add him to a big pottery bowl, but also gave him a lot more on top of the original, which made Chief Tooth feel that Luo Chong gave him face. He looked at only that one pottery pot of white salt, and thought that he must buy some more. The other chiefs hadn't said anything yet at this time. It wouldn't be good if someone would grab it with himself in a while. Chief Tooth thought for a moment. His tribe numbered over 200 and he had 17 boys brought out this time alone, so he clenched his teeth and held out 2 palms. "I want white salt for 10 men. White salt for 10 people. 30 pounds, when the time comes to take it back to the tribe. Those who work a lot can have a little more." And the children who don't work much will have a little bit of it every few days, so they can have it for a while longer. Yes, but get your own bag. I don't have anything for you to carry. Luo Chong nodded, and with another bowl in hand, he signaled that there was no place to fill it, and asked them to bring their own bags. The chief of the teeth turned and gave 2 words of explanation to a warrior at his side, who quickly ran away, and in a short time led in 10 more teenagers with animal tooth earrings, and 2 python skin bags. Luo Chong personally loaded him with salt. Each loaded bowl, the tooth chief is still careful to grab another handful to put on the bowl, until it really cannot be loaded, and then poured into the bag, so that the loading of salt. Luo Chong looked at the tears and laughter. White salt bowl by bowl into the bag. 10 teenagers also one by one stood behind Luo Chong, looking at the pot of salt will soon be at the bottom. Around the other tribal chiefs also cannot stay. Chief Flying Stone, do you have any more white salt? I want 15 men's. Chief Ao, we want 10 as well. Defeat. Go back and lead the men to bring the bags or they'll be gone. Standing on the sidelines looking at half a day of the Fork Chief also stood out. Their Fork tribe to fishing for a living. Plenty of food. People are also quite a lot. More than 400. At this time to see other people are taking people for salt. He also did not show weakness. A mouth is 20 people white salt. Stretching out 2 palms back and forth with Luo Chong gesture 2 times. Even the Pearl tribe, which had fewer people, asked for a palmful. We want white salt for 5 people. Leave some for us. You 2 go back and get a bag. Luo Chong looked at them all squeezing their heads one by one, comparing the quantity with himself with his fingers, and shouted with a smile, don't be in a hurry. All of you, go and lead the people here, and exchange one for a bowl of white salt, child for child. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Luo Chang's heart was laughing maniacally, but hadn't yet lost his proper sanity, turning around and whispering a few words into the ear of Beast Tooth beside him. Beast Tooth nodded and turned back to explain something to a few of the old warriors before bringing 2 men to carry 2 large wooden barrels filled with salt. Dolly led 10 of the Han tribe's own teenagers, armed with bronze spears, around the side of Luo Chong and the stalls to guard them, while One Ear led another 10 to guard the ox carts and livestock, and the 3 of Feather and Stone and Stump specialized in receiving the new clansmen, giving them twine to tie up their hair on the spot, which was used to differentiate them from the other tribes. Watching the white salt in the stalls clay pots being picked up by the Tooth tribe, the leaders of several other tribes were in a hurry. Fearing that there was no more white salt left, they shouted at their own clansmen, urging them to hurry up. But in the twinkling of an eye, they saw someone carrying 2 big round wooden barrels from behind Luo Chong, and there were several more guards with spears around. Luo Chong rolled the white salt that still had half a barrel left to the front of the stall, smashed the wooden pegs on it with a mallet, and showed them the half barrel of salt left inside. The surrounding several chiefs looked at this rounded barrel are all shocked. They are still the first time to see so big exquisite rounded container, and there is a lid, but also can be locked. This thing is so advanced. When they saw Luo Chong pouring out another tub of white salt from that vat, they put their hearts at ease, and then they all started trading with Luo Chong. One by one, the boys were tied up by their hair and stood behind Luo Chong, and Luo Chang's half barrel of salt was soon empty, so he opened another full barrel for them to fill. There were also more and more people over here, and a lot of them ran to the Han tribe booth. Among them were those tribe leaders who didn't come just now. It's really that the transaction over here is too attractive. Throughout the spring meeting period, everyone will rarely trade with the population even if there is a transaction. And a large transaction that can trade so many people at a time is even more never. What kind of treasure is it that will make so many people scramble to buy it? Several of the chiefs came to the front and watched as Luo Chong was filling them with white salt, a bowl for one, and asked their own clansmen standing around what that was. Chief, that's called white salt. It's something salty. You can eat it. And their tribe traded that bowl of white salt for a man. Oh, really? The leader of the Tiger tribe asked in surprise even after hearing his warrior's words. Then a few chiefs also crowded to the front. Luo Chong looked and came so many customers, naturally also come with no fear, immediately greeted with a smile. To a few people were pinched a little white salt in their hands to let them taste. Waiting for several people have tasted white salt, and understand the price of white salt, also have called their own clan over to trade. The least there are 5 people, more than even 20 people. A time the Han tribe's stall became the center of the entire spring meeting focus. Even some originally wanted to go to tease the little brother of the girl also surrounded, because the Han tribe of the most men. But soon, a special situation happened. A fire chief with a naked and stout upper body and a flame totem formed with skull scars on his chest came to Luo Chong. He first sized up the Han tribesmen and looked at the Han tribe's things, and finally took out 30 teenagers directly to trade for white salt. 30 that's all the boys that the fire tribes have brought in this time, and the remaining 10 from their tribes are all warriors of prime age. Oh, there's quite a few of you. You're so damn willing to go out on a limb. However, Luo Chong also came to the door of the drudgery do not want the reason. According to the list, and other people out of the same portion of white salt and give the fire tribe exchange. It had been trading like this for several hours before the trade of white salt came to an end. Mainly because everyone couldn't get anyone else. The 18 tribes that came to the spring meeting, except for the Han tribe itself, the other 17 tribes all made deals with Luo Chong. Each tribe less than 5 people, more than 30 people. The average calculation of a tribe out of more than 10 people. 17 tribes excluding the previous, and Luo Chong dealt with the compilation of the tribe. The other 16 tribes, a total of 195 to Luo Chong to come up with 195 big lads, plus the compilation of the tribe of the previous those 20 people. The number of people has reached an exaggerated 215, while the Han tribe but only spent a few £100 of salt. But that's not the end of the story. Due to the Han tribe's frantic move to buy men, the main purpose of this spring meeting was directly disrupted, and a large number of boys were bought by the Han tribe, resulting in a lot of girls having no one to choose from, and in the end, they could only come to the Han tribe to choose men, especially before the trade. There were already some young boys and girls who had completed the matter of choosing their spouses and then were traded to the Han tribe. So those girls who had found their own belonging had to follow their men to join the Han tribe. At this time some of the chiefs quit. The Han tribe took too much advantage. A bowl of white salt not only exchanged away a boy, some also abducted 1 or 2 of their sisters. This cannot work, so they demanded compensation. Luo Chong also did not petty, directly in accordance with the previous marriage proposal gift to them by head compensation, married to a girl of the Han tribe. The return gift of a small pottery bowl plus half a bowl of white salt. The chiefs of this satisfaction. But there were some chiefs who didn't want that little ceramic bowl, so they made other requests to Luo Chong. Thanks to my friend Little Moo, friend of the book Roadrunner 2, Passerby B, for your reward support. Thank you for your encouragement, and thank you to everyone who voted Bishop. I hope you'll keep up the good work with your votes. And yeah, by the way, a heart for the characters. Thank you. Chapter 118, Demons and Ghosts, seeking recommendations and comparisons. The Bomb tribe had 23 maidens, all married to the Han tribe, or rather to the boys who had just joined the Han tribe. But the Bomb chief didn't want pottery bowls. He wanted pottery pots from the Han tribe. Luo Chong also met his requirements. As long as the marriage to the Han tribe 3 girls will be directly returned to the gift of an earthenware pot. The final bullet chief asked for 6 earthenware pots, the rest of all the white salt as a return gift. A girl directly gave a flat bowl of white salt. The Ao tribe directly used the wangba lid as a pot. The pottery pot they did not want one. The girl who married the Han tribe all used white salt discount. Luo Chong also directly exchanged to him. The Shu tribe needed clay pots to fry brown sugar, and finally asked for 3 clay pots. And even the large wooden barrel used by the Han tribe to contain salt also asked for one to go away, saying that it was used to contain grape juice, which Luo Chong exchanged for the price of 10 sisters. That is to say, I don't know if they will use the barrels to make wine. The chief of the Fork tribe saw the Han tribe cooking fish soup in clay pots and asked for a couple of clay pots and some white salt to go back as well. The Thorn tribe's settlement was not near a water source, and in the end they asked for 2 large wooden barrels in return, one for salt and the other for water of the kind with only a small hole in it. Some other tribes saw that Luo Chong was willing to exchange anything and even offered to exchange a cow, but Luo Chong did not agree. In the end, each tribe took what they needed. Some wanted white salt, some wanted clay pots, and some wanted wooden barrels, and finally even a few wooden barrels used for salt by the Han tribe were taken. And even the leader of the fire tribe looked for Luo Chong to ask for a bronze spear, but instead of exchanging, Luo Chong exchanged the clay pots and white salt for him. A trade down. The Han tribe brought the goods sold 7 or 8. The number of people is also rising. Directly married to the Han tribe of young girls have 343 people. The average of each boy has 1 or 2 women, mainly because the Han tribe is too rich. A lot of girls are willing to marry to the Han tribe. These people together with 558 people. More than the number of the Han tribe, all of the original tribal people. Of course, other tribes are not without girls who are not willing to marry. To know that the various tribes trading to Luo Chang's teenagers, that are counted from the bottom to the top, each tribe's most elite, the most able-bodied boys have been the chiefs of their own to stay. To put it bluntly, which grows the most feeble chickens, which will be sold to the Han tribe first. So there are girls are also divided up into tribes, married to the teenagers they think is able-bodied. This time the most suffer should be compiled tribes. They had intended to come to the spring meeting to recruit son-in-law. The result is that because of the Han tribes on a large scale to buy men's sake, they had door-to-door son-in-law also did not recruit. The clothes want to use hemp net and hemp cloth for men. Other tribes do not agree. And hemp cloth compared to the obvious white salt is more important. Really can still come up with a few boys. Of course, directly used to exchange salt. Who will want you to that does not keep you warm linen? The big deal is that the old man naked in the summer, looking for you to exchange linen is not as good as the animal skins affordable. As a result, the braided tribes ended up being completely reduced to a punchline, and their leader, Shang, also looked helpless, compared to Luo Chang's white salt. Their mesh linen was not at all tempting. Xiao Dai, how are you thinking? Do you want to join the Han tribe to marry Luo Chong? Xuan, feeling a little tired, asked Xiao Dai. Today a lot of girls are married to the Han tribe. Why Luo Chong himself didn't pick any of them? Doesn't he like women? I always feel that he doesn't like me either. Xiao Dai looked around and didn't say whether she was willing or not. Indeed, today there are indeed many girls look on Luo Chong. Han tribe so rich. Luo Chong Long is not bad, not to say handsome as Panin, but how is also medium to Hyatt, and also so young, and is a few hundred people of the big tribal leader, is how many girls in the heart of the preferred target. Some bold sister also took their own strand of long hair, want to tie in Luo Chang's weapon, but the result is to find Luo Chong Hall a chief. The body actually what weapons are not with. This, simply, don't do so absolutely. You the girl is eating fasting Buddha's monk? Luo Chong will be a monk. Of course not. He is oriented to normal, but not many of those women can enter the eyes of Luo Chong. At that time, when Luo Chong was loading salt for others, there was a tattooed tribal maiden holding a lock of hair towards him, and scared Luo Chong's hand of end salt was shivering, and that chief who bought salt was almost anxious at that time. What do you mean? By what right do you give me the salt to load salt when you deliberately spill some? How do we know Luo Chong actually saw what the hell? Sister, you even if you want a tattoo also do not tattoo face good, and also tattooed so ugly. That painting is a what? Frogs? Luo Chong then wanted to put a bowl of salt buckle in her face, and finally scared Luo Chong to put their own weapons of brain stuff to the side of the vigor. Not a moment later came a longitudinal tribal sister, the calluses on the hands if the Luo Chong body to touch. It is estimated that can wear off half a layer of skin. Hey, a good girl, have to swing on the vine when what Tarzan look at your hands, more than Luo Chang's thick. It's hard to have one that can make Luo Chong barely score 50 points. Opening his mouth and smiling at him, Luo Chong almost didn't vomit, a mouthful of big yellow slate teeth, and his incisors are still sticking outward, the most exaggerated or a bare tribal woman, long big and thick with Ruohua-like, actually ran to Luo Chong in front of stretching his arms to show his biceps. Lousy want is the girl smash, budding girl smash, not female Tyrannosaurus okay? You muscular have a fart Lousy is not looking for female wrestlers. A wave of pics came down, and it made Luo Chong collapse. He even suddenly developed a feeling of wanting to go back to Earth, which of course was impossible. It seems to me like Luo Chong isn't too old. He's probably not even a teenager yet. Maybe he doesn't want to find a woman that early, or maybe he hasn't seen one he likes? Xuan herself said uncertainly. Will he like me then? He can't even look at so many girls today. Xiao Dai said without confidence. Why don't you try it? How do I try? This is a spring meeting, so of course we're using spring meeting rules. Shantae said goadingly. But he's given away his weapons. The other girls don't know about Rishan's weapons, don't you? Sean continued to goad. And what if he doesn't like me and doesn't agree? How will you know if you don't try? Then I'll try. Little Butterfly thought for a moment, seemed to have made up her mind, and said in a small voice. Then Xiao Dai braided a strand of her long hair into a thin twisted braid, cut it off with a stone knife and held it in her hand, and with her hands behind her back, she walked over to Luo Chong. At this moment, Luo Chong was still sitting in front of the stall eating his grilled meat, when Xiao Dai suddenly walked over from the side of Luo Chong, took out her small twisted braid and tied it directly on Luo Chang's wrist, and also tied a dead knot. What's going on? I'm not even armed, okay? You got a leash on me? Luo Chong twisted his head with a confused face and looked at this young lady who wanted to take him captive as a suppressive man. What are you doing? You yourself are your weapon, Little Butterfly said proudly, as if she thought she was smart. Then waited with anticipation for Luo Chang's reaction, but unfortunately neither of the two understood what the other was saying. Luo Chong seriously and Small Butterfly against the eyes, suddenly felt, it seems that this young lady is also good. Of course, there may be an illusion. Is really no comparison there is no harm after watching the group of demons and monsters just now, and now take the Small Butterfly and they are stronger than the acceptability is much stronger, in accordance with Luo Chang's aesthetics. How to give Small Butterfly to make a score of 60 points. Please recommend, please compare, please review, please book list inclusion, all kinds of please. Mwahahaha dear book friends, carrot. Chapter 119, Spending Money to Buy Peace, Seeking Recommendations and Comparisons. We've tribal women are good at planting hemp and weaving. They did not grow big and thick, but also often rub the hemp thread. The hand is not calloused in barbs, otherwise it will definitely hang line. Then how to weave? Xiaodia's body then belongs to the more slender kind, at least from the part of the belly bib exposed to see or can be, is that the skin is not so white, but it is also considered a healthy color. It is estimated that a good wash can be a little bit more white. Almost 165 height is not too short. She is 1 year older than Luo Chong. Girls are developing earlier than boys. Currently in Luo Chang's height is about the same. If Luo Chong does not tie his hair and wear a crown, it is estimated that it is shorter than the small butterfly, so a drop. Little butterfly's 5 senses. That's certainly a veiled face. Definitely not as pitiful as Earth's beauties, who can't even unlock their cell phones after removing their makeup. Well, 5 features can also make a score of 65 points. At least very decent, but also relatively clean. There is no buck teeth, odd tattoos or scars, and other minus points. Eyes are not particularly large, but not small. At least look very god. This is even if you can. Primitive era. What else do you want? Such a young lady to lead back, and then tempered a bit, will be almost meet the requirements of Luo Chong, but accept to accept. Luo Chong, there is a point or cannot agree. I won't follow you back to your tribe. I have my own. Luo Chong shook his head and said. Xiao Dai saw Luo Chong shaking his head. Tears were coming down, but after hearing Luo Chong say such a long sentence, it was obvious that it couldn't be, I don't want you, or something like that. So what did he say and why was he shaking his head? Luo Chong could see the doubt in Xiao Dai's eyes, so he gestured and said it again. I, for one, will not go with you to your tribe. I, like Chief Dove, have my own people, and I will not agree unless you join my tribe. Luo Chong pointed down at himself, and then at the braided tribe stall, before waving his hand and tapping his copper crown again, pointing at his own section of the tribe, and then at Xiao Dai, telling her to join that group as well, before nodding his own head. Egu. With this flurry of comparisons, Xiao Dai finally realized what Luo Chong meant, and immediately broke into laughter, even spraying out snot bubbles, and wiping her nose with her arm, then nodding her head like a chicken pecking at a rice plant. Luo Chong. Favorability 10-10-10. Alas, the road to teach the young lady is hot tough. There are still a lot of road to go in the future. And then Luo Chong pulled the small butterfly to the lake to let her wash her face. When the washing was done, Xiao Dai ate with Luo Chong again, and then went back to the braided tribe side to report to her AMU, and also took away a pottery pot of white salt that Luo Chong had handed over to her. The rest of the second half of the night, the various tribes have also rested in their own camps. Everyone before have been rushing all the time, after coming to start a variety of transactions, a variety of girls, at this time are also tired. Only some of the energetic to know where to give vent to the teenage boys and girls, hiding in one of the bushes rolling in the grass. Even little butterfly stayed by Shuang's side, listening to Shuang tell her about human genetic pedagogy and the 108 styles of husband taming. Luo Chong also rested early after arranging for his clansmen to stand guard in shifts. Early the next morning, the tribesmen hunted some more prey for breakfast, and the fish in the lake, the birds flying in the sky, the wild ducks and giant geese swimming in the water, the snakes hanging on the trees, the mushrooms growing on the ground, the rabbits and groundhogs hiding underground, all turned into food for the tribesmen's stomachs. After Luo Chong ate breakfast, he also took Xiao Dai to stroll around other people's stalls. From the time he first came, Luo Chong was selling things, and hadn't seen what other people's specialties were. Snake tribe stalls are all snakeskin. There are several kinds of medicinal herbs. Listening to the snake which introduced, there is a special treatment for traumatic injuries to stop bleeding, and anti-inflammatory drugs, is a kind of plant rhizomes that look like ginger, and now they have all been dried up in the sun, and they need to be mashed up or ground into a powder to be used externally. This is a good thing. Pure natural hemostatic trauma medicine. Luo Chong directly gave him a round, and picked a beautiful golden python skin, and finally traded away with 3 clay pots. Bouncing tribal stalls. Are some do slingshot wooden fork? There are finished slingshot. Luo Chong has little interest. This thing also hit a birdline. Hold up can hit a pheasant. But they used to do slingshot animal tendon. Luo Chong is very interested. What a good thing. Have been spoiled by you to do slingshot play. There are so many animal tendons. Used to do compound bow is not good. Luo Chong directly with 2 clay pots. For big bowls to those animal tendons all change away. AO tribal trumpet cover. Luo Chong has little interest. He also does not want to be a ninja turtle. Much less need to take the turtle shell as a shield. Want a shield? Luo Chong can do it yourself. Wooden shield. Rattan shield. Copper shield. To what kind of no? However, a small tortoise shell placed on their stall is very delicate. This tortoise shell is only the size of the bowl of a small pottery bowl, with a cover and a bottom, rounded on the bottom, a total of 9 pieces of the abdominal armor. But the dorsal armor has 14 lattice, very much like the tortoise shell used by people to tell the trigrams. Although Luo Chong could not tell fortune, he also found it exquisite. and finally bought the turtle shell with a large ceramic bowl. The purpose of this trip is to consume. No matter if you are useful or not, I'll buy some. The purpose is to take the initiative to send pottery to people. One is to make good friends with the tribes. The second is also to understand a little bit of these tribes. The third is afraid that other people are red in the eyes that he has too many good things, and at that time, they will have a bad idea. So Luo Chong took the initiative to go to them to send them some good things. And if you can also buy the things you need on the way, that's even better. On the Pearl tribe's stall, there were a lot of large red and olive green raisins, and brown sugar that had condensed into chunks. Luo Chong bought some of all of them and saved them for Xiao Dai to eat. Women seem to need brown sugar, right? The stalls of the vertical tribe are all rattan products. Backpacks, baskets, dustpans, baskets, straw shoes, and bucket hats. Luo Chong bought a pair of good-looking straw shoes for Xiao Dai, and a whole lot of bucket hats, which are actually good things and can shade the sun, but also can be used as a shield for close combat. The Sickle tribe sold flint and flint there, and Luo Chong bought some. The Tiger tribe and the Bear tribe were selling animal bones and skins, only this one didn't have black stripes on it, but the whole tiger skin was complete, and the fur on it was thick enough to be used to make a coat, which was bought by Luo Chong. Bear tribe's bear skin, there is a pure white. Do not know exactly what bear's skin, in any case, cannot be a polar bear. This skin is also collected by Luo Chong. Take home to make the bed just right. As for those animal bones, Luo Chong didn't want them. Most of such bones were for making bone weapons, but the Han tribe had metal, so the animal bones weren't needed. Cave tribe's stall had some beautiful stones. I don't know where they dug them out. Among them there was one black and one white that Luo Chong took a liking to. The white one was borax rock crystals that looked like a hedgehog. This thing was a chemical raw material. It was useful for metallurgy and glass burning, and it could be used as a herbicide. Another kind of black is graphite, also known as the painting stone, because this thing is mainly used as pigment, is one of the main raw materials of the pencil, and because of the graphite texture is relatively soft, but also often as a lubricant. When I was a child the door cannot be opened. It is often sharpened some of the pencil core poured into the lock eye. The use of the principle of exactly this. Graphite's element is also relatively pure, almost equal to pure carbon, is also an indispensable material for iron and steel making. Just don't know where they dug, whether they dug up diamonds. We must know that diamonds can be the element of carbon formed under high temperature and high pressure. In the end, these two kinds of stones were all pocketed by Luo Chong as well, giving the other party an earthenware pot and a few earthenware bowls. The strangest of all is a blue, yellow speckled poisonous mushroom from the mushroom tribe, which can be applied externally to paralyze the nerves and taken internally as a stimulant to cause hallucinations. The mushroom tribe often uses the juice of this poisonous mushroom to coat their weapons for hunting purposes, and prey struck will be immobilized by nerve paralysis, even if the wounds are not fatal. Good thing to others can be used to fight, to their own people can be used as anesthetic. So useful things, if not that is a little cute. Luo Chong directly bought all of them, thanks to my friend Little Moo. Stargazer's Reverie, friend of the book Roadrunner 2, Passerby B, love, hate, sorrow, for the reward support, and thank you to all the bookworms who still have voting ballots, plus the usual wave of requests for votes, comments, comparisons, all sorts of things. Chapter 120, returning to the Imperial Court, seeking recommendations and comparisons. At the various stalls in Ruoming Shui Valley, Luo Chong wielded pottery and white salt, making large purchases of all sorts of things, some very important ones like medicines, and some dispensable ones like animal skins and food and other things. Xiao Dai then held Luo Chang's hand and followed alongside. The two of them spent a flurry of flowers, and consumed almost all of the clay pots that they brought with them. Of course, Luo Chang's purpose had been achieved, and the chiefs were happy to watch Luo Chong take a large amount of pottery to buy them. Most of their tribes have exchanged their population for white salt, but pottery they also like, just really cannot take the extra people to exchange. Looking at the Han tribes, so much pottery, they cannot get. Say the heart has no idea that is false. Do not know how many people because of this I read it. Now it's good. Luo Chong sent the pottery to his door personally, although it's not much, but each tribe has a few, and it's almost enough for them to use for those high level. The chiefs of all the tribes are of course very happy, and the eye rolling in jealousy just now is greatly reduced, and the good feeling towards Luo Chong, the young chief who is good at his job, is greatly increased. At this point, the purpose of the spring meeting is considered to be accomplished, and some of the tribes have begun to leave one by one, going back to their homes. The Han tribe was also going back. Luo Chong had people organize the team and was ready to go home. The Snake tribe and the Braided tribe were on the way with Luo Chong, so they would follow on the way back. The 558 teenage girls, tentatively organized into 20 squads of about 28 each, were divided into 4 columns, led by one of the Han tribe's own teenagers. One Ear and Feather rode the horned deer in front to open the way. The Stump drove the ox cart to follow in the middle of the team. Snake Witch also didn't continue to sit in the sedan chair, and Shuang sat together in the ox cart. Braided Tribe and Snake Tribe also followed in the middle of the team. Luo Chong and vigorously the 3 people rode the deer to follow at the very back to break the back. Xiao Dai stood in front of Luo Chang's horned deer, tugging on his reins. "What are you standing there for? Come up and go home with me." Luo Chang bent down and extended his hand to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai happily grabbed Luo Chang's hand, and was pulled to his side by Luo Chong, and the 2 of them rode a deer at the end. A spring breeze with the scent of flowers brushed by. Xiao Dai's long, disheveled hair hit Luo Chang's face, and then looked at the bare back exposed behind the belly band, making him a little virgin who had lived 2 lifetimes, a little apoplectic. Calm down, wait until you're conditioned to eat. Yes, that's it. In order to distract himself, Luo Chong began to temper. Ahem. It was to start teaching Little Butterfly to speak Mandarin, reciting everything he saw along the way in Mandarin, and then letting Little Butterfly learn it over and over again, still starting with the most basic of all the various nouns, I, E, the names of all kinds of things. Luo Chong grabbed Xiao Dai's hand from behind and taught her. Hands, Butterfly, hands. Rashan, left hand, right hand. Xiao Dai. Rashan, eyes, nose, mouth, ears. Xiao Dai. Rashan, legs, waist, back, stomach, chest. Little Butterfly. Blush +1 +1 +1 +1. Shy +2 +2 +2 +2 +2. Ahem. 2 W words omitted here. At the time of camping at night, Vigor and the others came over with a pig's leg. Little Butterfly pulled some grass aside to feed the deer. Luo Chong had already lit a bunch of campfires, and when he saw Vigor and the others, he asked, "How is it? What's the movement of those people I asked you to keep an eye on?" "Chieftain, out of the 30 people from the Fire Tribe, 6 of them are leaving markers along the road," Beast Tooth reported. "I have long seen that Fire Chief is not a good thing. Really want to play dirty with us. Other tribes do not have one of the boys out of all the boys. Just their tribe is so strange, but also they think I cannot see. When we asked for a return gift, all the other tribes asked for pottery and white salt, but the Fire Tribe actually wanted our copper spears. Why would they want our weapons? Take them away and then come to fight us? Oh, I really don't know what they think. They have to make it so obvious," Luo Chong said with an extremely angry smile. "Chief, so what do we do now? Destroy all those marks and kill all those Fire Tribe teenagers?" Vigor asked. "Kill what? Why don't you want to send the laborers to the door for nothing? Since you don't want to follow us to live a good life, then don't live. All give me the old man to dig the river and move the bricks." Luo Chong smiled evilly. "So the mark is just going to be left there unattended? What if they Fire Tribe catch up?" Stone asked again. "The fact that they left a mark means that they won't attack right away. That's just a guide for the people behind them. We have so many people now that they wouldn't dare to come over with fewer people, so they must have to go back to the tribe to gather their men before chasing them along the mark. According to their idea, when the time comes, they will be able to deal a fatal blow to us with their people as the insiders, but they definitely won't come to attack now. I hang behind for a day today and didn't find anyone following us. Now we don't care about those marks. Let them stay, but we can't go straight back to the tribe. We need to make a detour." Luo Chong analyzed it for them. "Detour? A detour where? Why the detour?" Vigor asked in disbelief. "Hear me out first, and you guys can ask if you don't understand anything afterward," Luo Chong said to Vigor before assigning them tasks. "Beast Tooth, you go tell One Ear later to take the Togoling side when he leads the way. We'll go to Togoling first, and then go home from Togoling. Don't go back in a straight line. Daily, you watch those 30 boys from the Fire Tribe, and when we get to Togoland Ridge, we'll split them into separate teams. Stone, you'll walk with everyone for 2 more days, and after 2 days you'll ride the deer straight back to the tribe to call for backup, and have Mouse Big lead the hunting party to camp ahead of time at Togoling to wait for us. When we arrive at Togol Ridge we'll directly take control of those 30 people from the Fire Tribe. Make a good ambush around them. Wait for the Fire Tribe to deliver themselves to the door, and then we'll wipe out the Fire Tribe in one fell swoop." Luo Chong told everyone his whole plan. "That, Chief, how do you know that the Fire Tribe will go to Togoling? Don't they go to attack our tribe directly?" Dolly asked suspiciously. "You're silly. Isn't there someone who keeps leaving marks for them? If we bring the person who left the mark to Togoling, then the person who is chasing the mark behind us will surely follow them to Togoling as well." Beast Tooth had already heard Luo Chang's plan and twisted his head to explain to Vigor. "See, in the future, use your brain more, learn well, and think more when you encounter problems. Is there anything you guys don't understand?" Luo Chong patted Dali's shoulder and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. We'll use the marks they left themselves to lure them to a fake settlement. Then make a good ambush. And when they come to attack, we'll kill them all in one go." This method of the chief's is too powerful. After Beast Tooth's reminder, Dali also understood Luo Chang's plan at once, and said with admiration in his heart, "Yeah, that's it. Everybody got it, right? Understood. Understood." Several people replied, "Alright, that's it for now. Pay attention to secrecy. Don't talk nonsense. Talk to the squad leaders of each squad. Don't sleep too much at night. Each squad should arrange people to take turns to keep watch, and a few of you as well. Sleep in shifts at night. Those who are awake will patrol on deer. Although the fire tribe won't be attacking us so soon, we have to be vigilant enough. Is that all clear?" Luo Chong instructed a few more people. "Clear." Several people replied in unison. "Alright, I'll go eat and rest. Just leave me a piece of pig leg." Luo Chong moved a rock and sat by the campfire, vigorously sliced off a piece of pork leg meat with a bone knife and left, leaving Luo Chong and Xiao Dai there to roast the meat. Luo Chong, something's wrong? Xiao Dai asked as she sat next to Luo Chong and rested her head on Luo Chang's shoulder. "It's fine. Don't mind them. I'll grill meat for you. Do you want chili?" Luo Chong held the roasted meat stick in one hand, and the bag containing chili peppers in the other hand and waved it in front of Xiao Dai. "Chili? Put. I'll eat it. Fragrant." Xiao Dai saw Luo Chong take out the chili peppers and quickly nodded her head. "I'm going to check in with you 3 times a day. Vote or not? Do you vote? Do you comment? Do you compare characters?" Chapter 121, The Brutal Leaving, Seeking Recommendations and Comparisons. The night was silent, and early the next morning, the Han tribe's group continued to set out on their way home. And after 2 days of traveling peacefully in this manner, the Snake tribe's group was to part ways with the Han tribe. The snake, which with his full head of white hair, with that poisonous snake still hanging from his neck, came in his sedan chair to say goodbye to Luo Chong. "Chief Han, your ox cart is better than a sedan chair. You don't need to be carried. I'm old. I can't walk on my own. From now on it's all your young men's world. You're not bad. And this girl you're looking for is good looking too. She'll surely be able to give you a few more babies. I'll go now. I hope to see you again in the future." Snake, which is still crumbling, also does not care whether Luo Chong can understand. After finishing his words, he nodded to Luo Chong. Luo Chong also rushed to hold his chest slightly bent down to give the Snake Witch salute. Snake Witch waved his hand and let the people to carry themselves away. After the Snake tribe left, Stone rode a deer to Luo Chang's side. "Chief, well, you go back. Go to the tribe and tell Big Tree what happened. Let him first organize the tribe to build grass huts for the new arrivals to live in. Then you and Mouse Big take the hunting party to camp at Togoling Ridge. When you go, remember to bring more weapons, especially bows and arrows, and the feathered arrows must be more than enough, and also, bring a few more tanks of grease with you." Luo Chong gave another detailed instruction. "Yes, Chief, go on, be careful on the way, and be quick." "Chief, I know," Stone promised, and with a swing of his spear he struck the deer on the ass and rode off. "Luo Chong, where is he going?" Xiao Dai sat in Luo Chang's arms and asked Luo Chong back. He went back to the tribe and built houses for the clansmen," Luo Chong said as he placed his chin on Xiao Dai's shoulder. Feeling the warm breath on her neck, Xiao Dai was greatly shy and twisted her head to stop asking. Meanwhile, in the Fire tribe, which was 2 days' walk south of the Rumo Water Valley, the Fire chief had returned to his place of residence and was preparing his men to attack the Han tribe. The Fire tribe was a large tribe with a total population of nearly 2,000, but their demographic structure was very deformed, with a lot of adult males, enough for about 300-500 or so adult females, only a couple hundred or 200 older children, and more than 700 children under the age of 5, and not a single girl, which was how extreme it was. The one who caused this extreme phenomenon is the current Fire chief. Lei Awei is only 19 years old and in his prime, but he has been a chief for less than 6 years. 6 years ago, there were less than 300 people in the Fire tribe, and at that time, Lei was not yet the chief, and because the guy had loved playing with fire since he was a child, his chest had once been burned by the flames, leaving a huge hideous scar. It was the summer of the year he was 7 years old, and one day at noon, when his father had gone out hunting and his mother had gone out to gather food, he was in the hayloft lighting a fire for fun. The boy was obsessed with flames, and especially liked to look at the yellow-orange embers and listen to the crackling sound of the firewood as it burned in the flames, which he found to be a pleasure. As a result, this unlucky child is enjoying it. The sparks drifting out of the flame ignited the whole house. The dry grass house burned very quickly. The fire was burning, but away from the bewildered, like staring at the flame, as if in the flames to see the gods. The tribe stayed, and the witch saw this side of the fire, rushed over, ignoring the raging fire, froze away from a grab out. The child's chest was burned a large piece, but Hard did not cry out in pain, but also in that stupid look at the fire, just pulled away from the fire. The witch did not care to scold, but heard howling cries from the grass hut. It was away from the younger sister, is not yet 3 years old. The witch again want to go in to save the little girl, but a wood and thatched grass hut, how can withstand the flames of the burning? The witch did not have time to lift his leg, heard a rumble, the grass hut burned down. When Lee's parents returned in the evening, they saw that the straw hut where they lived every day had been reduced to a pile of ashes, and their daughter, who was less than 3 years old, had been reduced to a black, whirling mass of charcoal. Lee's mother cried her eyes out holding the blackened coke, and Lee's father whipped Lee half to death with a cane. Since then, Lee was bullied by his peers every day, scolding him for burning his sister alive, and his parents treated him coldly and gave him little food, but Lee was still dead set in his ways, still so obsessed with the flames that every time he was beaten by his peers, he sneaked off to a faraway place and continued to burn the fire, as if the flames were the only thing that could warm his heart. Lack of clothing and food away from the start of their own hunting to feed themselves, but he was young and could not catch any animals, and then a chance encounter, so that he caught a long brown long-haired rat. The rat is slow to react, almost nothing to see, long and fat, and runs slow. Away tied up that rat and threw it directly into the flames to burn alive. The rat struggled madly in the flames, letting out mournful screams, and Away sat next to him enjoying watching and waiting for the rat to burn, but he waited for half a day, and the rat was still burning. Later, after many brutal experiments by Lei, he finally discovered the reason for this. The long hair on the rat's body was very resistant to burning, and a single rat could burn for a long time, so Lei named this kind of rat as fire rat. The discovery of the fire rats made Lei even more crazy. He even made a pool by himself with stones and raised fire rats in it, just to burn 2 of them every day, so that he could enjoy it while filling his stomach. And so it was that when Lee grew up, he challenged the chief, killed the previous chief outright, and took the chief's seat, and anyone who disobeyed was killed by him one by one, rather than defeated. Lee has become very violent and cruel because of all the bullying and cold stares he has received since he was a child. He began to attack other tribes with his tribe, killing all the men of the other tribe who resisted, killing all the children of the other tribe who were under the age of 6, and taking all the women back to be used as birthing machines. The next time he went to attack another tribe, Lee had the captured men charge ahead, and if any were reluctant, he threatened their women or burned their older children alive as a warning. The captives gradually broke down inside and were forced to join the attacking team, and after they captured tribe after tribe, after the baptism of blood, and seeing so many trophies and women, the captives' hearts gradually turned crazy and twisted, and willingly joined Lei's command, while those who were always obstinate were all lit alive by his heavenly lantern. In this way, the fire tribe expanded rapidly under Lei's leadership, with more and more warriors, and the captured women at one point reached as many as 1,000, all of whom were imprisoned in a dark and damp cave in the fire tribe settlement. The women who were captured were forced to have children, and when they gave birth to a boy they could be released from the caves, and when they gave birth to a girl they would simply kill the baby girl, because girls born in their own tribes had no way of giving birth to their own tribes, and it was a waste of food to keep them. Some women were still young when they were captured and couldn't withstand their cruel torture and died directly. Others died twice during pregnancy because of the harsh conditions of the cave, and there were also women who had been numb to give birth to the fire tribe non-stop, and ultimately died of weakness due to continuous childbirth. Coupled with the lack of any medical technology in this era, there are also often people who die because of obstructed labor and hemorrhage. As a result, the mortality rate of captured women is extremely high, from a maximum of more than 1,000 to only 500 or so, and a large portion of these 500 or so are currently pregnant with children, and the women do not have a moment to recuperate and eventually die of one reason or another due to excessive childbirths. There are also women who have given birth to a child for the fire tribe want to escape, but the end of being captured will be very tragic. Away from the woman who will escape from the public burned alive. Scared other women no longer dare to think of escaping, can only be numb to become a slave to give birth to children for the fire tribe. It was also why the fire tribe constituted such a monstrous demographic, with over 700 boys under the age of 5 having been born in the last few years, not including the hundreds of baby girls who had been killed at birth. Thank you to my friend 20170528224212868. Book lover, goodness is like water. Friend of the book Roadrunner 2. Thank you all for your rewarding support, Teethbared, and to those of you who voted, commented, and compared. Thank you and please keep up the good work. Chapter 122. He, like a pigeon killer, seeking recommendations and comparisons. As soon as the spring meeting was over, Lei rushed back to the fire tribe with 10 warriors. He had to gather more warriors and prepare more supplies to attack the Han tribe. This time the spring meeting led away a long insight. He and Luo Chong are equally crazy to capture the population. Luo Chong is using white salt and pottery to make others willingly join the Han tribe, but he is using bloody brutal killing, forcing those captives to be his warriors, and forcing those women to give birth to their children. When these two phases were compared, Luo Chang's method was like opening a new door for Li. It turned out that captivity could still be like this, but away from that virtue will be the same as Luo Chong. Of course not. The first idea in his head is to snatch back all the good things of the Han tribe, and then master these technologies himself, so that he can rule more people, but also to make his own rule easier, rather than like now. Captured women can only be locked up. Chief, that Han tribe has so many people, more than 500 taken this time alone, and 200 more are grown men. Can we beat them? A warrior who had followed away to the spring meeting asked. What are you afraid of? The Han tribe have many people. We Fire tribe also have quite a few. You don't look at the number of people they brought back this time. In fact, it's not much use at all. Those more than 500 people are either women or boys whose hairs haven't grown. Basically, they haven't even participated in the hunting, let alone killing people. And the Han tribe, that chief, clearly is an unweaned hairy child, actually takes so many good things out to flaunt. This time I let him see. He can't keep himself. Good things are all ours. This time, we only need to take out 200 people. First set a big fire to the Han tribe. When the fire comes together, that hairy boy and his several hundred doll soldiers will not be scared to wow. Then we will take advantage of the chaos to rush in. The Han tribe's several hundred women, as well as their stone pots, white salt, are all ours, and their horned beasts. I want to ride this time as well, Li said to his subordinates with confidence. Well, setting fire does work. Every time we attack we set fire first, and those people will run around screaming in fear. But that Han tribe has so many people, and the settlement isn't small. Right, so I'm afraid that we won't be able to light up so many places at once. The warrior who had raised the question just now voiced his worries again. That's why I've sent 30 people there. When the time comes, as soon as I give the signal, they'll set fires all over the Han tribe, and they'll surely be able to cause a big mess, and then they'll still be at our mercy. I now want to laugh when I think of that idiot chief of the Han tribe. Ha ha ha. When I first said that I gave him a deal for 30 people, he froze in fear, and later on, he even smiled and nodded his head at me. A hairy child is a hairy child. It seems that there is no one left in this Han tribe. I really don't know how they could let a little cutie like this. When the chief, leaving, laughed out loud in triumph. Chief is really great. I didn't expect you to have made arrangements so early. It seems that I was too worried. If we follow the way you said, it doesn't seem to be much use to have many of them. This time we can definitely snatch back those goodies. Leaving's men immediately slipped up. Ha ha ha. Well, go and prepare your things. Remember to bring more fire rat skins. Arson with that stuff is most useful. Prepare well. The women we snatched this time are all so young. When the time comes, I'll let you guys have a good time. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Chief. The Fire tribe is busy preparing war materials. They have prepared a large number of weapons. That is a kind of stone axe-like things. In the end of the wooden stick tied to a piece of stone without the slightest sharp edge, and then to the outside of a layer of long-haired fire rat skin. When the combat lighted on the enemy throne, and can smash the enemy, but also part of the fire. After the fire rat fur is lit, the flame temperature is high, not extinguished by the wind, and after the hair burns, it will produce a kind of gelatinous material. If it smashes into a person, it will stick to the person, and the flame will directly burn the person. Very difficult to deal with. A group of people were making this kind of incendiary bomb when two men came out from the Fire tribe's cave. They carried a woman's corpse towards the tribe's outskirts, and when they passed by the settlement, those women with big bellies looked at the corpse numbly, without any expression on their faces, like a soulless wooden man, and the men who were making weapons were talking and laughing. Oh, another one died. I remember yesterday you made a bet that no one would die today. How about that? Guessed wrong. Remember, you have to lose a meal of meat to me. Che, look at your smug look. Losing is losing. It's not just a meal of meat. It's not like I can't afford to pay for it. Alright, hurry up and get to work. I heard from the chief that the tribe we're attacking this time has hundreds of young women. So get your hands dirty and stop chatting away. The two men who carried the body went all the way across the settlement and threw the body in a nearby mass grave. Burying them was not going to happen, as long as the body was thrown here. It wouldn't take a night for the body to be gone. Perhaps the wolves and leopards took it. With that in mind, the two men dropped the body and turned to go back. But in an instant, a black shadow flashed behind the two men. From the grass on the ground suddenly leaped out of a Voldemort. The two men who threw the body were instantly stunned, and then they heard the bad wind behind their heads. The two men hurriedly turned back to try to check the situation. However, one of them had just twisted his head back, when he only heard a buzzing sound in his ears. And then he saw a children's arm-thick large stick smashing straight on his head. With a muffled bang, the beaten man's skull instantly cracked open and his brain burst, scattering red and white all around him, and also dwindling his companion to a dog's blood. Kill, 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 kill people, save. The remaining one turned around in fear and ran, shouting for help as he did so, but before he could run 2 steps, there was another buzzing sound behind his ear. In the next moment, the man directly flopped to the ground, the back of his head lushly dripping with red and white brain matter, and his body convulsing unconsciously. The murderer retrieved a large, straight, 2-meter-long wooden stick and plunged it into the grass with a poof. And with his right hand, he drew a rough bone knife from behind his waist and calmly cut off the heads of the 2 men. He also tied the hair of the 2 heads together, picked up the 2 heads with his own big stick and carried them behind him, and stooped down to carry the body of the woman on the ground over his shoulder, and walked off into the jungle at a brisk pace. He left without a sound, as if he had never appeared, and only the 2 heads hanging from the wooden sticks behind him were still ticking with brain matter. He, like the pigeon killer, a killer with feelings. He, Mordecai woman. Also, Mordecai's kid. He, alone, wandering in the middle of a vast mountainous countryside. A few men who were making incendiary bombs gathered at the Fire Tribe settlement. Did you guys just hear something? Ha? What's that noise? I heard what sounded like a cry of murder. Why haven't those 2 body dumpers come back yet? A few of the men froze, then looked at each other. Come on, let's go check it out and get our spears. When a few men carefully walked to the mass grave, all they saw were 2 headless bodies, and the body of the woman who had just dropped it off had disappeared without a trace. The crowd was startled. Quick, go back and tell the chief. When a few people carried the 2 headless corpses to Lay shattered the pottery bowl in his hand. Damn, it's that guy again. When I catch him, I'm going to cut the flesh off his body and eat it in front of him. I'm begging for votes, comments, and character comps. I've created a character for Butterfly as well, so you guys can give Butterfly comps as well. Chapter 123, You Go, I'll Stay, Seeking Recommendation and Compassion. On the 4th day of the end of the spring meeting, the Han tribe went home, and the chief of the braided tribe, Shen, also came to say goodbye to Luochong. Their braided tribe's residence was nearby, and they could no longer go with Luochong. Luochong stood to the side holding the horn deer and watched as Xiao Dai and Shang hugged each other to say goodbye. I can't leave you. Ooh, silly boy. You're old enough to have your own man, and in a couple of years you'll be having a baby yourself, so why are you still so glued to Aum? Oh, you. Then will you visit me in the Han tribe from now on? Maybe it will. The braided tribes also have to eat white salt. In the future if I go to the Han tribe to exchange salt, you have to ask your man to load more for me, Shang said as he stroked Xiao Dai's head. Little Butterfly called out shyly when she heard Shuang's flirtation, then stole a glance at Luochong. Silly girl, go to the Han tribe and live a good life. The Han tribe also grows hemp grass and will also weave hemp cloth. When the time comes, help your man some more. I see that he treats you well too. Well, go back with your man. He is a chieftain and has his own business. Don't keep him waiting for a long time, Shuang instructed with Xiao Dai, pushing Xiao Dai away from his arms. Well, be sure to visit me at the Han tribe. Xiao Dai looked at Luochong and turned her head to Shuang. Well, I will. Chief Han, please take care of Little Butterfly. Shuang nodded at Little Butterfly and bowed to Luochong again. Luochong also hurriedly bowed back to Shang and nodded at her. Shuang took the braided tribe and left. Xiao Dai stood beside Luochong and pulled his hand, looking at the back of the braided tribe's departure, silently shedding tears. Luochong squeezed Xiao Dai's hand and said to her, when you miss her, I can take you back to the braided tribe to have a look. Xiao Dai looked back at Luochong, frozen, a bit unintelligible. We, riding deer, half a day, can get to the braided tribe and see you. Rashan repeated. Really? Little Butterfly asked in surprise. Aha. Luochong nodded seriously, hearing Luochang's affirmative answer. Xiao Dai instantly wrapped her arms around Luochang's neck and barfed on his face. You're so good to me. Luochong helped Xiao Dai wipe her tears. The two of them mounted the deer, and the party continued to set off, waiting for the team to walk for another half a day. Xiao Dai felt that something was wrong. She remembered the direction Luochong went home from the braided tribe at that time, but now it was towards a more northern direction, obviously not a road. Luochong, where are we going? This isn't the way home, Xiao Dai asked, twisting her head. It's this way to get home, Luochong said with certainty. Of course, Luochong said this is not a lie. No matter where you go can turn back. Xiao Dai gave Luochong a skeptical look, but couldn't tell anything from Luochang's face, so she stopped talking as well. Until the evening, the team finally arrived at the bottom of the mountain slope of the Togoling. vigorously at this time also when the rat big two people riding a horned deer came to the side of Luo Chong. Luo Chong nodded to the two of them, said, "Start from the back." The two people nodded and turned around and left. Xiao Dai sat in front of Luo Chang's body looking puzzled. Who was the one with the silver tin crown? What were they going to do? Luo Chong took Xiao Dai and rode the deer to the Thunder Beast's grave, then stopped there and didn't go. Xiao Dai looked back at Luo Chong suspiciously, and immediately after, she saw a scene that surprised her. Mouse Big and Power and the people from the hunting party walked by one of the squares, and they called all the teenagers of the fire tribe out of the line, and took away their spears again, and asked them to help carry the round logs that had been sawed down by the side of the road. The other teenage girls and boys in the group were thankful that they hadn't been left behind to work, but they hadn't thought about what those dozens of people would be facing next. A few groups of teenagers carried the logs out of sight of the group, and then they saw nearly 100 grown men and women waiting with spears, bows and arrows, and ropes, glaring coldly at them. The fire tribe teenager who was carrying the log immediately sensed that something was wrong, threw down the log and tried to run away, only to be surrounded by the hunting party that was waiting for them, and beaten with the wooden poles of the spears in a beating of clubs and sticks. The teenagers of the fire tribe also wanted to resist, but they had been taken away from their weapons and carried the heavy logs for a while, and now they couldn't even gasp for breath. So how much fighting power could they have? And after receiving a beating of clubs they were all pressed to the ground and tied up. In the midst of the chaos, a very fine-looking fire tribe teenager almost ran away, and was knocked down by a punch to the face from Mausta, with 3 of his teeth flying out, and was pinned to the ground with a mouth full of blood, punched and kicked again, and then tied up. Xiao Dai covered her mouth in surprise at this scene, froze for a while, and twisted her head in disbelief to look at Luo Chong. Why? Arrest them? Luo Chong didn't say anything, pulling the reins and urging the horned deer to turn around, walking back along the place where the group had just walked for a while, pointing out some places for Xiao Dai to see. There were arrows carved in trees with sharp stones, and bushes broken off by the roadside, and bone ornaments thrown in the grass, and hair hanging from low branches, but all these things had one thing in common, and that was that together they pointed in the direction in which the Han tribe was traveling. Xiao Dai's mouth opened wide in surprise. She also saw the purpose of these things, which was to mark the route. They're leaving signs to lure their tribes to fight us, kill our people, and take our women, pottery, and white salt, Luo Chong explained to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was obviously stunned by Luo Chang's words. She had been living in the braided tribe since she was a child and had never experienced anything like this. She had never even heard of it. How could she have thought that there would be something so horrible, that there would actually be other tribes that would come to kill and rob, and even rob her of herself? When did you find out? Butterfly said with some fear. I'll know when the spring meeting is over. Luo Chong urged the horned deer to lead her back again. Then, us? What should we do? Why don't we run? Go to our braided tribe. Aum surely has a solution. Little Butterfly was worried and naive, thinking as if her Aum was omnipotent. No, you, go back to the tribe. I killed him here, Luo Chong said with a shake of his head, and the two of them came back together to the place where they had just arrested the man. Xiao Dai immediately shook her head. I'm not leaving, I want to stay with you. Alas, you're a woman. Fighting and killing is a man's business. You go back to the tribe. I'll stay. Luo Chong sighed and said, no, I'm not going. I'm staying too. They're women too. Why don't they go? Xiao Dai asked rhetorically, pointing at the dozens of women who had just followed the hunting team to capture people. Thank you to my friend, Roadrunner B. Friend of the book Roadrunner 2. Book lover goodness is like water. Book club member. A dream of life is a dream of joy. Little Moo. The reward support. Thank you. In addition to notify this book tomorrow at noon on the shelves. The secretary of the book after the request for more things. Not only to recommend the ticket. After the moon vote also leave me. And remember to give a first book tomorrow. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 124. Don't roast me, seeking first order in tickets. Luo Chong took a look at those women. Then it was a headache. When Luo Chong said that he would let the rats mostly bring their bows and arrows over. But there were only the first group of people who had been trained in archery in the Han tribe, which included dozens of women. So Mausta called even these women over. Can't just take the bow and arrow without people. Then who will use the bow and arrow? People who haven't touched this thing may not even be able to shoot the arrow. Looked at the small butterfly firm eyes. Luo Chong helpless nodded. Primitive woman. Not so delicate. When Luo Chong shot dead boar is not she also saw it. This killing let her see a little or not. Anyway, when the battle is not allowed to let her go up is. I'll let you stay, but you'll do as you're told. I'm not going to let you get into a fight. You're here only to watch. Got it? Well, I'll do as I'm told. I'll follow you around and watch. Little Butterfly immediately nodded her head and said, Luo Chong, Mausta, who tied up the 30 teenagers, also walked over, followed by 2 women. They came to Luo Chong. The 2 women unfolded an animal skin with a bunch of small black stones on it. Chief, this was turned over from them. It's all flint. For fighting fire, Mausta reported with Luo Chong. Luo Chong nodded, picked up a piece and looked at it, and said to Rat De, "You've done a great job. Now bring them all to me. Go light a few more fires. Get a bucket of water and some white salt, and bring me another piece of meat." "Yes, I'll get ready." Luo Chong had someone prepare something, intending to interrogate the dozens of teenagers, while on the other side the Han tribe's large troop didn't stop at Togoling, but instead went all the way to the east with their backs to the evening sun, preparing to push on to the settlement overnight. The teenage girls in the group were very tired. They had been traveling for more than 5 days and hadn't reached the Han tribe yet, and now they had to be made to walk at night. And the teenage girls had a great deal of resentment, mainly because they were tired, but also because they were bored. And every day was just a matter of walking. And so they asked their leaders how much farther they had to go. The leaders of the various teams told them they would be there soon, half a day's journey at the most, which was why the chief decided to travel through the night, and promised that their tribe had prepared food, and that when they got there they could still have a late night meal. In order to let them stabilize their emotions, the leaders of the teams also introduced them to the Han tribe, which raised many wild beasts, had endless food, and fished from the river every day, and everyone could have their own pottery, and the white salt was simply inexhaustible, and they could put in as much as they wanted to, as long as they weren't afraid of snorting themselves to death. Teenage girls laughed and laughed, full of anticipation for the Han tribe described in the leader's mouth. All the way to talk and laugh. The tiredness has been reduced a lot. The crowd hit the torch. A few hundred people together. Walking at night is not afraid. On this side of the campsite in Togoling, 30 Fire Tribe teenagers were escorted into a line with their hands tied behind their backs, kneeling in front of Luo Chong, and behind each of them stood a member of the hunting team, one hand pressing down on their shoulders, one hand yanking them by their hair, forcibly controlling them to look at Luo Chong. Dolly had already prepared what Luo Chong had asked for. A few campfires were lit. A small-sized wooden barrel was placed next to it. Inside was fresh water with a bowl of white salt. A few rough thorns were inserted into the barrel, and a copper shovel for digging was set up on the fire next to it. "Little butterfly, go feed our deer a bit, then cook us a bit of broth to drink," Luo Chong said to Xiao Dai, wanting to detach her. "No, I want to watch from here." Xiao Dai grabbed Luo Chang's arm and shook her head in opposition. "You forgot what you promised me. Do as you're told. Go on and make us something nice to eat." "Alright then, come back soon. I'll roast meat and cook soup for you." Xiao Dai couldn't argue with Luo Chong, so she had to follow a few women. When Xiao Dai left, Luo Chong looked at the teenagers kneeling in a row and gestured to interrogate them. "There are 30 of you, and 6 of you are all leaving marks along the road, so I guess it's a team of 5. Which one of you is the leader?" A group of teenagers were dragged by their hair and forced to look at Luo Chong. Some of them didn't understand the meaning of what Luo Chong said. Some of them understood but were not willing to say it. Their faces were facing Luo Chong, but their eyes were fluttering around, not daring to meet Luo Chang's eyes in the slightest. "Chief, I know who those 6 people are." Beast Tooth, who was standing at the side, said. It was Beast Tooth who was mainly in charge of surveillance along the way. He had been watching these people for days and recognized them effortlessly. "Very well, pull those 6 out individually." Luo Chong nodded as he looked at them with his hands behind his back. "Yes." Beast Tooth led the way, walking over and naming several people in succession, and the warriors watching behind them shoved 6 people out. The 6 teenagers who had left their marks saw that several of them had been identified. They already knew that they had been found out, and they were still being watched for a long time. There was no more chance in their hearts, and one by one they hung their heads and knelt down. They didn't know what Luo Chong would do to them, but it was likely that he would let them die. Luo Chong looked at the 6 people. Among them was the guy who just tried to escape and was beaten up by Mausta. This guy was kneeling there with his mouth full of blood. His nose was bruised and swollen, and his eyes kept staring at the ground. "You have brought so much flint with you. You want to set fire to it, don't you? When do you intend to do it? And what is your plan? Whoever speaks up, I can keep him from dying." Luo Chong gestured and asked them once, and a few people watched, but didn't really understand. "Gee, seems like the wrong way to ask what to say." Luo Chong thought about it again and said bluntly, "Your chief, what did he say to you? Say it. You can live. Don't say it. Die." Luo Chong looked into their eyes, and this time there were people who understood, but still no one spoke, as if they all refused to be the first to open their mouths. Although they understood Luo Chang's words, they still did not dare to say anything. It is really the fire chiefly left them with too much fear. Betrayed Li, then only be burned alive. They have all witnessed Li's torture by fire many times. That kind of torment in the fire, tearing the lungs of the pain. Rather than that, it would be better to be directly killed by Luo Chong pain. TSK, you all want to die so badly, right? Beast tooth, pull that one out. Untie your hands and have two people rack him. Luo Chong saw that none of them spoke, so he pointed at the leathery one and said, this kid has the hardest bones, so he'll take him first. Waiting to set him up, Luo Chong took out the red-hot copper shovel from the bonfire on the side and stood in front of him, lifting the shovel up to his chest. The scorching heat instantly made the teenager's eyes widen. Bean-sized beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead and dripped onto the shovel with a snapping sound. There, the moment the sweat touched the copper shovel, it immediately evaporated into a wisp of water vapor. Luo Chong noticed that just a moment ago, the teenager's pupils shrunk violently. He was afraid. Say it and I'll let you live. Don't say it and I'll roast you and still keep you from dying. Do you want to try it? Luo Chong said, and waved the copper shovel in front of his chest again. And when a few strands of his hair touched the copper shovel, a wisp of smoke that smelled of charring, the smell of burning proteins, immediately emerged. The teenager's body had been struggling, frantically trying to back away from the burning red thing, but he was being held in a death grip, and his incessant struggling looked like trembling to Luo Chong. Luo Chong snapped his eyes at him, the copper shovel reaching out in front of him. Barely, a sound of iron-plated squid rang out, followed by a meaty aroma of grilled meat emanating from the air. Ah, I say, don't grill me, ooh-hoo, don't grill me, I say, ooh-hoo. Chapter 125, The Chief, Request for First Order. The teenager closed his eyes tightly, threw back his neck and struggled frantically, bouncing sharply higher in place, the muscles in his body tightening, the veins between his head and neck rippling as he cried out in a heartbreaking manner. Damn! Wouldn't it have been fine if I had said so earlier? I had to force me to do it. Luo Chong took back the copper shovel and cursed. The remaining 29 teenagers looked dumbfounded. Each of them had a layer of sweat seeping out of their bodies, and then by a gust of evening wind, their bodies were chilled, and all of them winced. The warriors of the Han tribe on the side also looked dumbfounded, froze for a while. They couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Luo Chong glanced at them. They immediately tried their best to hold back their laughter, their bodies shaking and trembling as they held back their laughter. What are you laughing at? Don't release him yet and let him talk. Luo Chong took the copper shovel and sat by the campfire again. The teenager was let go and instantly collapsed to the ground, sweating like he just crawled out of the water. He looked down at his chest. How come it's okay? Taking another look at Luo Chong, who was sitting by the campfire. Luo Chong was holding a piece of beast meat that had been fried and charred, sprinkling salt and chili pepper on it. Say, what are you waiting for? You still want to try it? Luo Chong held the piece of meat he had just fried and waved it at him. The teenager looked at the piece of beast meat Luo Chong took. His heart was incredibly complicated. After 2 seconds of silence, he gestured and spoke. The chief told us to leave signs for when he comes with his men, and at sundown he sets off smoke in the distance, and when we see the smoke, we set fire to the house, and when you all run amok, he leads the men in for the kill. The teenager was afraid that Luo Chong wouldn't understand, and even gestured twice in a row. How many sunsets does your tribe have to travel to get here? Luo Chong continued to ask. 2 sunsets to Dream Valley. To here I don't know. The boy thought for a moment, and he didn't figure it out, because it wasn't a straight line. All right, take them down, tie both hands and hang them from a tree. Keep their feet off the ground, a bowl of salt water every day. Feed them once every 3 days, and send a couple of men to watch them in turn. Luo Chong knew the news he wanted and felt that he couldn't ask anything more, so he announced what he was going to do with them, then waved his hand, turned around with the piece of fried meat, and went to look for Xiao Dai for dinner. Yes, chief. A few of the beast tooths responded and began dragging the teenagers towards the woods as well. Luo Chong took the fried meat and went to look for Xiao Dai. On the way, he was still analyzing the information he had just obtained. The fire tribe needed to walk for 2 days to the Rumang Water Valley. Although they didn't know in which direction of the Rumang Water Valley, it was impossible for them to walk in a straight line to come to Tuogualing, because they didn't know the road. Then if they wanted to attack this side of Tuogualing, they could only walk for 2 days to go back to gather the men and supplies, then walk for 2 more days to Ruyu Mengshui Valley, and only after that could they find Tuogualing by following the markers, and this process would take 5 days at the soonest, so together they would need at least 9 days to get to Tuogualing. It was now the 5th night after the spring meeting, which meant that the earliest the fire tribe would attack Tuogualing would be in the evening 4 days later, and when that time came, they would first set off smoke from afar, and as soon as Luo Chang's side was on fire, they would kill them. Knowing the enemy's overall plan, Luo Chong missed a fight again, not win. That is a little cute. By then, when they put smoke, Luo Chong himself point a fire, and then set up a good position on the hillside waiting for them on the line. After figuring this out, Luo Chang's mood relaxed quite a bit and happily took the fried meat to the side of Xiao Dai, who was taking the pottery pot to cook the meat soup. And when she saw Luo Chong coming over, she asked curiously, "Luo Chong, did you kill them all?" "No. Then just now, I heard someone yelling and crying?" Xiao Dai asked suspiciously. "Oh, that's because I just punished them by tying them to a tree and telling them that I won't give them food. That's why they're crying." Luo Chong made something up. "Really? Then why did you have that guy prepare meat, a campfire, and white salt and water?" Butterfly still didn't believe it. "The meat in bonfire is of course roasted meat." "Look, it's not. I've roasted it for you and brought it back. The rest of the white salt and water is for them to drink. Can't starve them all to death. I don't intend to really kill them." Luo Chong continued to make up. "Humph. Bring the chili. I'll put it in the soup." Xiao Dai did not expect Luo Chong really answered out. Each thing also gave a statement, but she still felt that something is not right. See, Luo Chong did not want to tell her. She did not ask. Hamdan continued to cook the soup. When everyone had finished dinner, Mausta led Luo Chong to this side of the thatched hut they had built in advance, looking at the backs of the two of them, Luo Chong and Xiao Dai, and snickering lewdly at the back. "What's so funny? Go back and arrange for the clansmen to take turns standing guard at night. Keep an eye on those 30 people. Don't let them escape." Luo Chong turned around and glared at Mausta. "Yes, Chief." Mausta immediately shouted. "Why are you still standing here? Is there anything else?" Luo Chong asked strangely as he saw that Ratta was still there. "That, Chief, you know how to have babies, right? If you don't know, I can teach you. I have 5 babies." Mausta asked with a lewd face. Asterisk 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 off. "You're on guard duty all night tonight and you're not allowed to sleep." Luo Chong heard the Ratbig actually want to teach themselves this. Angry cursed, "Bastard. I have lived 2 lifetimes of people, but also use you to teach." "Yes, Chief, I'll make sure no one comes near here." Mausta picked up in a serious manner. Nimas looked at the Ratbig face. Lewd ran away. Luo Chong almost did not find a stone to stone him to death. Turned into the shack. Inside cleaned up quite clean. The ground laid a pile of dry thatched grass. Thatched grass on the ground and laid 2 short hairy horse antelope skin. Small butterfly on the blush lying on the top of the. However, there was no fire lit in the shack, and there was no light, so Luo Chong didn't look out in the dark, and directly lay down next to Xiao Dai. After a burst of sizzling sounds, Xiao Dai pulled Luo Chang's arm over, rested her head on Luo Chang's arm, and burrowed directly into Luo Chang's arms. Luo Chong didn't have much of a reaction either. Since the end of the spring meeting, the past few days while rushing outside had been sleeping like this, and little butterfly had to rest on her arm every night. Let her sleep by herself. Luo Chong is not assured. With a team of several hundred people, everyone is still not very familiar with, in case someone else got Xiao Dai away. In the dark thatched hut, Luo Chong had Xiao Dai in his arms, looking at the roof of the hut with his eyes open as he thought about things, when all of a sudden, the sound of Xiao Dai's voice slightly trembling as she spoke rang in his ears. "La Khan, wow Ohum, why aren't you wearing a bib?" Hearing Xiao Dai's call, Luo Chong came back to his senses, and suddenly felt that the young girl in his arms didn't seem to be quite the same as usual, and after feeling it more carefully, oh my god, yeah, she was actually naked. AM said that being with you like this will give you babies. Little butterfly stuttered, her voice the same as a mosquito humming, and a small hand was placed on Luo Chang's chest to scratch it up. Stop, just hold still. Agu, my mother-in-law, you are teaching her God. I'm still a child, Luo Chong pressed down on Xiao Dia's fidgeting little hand and wailed in his heart. Luo Chong, don't you like me? When Xiao Dai heard that Luo Chong did not allow her to move, and was even grabbed by her small hand, she was instantly aggrieved and whimpered with a sobbing voice. Chapter 126 Han Tribe Reorganization, Request for First Order. In the darkness of the shack, Luo Chong felt the young girl in his arms trembling, as well as warm tears flowing onto his arm, and hurriedly turned on his side, holding Xiao Dai tightly to coax her. "No, I don't dislike you, really, it's just that the two of us are still a bit young. I don't want to let you give birth to a child so early. It's not good for your health," Luo Chong quickly explained. "But that's how old my AM was when he gave birth to me," Dai said in disbelief. "I know, you can have a baby even at this age now, but it's not good for you, or for our child. If you have a baby at such a young age, there's a high chance that it will be difficult to give birth. And what if you and our child die then?" Luo Chong continued to persuade Xiao Dai. "What is difficult labor?" Butterfly asked frostily once she heard that giving birth might kill her. "Difficult labor is because the age is too small, the body has not yet grown. When the time comes to give birth to the child may not be able to give birth. Then the woman will bleed a lot and the child will suffocate. This You should have seen it before. Really? I've seen sisters from our tribe give birth before and two of them died that way because they weren't old enough? But my AM said that women give birth at such an old age. And AM also said that a woman giving birth to a child is like a man fighting with a wild beast. You have to use great force or you will be killed by the beast. But she didn't say that it's because of the young age. Little Butterfly stopped crying, looked up at Luochong with her little face and said, "Oh, your AM analogy is still very graphic." Luochong made a belly laugh and continued explaining to Xiao Dai. That's because AM doesn't understand. A big reason why they can't have babies when they have them is because they are too young. So you can't have a baby now. What would I do if you died too? Humph. Then how do you know? You're not a woman. Xiao Dai still didn't believe it. Then I also know how to make white salt, pottery, and ox carts. Does your AM know how to do that? It's not like she knows as much as I do. Luochong helped Xiao Dai wipe the tears from her face. Humph. So how do you know so much? How do you make that pottery of yours? I've seen the Aeon of the tribe grinding stone pots. And the ones he grinds are not the same as your pottery. Dai hummed. Curiosity piqued. You really want to know? Then put your clothes on first. Luochong took her belly band from behind Xiao Dai. Little Butterfly big shame. Pushed away Luochong. Turned his back to wear his own bib. A burst of sizzling after. Directly back on Luochang's body. I'm dressed. Just tell me. Good. Let me tell you. Pottery is actually made by putting earth inside a fire. Luochong said as he stroked Xiao Dai's smooth back. Well, what about white salt? White salt. Ah, white salt is boiled by soaking stones in water. Luochong, when will I be able to give you a child? It's going to be another 3 winters anyhow. I don't. For 2 more winters at the most. Okay, 2 winters then. Xiao Dai grunted and lay down on Luochong without saying anything. And after another moment, Xiao Dai asked again. Law Khan, why aren't you asleep? What are you thinking? I'm thinking about our tribe. We have almost 1,000 people in our tribe. How much do these people have to eat? What do they all eat? Where do they live? What do they do every day? So many things. So did you figure it out? Well, I'm thinking about it. When I get to the Han tribe, I'll help you plant lots and lots of hemp grass, and weave more hemp cloth for you and our children. I'm very good at weaving. It's all taught to me by AMU herself. Come back and I'll weave cloth for you to see if it's better for you to weave or for me to weave. Little Butterfly fell asleep on Luochong in broken pieces. While Luochong was still thinking about those questions just now, Han tribe original clan 350 or so, and now newly added more than 550. Before the end of this month, the Tur tribe will also send themselves at least 100 people. The entire Han tribe's population is about to break through the triple-digit mark, and now with the previous loose system of management is certainly not work. The Han tribe needs to be reformed. Before the Han tribe only 300 people, members of only 4 tribes, adult men together only a few dozen. So that the war now need archers can only take women to make up the number. Now all of a sudden broke through to 1,000 people. The origin of the members is also more complicated. There are more than a dozen tribesmen. The Han tribe is now the most important need to take out first is the family name. The same tribe does not marry, as well as the system of household division. A surname was given to each of the dozen or so tribes, each of whom was also to have a first name. And the men were to set up separate households with their own spouses and form their own families, and were not to be allowed to marry in groups as they had done in the past. Of course, everyone still lives together, and it's still communal, which is more conducive to the Han tribe. The advantage of this is that the tribe can reproduce within themselves without having to run to the spring meeting every year to find a date. The Han tribes are populated by people from more than 20 tribes, none of whom are of the same ethnicity, and they are not related in any way. So they give birth to offspring who are perfectly capable of finding mates in their own tribes and achieving internalization. Even if we all become relatives in the future and become the same family again, with human genetics, after more than 5 generations, even if they are the same family, they are not related to each other, and there is no problem at all for these relatives to form a family again. In ancient times there was the saying cousin, born to be a pair. Of course, if it is within 3 generations of cousins are still somewhat close, but more than 5 generations, who still knows who are, that even if it is a relative, but also a distant room of the distant room. The second key point to be reformed is the issue of the class management system, or the hierarchical management system. Before the Han tribe everyday sunrise labor, after getting up in the morning but also let Luochong, the leader of the temporary arrangements for the task, and now more than 1,000 people cannot also run from one to another to ask the chief, Chief, what do I do today? Isn't that too much bull I guess when Luochong finished arranging them one by one, half a day would have passed. Therefore, according to Luochang's initial conception, the Han tribe should be divided into at least 3 to 4 levels. The chief, who is in charge of all matters of the whole tribe, and makes the strategic policy of development. The elders and wizards are the next level, but they will not be arranged for them to have a real position. They only have a name, and they cannot make any decision. They only have the power to put forward the suggestion to the chief, but in the end to adopt or not to adopt, but also to the chief to say so. So this level of the elders is equivalent to no. The power is completely hollow. That's right, it's dictatorship. Dictatorship represents power, and power is the only way to clench all the power together, to form a centripetal force in the tribe, to bring everyone together, and it's easier for Luo Chong to command the whole tribe. If you say this today and he says that tomorrow, then there's no need to do anything, just disband it, and we'll all go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. In the worst case, it could even lead to infighting, which would then lead to the disintegration of the tribe. One level further down, there were the clan leaders, such as Dashu and Mauste, both of whom had once been tribal leaders and had a wealth of experience in management, and could be given some real positions, and then delegated some of their powers. They could manage the teams under them, follow Luo Chang's orders directly, and only had to answer to Luo Chong alone, and were considered to be the people with the most power besides the chief. Chapter 127 The Military System, Request for First Order. But this class is definitely not enough with only 2 people. The Han tribe has many aspects of labor projects. It is impossible to give them all to the 2 of them to manage. 1. They are not the most professional. 2. Also they have too much power. If they have dissenting views on Luo Chong, it is very likely that they will lead a revolt. And one of the simplest ways to solve this problem is to set up a few more teams and a whole lot more captains to divide their power, so that they can check and balance each other, and no one can be separated from anyone, so that stability can be maintained. The Han tribe currently works in pottery, charcoal burning, brick burning, metallurgy, logging, carpentry, fishing, gathering, mining, refining white salt, hunting. So many programs. This one firing pottery, charcoal, green bricks, all need to use the kiln, can be specially divided into a group, called kiln workers, set a top leader directly to Luo Chong responsible. Metallurgy and carpentry are 2 broad categories that can be split into 2 divisions and even more divisions later. For example, the metallurgy of copper refining, iron refining, steel refining, the production of daily agricultural implements and military weapons, as well as the carpentry of car making, shipbuilding, furniture making, weapons making, armament making. All these can be set up in the future to specialize the department to differentiate the management. The other ones are 1 team for logging, 1 team for mining, and 2 more teams for fishing and gathering. However, these teams were temporary, and in the future, more departments might be added, as well as some reduced. For example, those who specialize in raising animals, and those who weave cloth. All of these important jobs can be divided into a special category, and each of them will have a captain to manage them. And the rank of these captains of theirs will be equal to that of the 2 matriarchs. Also, the most important thing is to have an army, but not an off-the-books one, and they will have to be there to help when the tribe needs work to be done. This army could be the same people as the hunting party, divided into 2 parts each day, one going out to hunt, the other half staying behind to train and defend the entire Han tribe, doing the task of standing guard and keeping watch, when there is more work in the tribe, such as spring plowing, fall harvest, mining, city building, all these large-scale projects, but also to let them help, so that it is also considered the army of workers and peasants. The other thing is that the Han tribe is about to have a group of slaves, which will also be given to the army to guard and supervise their labor. Overall, the army had many tasks: defense and offense in wartime, daily guards for the Han tribes, guarding of slaves, and acting as bodyguards. You know that the road that transports ore is not very safe, and if you run into a monster like a man-eating ape, you're bound to die again if you don't have someone to protect you. Then there is the question of the structure of the army, that is, the military system. The modern military system has developed over thousands of years and has grown to the point where almost all armies around the world are similar, which means that the modern divisional brigade system is by far the best in the world and the most suitable for military personnel, with clear hierarchies, operational flexibility, and also easier to control and command by officers. But Luo Chong is not prepared to directly use the modern military system. That would be a little too out of character. You can imagine a group of primitive people with spears and bows and arrows to fight the time. Luo Chong suddenly shouted a sentence. The 2nd Battalion commander, pull out the old son of the Italian artillery. That picture is simply too beautiful. So the military system Luo Chong intended to adopt was the guard system of the Ming dynasty. The guard system is one of the most similar to the modern military system. Its smallest unit is the small flag. A small flag 10 men, equivalent to a modern class. Further up is the general flag. A general flag under the jurisdiction of 5 small banners, not counting the officers, a total of 50 people, equivalent to a modern reinforced platoon. From the general flag and then pushed upward is 100 households. 100 households under the jurisdiction of 2 general banners, officers plus soldiers, a total of 100 out of the head. And a modern company is about the same. 100 households above there is 1,000 households. Like literally, 1,000 households to make up 1,000 households. A total of more than 1,000 people. This is a little bit different from the modern times. 1,000 households to say not too much, to say not too little. You want to say that it is a battalion. That's a little bit too much. It is estimated that it has to be a battalion of the wartime establishment. Like in the present peacetime, a regiment is only more than 1,000 people. In the guardhouse system, 1,000 households and then up is the guard commander. A guardhouse under the jurisdiction of 5,000 households. More than 5,000 people are as much as a modern brigade of people. However, this is now not used. Han tribal adults and children together with 1,000 households. And this set of guard system cannot be directly copied over. Luo Chong will not engage in the Ming dynasty military system. What father died in battle? Catching the son of the forced conscription of the army. There is no son of nephews on the forced conscription of such a bull thing. Finally replenished in are a group of dull soldiers. Not only empty pay, but also seriously drag down the fighting strength of the country's regular army. Before the Ming is so defeated. And finally even Li Zicheng that peasant cannot be defeated. Therefore, Luo Chang's guard system is a carefully considered and altered guard system. The smallest unit is still a small banner, with an establishment of 12 men, and a small banner chief and a deputy small banner chief. 3 small banners form a general banner, with a general banner and 2 officers of the deputy general banner, making a total of 38 men, and 3 general banners form a unit, with a unit chief, a deputy unit chief, and 3 officers of the unit's secretary, plus 1 of the general banner's own men, making a unit of 15 men in establishment. The 3 general banners formed a unit, with a unit chief, deputy unit chief, 3 officers of the unit's secretary, plus 1 general banner's personal soldiers, so that the establishment of a unit was 155 people. The duties of the unit commander were mainly responsible for the logistics and communications of a unit of soldiers, as well as the duties of the supervisor. The unit commander had the right to mobilize soldiers but not the right to command, and the unit chief had the right to command but could not mobilize the soldiers, unless they received an order from Luo Chong himself. Otherwise they could not do anything. In addition, a unit was added to that general flag's personal soldiers, of which 3 small flags were in charge of different tasks. 1 was responsible for protecting the 3 supreme officers, 1 was responsible for giving orders to the flags, and the remaining 1 was responsible for cooking for everyone. The 3 units formed a single pass, with 3 top officers, the head of the pass, the deputy head of the pass, and the head of the pass, plus 2 of the general flag's own soldiers, with the same specific duties as in the unit system, and a total of 541 men in a single pass. The 3 passes formed a guard, with 4 supreme officers, the commanding general, the deputy commanding general, the Wei Sima, and the seneschal, and a unit of 155 proctors, for a total establishment of 782 men in a guard. One of the main responsibilities of the army is to manage the military discipline. In the military discipline of the army is the biggest. The commanders make a violation of military discipline. The army can be the same as the use of military justice, and the army is also responsible for the daily training, but also to give the commanding officer to give reference to the war, and that 1 unit of personal soldiers, not only to be responsible for the officer's security, the army's communications, and logistics escort. The most important is to defend the military flag. A guard as long as there is still a person. Never let the flag fall. As for why you have to use the flag as a unit, in fact, it is very simple. This time to fight the war mode after all there. Luo Chong he did not have a telegraph, telephone, walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkies or not, how do you command the army? With Legion-style battle formation command, you can only control forward and backward movement by blowing horns, beating drums, and sounding gold, or gongs. Changing formations would be a matter of semaphore liaison. When it is necessary to change the formation, the supreme commander gives the order. The personal soldiers are responsible for beating the drums to convey the signal of change to all the troops. The flag bearers send out all kinds of flags according to the commander's order, and the commanders at all levels control their own armies according to the supreme commander's flags, so that the whole huge corps can be driven as if it were in the arm's reach. Of course, this is all an afterthought. Is the goal? Now Luo Chong can only think about it. A total of 1,000 people of the Han tribe. He can at most form a 155-person unit. What Guan? What guards? And now it is to count the children who are eating milk cannot come up with one. There's an update in the evening. And also, this paragraph doesn't have enough words to incur a fee. Ah. Remember to vote for Qin Shu. Chapter 128, he'll want it, seeking first order. Seeking tickets. Thinking about the various management systems in his head. The small butterfly lying on his body had already issued an even breathing sound, and the outside of the shack was quiet, and the footsteps of the hunting team's patrol could be vaguely heard. No matter what, any reforms will have to wait until we go back before we can implement them. Right now it's better to win this battle first. Luo Chong twisted his numb neck, picked up a beast skin to cover himself and Xiao Dai's body, and also slept beautifully. A night without words. The next morning, the day just dawned. Xiao Dai lying on Luo Chang's body is beautiful dream. Suddenly feels someone is getting their hair, but also patted on their back. She thought it was Luo Chong again to call himself up. So little butterfly rubbed her face against Luo Chang's body and said in a daze, "Well, Luo Chong, let me sleep a little longer. It's not even dawn yet." Xiao Dai twisted her body and tried to go back to sleep again, but she still felt that someone was patting her, and the back of her neck was still hot and wet, like someone was kissing her. Xiao Dai was instantly a bit shy, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. She was lying on Luo Chang's body. Who was the one kissing her neck behind her, underscore? When she slowly turned back around, she jerked her head to see a big, wet, long nose bobbing over herself. Ah, Luo Chong. There's a monster. Xiao Dai let out a cry of fright and pulled Luo Chong up, then hid behind Luo Chong and shook Luo Chong vigorously. Don't shake it. It's a dingo raised by our tribe. Its name is Meat. It's a grass eater. It won't bite. You don't have to be afraid. Luo Chong rubbed his dazed eyes and looked at Meat, who was standing at the door of the shack with a cute face and licking his nose, and turned to little butterfly to comfort him. Really? Really? There's more behind. Xiao Dai hid behind Luo Chong and asked in surprise, suddenly feeling that there was something moving behind her as well. Then turning around to look back, the wall of the shack behind her had been ripped out of a big hole, and there was also a big long nose of the same pulling grass from the shack and stuffing it into her mouth. Luo Chong twisted his head to see, a slap on his head. Nima. This is to see the grass will not let go. Lousy's grass skirt was eaten by you guys, and now come to eat their own grass shed. When Xiao Dai and Luo Chong came out from the shack, they saw that Meat and Grey Mountain had already opened their breakfast to their own shack. These two goods grew bigger and bigger, and the amount of food they ate was getting more and more worrying for Luo Chong. Seeing that these two simpletons were really grass eaters, little butterfly wasn't as scared as she was before, and circled around them, curiously sizing up these two pets of Luo Chang's while Luo Chong went to look for Vigorous, who was standing guard on duty. Dolly, you have the clansmen build more grass huts today on the top of the hillside directly across from Togoling, using thin branches and grass, even if it's a bush. These grass huts are not for living in, but for preparing to light a fire. Don't want quality, just quantity. Even if you take firewood piles to make up the number, the distribution should be large. The distance in between can be lengthened a bit. When the time comes to light a fire, it should be a sea of flames that can be clearly seen down the hillside. Luo Chong began to arrange countermeasures to deal with the fire tribe. Chief, is it burned for the fire tribe? Dolly scratched his head, not quite sure, and asked. That's right, hurry up and get to work. In 3 or 4 days, the fire tribe will be here. Make sure to disguise this place as a large settlement within these few days to make it work. Luo Chong explained. Yes, Chief, I know. Vigor answered and went off to find someone to do something. On this side of Togoling, the people were under the command of Luo Chong, who was laying a suspicious formation, preparing to wipe out the incoming enemies, while not far northeast of the fire tribe, which was dozens of kilometers away. The guy from Yufu was also marching with a team of nearly 100 people. This less than 100 people in the team. More than 50 are the tribe's own tribesmen. The rest of the 30 or so are savages from all over the place. They are men and women, and there are not much children. Bare buttocks follow the adults. The body is very thin and weak, and a lot of adults have some old wounds, or never recovered from the disability. Not far ahead of them in a jungle, next to a huge rock, the ground bulged steeply into a large mound that looked like a grave, and on the ground where the mound met the rock, a large, dark hole extended underground. On the ground outside the cave entrance, a woman in her 40s was cooking something in a bowl-sized mussel shell, and not far around, in the grass, an 8-year-old girl with 4 little girls of 5 or 6 years old, who were digging at the ground with twigs for something. Suddenly, a little girl seemed to have dug up something and happily ran to the middle-aged woman to show off. Granny, look, I dug up a big earthworm. Here, you eat it. The little girl stretched out her dirt-covered hands, still holding the large, wriggling earthworm, and kept gagging. The middle-aged woman twisted back to look at the direction of the little girl, but can only see a vague outline. Her eyes cannot see the black pupil, only a cloudy piece of white. If Luo Chong here, a glance will be able to see that this is a cataract. Ah, good girl, eat by yourself. Granny is not hungry. Granny is too old to eat so much, the woman said as she stroked the little girl's hair. Well, then, cook it and we'll all eat it together. The little girl hesitated and dropped the worm directly into that clamshell, then took the branch and started digging again. After a while, the little 8-year-old girl came over with a few mushrooms as well. Granny, I found a few mushrooms. Let's cook them together for my sisters. Good. It's still the eldest daughter who is capable. Go and lead your sisters back. There are still some chestnuts in the cave. Go and get a few for your sisters. The middle-aged woman smiled amiably. The little girl hummed and turned to call some of her little sisters, but as soon as she turned around, she saw a burly grown man riding on a tall horned deer, looking down at them. The little girl was startled and hurriedly shouted to her several sisters, "Duh yeah, yeah, come back quickly." While shouting with her mouth, she also picked up the 2 closest children. Several little girls ran to the middle-aged woman's back in a panic, and one of the children accidentally knocked over the clamshell that was cooking something, and the half-cooked wild vegetables, earthworms, and mushrooms inside were directly spilled all over the ground, stained with black charcoal ash and mud. Whoa, ooh-hoo, Grandma, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, child, stand back. Who are you and what do you want? The middle-aged woman stood up, pointing a not-so-straight wooden stick ahead of her, comforting the child behind her while keeping a wary eye on Yufu, who was riding a horned deer in front of her. Blind Granny, I'm Vol from the Yu tribe, and I'm here to see you. Yufu rolled over and got off the back of the deer and slowly approached the women. Vu, what are you doing here? Oh, come to see us? What's there to see in a blind old woman like me and a couple of ungrown kids? And we don't have anything to trade you. The woman was relieved to hear that the one who came was actually still known as the Yu tribe. The Yu tribe often traveled around and had contact with the savages from all over the world. The Yu tribe would even buy the prey or herbs that the savages had shot and help them to go to the big tribes to exchange for the things that they needed and get the benefits from it. We all take what we need, and don't infringe on each other. And the wildlings think that's fair, so they all have contact with the nomadic tribes from time to time. Yufu also said directly, Granny, there is a big tribe looking for me for people. That tribe is willing to take you in. Are you going or not? Yu Yi, who was following by the side, hurriedly pulled Yufu a bit. Elder brother, that Han chief didn't say he wanted such a small child, and there's also a blind granny with him. If you lead these people over there, what if he doesn't give us the ox cart? He'll want it. He's a capable chieftain. We traveling tribes are small and have no place to live. We can only hunt and run errands for others to earn enough to feed so many people. But the Han tribe is different. They can feed hundreds. They won't mind the few that are overpopulated. Look at what they children eat. Would you not take them in if you could afford to feed them? Yufu pointed to the clamshell that had been knocked over on the ground, and a little girl, still wiping tears from her eyes, was picking up the half-cooked wild greens and earthworms from the mud that was mingled with grass dust and charcoal, rubbing her eyes as she shoved those hard-to-find treats into her mouth. Yi also fell silent as he watched the scene. His own child was more than 3 years old. If he were to watch his own child picking up these things on the ground and eating them, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Chapter 129 Yashan Blood Massacre, Seeking First Order in Tickets. What tribe are they? What is the use of wanting these few female children of mine? And what favors did they give you to make you come so far to find us? The blind woman asked skeptically. Her own few people were originally abandoned by the tribe. Her eyes have been blind, cannot see things, go out to collect food, cannot even see the road. Stay in the tribe can only be a waste of food, by the tribe to give up. She can also understand, just bitter following their own a few girl child, that fall to store food for the winter. The men were killed or injured while hunting. The tribe had no choice but to give up the girls, otherwise there would not have been enough food stored to last the entire tribe through the long winter. Now that she had heard that another tribe was actually going to take her in, the woman's first thought was disbelief, because she knew that she had no use for these few people. They're a big tribe of several hundred people, and everyone in their tribe has stone pots. They call those red ones pottery, and they keep a lot of grass-eating horned beasts to help them work, and they're only taking you in to increase their population. They're not a bad tribe. As for me giving them a favor, it's because their leader promised me that he would give me 2 obedient horned beasts as long as I brought him enough people. How about it? You guys go? Yufu explained to the blind granny. The woman listened to Yufu's explanation and was obviously a little moved. It didn't matter if she was dead or alive, but it would be nice if all these children could be raised by an adult. Is it true what you say? They each have stone pots and keep live horned beasts? The blind granny continued to ask. She wanted to confirm it again. Instead of answering directly, Yufu led the big horned deer to the blind granny and took her hand to touch it. This is the horned beast they raised. It is very obedient. and it can also be ridden and walked. They have many more in their tribe. There is no lack of food for you few. Go, at least for the sake of those few children. Yu Fu continued to persuade. The blind granny touched the warm body of the horned beast and her body trembled. She already believed that what Yu Fu said was true. Okay, you take them away. I'll stay away as an old woman. I'm blind and can't gather food. In case their chief sees me and thinks I'm useless and doesn't take these kids in, that would be a sin for me as an old woman. Granny, we're not leaving. We're scared. We're not leaving. Several little girls came over and hugged her thighs. Good children, you go, and when you do, you won't have to follow your mother-in-law and suffer, and then you'll be able to eat beast meat every day, and have warm beast skins to wear in the winter. No, ooh-hoo, we're following Granny. We're not leaving. Yu Fu looked at them old and young, reluctant to give up the appearance. Had to continue to persuade, you still follow it. They are a few small children, have no one to take care of. In case they go to be bullied, how to do? In case their tribe does not accept you. The big deal is that you will send the child to their own and then go is. You cannot bear to let them continue to follow you to suffer it. Listening to the words of Yu Fu, the blind granny also thinks that it makes sense. His old life is not worth it. If I can find a good home for a few little girls, it's worth it even if I die. Well then, I'll go with you. Children, Granny will go with you. We'll go to a big tribe with lots of people. You're all good children. You can't follow Granny here and suffer. With that, 6 women, 1 old and 5 young, joined the traveling ambush, and they continued to travel toward the cliffs ahead. Big brother, where else are we going? You're heading to the slaughter tribe in this direction. Right, but don't they have no one left in the slaughter tribe? Yui asked suspiciously from the side. There are people in their tribe. I've seen traces of human life there, and there are most certainly people alive in their tribe. The Tu tribe, as Yu Fu calls it, was originally a small tribe of about 80 people who lived at the foot of Yashan Mountain, where they settled because their ancestors realized that wild animals often fell to their deaths on the mountain cliffs, which was like food falling from the sky. They have no quarrel with the world, and live there peacefully, and have grown to a population of nearly 100 over the centuries. But just last year, the Fire tribe, which is not far from them, set its sights on them. Under the leadership of the Fire Chiefly, the Fire tribe captured less than 100 people of the Tu tribe. The whole tribe of men and children were killed. Women were taken captive. Only their leader Blood too. Because of the natural strength of the gods, the courage is abnormal. Sparing serious injuries alone escaped from the encirclement, and then there is no trace of it. However, just last month, when spring had just begun, the Yu tribe passed by the original site of the Tu tribe, and Yu Fu once again found traces of people coming there, so he concluded that there must still be people alive in the Tu tribe. The crowd advanced for another hour or so and finally came to the bottom of that cliff. The original settlement had been burned to ashes, and the ground bulged with mounds of graves, 40 or 50 of them at a glance. Simply a graveyard. A few little girls who had just followed the group glanced at the graveyard and hurriedly hid behind the blind granny. Granny, I'm afraid, there's a dead man's head over there. Only in the direction the little girl was pointing, in the middle of a mound. In front of a mound that was obviously fresh soil, there were 2 branches sticking out of the ground, and 2 tattered human heads hanging from them that still looked fresh. There were also heads stuck in branches like this one in front of a nearby mound. 9 heads by careful count. Only 7 of them were air-dried, and I don't know how long ago they were. See, I knew there was someone alive. Yu Fu pointed at the graveyard, and the fresh human head to his brother, then turned around and shouted to the empty clearing around him. Blood slaughter, come out. I know you must still be alive. I'm looking for you for something. Just after the words were said, there was a sizzling ringing on the tree on the side, and then suddenly jumped down from the tree with a height of 1 meter 85 strong man. That strong man was wrapped in a tiger-skin skirt on his waist, all dirty. On the bulging muscles on his chest, there was also a foot-long scar, and a head full of long hair blocked his face, looking like a madman. Only the 2-meter long, straight and smooth wooden stick in his hand looked out of place with his scruffy image. It was a weapon passed down from the successive chiefs of the Tu tribe. What are you doing here looking for me? I'm only one person right now and have nothing to trade with you. The man named Blood Slaughter let out a hoarse voice from his throat. But you still have yourself. There is a tribe looking for me to ask for people. You are now on your own and know where to go. Just find a tribe to join. Got. Your age is not too big. Look at what you look like now. It is better to go to the new tribe to find a woman to live a good life. Yu Fu directly said the intention. No, I'm not going anywhere. My woman is here. My 2 children are here. My people are lying in the ground. And I'm going to kill all of the Fire tribe to give them a burial. Blood Slaughter shouted with an agitated expression as he pointed at the graveyard, his hoarse voice like the roar of a beast from hell. Yu Fu looked at him, and then looked at the heads, and did not give up. continued to advise Bloodslaughter, but you're only by yourself. Even if you're more powerful, how many can you kill? You haven't killed as many as the men they captured at one time. When will you be able to kill them all? The tribe I'm talking about has hundreds of people, and they have great weapons and no shortage of food, so you can join them first, and if you can talk their whole tribe into joining you in revenge, you'll only be able to kill all the fire tribe. That's all for today. Comrades, give some encouragement. Where are the votes and subscriptions? Chapter 130, Tailed Killers, requesting subscriptions and tickets. Bloodslaughter also froze for a moment when he heard this. Yu Fu's words were somewhat reasonable. He himself was only a killer after all, and if he wanted to exterminate people's tribes, then he would still need a large number of manpower to be able to do so. So he asked Yu Fu, where is the tribe of a few hundred people you are talking about? And how powerful are their weapons? Can they beat the fire tribe's fire axes? Where I won't tell you. If you want to go, you can only come with me. I still have to take you guys to find their tribe to exchange for something, Yu Fu said bluntly, not minding in the slightest that he was overheard by Bloodslaughter. And Blood Butcher really didn't have much of a reaction. He knew that Yu Fu wouldn't look for him for no reason. This Yu tribe has always been unprofitable. As for their awesome weapon, it is a kind of arm-length thin spear. That kind of spear is not yet as thick as a finger, with a bird feather tied to the tail, and casted with a stick tied with a thread, flying fast and far. The most important thing is that that kind of spear is very small. And each of them can carry dozens of spears, so you know where the awesome is. Yu Fu continued to introduce the Han tribe. Blood 2 listened to Yu Fu's description of the Han tribe's weapons also couldn't help but be stunned. Throwing spears? This is a skill that many tribes will have. Then both sides use the same weapon. Who carries more, who has more advantages? They actually, one person can carry dozens of thin spears. It's a thin spear that's not as thick as a finger, but it's still a spear, and it'll kill you just as much if you stick it in a person. Such a weapon is really something. Though, even if I have to go, I have to wait until I bring back all my clansmen. I can't leave them behind, Bloodslaughter said as he pointed at the area of dozens of graves. Yu Fu looked at Bloodslaughter's resolute appearance, also sighed. It seems that it is hopeless to take him away. But Yu Fu was also dry. Since Bloodslaughter is not willing, he will not waste time here. Luo Chong gave him the task but the time limit. Since you don't want to go, then forget it. But when you bring back your clan, then you can also join my Yu tribe and find a woman to live your life again. It's better than you being a savage here. Yu Fu put down this sentence and left with his own team. Now Luo Chong gave him the task. He has only completed a third of it. He has to hurry up. After watching the Yu tribe leave, Bloodslaughter stood alone in the graveyard and secretly clenched his fist. Although in his heart he wanted to join the tribe that Yu Fu said he would join, he still couldn't let go of his own people. Sweeping his eyes at the two fresh heads, he silently lifted up his own wooden stick, and once again started a new hunting journey. After walking in the mountain forest for the whole morning, looking for some food on the way to freshen up his stomach, soon, Bloodslaughter came back to the body dumping place where the fire tribe clansmen were ambushed last time. There were no corpses here today, so Bloodslaughter found a tree and climbed it, observing the fire tribe from a high place. But soon, he noticed something unusual. The fire tribe was gathering their warriors, and each of them also carried several stone axes wrapped in the skin of fire rats, or fire axes as Bloodslaughter called them, as well as 2 stone spears each. The captured women and children were all herded back into the cave, the entrance of which was guarded by nearly 50 adult men, thus ensuring that the women and children would not escape after most of the men had gone off to war. The women were numb. This wasn't the first time this had happened. They knew this was the fire tribe going out to attack another tribe, and soon there would be another group of women here, suffering endless pain in this demonic cave just like them. The rest of the adult men of the fire tribe were gathering quickly, each with a full load of weapons and food, and gradually the number reached about 260. It was a very strong fighting force, 260 adult male warriors. Some small tribes didn't have that many in their entire populations put together, like the Slaughter tribe once did. A group of people quickly stood in a long line. Although the line wasn't very neat, right, but it was still very intimidating. They began to march in the direction of Rumo Water Valley under the call and shout of Firely. Blood 2 watched clearly from the tree. He knew very well what the fire tribe was trying to do. Another tribe is going to be as unlucky as himself. No, can't just watch and do nothing. If he has the ability to save all this, but does nothing, what is the difference between that and their accomplices? After just a little thought, Bloodslaughter immediately made a decision that he had to do something. But letting him go alone to stop the fire tribe down was impossible. Although Bloodslaughter was limber, his mind was not simple at all, and he was also very smart. He decided to tail behind the fire tribe. One was to find a chance to get a few killed to avenge his own people. The other was to see what the fire tribe's goal was, and when he was almost at the place, he would first detour to the front of the fire tribe and give a message to their target tribe, so that they could escape first and completely destroy the fire tribe's purpose this time, leaving with a large group of people all the way to Ruwemung Water Valley, but not the slightest idea that there is a killer who hates him to the bone quietly trailing behind, ready to let him return without any success this time. In this way, the group traveled for 2 days and came to the range of Ryumengshui Valley, which made Blood Slaughter, who was following behind, very puzzled. Could it be that they were not going to attack other tribes, but came to participate in the spring meeting? But soon, Blood Slaughter knew that he thought wrong. The fire tribe didn't stay in Rumeng Water Valley, but was looking for any traces in the vicinity. The carpet search of more than 200 people allowed them to quickly identify the target. And next, the fire tribe was looking for traces along the way all the way towards the northeast of Rumeng Water Valley. Just like this another day, Blood Slaughter suddenly realized that even the fire tribe themselves do not know where their target tribe is. Along the way can only be based on what markers to determine the direction of progress. And this tribe is still very far from the fire tribe. What exactly did this tribe have that would be worth the fire tribe gathering all of their warriors at once, spending several days, and running such a long distance to attack them? With a heart full of hatred and curiosity, Blood Slaughter followed the fire tribe like this for several days, until he reached the point where he was still a day's journey away from Togoling. Blood Slaughter finally couldn't help himself. Maid, who exactly is the fire tribe going to fight? This is running too far. Blood Slaughter has little patience left, since that target is still a bit far away. It's time to avenge himself first. By midnight, Blood Butcher was lurking in the woods and finally waited for his target. He didn't dare to get too close. The fire tribe's campsites all had torches and bonfires. If he got too close he could easily be found, so he chose to specialize in sneaking up on those who ran into the woods to hush themselves, or the simplest violent assassination. The two fire tribe warriors hadn't had time to make a sound. They had already been smashed by Blood Slaughter's wooden stick. Their heads were broken and bloodied. One life was lost, and after quickly slicing off the two heads, Blood Slaughter quickly fled. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the men on watch realized that someone had gone to the woods and hadn't come back, and at first some thought that those who had just been forced to join had taken advantage of the opportunity to run away, only to see two headless corpses when they went to look for them. Fire Lee was furious with rage. That guy who cut off his head actually followed himself and ran here. It was too arrogant. He simply didn't put him in his eyes. The furious Lei drove all the clansmen up, and in the middle of the night, they went to search for the guy with torches, but the Blood Slaughter had long since run away, so how could they wait to let them search? Unproductive warriors led away more angry. That gave him a report on the situation of the warrior also had bad luck, was away from catching a little problem as a punching bag violently beaten, and finally came to the point of the sky lantern before he stabilized his mood. In fact, away from the usual even if the anger is not so angry, but because he did not expect the Han tribe will actually be so far away, walking so many days actually not yet arrived. He has long been walking impatient. Even if there is no Blood Slaughter this evening, he is also almost unable to resist the seizure. Lei looked at the man who had already burned to death with a cold face. Next to him stood a warrior that he had sent out to explore the road, but that warrior came back and saw that Lei was burning the man, so scared that he stayed there and didn't dare to speak. How much farther? Why don't you say something? Do you want to burn like him? Off squeezed a question out of his own teeth. Chief, not much farther. Still, there's still a day's journey before the mark is gone. There's a hill there. I didn't dare to go up there for fear of being discovered by them. That henchman shivered and said, there is still one day. Humph, tomorrow night, I'll burn down your tribe. Marred, actually running so far to attend the spring meeting, thinking that no one can catch up with you guys. Chapter 131 White Straw Man, requesting subscriptions and tickets. Early the next morning, the fire tribe continued to head towards Togol Ridge, preparing to launch their attack that evening, and at their target location, Luochong was also making final preparations with his clansmen. Luochong stood in a preset archer position, holding a longbow and pulling the bowstring to its full capacity through an arrow down the hillside, and with a whoosh sound, the feathered arrow traced a high arc before dropping down sharply, nailing it straight to the ground about 350 meters away. Wow, it flew so far, I can't even see it. Where did that arrow land? Xiao Dai stood on her tiptoes on the side, looking ahead with her hands on the cooler. It's just below the hillside yet. In a moment we'll mark where the arrows fall, and when the enemy rushes up, as soon as they enter the marked line, it means they're in range of our bows and arrows, and that's when we can do it. Luochong explained as he took a few steps horizontally along the position, and then shot a few more arrows continuously at the bottom of the hillside. A few arrows connecting to form a horizontal line at the bottom of the hillside, which was the range marking line of the Han tribe's longbow. On the side, These tooth had long been waiting there with dozens of people carrying copper shovels and straw men brushed with lime, watching Luochong finish his arrows and nodding at him. He hurriedly led the people down to mark the spot where they would all insert a straw man where the arrows landed. As for why it was a straw man and not something else, the reason was also very simple. If the distance was too far away, it would be hard to distinguish with a stone or a wooden stick that was not obvious, but a straw man was a much easier target to distinguish. Moreover, these straw men were all brushed over with white lime water, so that they could be clearly seen even when the light was dimmer. In addition, insert a few white grass man there. At first glance is man-made. Cannot understand also thought it was the Han tribe of what strange customs. So instead of letting people suspect, let people more believe that this is the place of residence. But do not know, when they step through the grass man the moment, has stepped into the death of the forbidden land. The preparations were quickly completed, and by noon, all 117 people on Togoling were ready, and Meat Grey Mountain and a dozen or so antlered deer had also been placed in the woods. This time, Luochong did not arrange cavalry, and had all the clansmen who could shoot arrows all get off the deer to participate in the infantry battle. In order to maximize the output rate of the arrow formation, TSK, there's still no bow suitable for mounted archery. The longbow is just too big. Although it's not bad in terms of power, it can only be used by infantrymen. It seems that it's still necessary to develop composite bows as early as possible, and it's best to build bows and crossbows as well, so that you don't need to worry about the lack of archers anymore because the bows and crossbows basically don't need to be practiced much, and it's much quicker than the bows and arrows to get the hang of it. At this moment, the blood butcher who followed the fire tribe all the way suddenly found a strange situation. The fire tribe actually stopped to eat at noon. What does this mean? What does this mean? Before that, it was 2 meals a day, but today, why did they eat so early? Did they arrive at the place? This is to prepare for the attack? But when the blood butcher in the periphery after a circle but nothing to find the silhouette of people, his heart is still very anxious. He thinks he guessed correctly. The fire tribe must be preparing to attack, but he intends to report in advance of the plan cannot be carried out. Is it so that he can watch another tribe and their own same end? No, never. Bloodslaughter immediately thought of another idea. He wanted to take advantage of the time when the fire tribe was still eating to find that target tribe along those marks in advance and remind them to escape quickly. Although it was more dangerous to walk in front of the fire tribe and easy to be discovered by them, but he couldn't care less about that now. When he thought of it, Bloodslaughter immediately detoured to the front of the fire tribe, looking for something that looked like a mark on the road in front of him. Originally he thought that this was a mark unique to the fire tribe, and it must not be easy to find, but he didn't expect that just by looking at it for a little while, he would find several kinds of marks, and they all pointed in one direction. And that was it. That was right. In fact, this is also the reason why the fire tribe is more careful. They themselves are also afraid of leaving the markers to make a mistake. So they arranged several people to use different methods to leave the markers, so that even if one of them makes a mistake, as long as they go along with more markers pointing to the same thing, they will not make a mistake. I did not think that it is now cheaper for the blood butcher, and moreover, I did not think that their ploy had been recognized and broken by Luochong from the very beginning. Bloodslaughter ran furiously along the markings, grasping at straws while also guarding against whether or not the fire tribe would follow behind. After walking like this for almost 4 more hours, Bloodslaughter saw the row of white straw men, and those markings, which were passed towards the front of the straw men. It seemed that their goal was the straw man tribe. Taking a deep breath, Bloodslaughter didn't hide his figure either, and directly walked out from the woods towards the slopes of the Talgoi Ridge. And on the top of the hill Luochong lay, but not the slightest panic, now also is leisurely eating, although the big battle is just around the corner, but the clan is very confident. Have the bottom. They fight the battle of preparedness, and in advance to do several days of preparation, and even with what formation Luochong have rehearsed for them, plus their leader are so calm and relaxed, they are even more bottom. Luochong was eating grilled fish with Xiao Dai. The fish was still transported in buckets from the Han tribe side yesterday. Everyone hadn't eaten for a few days, and now they were eating with a big appetite. Just then, one of the clansmen on sentry duty suddenly came over to report. Chief, there's a man coming down the hill. He's walking up on his own. What do we do? Aha! No, that's not the script. Didn't they say to set off the smoke before lighting the fire? Why did they send someone over? Calling for battle? Or persuade them to surrender? Luochong topped his head with a question mark and said go. Take me to see. Then and that warrior came to the edge of the hilltop. The rat big already and a dozen people with copper spears standing here. Luochong walked to the middle of them, looking at the hillside under the lone. Faithfully come to the blood butcher. TSK, this person is not small courage. Chief, do we kill him? Mauste asked from the sidelines. No, let's see what he's up to first. I think he might not be an enemy. The fire tribe was planning to take advantage of the chaos to sneak up on us. What's the deal with sending someone up here now? Let him come up here. But we still need to be careful and guard against him. Luo Chong analyzed to the surrounding clansmen. Yes, the crowd responded. But the blood butcher who was walking towards the top of the slope was very surprised. He saw a group of people with tied hair on the top of the slope looking at themselves, and they all seemed to be holding weapons. What is the situation? Did this tribe come back from hunting so early? Or did they take precautions long ago? Blood Slaughter no longer messed with his thoughts. Anyway, he was not here to look for trouble. He was here to help. It was better to persuade them to leave quickly. When Bloodslaughter arrived alone on the hillside, a dozen men quickly surrounded him, all pointing their spears at him. Bloodslaughter wasn't timid and spoke directly, gesturing as he said, "I want to see your chief. I'm here to report that there are other tribes that want to beat you up, and they'll be here soon." Just then, the clansmen surrounding Bloodslaughter also made an empty space, and Luo Chong, who wore a golden crown on his head, walked over from outside. "I am the chief." Chapter 132, Kill with me, added for Helmsman Frozen Furnace. Bloodslaughter looked at Luo Chong, who was clearly the leader in front of him, and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This leader was so young, adult, but now time is very tight. He did not have nonsense, and continued to gesticulate and said, "There are other tribes that want to fight your tribe. Kill your people and rob your women. There are many of them and they are coming soon. You guys run quickly." Bloodslaughter spoke in a hoarse voice, afraid that Luo Chong could not understand. He even gestured several times in a row, waiting for Luo Chong to see and understand the meaning of Bloodslaughter. He was also stunned. This guy actually came to report the news. There is still such a living thunderbolt in the primitive people? Which tribe are you from and why have you come to tell us this news? Luo Chong asked with a skeptical gesture. After Bloodslaughter looked at Luo Chang's question, his expression suddenly stagnated, and then his face showed a saddened look. "I'm the leader of the two tribe. My tribe was killed by them and I'm the only one left. I don't want you guys to be like me, so I've come to report it. You guys better run away. There are so many of them. You can't beat them." Bloodslaughter again a few times after the gesture, so that Luo Chong is also more surprised. Did not expect this is still an enemy of the enemy, but the enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend. Thank you for the reminder, but we are not going to run. Any tribe that dares to attack us will be defeated by us, Luo Chong said confidently. "No, there are many of them and few of you. If you don't run now, you'll get your people killed and the fire tribe will kill all your children." As soon as Bloodslaughter heard that Luo Chong was actually unwilling to run, he immediately became anxious and cried out with an agitated expression, as if he remembered the scene where his child was killed by the fire tribe again. Hearing Blood 2's furious shouts, Luo Chong, however, did not retort, but waved his hand, and the clansmen who surrounded Blood 2 immediately stood in a semicircle, giving half of their line of sight, and being able to let Blood 2 see the surrounding situation. Looking at the surrounding situation, Bloodslaughter instantly widened his eyes, only to see the surrounding large open space, set up afoot hundreds of tents, but all simple not. Some even is to use 3 branches to build a tripod, and then piled on top of a small bundle of twigs and thatched grass, which is for people to live on. Moreover, there were no traces of long-term human life around at all, and the most crucial thing was that there was actually not a single small child here. An answer instantly appeared in Bloodslaughter's head. "This is not where your tribe lives?" Luo Chong nodded to him and said, "We've known for a long time that the fire tribe is coming to attack us, and those marks on the road were also left by me on purpose, just to lure them here and then kill them." Blood 2 listened to a stare. No wonder now the sky is not yet dark. They have so many adult men assembled here. Also do not go out to the tribe to hunt. Messed up half a day, this is early preparations and even the fire tribe to leave a mark of the things they know in advance, but also instead of utilizing those marks a hand. But there are too few of you. You can't beat them. They have fire axes. Bloodslaughter still shook his head and said, "How many of them are there? And have you seen them?" Bloodslaughter nodded and swept a glance at the 100 or so clansmen around Luo Chong. "There are nearly 3 of you, so many, and the fire tribe are all grown men. You can't beat them, so it's better to run." Once Luo Chong heard that there were only less than 300 people, he also couldn't help but smile and shouted loudly to his people, "Brothers and sisters, the fire tribe has only come with less than 300 people, and each of us has 50 arrows. Tell me, are you afraid?" "No fear." The clansmen had confident smiles on their faces and shouted in unison. Even their morale had increased by a few points, causing Bloodslaughter to be dumbfounded as to where exactly they got their confidence. "We won't run, but you can't leave either. You saw our preparations. We can't let you go in case you run off and tell the fire tribe it's not good. I hope you'll cooperate. We'll let you go when we defeat the fire tribe. Come on people, tie him up." Luo Chong waved his hand again, and Mausta and Dali immediately stepped forward with ropes. ready to control blood slaughter first. Wait, you guys don't have to tie me up. Can you really beat the fire tribe? Blood slaughter listened to Luo Chang's words, also very agree. If he was replaced by himself, he would not let the person who reported the news go. He felt that Luo Chang, this young chief, is indeed very smart. Perhaps he does have a way to win the fight, may also be said. Of course, or else would you think I'd be here with my own clan to die? Luo Chang said with great confidence. Then you don't have to tie me up. I can fight with you too. I want to avenge my people. Blood slaughter said pleadingly. But I don't feel comfortable with you. I can let you watch, but you still need to be tied up. Luo Chang shook his head and continued with a wave of his hand. The two of them, Mausta and Dali, quickly stepped forward to take hold of Blood Slaughter's arm, but they were easily wrenched away by Blood Slaughter with a shake of his shoulders, frightening the surrounding clansmen into quickly pointing their spears at him again. You guys don't need to tie me up. You don't trust me. Big deal. I'll just stay here and let you watch. I won't mess up for you guys. And when you guys can't beat me, I'll still be able to give you a hand. Blood Slaughter said as he broke away from the two men's bindings. Luo Chang also did not expect this guy's strength actually so big. Han tribe's two main generals cannot hold him. This guy is so big strength. After thinking about it for another moment, Luo Chang said, in that case, we won't tie you up, but if you run away or make trouble, we'll kill you first. How about that? Blood Slaughter didn't say anything. He just silently nodded his head to indicate that it was okay, and he wasn't unhappy in his heart. He was a smart man himself, and he also thought that Luo Chang's caution was necessary. Luo Chang watched him nod and also waved his hand, and the clansmen withdrew their surroundings and began to clean up the pots and pans from the meal they had just cooked, while Blood Butcher was holding his big wooden stick and following beside Luo Chang. How do you guys plan to fight them? There are so many of them? Luo Chang glanced at this guy and frowned. I won't tell you, and you don't want to help. When the time comes, you just watch, or don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Bloodtuft spread his hands aside, indicating that he would not ask any more questions, and then looked around curiously at the tribe with their hair tied up. Soon, more than an hour later, the sun was gradually slanting in the west, and the evening sun of the setting sun reddened the whole sky, with large clouds of fire drifting in the sky. The setting sun was bloodstained, like an omen that this evening was destined to be an unsettled and bloody night. The fire horde came, and instead of attacking at once, they piled up a large heap of dry wood at the line of the forest track down the hillside, and cut a lot of fresh branches and shrubs and piled them on top of it, ready to set off the smoke according to a predetermined plan. Just as the setting sun was about to be swallowed up by the horizon in the sky, not far below the hillside, a thick black smoke rose up into the sky. Luo Chang, who had been paying attention to the situation below on the top of the slope, also saw the black smoke, and after waiting for almost 5 minutes, Luo Chang calmly uttered 2 words, ignite the fire. A dozen or so clansmen held pre-prepared torches and quickly shuttled between 100 or so grass huts. The greased hay and branches were quickly ignited. The fire soon joined together, and the skyward flames reflected the entire mountain. In the eyes of the fire away in the distance, the color was a little more beautiful than the flaming clouds just now. Brothers, our insider got it. Ha ha ha, all follow me to kill in. Those white salt, pottery and young women will be ours. All follow me to kill. Firely looked at the fire at the top of the slope and shouted frantically. The end of the chapter. To ask for a vote. By the way, thank you for today's reward to support the book Friends of the Book of the Secretary. The space is limited, not one by one to name. Thank you. Chapter 133, Is That a Guardian God? Requesting subscriptions and votes. Blood Slaughter looked at the column of smoke at the bottom of the hillside, and then looked at the sea of fire at the top of the slope, and couldn't help but bellyache in surprise. You guys are specially me out to discuss it, right? And bring yourselves to set fire to it? Luo Chang stood at the edge of the top of the hill, looking down at the fire horde that had already rushed out from the line of forest trails, each of them holding a torch in their hands and 2 spears in the other. Hey, what are you going to do? They're coming up. If you don't have a way out, just run. Blood Slaughter looked at the fire tribe charging upwards down the upper slope and couldn't help but shout anxiously to Luo Chang. Luo Chang ignored him and turned around to command his clan. All hands, form up in your predetermined positions. With Luo Chang's roar, the 117 clansmen, except for Luo Chang and Xiao Dai, the other 115 all stood in 3 horizontal rows, with 38 people in the front 2 rows, and 39 people in the last row, with a distance of 2 meters in the middle of each row. The clansmen all stood sideways facing to their right, longbows in their left hands, a pot of arrows slung behind their waists, and 50 arrows each. Look again at the feet of the clansmen, where 3 straight lines had long ago been drawn with white lime in advance. Looking at the instantly molded 3 rows of neat array, as well as the clansmen on all the same, do not know what to call the equipment. Blood Slaughter suddenly inexplicably and wonderfully feel a kind of feverish feeling, but this will be able to win the fire tribe. Blood Slaughter looked at Luo Chong again. Luo Chong was still so calm at this time. Looking down the mountain. A minute passed. The fire tribe was still 300 meters away from the white straw man at the bottom of the mountain. All of you, parry at the ready. Pay attention to the pulling motion. Don't be nervous, listen to my command. Luo Chong shouted loudly to the clansmen. The clansmen heard the order and looked sideways in the direction of the hill below, the longbow in their left hand raised high, their right hand drawing a feathered arrow on the string but not yet drawn. The elevation of the arrows aimed at the sky above the heads of the front row of warriors. Blood Slaughter couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Sharp spearheads, thinner than a finger, the length of an arm, short spears with bird feathers tied to their tails. Each person could carry dozens of them, and fire them from a kind of wooden stick tied with a thin rope. Isn't this the weapon that Gai Yufu said? This is the powerful tribe that Yufu asked himself to join? At the bottom of the mountain, Firely led his clansmen on a wild goose chase, and soon reached a place 50 meters away from the white straw men. Looking at the rows of white straw men in front of him, Firely shouted loudly to his warriors, "Little ones, burn the Han tribe's totem pole for me. I'm going to burn all of them Han tribe to ashes. Kill ah." The fire tribe warriors who rushed at the front brandished the incendiary bombs in their hands and threw them at the white straw men as soon as they could. The fire rat skin wrapped around the stone axe had already been burning for a while, and some of the hairs had been burned into a sticky gelatinous substance. And the moment the stone axe touched the grassman, those burning hairs instantly adhered to the grassman, directly igniting the hay that didn't have an ounce of moisture in it. Hoo, hoo, hoo. With the sound of one stone axe whistling through the air, one by one the straw men were all set ablaze, creating a more striking line of range markers down the hill. Luo Chong on the top of the slope picked up a trace of contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth, and secretly cursed a sprinkling of coins. The fire tribe really thinks that they can't die fast enough. Soon, the fire horde rushed to a distance of 10 meters away from the straw man. All hands, parry at the ready. Stand by. Release arrows. Clang, 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 clang. A succession of bowstring releases rang out, and a feathered arrow slanted straight into the sky. Second round. Ready, release arrows. Round 3. Ready, release arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a distance of 350 meters, the heartless Luo Chong let the clansmen shoot 3 rounds of arrows in a row before the first round of arrows even hit the ground, and the arrows that were as dense as locusts continued in waves. Luo Chong ordered the release of arrows when the fire tribe was less than 10 meters away from the grassman, and by the time they had just all run to the front of the grassman, the first round of 115 arrows happened to fall from the sky, causing the fire tribe crowd to suffer a fatal covering strike without even having a chance to react. Whoosh, 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 poof, 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 poof. The first round of 115 arrows fell from the sky, accurately falling into the fire tribe's attacking team. Instantly there was a muffled sound of arrows piercing through flesh. The fire tribe's team of 260 people was reduced to more than 50 people in the blink of an eye. All of them were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. Some people were hit by 2 or 3 arrows and died directly on the spot, and some people were hit by an arrow that exploded their heads, and the luckiest ones were the ones that only had their arms and legs shot, and these arrow wounds were not fatal, but they were considered to be a direct loss of combat power. It is not that the Han tribe's longbow is so powerful. The key thing is that the fire tribe has no protection. You know, it is the second month of spring. The weather temperature is not low. Most of the men are naked. An animal skin skirt or grass skirt. Not to mention what armor. The shield does not have a side, equivalent to completely naked with the body to withstand the arrow feather. That is not a dead. What is this thing? It's stabbing me. Where did this come from? Someone help me. I'm bleeding. Help me. I'm dying. The warriors of the fire tribe wailed and fell to the ground, and everyone stopped running forward to check on the injured people. What the hell happened? It seemed like some very thin sticks fell from the sky, and then they had people falling to the ground. What's going on? Get up, all of you. Get up. We're about to charge up. Get the living up and we'll keep charging up. The fire chief left kicking and punching to greet the fallen clansmen, telling them to hurry up and get up. And there were also some who had not been hit by arrows, or those who had been hit by arrows in their limbs and did not die, helped each other to get up, and the crowd wanted to continue to move forward. But the next second, the second round of 115 arrows had also arrived. There was another burst of puff-puff muffled sound. Some of the warriors who had just helped each other to climb up were directly skewered. The wounded who had only been hit by arrows in their limbs before were once again hit by 1 or 2 arrows, and this time, they could no longer stand up. There were also the warriors who had just dodged the first wave of the arrows' rain. Some of them had gone over to help those who were wounded, and as a result, they also happened to be hit by the second wave of the rain of arrows. Ah! The damn things are at it again. They're flying from the sky. Ah dash! A warrior who had just been hit by an arrow on his shoulder looked at the sky in front of him in shock and shouted, but as a result, just as he finished shouting, another arrow was nailed directly to his head, and he died on the spot from gas. In a few breaths, the fire tribe was once again reduced by more than 60 people. Even Firely was hit by 2 arrows in one of his thighs, and the rest of the warriors were very alarmed as they looked at the sky in front of them where deadly spikes kept flying, but they couldn't see where they were coming from because they didn't see any enemies at all. At this time, someone suddenly noticed those burning white straw men around them, and then suddenly thought of something terrible. Those white straw men, they are the guardian spirits of their Han tribe. We burned their god. Their god came to punish us. Ah! The third rain of arrows has arrived again. Chapter 134, The Fear of Departure, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Blood Butcher stood next to Luo Chong, watching his performance with a dumbfounded look on his face. At Luo Chang's command, waves of arrows flew up into the sky and then disappeared without a trace. Anxiously, Blood Butcher kept jumping on his feet at the same spot. They're not up yet. You're throwing your spears too early. Can you hit them that far? You're wasting it. Wait for them to come up before you throw. Luo Chong, on the other hand, looked down the mountain and shook his head, pointing at the fire below and said, they can't come up. Blood too followed Luo Chang's finger to see. Suddenly as a stunned ah, only to see the fire tribe's 260 torches in that just crossed the grasslands instantly in a mess. The torches light and shadow of a wobble, and sometimes gathered a group, and then quickly dispersed, and then once again chaotic a piece of, but just do not continue to rush forward, but instead began to have a sporadic torches began to run to the back. Luo Chong saw that the fire down the hillside was stagnant. He guessed that they were also dumbfounded. Such a dense 345 arrows fell into the fire tribe's ranks. It was estimated that at least half of them would be killed. Now was a good time to expand the battle results, so he immediately gave a new order. All hands, the enemy is trying to get away. Now 5 rounds of continuous fire. Then we all forward fire and go after them. Yes. As soon as the clansmen heard Luo Chong say that the enemy wanted to escape, their hearts were overjoyed, which meant that those 3 rounds of flanking fire just now had inflicted a not so small number of killings on the enemy. But it's not good to try to escape now. You guys fight when you say you will and don't fight when you want to. Is the Han tribe that easy to bully? So the clansmen opened their bows and arrows and started a new round of parrying. They began to know that the number of the enemy is 2 or 3 times their own. To say that a little bit not afraid that is false. Although the arrow formation and so on before Luo Chong have arranged for them. But this is, after all, the first time in the end, there is no use they do not know. And now got the affirmative answer. The heart is also a lot of self-confidence. Shooting arrows of the hand speed is also a little faster. This time the order is 5 rounds of continuous shooting. As long as they shoot enough 5 arrows in a row, and they cannot see the target at all, it is thrown at the sky in front of them. Only the pursuit of speed, do not care about where the target is, and the matter of observing the effect. There is a chief staring on the line. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More intensive arrows flew towards the bottom of the hillside. The fire tribe that had just received 3 rounds of arrows had already lost more than half of their number. Only 140 or so were left of the 260-man team that were still able to move, and more than 100 had died on the spot, and the rest had at least 1 arrow stuck in their bodies as well. And the Han tribe's bronze arrow tufts are also 4-pronged 2-bladed flat arrowheads. Arrowheads also extend to the back of the 2 barb without a blade. This thing into the easy, but then want to pull out. Must bring down a piece of meat cannot be. And sometimes pulling out an arrow to bring a secondary injury than directly hit by an arrow is even more powerful. But there were still people who did that. Firely pulled out 2 arrows from his own thighs, and instantly brought down 2 pieces of flesh, and blood flowed from his thighs. But he couldn't care about that. All he could think about was what one of the clansmen had just said. Those grass people are the guardian gods of the Han tribe, and the Han tribe's gods are punishing them. Thinking of this, Firely immediately shouted, all of them retreat to the back of the straw man. Quick! Back up immediately. It was a pity that his reaction was still a step too slow, and before he could finish his words, an even denser rain of arrows descended once again. When the fire tribe's warriors saw so many more spikes falling from the sky, some of them started to run backwards before Firely finished, while those who couldn't run fast enough with the arrows were still pulling the ones beside them who weren't hit by the arrows, begging for them to take them with them. By the time the 140 men of the fire tribe fled behind the straw men, there were less than 50 intact warriors left, and less than 30 wounded with arrows in their bodies. They rolled and crawled to escape from that death zone, and when they looked back again, they were immediately stunned. Not that they were afraid of the dead, but in front of that row of burning straw men, The ground was filled with countless arrows, while on the other side of the straw men, there was not a single feathered arrow, forming a stark contrast in the empty grass. Then this is a weird situation. Is that straw man really that evil? Fire Lee and some of the faster runners had stopped long ago. They looked at the arrows that flew one after another, but how could they not fly over the border made up of straw men? So they simply stopped running and directly sat down in the same place to rest up. Fire Lee was panting, his face pale as he looked ahead at the dead and wounded. No, it was a lot of dead clansmen, and now that those wounded were no longer breathing, fear arose in his heart for the first time. In Lee's heart, he had always believed that the flame was omnipotent, and the flame had helped him defeat tribe after tribe, making the fire tribe stronger and stronger under his leadership. But today, the flame he believed in had angered the Han tribe's deities, and brought him such a severe punishment, and the 260 warriors who had been brought out and could go back alive with him were not even a fraction of the original number. Thinking about this, Lei couldn't help but feel some remorse. Why did he come to attack the Han tribe? Was he really wrong? His face began to grow whiter and whiter. Beads of sweat seeped out of him, his eyes grew darker and darker, and his body grew colder and colder, leaving his eyes desperately wide open. He stretched his arms out trying to pick up the fallen torch. He hoped the flames would bring him light and warmth, but the two bloody holes in his thighs bled like fountains in the valley of Ryuman water. It turned out that just when he was pulling out an arrow just now, an arrow stuck in his inner thigh hooked off the aorta in his leg, and in less than 20 seconds of just escaping behind the straw man, Lee was completely cut off from life, and that arm, which was desperately trying to get a hold of the torch, also hung down powerlessly. Those around them who were still looking back at the arrow sighed with a fluke that they had escaped, and when they tried to ask the chief what to do next, they realized that the chief had already fallen dead on the ground. The chief is dead too. What do we do now? No one knew what to do, or they hadn't had time to open their mouths, because death on the hill was already coming at them. At the top of the slope, the Han tribe's arrow formation, the clansmen had just had a round of 5 rounds of continuous fire, and before they could rest, Luo Chang's order came again. All hands, advance 20 paces, 2 rounds of flak. Come on, don't let them get away. The clansmen had no time to reply. Following Luo Chang's request, they took 20 steps forward to the edge of the top of the slope and stood in a line with Luo Chang, and then without waiting for another order, they opened their bows and arrows for a 2-round shot. Swish, 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 another 230 arrows flew out, and before they could land, Luo Chang's order came again. Advance 20 paces, parry 2 rounds, and we'll continue the chase. So the clansmen are back in action. As for the physical strength of the clansmen, Luo Chang also had an estimation. Medieval English longbowmen could shoot 25 arrows in a row. Luo Chang and his men had only shot a few rounds, not to mention the fact that these primitive people's strength was greater than that of modern people. Behind the grass man at the bottom of the hill, the only remaining 60 or 70 people of the fire tribe were still arguing about what to do now. They had said this and that, but because none of them was the leader, the several forces didn't listen to anyone, and they directly argued here. In their opinion, the back of the straw man was safe, and those feathered spikes couldn't fly over. But in the next second, another 230 arrows flew in, instantly killing more than 30 people on the spot. There weren't even any wounded this time. Every warrior who was hit with an arrow had more than 2 sticking out of their body, and there were also those who had been running, constantly being hit by flying arrows along the way, and falling to the ground with several arrows in their body was not as painful as staying where they were and getting hit with an arrow. This time no one could care who should be listened to. They all desperately fled to the distance, all the way to the woods. Only along the way, people kept getting hit by arrows and fell to the ground. When the fire tribe escaped to the woods, the living people were already only left in single digits. As for Luo Chang, they had already chased them to the battlefield below the hillside, and Blood Butcher, who was following Luo Chang closely all the way, looked at the corpses all over the ground, and the arrows that were inserted everywhere on the ground, which were as dense as weeds, and his jaw dropped. Asterisk 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 this short spear is truly divine. Chapter 135 Jury or Alive, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, even the clansmen who had been shooting arrows just now were a bit surprised. They didn't expect to actually get that big of a battle result. In fact, this was also because of the tactics set by Luo Chang had something to do with it, really in detail. In fact, the archery skills of these clansmen were all unqualified. The time they had practiced was still too short. If they were to let them shoot a 100-meter fixed target one by one, they wouldn't necessarily be able to hit it, not to mention the moving target. But Luo Chang formed them together, not requiring precise shooting, only letting them parry at long range, not even aiming, as long as the rate of fire was fast enough. This is the correct way to use the bow and arrow on the battlefield. Ranged coverage strikes. There has never been a precise shot. Precise shooting that is the cavalry to do things. Has nothing to do with the infantry. The infantry only seeks to maximize the output. Chief, did they get away? Rat Big and Beast Tooth. Several people looked at the distance and sorted row after row of arrows. Has been extending towards the forest. The road also fell more than 20 corpses. Do not know how many enemies ran away. There must be some that escaped, but not too many. That blood slaughter didn't say that the fire tribe is 2 or 3 times as large as ours. Counting the corpses on the ground will tell you how many of them escaped. Everyone clean up the battlefield. Get all the arrows back as well. And count the bodies and pile them together first. And dig a hole to bury them when it's light tomorrow. Luochon looked at the ground. More than 200 corpses. Also cannot help but secretly smacked his lips. Last life, although often on missions, participated in battles, but also did not see so many dead people at once. After arranging for the clansmen to clean up the battlefield, Luochong stood aside and thought about things, and at this time, Bloodslaughter also pulled a few arrows from the ground and walked over, handing them to Luochong with an emotional face. Your tribe's short spears are very powerful. If only our tribe had such good weapons back in the day. Luochong took the arrow and glanced at Bloodslaughter and said to him, "This time, you've come to report the news. Thank you, you can pick some trophies to take away." Instead, Blood Butcher shook his head woodenly. He thought for a while and said seriously to Luochong, "A few days ago, the Yu tribe's Vu approached me and asked me to join a tribe that uses these short spears. I didn't go. I didn't expect to follow the fire tribe and meet you guys. Maybe that's what the gods meant. Can I join your tribe?" Oh, Luochong was also surprised to hear him say that. I didn't think that this guy had been snubbed by Yufu, but it was a pity that he hadn't been snubbed away, and as a result, he was now sending himself to the door. Seeing that Luochong didn't agree directly, Bloodslaughter hurriedly continued, "I can help you find the fire tribe. I know where they live. All of these people were killed by you, and now there are only about 50 men in their settlement, and the rest are women and children. Those women and children are more than 1,000 in number, and I can bring all those people back to you if you give me charge of this present party. And didn't you ask the traveling tribe to find you men so that you won't be short of them?" Luochong still didn't say anything, but looked at him with interest, making Blood 2 look furious. And only when he saw that Blood 2's patience was about to run out did Luochong open his mouth. "There's no way I'm going to leave my people in your charge, much less let them go to take revenge for you. If there's anyone from the fire tribe you're talking about, how am I supposed to know? In case you take my people to their deaths, I'm not going to go." Luochong shook his head and said, "What I said, it's all true." Bloodslaughter shouted. Just as Luochong said, he did want to use the strength of the Han tribe to take revenge, so he was a little more anxious, but when he finished shouting, he himself immediately calmed down first. Luochong was right. Even if he replaced himself he wouldn't believe it, and there was no way for him to prove what he said. When Mouste heard the shouts from this side, he also ran over and looked at Bloodslaughter vigilantly before reporting to Luochong, "Chief, there are a total of 248 corpses here, and the arrows have almost been recovered, but there are still a few dozen that have not been found, and it's too dark to look for them." "Then don't look for it for now. Close up the team and take the clansmen back to rest. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow, and arrange for someone to keep watch at night." Luochong immediately made arrangements, then turned his head to look at Bloodslaughter. "You want to join my tribe? I can oblige, but I have no way of believing what you just said, but I have a way of knowing if it's true." "What way?" When Bloodslaughter heard that Luochong was still sure of the truth of what he said, he immediately asked curiously, "Come with us. We captured some fire tribe teenagers a few days ago. They must know exactly how many people are in the fire tribe. We'll know once we ask tomorrow," Luochong explained. "Really?" As soon as Bloodslaughter heard that Luochong had actually captured a live one, he was immediately happy. Luochong didn't say anything either, just nodded affirmatively. "That's great. Then I'll join your tribe. If you don't let me take care of those people, when you go to fight the fire tribe, just bring me one with you. I must avenge my former clansman." Bloodslaughter immediately made a decision. "Okay, this I can promise you." In this way, a group of people picked up the arrows and returned to the top of the mountain. Xiao Dai was also on the top of the mountain anxiously waiting for Luochong. Just now when everyone chased down, Luochong did not let her go down, and waited until she saw that Luochong came back safely with his clan members, and only then did she let go of her heart. Having been highly tense in combat and having cleaned up the battlefield just now, the clansmen were also tired, and after receiving Luochang's order, everyone went back to rest. Luochong also called Beast Tooth to arrange to, "You go get some food for those 30 teenagers, let them eat their fill, and first thing in the morning you'll bring people to watch over them, so that they can dig their own pits to bury their clansmen in." "Yes, Chief," Luochong so arranged. In fact, there is also a reason. He still do not want to get any slaves now. Mainly now just this 30 people. It is not much, but also in the special get some people to watch them would be too not worth it. It would be better to scare them tomorrow. Let them know that their tribe is finished. Completely die that heart. Now even if they release them, they have nowhere to go. It is better to directly join the Han tribe. Otherwise it is a dead end. Intimidate. Threaten. Under the pressure of both sides. I believe that these teenagers who are not yet strong-minded will make the right choice. Early the next morning, these several days to eat a full meal of teenagers. The clansmen under the guard began to go to the bottom of the hillside digging pits. Looking it came to attack the Han tribe of the same clan actually died here. They are very surprised. At the same time, also very regret why at first listened to the words of the away to run to become an undercover agent. When the pit was dug, the teenagers were lined up and stood at the edge of the pit, and Luochong walked up to them to lecture them. You were all traded back by the Han tribe for white salt, and you all got your own women at the spring meeting, and you could have had a good life in the Han tribe as long as you didn't help the fire tribe to fight us. Now that the fire tribe is finished, do you want to jump into this pit and die with them? Or do you want to join the Han tribe and live with your own women in good health? You choose for yourselves now. Those teenagers, when they heard Luochong say this, they didn't even think about it. They immediately cried and shouted to join the Han tribe. That scene, TSK, it was really a painful cry. A group of half-grown-up kids with a handful of snot and a handful of tears shouted that they wanted to join the Han tribe. They were afraid. They regretted it. Many of these people were originally captives of the fire tribe. In addition to those few squad leaders, they do not even know about the matter of leaving a mark. Only those 6 squad leaders know the specific task. They are just a soy sauce. It is too wrong to die like this. They do not want to die. They want to live a good life like others. Good. Since you are willing to live, I will now ask you a few questions. How many people are there in the fire tribe? Where are the settlements? How many women and children are there? Someone please tell me. I know, Chief, I know that too. I can lead the way. Oh, Chief, I was captured by the fire tribe. My sister is also there. It's all because that fire chief forced me to do that. Otherwise he's going to burn my sister to death. I can lead the way for you guys. Please save my sister as well. She's only 8 years old this year. Oh. Chapter 136 High-Level Meeting, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. The teenagers spoke one by one. Soon, Luochong knew the situation of the fire tribe from their mouths, and couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that this fire chief is still a perverted psychopath. However, after understanding the population of the fire tribe, Luochong also decided to bring back those women and children, although they could not do anything and would even be a burden to the Han tribe. After all, it was not easy to feed more than 700 small children who could not do anything, but if you don't bring them back, then the dozens of men left in the fire tribe will be even more unable to support them, and by then it will be a problem whether these children can still live or not. And although these children were all forced to give birth to them, they are also innocent, and Luochong can't just sit back and watch them die like this. Alright, bury the pit. Let's wait for us to go back and talk about the rest. Speed up. We need to be home before sunset. Luochong had a bottom in his heart, so he arranged to the clansmen. In this way, more than 200 corpses were buried in the ground, and the Han tribe had almost no trophies from this battle, and Luochong could not look at those stone axes and spears of the fire tribe, but it was good to be able to replenish the population a little bit more or less. The group spent the morning packing, and at noon they began to head toward the Han tribe, and it was not until late afternoon that the group returned to the Han tribe's settlement. The settlement had changed so much that the small enclosure had long since outgrown its population, and the new arrivals had been placed outside the enclosure, with a patch of spiked huts staked out for them to live in along the side against the cave, and an improvised fence made of thick branches outside. In the evening, all the clansmen gathered together for dinner, and Big Tree came running to report to Luochong about the situation during this period of time. During Luochang's absence, everyone's life was normal. It was this new batch of clansmen that Dishu didn't know how to place, so he let them find something they were good at doing in the Han tribe. Clansmen from the Mushroom and Tattoo tribes joined the gathering team to collect some new edible plants for the group, and the teenagers from the Tattoo tribe found a deep red plant dye that they used to use for tattoo paint. Luochong did not recognize what that kind of plant was called. It was a low tree. The sap of the leaves and stalks was dark green, but after being exposed to the air for a period of time and oxidized it would turn into a dark red color. The coloring properties of this thing were very good, and in the future it could be used for dyeing fabrics. It was keyed by Luochong to remember it, and also gave this plant a name called red color grass. The name of this plant was also given to it, called red color grass, i.e., the grass that can produce red color pigment. The teenagers from the Fork and Ao tribes participated in the fishing team. They were good at swimming and would also go into the water to touch the fish. And they also got a lot of food for the tribe in the past few days. The Bouncing tribe and the Thorn tribe liked carpentry, and the Han tribe's carts, wooden buckets, and bows and arrows were all made by the carpentry group. And when these newcomers learned that all of these things were created by the chief, they worshipped Luo Chong, the chief, even more, and were directly worshipped by them as a godly man. The Cave tribe and the Sickle tribe have also found something of interest to each of them, with the Cave tribe taking part in making pottery and burning bricks, and the Sickle tribe currently following the study of metallurgy and copper smelting. The Pearl tribe didn't find grapes here, but they found a new material for making sugar, the roots and rhizomes of the cannibal tree, especially the syrup and the rhizomes, which is directly collected and heated in an earthenware pot, and then stirred constantly to make brown sugar. In fact, Luo Chong will also make sugar, just he did not have so much free time. As long as the sweetness of edible plants, extract the juice directly after heating and frying. You can make brown sugar with water to dissolve and filter, and then add activated charcoal bleaching discoloration. The fading of the transparent sugar liquid recrystallization is white sugar. Crystal and crystals larger is icing sugar. Sugar production is so simple. The remaining teenagers from several tribes went to join the hunting party, which expanded, and they all began to use roundups, gradually sweeping into the surrounding forests, and also getting a lot of food for the Han tribe. However, this is not a long-term solution. Humans are getting more and more united and powerful. Sooner or later the animals around them will be eaten by them to extinction. Therefore, the new order given by Luo Chong is that in the future, when he sees those animals that eat grass, he will try to catch the live ones and get them back to feed them, slowly expanding the population. Those rabbits from the very beginning of the Han tribe had also bred, and now there were more than 500 of them, and this batch had been born from the batch of bunnies Luo Chong had just brought back, as well as the first batch of bunnies that were born in the Han tribe, all of which were involved in the breeding this time around. Han tribe's rabbit farming has entered a period of rapid development. The size of this year's rabbit population will get a blowout development. To say that these rabbits are also magical, the more at the bottom of the food chain, the faster it reproduces, so as to ensure that their populations can be continued, not to lead to extinction. When Big Tree finished reporting the situation, all the senior members of the Han tribe also gathered together. Luo Chong, Mouse De, Mouse Witch, the elders, Big Tree, and Blood Slaughter, and a few people began to plan the next development of the tribe. The Mouse Witch was the first to make a suggestion with Luo Chong. Chief, there are too many new clansmen. Our walls can no longer protect the entire tribe. And those grass huts, it's okay to live in them now, but there's no way to live in them in the winter. They'll freeze to death. And there's no way to burn a fire in the grass huts. The elder also added from the side. Our food this year is also a problem. There are too many people. We may have to stock up on food for the winter earlier. Even though it's only just spring now, we need to make preparations early, as well as animal skins for the winter. And not enough skins will freeze to death as well. Luo Chong nodded his head as he listened to what they said. These two old men were indeed bent on the development of the tribe. Although they didn't give any useful solutions, the two issues they raised were indeed very important. I've thought about both of these questions. Do you guys have anything else? Luo Chong asked as he waited for them to finish. Chieftain, there's also the matter of attacking the Fire tribe. If we win against them, we'll still be able to increase our population by more than 1,000. Blood Slaughter added. Several other people looked at Blood Slaughter in disbelief. Oh, let me introduce you guys. This is the leader of the Slaughter tribe, Blood Slaughter, who has now joined our tribe as well. Luo Chong introduced them. Several people nodded to Blood Slaughter. Then the elder asked, Chief, do we need to add more than 1,000 people? Then we might not be able to feed that many people. Luo Chong shook his head and said to them, it doesn't matter. A large portion of those 1,000 plus people are small children of 3 or 4 years old. Although they can't do much work, they can't eat much either. We'll still be able to feed them if we are a bit hardworking. A few of the top brass couldn't object when they heard Luo Chong say so. They could only nod their heads in agreement. It wasn't that they didn't want to increase the population. They just felt that the pressure was more intense. Since you have nothing more to say, I'll talk about the solution. Now you have seen how fast the rabbits raised in the tribe give birth, so we need to find a way to expand. When the time comes, Da Shu, you take a team of people to continue to catch wild rabbits, as many as you can. The more you catch, the more food and animal skins we will have in reserve. Also, organize more people to go fishing. Fish will be our main food for some time to come. Hunting parties should be reduced. We'll set up more traps in the forest to catch prey, and then only send a small team to go round once a day. For one thing, it will prevent people from attacking us, and the other is that it will save a lot of manpower. The manpower saved was divided into two parts. One part went on felling trees, the trunks of which were made into logs to build houses and the branches of which could be dried for firewood. The other part dug the river and burned bricks, which we built to live in brick houses, which were stronger and not afraid of fire. By digging out the river we can open more canals so that we can irrigate more paddy fields and we can grow more rice to provide food. The carpentry and metallurgy groups are now focused on building a variety of tools, with more axes for cutting down trees and copper shovels for digging. Tomorrow I'll regroup everyone. Everyone will have their own things to do to contribute to the development of the tribe. Do you all understand? Luo Chong spoke to them about his future plans. Yes, Chief. Chapter 137, Separate Households, Families, Surnames, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Early the next morning, Luo Chong gathered 60 adult males, 2 from the original Han tribe, Beast Tooth and Stone, and all the adult males from the Black Rat tribe, the teenagers from the Tiger tribe, the Bear tribe, the Flying Stone tribe, and the Tooth tribe, and a few of each, plus the Blood Slaughterer and the 30 Fire tribe teenagers, for a total of 90 people organized. Another 10 adult women from the Han tribe who could shoot arrows were drawn to form a total of 100 men who were about to go out to attack the Fire tribe. The reason for bringing 10 women was, firstly, because they could also shoot arrows, and secondly, if all the men were sent there, it might be difficult to bring back those women and children from the Fire tribe, and those women might think that the Han tribe was the same as the Fire tribe, and mistreat them when the time came. But send 10 women over can greatly reduce the resistance of those women. Let them women more communication. They can let them know the Han tribe is good, so bring them back will be more smooth. A few key people in charge came to Luo Chang's front and listened to Luo Chong arrange specific tasks for them. Mouse De, you will lead the team this time. Beast Tooth will give you a second in command. Blood Slaughter will lead the way for you. Listen to him more. He is more familiar with the Fire tribe's situation than you are, but you will be the one to make the decision on the action. You are more familiar with our weapons and fighting methods, so we need to utilize our strengths. This time I will give you 10 antlered deer. If there is an emergency, let the people ride the deer back to report the news. My request is to be fast, to be quick. We still have a lot of things to do. We can't waste all the manpower on the outside. Try to come back before this ring moon while keeping the team safe. Do you all understand? Luo Chong instructed them. Understood. Several people said in unison. Alright, let's set off. Luo Chong nodded to them, and the group of 100 set out on their journey. This time the fight Luo Chong is not worried. His side force is strong. Good equipment. The number is also more than the enemy, can be said to have the advantage. As long as it is not particularly stupid, that can certainly win. Besides the rat big, the beast teeth, blood butcher, these people will not have a stupid. After they left, Luo Chong started to arrange things for the other clansmen. The gathering team went to gather more rattan man under the condition of ensuring food for that day, and the Han tribe needed a large batch of rattan baskets and dustpans to use for loading soil, mainly for digging the river as well as for building the wall. Also send the teenagers from the cave tribe to dig a hole for a fish pond by the river. Now the weather is hot. Even if the fishing team did not finish the catch of the day, there is no way to save the rest, so simply dig a small pool out, put water in it, put the live fish that were not finished on that day into it, and store the live fish in this way. If there is not enough food one day, you can fish from the small fishing pond to eat, which is also a kind of emergency reserve. The other thing is to build 2 more brick kilns, or green brick kilns of semi-underground structure, built right next to the original kiln. Now dig the pit first. The hunting party also went to the mountains with ropes and copper shovels to dig pits and make traps. The area where they hunted and the area of the lumberyard were not together, to prevent their own tribesmen from getting caught in the traps when they went out to cut wood. Big Mouth was promoted by Luo Chong to be the head of the metallurgy team, responsible for all metal smelting and casting. The metallurgy team currently consisted of 15 people, including 8 women, mainly responsible for pinching molds with refractory clay. Luo Chang's first task after giving him his appointment was to build copper shovels, hoes, axes, and saws, tools for cutting down trees and digging. The leader of the carpentry group was headed by a barrel. The members were still 20 people, both male and female. Luo Chong gave him the task of first working with Big Mouth to make tools, and then started to make a kind of 2-wheeled crate that could be pushed and pulled along by people, or pulled along by animals. Not to be how nice it looked, but as long as the speed of making it was fast enough. These human-powered crates will be the main means of transportation used to move building materials in the future. When Luo Chong had all arranged around, Xiao Dai also ran to find Luo Chong. Luo Chong, what about me? What do I do? Xiao Dai asked as she grabbed Luo Chang's arm and shook it around. You, or else just go plant Rami. Expand our hemp field as soon as possible. I'll figure out what you need. Luo Chong thought about it and pointed at the modest hemp field and said, But I want to knit for you. Those hemp grasses haven't even grown up yet. When can I knit for you? Little Butterfly muttered in dissatisfaction. I can't help it. The Han tribes used sisal before, but that one grows slowly, and it's not suitable for weaving. We also just started planting rainy this year. How also need a time to accumulate it. This year's hemp grass we do not collect first. When the hemp grass as soon as the shoots grow out, cuttings once, and strive to this year the hemp grass planting area doubled several times up, and so on next year the hemp grass is more, and then we weave the cloth properly. Luo Chong could only comfort her and said, alright then, I'll go and plant hemp grass for you first, so that I can weave cloth for you in the winter. Little Butterfly could only nod her head, and then ran off to the hemp fields again full of fighting spirit. After coaxing Little Butterfly away, Luo Chong called the two old men, the elder and the rat witch, and prepared to give them a talk about restructuring and splitting households. Chief, what's a split? The two old men asked in unison. To divide a household is for each adult man and his woman, and children to form a family, and for both sexes to have surnames and first names, a surname representing a tribe, or a family. Men and women with the same last name can't form a family, or as we used to say, clansmen of the same tribe can't have children or they'll have cuties. But now the main population of our tribe are from other tribes over. We were not originally a tribal clan, so that in the future we have children are not a family. They can find a spouse in our own tribe. As long as it is not a family name will be fine, even if it is a family name, but only after 6 generations to have children together. I'll say this, do you guys understand? Luo Chong explained to the two of them. Although these two old men had no real power, but their prestige was still quite high. If they could get their support, the matter of splitting the household would be easier. Well, what the chief meant was to give each tribal person a code name to distinguish between them. The same code name means that these two people are from one tribe, so two people cannot have children. And different code names mean that they are from two tribes, so they can have children. Like the tree tribe, the black rat tribe, the tribe of the shepherd's tops, the Han tribe. We all come from different tribes, so the people of the clan these tribes can have children with each other, right? The rat witch spelled out what he understood to mean. Luo Chong immediately nodded his head, indicating that he was right. But at this time, the elder raised another question. Chief, I understand what you said about this code name called family name, but why do we have to split up the households? Do we all have to live separately, so that our tribe doesn't fall apart? It's not living apart. It's just divided into individual families. It's not about getting rid of everyone. Well, let's put it this way. One look at that patch of huts. That's our tribe. We all live together, work together, live together. However, we can let each man have a separate hut, and live in a hut with his own woman and children. So that one hut represents one family, and the children they have will not be mistaken, and their family names will not be confused, so that we can ensure that the bloodline of each family name is relatively pure. This is what I mean by splitting the household. It's just splitting the house to live in, but everyone is still a Han tribesman, and they all still live in one place of residence. Got it, Luo Chong patiently explained. I see. Each grown man and his woman build a separate house to live in so they don't get everyone's children mixed up. Right. The elder nodded in understanding. Yeah, that's the idea. And what about the children they have as adults? Another question occurred to the rat witch. It's still the same. Boys who come of age are on their own. Find a woman to start a family with. And when their parents get older, the children are responsible for providing for them. It's that after their parents can't labor themselves, they have to let his children provide him with food and animal skins, the necessities of life, just like how their parents raised them. Luo Chong continued to explain. Well, that's right, it's hard to raise a child, and when the parents can't labor themselves, those children they raised will have to support their parents. That's a good point, Chief, the elder said approvingly as he stroked his goatee. I hear you too, and I'm in favor of doing that. Just what is this code name called a last name and how do I get it? The rat witch nodded in agreement as well, then asked for specifics. Chapter 138 Little Butterfly's Wool, begging for tickets and subscriptions. Luo Chong took out a prepared wooden board and handed it to the two old men. There are 22 surnames on here, all of which I thought of ahead of time. The Mushroom Tribe, Gu. The Fork Tribe, Chai. The Ao Tribe, U. The Flying Stone, Sure. The Bouncing Tribe, Tan. And the Tattoo Tribe, Wen. The Tribe of the Tiger, Hu. The Tribe of the Bear, Xiong. The Tribe of the Sickle, Lien. The Tribe of the Fire, Hua. The Tribe of the Cave, Shui. The Tribe of the Zong, Zong. The Tribe of the Thorns, Jing. The Tribe of the Teeth, Yai. The Tribe of the Pearl, Zhu. The Tribe of the Serpent, Shi. The Tribe of the Han, Luo. The Tribe of the Tree, Lin. The Tribe of the Black Rats, Kib. The Tribe of the Shedams, Xie. The Tribe of the Knitters, Weaving. The Tribe of the Slaughters, Butcher. Each family name is represented by a Chinese character, which is a character that represents a family. And then the first name is added after the last name, which is connected to the first name. For example, for me, my last name is Luo, and my first name is Chong, which is connected to the first name, which is Luo Chong. The name can also be a two-word name, with the surname in front representing the family provenance, and the first name at the back representing yourself as a person. And in the future, everyone will have a name and a surname. The two old men glanced at it. Neither of them could read it. They only knew it was the word Han, but the chief had arranged it, so they simply did as they were told. We understand, Chief. Well, one more thing. I'm going to make a clan rule that from the time we have the census, we're going to have separate households, and the men are going to have their own women, and the children are going to have to be recognized as being anyone's children, and then they're going to start families. Once the family is established, the man is not allowed to fornicate with a woman from another family, and those who disobey are directly relegated to slavery, are not allowed to have another woman for life, and are directly sent to the mines to keep digging, and the same is true for the woman. Once she has disobeyed, she is relegated to slavery, and since she is willing to have a child with another man, she is allowed to have a child. When choosing a spouse, you can only compete when you're just an adult on a blind date, and once you establish a family, you must abide by the clan rules. Luo Chong followed up with a clan rule about human morality. The two old men nodded in agreement. After dinner that night, the three of them announced this in front of all the clansmen, and the clansmen had no objections, especially these teenage girls who had just joined. They had no children yet, and it was easy for them to assign their families. After all, the mates were all confirmed at the spring meeting. Comparison of the trouble is instead that a few overall merged into the Han tribe, such as the Black Rat tribe. Who is the spouse of who? Which child is born? It is more chaotic. Anyway, Luo Chong cannot understand. All to the rat which to solve. Luo Chong as long as the results. The Han tribe side is also. The problem of splitting the household is left to the elders to solve. The Tree tribe has a small population. They can easily stroke out. The Xia Ding tribe side is left with only 3 adult men. But instead, there are a whole lot of extra women. Luo Chong decided to these women still have the ability to bear children. In the original several tribal people to find a new spouse to form a family, as past the age of childbearing for the time being do not form a family. A few women with children together. Then there was the issue of names. The surnames were provided by Luo Chong, but Luo Chong didn't have the time to name them one by one, so he just used the surnames plus their previous names. For example, Da Shu. His family name is Lin, now renamed Lin Da Shu, but Luo Chong has called Da Shu called used to, and will be so called, and the rat big. His family name is Kibu, now renamed Kibudi, and the original name harmonization, but Luo Chong will still be called according to the previous name. By the next day, Luo Chong led Dishu and began the final preparations before building the city, measuring the land, pinpointing the location, and placing the line. There is a very simple and general method of finding angles for building a house release, or building a building release, and when the angles are not required to be very precise, the right angles of the house can be determined by the siding's 3, 4, 5 foot method. Simply put, it is to use the sum of the interior angles of a triangle to measure 3 meters and 4 meters on 2 right-angled sides. If the distance between these 2 points is exactly 5 meters, then it means that the angle between the 2 right-angled sides is already 90 degrees, and if it is not yet 5 meters, then it will be adjusted a little bit more until it becomes a right angle. Using this method, it was possible to build square walls, and 4 square houses, and even the locations of those boxy urban areas were determined in this way. Dashu was helping Rishan put a line on a northeast corner of the urban area, asking Rishan curiously as he did so, "Chief, isn't it a bit of a waste to use this place that you say is 10 meters in length and width to build a house?" Big Tree asked in disbelief. Not all of this 10-meter long and wide area was used to build a house to live in, only 3 houses were built, and the rest could be used to build a small storehouse for stacking firewood and tools, or even to dig a dry latrine. And of the 3 houses, one was for the adults, the other for the children, and the one in the center was used for cooking and burning the Kong. When you do the math like this, you can't actually share much space with one person, especially the little kids. They all have to sleep in a crowd. Luo Chong explained to Dishu, "Chief, how was that brick house built? What do you use on the roof so that it doesn't leak?" Dashu asked another question. "The way to build a brick house is to dig a trench along a drawn line, then tap the foundation solidly with a heavy object, then build it up with bricks and mortar layer by layer on top, and when the wall is built up, a sturdy log is set up as a beam on the roof, and a layer of grass handles is laid on the log, and on top of the grass handles, a layer of mud is pasted, and a layer of tiles is laid on the top of the mud. Tiles are flat bricks fired with clay just like bricks. Flaky, laid on the roof like scales on a fish. Waterproof. Just like the effect of fish skin. Luo Chong pulled the thread while introducing the house building process to Dashu. So, those clays can still be used in this way. Isn't it like the same reason why pottery can hold water? Or the chief has a way? Dashu said admiringly. Well, this pottery description of yours is very graphic. In fact, the tiles are originally equivalent to broken pottery pieces. Those waterproof pottery pieces can indeed be used in this way, Luo Chong said with a smile. Waiting until the noon break, Luo Chong was sitting on a big round log to eat, when suddenly little butterfly hugged Luo Chang's neck from behind, and her whole body was lying on Luo Chang's back. Luo Chong, look what a good thing I made. Little butterfly flaunted and waved a white thread in front of Luo Chang's eyes. Thread? It's rubbed out with rabbit fur? Luo Chong asked in surprise. Yes, I'm great, right? I use rabbit hair rubbing thread to knit cloth for you. Even AMU doesn't know how to do it. AMU can only knit linen, but I can knit woolen cloth. You quickly praise me. Xiao Dai said as she lay on Luo Chang's back inviting credit. Where did you get the rabbit fur? Luo Chong asked skeptically. It is those rabbits from their own stomach bite off the hair. I see they do not want I took over. Xiao Dai said with a straight face. My dropping auntie, yeah. That's for the mother rabbit to bite down for the bunny to make a nest before she gives birth to the bunny. If you take away all these hairs, what about the bunny they give birth to? The corner of Luo Chang's mouth twitched violently. Winky face. Will that bunny die? Little butterfly was immediately aggravated. She didn't know it was like that either. It shouldn't be anything. The weather is so warm now. The bunny won't freeze to death. Since he had already rubbed someone's fur into threads, Luo Chong had no choice but to comfort little butterfly like this. Oh, then I won't go pick up those rabbit furs next time, but I really want to knit for you. Little butterfly muttered in Luo Chang's ear in a glutinous manner. Since you thought of making wool, why didn't you try it with alpaca's fur? Their fur is longer than rabbits. Luo Chong gave her a reminder. Who said I didn't try? I looked at the fur on them at the beginning, long and round and so nice, but when I pulled the fur from them, they spat at me. Humph, not good at all. Little butterfly grunted. Luo Chong. Chapter 139 Inner City or Outer City, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Fool, you pull the hair directly from the alpaca. How painful that is. Of course they don't want to. When I come back I'll make out scissors for you, cut all their hairs, and then take it to you to weave. Okay. Luo Chong patted Xiao Dai's arm and said, What are scissors? Dai asked in disbelief. It's a tool that fixes two knives together. It can be opened and closed together. As long as you open the knives first, put what you want to break between the two knives, and then close the knives. What's in the middle will be cut off. Luo Chong stretched out his two fingers in a scissors shape and showed Xiao Dai. Then hurry up and make me scissors, or else I won't have anything to do. All that hemp grass is growing so slowly, Xiao Dai urged. You've been looking at that hemp grass every day. Of course you think it's growing slow. You could find something else to do. Wasn't it you who told me to keep an eye on those hemp grasses? Why don't I follow you around every day? Okay. Little butterfly solicited. When did I turn around every day? I am very busy. Okay. Now I have to build houses for all the clansmen. I have to watch every day and teach them how to work. Well. I'll make scissors for you, okay? Daughter-in-law Lord. Quickly loosen your mouth. Luo Chong was arguing that he didn't turn blindly, and Xiao Dai was lying on Luo Chang's back and biting his ear, which hurt Luo Chong and hurriedly begged for mercy. In this way, Luo Chong spent the whole day placing lines and fixing points for the buildings in the urban area, and in the evening, after dinner, he had to carve wax molds of scissors under the supervision of Xiao Dai, making clay molds with the lost wax method. The scissors are in the shape of two triangular pointed blades flat on one side and protruding on the other, with a round hole in the center part for fixing them, and a thin strip of brass at the end. When the casting is finished, after preliminary polishing, then a copper nail is inserted into the center fixing hole. The nail is flattened with a hammer. The two parts of the scissors are riveted together, and then the two thin copper strips at the back are tempered and heated, and then pinched with a tool to form two semicircular grips, and finally the scissors blades are finely polished and ready to be used. In order to make the scissors for Xiao Dai, it took a total of 3 days, and after 3 days, Xiao Dai happily took the scissors and went to cut the alpaca's hair, with Luo Chong still instructing her from behind. Xiao Dai, after that alpaca's wool is cut off, put it in the basket first. It must be washed before it can be used for thread rubbing. Also, be careful yourself. Don't hurt your hand with the scissors, and don't zap the alpaca to death. Their wool can grow back again. I know la. You're so nice. Moo-ah. Xiao Dai ran back and barfed on Luo Chang's face before running off with the scissors. Luo Chong, on the other hand, went by himself to the side of the two newly built brick kilns. The two cylindrical semi-underground brick kilns had already been completed, and the digging of the river was about to begin. The river that Luo Chong intends to excavate this time is the Backwater River, which is 400 meters away from the south side of the Diversion River, and the length of the whole river is slightly longer than that of the Diversion River, about 750 meters long, and the planned width and depth of the river is 4 meters, the same as that of the Diversion River. As for why the Backwater River was dug first instead of a circle of moat, the reason was also very simple. Because Luo Chong wanted to build a house first, but if the moat was dug first to build the city wall, then it would be laborious to transport the materials for building the house inside, and the Han tribe is still short on manpower, so if they build the walls first, then they probably won't be able to build that many houses this year. The Han tribe is now in great need of houses. Firstly, because the tribesmen are still living in thatched huts, which are afraid of fire and do not keep out the rain, and are very simple. Such living conditions, people will easily get sick. The adult body is a little better, but the upcoming those women and children will not necessarily suffer. Secondly, the Han tribe needs a large livestock farm for the expansion of rabbit farming, which should be clean, hygienic, ventilated and dry, and large enough. Thirdly, the Han tribe needed a large flat and open area of land, preferably a small square, and also green bricks on the ground for drying the rice that would soon be harvested. Rice storage is needed to dry, otherwise direct storage of fresh paddy. It will not take long to mold and rot, and even in the warehouse itself to germinate. But the Han tribe now simply does not have a suitable place to dry rice, cannot be directly poured on the land to dry it. At the very least, you have to lay a mat, but the Han tribe is currently not capable of making up so many mats in a short period of time, and also cannot find the right materials. So instead of spending time to prepare grass mats, it is better to directly pave the bricks to the speed of the faster. The fourth is to expand the rice fields as soon as possible to prepare for the second season of rice to be planted. The growth cycle of rice, from sowing to harvest, takes almost about 100 to 110 days, or 3 months out, and according to the Mouse Witch's monthly calendar, there are 3 months of spring and fall, 4 months of hot summer and 4 months of cold winter, for a total of 14 30-day months in a year. That is to say, there are 10 months that can be suitable for the growth of rice, and there is no problem at all to plant 2 seasons of rice every year, and even when the clansmen are skilled in planting and master the seasonal pattern of the whole year, it is possible to realize 3 ripening seasons of rice a year. But of course, it is not possible to do it now. Once the first season of rice is harvested, the Han tribes will have enough seed to use to expand their plantings, allowing for a ruthless harvest of rice before the fall. It was only after summarizing the above considerations that Luo Chong decided to develop the inner city area first before freeing up his hands to build the city walls. The soil from the excavation of the Backwater River will be used to burn bricks and tiles to build houses, and ditches can also be dug from the banks of the Backwater River to irrigate rice fields without affecting the second season of rice this year. The day after the 2 brick kilns were built, the excavation of the Huishui River began, and the experienced Han tribal elders skillfully abducted Meat and Gray Mountain with sweet tree roots, set them up with 2-meter-wide giant plows, and began to turn over the land of the intended river channel in accordance with the markings drawn by Luo Chong. Then dig a small ditch from the side of the creek, introduce the river water into the plain loose channel, so that these lose soil and water into the mud ground, and then lead a herd of cattle and meet Ash Mountain. The mud in these channels stamped into mature mud, after which you can make these mature mud pressure mold into brick embryo, and when the brick embryo drying can be kiln firing. This batch of bricks used to build the house has 3 sizes. One is a small brick 5 centimeters thick, 12 centimeters wide and 24 centimeters long, which is specially used for building walls. There is also a kind of large square bricks which are also 5 centimeters thick, 30 centimeters wide and 60 centimeters long. This kind of bricks is specially used to pave the ground, mainly used to pave the small square in the center of the city as well as several main arteries. The other is the square floor tiles that are 3 centimeters thick with 40 centimeters sides, which are mainly used to pave indoor floors. Indoor in the end to pave the brick. Luo Chong carefully thought about it, think or need, mainly taking into account the future to put furniture in the house before paving the brick. The purpose of laying bricks is to harden the floor. Otherwise you'd get a 4-legged table over here and the floor turns out to be uneven, and you'd still be able to write on it? Also, in the future, if Luo Chong wants to promote the loom in the Han tribe, and it turns out that the ground in the clan's house is not even, and the children can make mud in the house by peeing on it, then can we still put the loom? So, indoor tiling and hardening the floor is a must. In addition to these 3 sizes of bricks, there are 2 other sizes of tiles. Is Luo Chang's own design of a kind of flat S-shaped wave tiles, 20 centimeters wide, 35 centimeters long, very large, but also very simple. When laying, directly to the S-shaped under the buckle of the side. covered in the previous piece of the obtune side of the piece of the pie up on the pressure of the piece of the pie up on the right. The last is a kind of semicircular tube on the ridge of the long strip of tile, mainly to deal with the ridge, the two sides of the tile with the joints. This long strip of tile, a house cannot use a few pieces. The number of production is very rare, is still mainly to burn bricks. Chapter 140 Primitive Infrastructure Heavy Weapon, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Han tribe digging the river to burn bricks is not the first time. There has been a group of skilled clansmen. Let these old people with new people. Proficiency will soon come up. The more troublesome is that this time the brick embryo model is a little too much. Luo Chong personally designed new wooden brick molds and had the carpentry group manufacture them in bulk, and he left the rest to chance. Previously appointed carpentry group leader, metallurgy group leader. This time Luo Chong appointed the cripple as the kiln group leader. Is currently the largest number of a group. The workload is also very large, not only to burn bricks, but also charcoal, ceramics, and later there will be a lot of other things to burn. And now they are all handed over to crippled this Han tribal patriarchs to manage. The digging of the river to make bricks was on track, and Luo Chong started to develop something new, something that was specially used to press the road and level the land. What kind of road roller? In his previous life, Luo Chong has seen the kind of front and rear two big mill road roller. People can sit directly on it to drive. The efficiency is very fast, but also very convenient, so he now also want to build a kind of mill. The most material for making mills is stone. But now the Han tribe does not have iron and steel. It is not practical to use bronze to chisel the stone. The bronze tin content is too soft to bend when smashed. The content is too brittle and easy to break. So the program of polishing stone mills was directly abandoned by Luo Chong. Then Luo Chong remembered the way the Egyptians used to build pyramids out of granite. They sawed giant granite into stone bricks to build the pyramids, using a method that involved spreading a layer of quartz sand, or sand, on top of the granite, and then rubbing a flat copper bar on it as a saw. Utilizing the principle that the hardness of sand is higher than granite, and then people pull back and forth on the copper bar, driven by the sand and granite friction. With this method to saw the hard granite, but with this method of building stone mill or forget it. The second method was Luo Chong negative. An easier option would be to just saw a log for a mill, but the wood is too light for a mill. Later and meditate for half a day. Luo Chong finally came up with a kind of mill without predecessors and successors, with clay firing a ceramic mill, which is still he saw the water tank came up with. Put the water tank lying down is not a mill. Firing pottery mills, of course, cannot be solid, because it is simply not burned through. Luo Chong designed pottery mills, is a coaxial roller shape. On the outside is 1 meter in diameter, 1 meter 2 in length, and 6 centimeters thick, an earthenware tube that is vented at both ends, and on the inside is a thin earthenware tube with an inner diameter of 10 centimeters and a thickness of 5 centimeters. Then let the carpentry group to make 2 round center with holes in the wooden board. Can be just a large and a small 2 ceramic pipe connected together, and then to the 2 ceramic pipe and the sandwich filled with soil tamping, used to increase the self-weight. The 2 ends of the round wooden board jammed on the line. Such a 1 meter diameter clay loading pottery mill, weighing as much as thousands of pounds. The road is certainly no problem. When used directly in the middle of the thin ceramic tube inserted a sturdy stick, you can use the oxen to pull away. If you don't use it, or if you need to transport the pottery mill to another place to build a road, you can remove the 2 round wooden boards on the side of the mill, and dump the soil inside to reduce the weight, so that 2 people can carry the mill away, or 1 person can push it. The soil inside is the counterweight. How much weight is needed can also be freely adjusted. It is simply the primitive era of infrastructure weight. The first pottery mill trial product success. Luo Chong waved his hand. Let the cripple to build another 20. So a practicality of super strong mill. The production of only 1 day is not a complete explosion of those who chiseled stone mill. Taking advantage of the time when the crippled man was firing the pottery mills, Luo Chong began to design and plan the drainage system, or sewer, for the entire city. Sewers were a must, or else when the walls were built, if there was a heavy rainstorm, it was expected that the entire city would be flooded. This drainage system is only used to drain rainwater. Each family's toilet will be cleaned regularly. Those excreta can get to the outside of the city. Specially dug a composting manure pond unified collection, and so on rotting into organic fertilizer and then return to the field. This would keep the town sanitary. And secondly, it would be wasteful. After all, manure was a usable resource for a farming tribe as well. The drainage system of the whole city is very simple. There are only 2 levels of drainage. The first level is dug in the middle of the road in each hut on a half-meter wide, half-meter deep ditch. The bottom of the knocked flat paving bricks. Both sides are also surrounded by bricks. The top of the floor and then horizontal cover a 60 centimeter tile, each doorway to leave a hole with a brick as a cover. The The second level of sewerage is in the 4 well-shaped main road, and the middle of the ring road, digging a half-meter wide, 1-meter deep ditch, the ditch rammed flat bricklaying, the top with a cover. Then the main sewer from the ring road dug 8 outlets to the moat, 2 outlets under each wall, so as to realize the purpose of urban drainage. In the event of heavy rainfall, as the secondary sewers are half a meter lower than the primary sewers, the rainwater from the residential areas will flow down the primary sewers, to the secondary sewers of the main roads, and finally to the moat. This is the construction of simple. No need to drill into the ground to dig holes, directly on the ground can be completed. And if because of the use of a long time lead to clogging of sewers, directly lift the cover above to complete the dredging operation. The later maintenance is also very convenient. After planning all the important things, the work of building a house also began. Engage in construction to build a house Luochong did not learn, but he learned reverse architecture. That is, to demolish the house. Demolition of military targets is also to learn the building structure, only not as specialized as others to learn architecture. The bricks for building the house hadn't been burned yet, but that didn't affect Luo Chang's ability to lead the people to build the foundation. And he called 20 teenage girls from the cave tribe, ready to train this group of kids who loved to dig into a professional civil engineering construction team. Start by taking them to build a house so they can learn the whole process. The first thing is to tell them about common sense issues, and to give people a house to live in that faces north and south to block the north wind in winter, and windows that open to the south so that the interior is sunny all year round. Then start placing the line, find the specific construction site, and then start digging the wall base trench, which is almost 80 centimeters deep. And after digging, start tamping the foundation. The tool for ramming the foundation is a section of sawed-off logs, with 2 handles installed at one end. The logs are not very thick, only about 30 centimeters, so that a ramming mallet can be operated by a single person, picking it up and slamming it down again, with repeated motions until it can no longer be slammed down. The dirt that is dug up is piled up in the house, and when the time comes it is just right to raise the floor of the house, and it is common sense that the floor indoors must be higher than the yard, or else the water will run off into the house when it rains. That's why bungalow houses are usually at least 1 step higher in height than the yard, and it's rare that even the house is as flat as the yard. 20 teenage girls working from sunrise to sunset could complete the foundations of 2 houses, or 6 houses, in one day, which was still a good speed. And after the foundations were compacted, they could wait for the bricks to build the walls. Chapter 141 Water Source in the City District, Begging for Tickets and Subscriptions. After digging the foundation for 2 consecutive days, Luochong suddenly found another serious problem. The site is short of water. Building houses requires a lot of water. Bricks need to be soaked in water, and mud also needs water. But now there is no water source in the city. Water can only be used to push buckets with carts from the nearest diversion of the river to fetch water. This distance is not too far, but it is also very cumbersome, because the amount of water needed is too large, plus the future of the residents' living water. It is impossible to run to the moat every day to fetch water. The first moat water and drainage system is connected to the river water is not necessarily clean. The second, if the enemy siege, the city will be cut off from the source of water. This is a fatal problem. So Luochong intends to build wells in the city. Water wells are something very primitive. The exact time of their appearance can no longer be proved. And well water is a very high-quality source of edible water, with many benefits compared to river water. Let's start with the most obvious point. That is, in wintertime the river water will freeze, while the well water will not. Because the water level of the well water are deep underground, the temperature will not go down to sub-zero, and this alone is enough for Luochong to make the decision to dig a water well. Previously, the Han tribe winter water can only use pottery pot to boil snow water to drink, or break open the ice to beat the water. Is it also boil snow water to drink in the future? Of course not possible. And compared with the river water, the well water is much cleaner. The river water flows in the open air, which often drops all kinds of debris, and there are all kinds of fish living in it, and even Luochong often bathes in the river. But the well water is not the same. The well water is from the ground through layers of filtration after seeping up the groundwater. There will be no one to go down to spoil. And well water is warm in winter and cool in summer. Since there are so many benefits, Luochong if still not dig that is a little cute. He is a little cutie if he doesn't dig it up. 2 men from the construction team were taken to dig the well with themselves, while the rest continued to build the foundation. The location for digging the well was set by Luochong at the entrance of the alley in the residential area. Of course, not directly opposite the entrance of the alley, but at the roadside of the main road. The square city with a side length of 400 meters is divided into 9 square urban areas by 4 well-shaped main roads, and an urban area is a square with a side length of 110 meters. According to the size of a dwelling of 10 meters long and wide, a row will be able to build 11 households, and every 2 rows have a 5-meter wide alley in the middle. A residential area will be able to build 9 rows of dwellings, and 4 alleys, 90 meters of houses plus a 20-meter wide alley, which is exactly 110 meters, which will make a total of 99 households in a residential area. 1 family per dwelling, based on the algorithm of 1 man and 2 women, plus 7 or 8 children. 10 to 11 people can live in a household, and 99 households in a settlement can house 1,000 people. By drilling a well at each end of these 4 hutons, there will be 8 wells in one settlement, with an average of about 12 households using 1 well, which will supply the entire settlement with water for the lives of 1,000 people. Choose a good location for the well. Luo Chong used a rope as a compass to draw a circle with a diameter of 1.2 meters on the ground, and then began to dig down. Luo Chong, a person in the bottom digging, 2 people in the side with a basket to help pour soil. While learning how to dig, there is no special skills, as long as the digging round, digging straight on the line, don't digging run off. Then it will be interesting. Waiting to dig a depth of 2 meters, Luo Chong tugged the rope and climbed up to start to change, and went down another person to continue to dig. In order to keep the well vertical, Luo Chong made a lead hammer with a rope tied to a stone, and on top of it he put the lead hammer down from the center of the wellhead, and the people below marked the center point by the lead hammer, and then continued to dig around this center point. By the time another man had been replaced, it was almost dug to a depth of 4 meters, and by this time the soil was very wet, and dug down 1 meter, to 5 meters deep. The bottom of the well has been to the ankle of the water. This time Luo Chong and go down to continue to dig, soak in the water inside the digging another meter deep, to 6 meters deep. The well has been more than 1 meter deep, to the waist of the Luo Chong, so that a well even dug well. However, the freshly dug well was still full of yellow mud soup inside, after which a layer of bricks had to be laid on the wall of the well to prevent it from collapsing due to frequent water washout, and the ground portion of the well had to be lined with a circle of bricks to prevent a child from inadvertently falling into the well. This preliminary digging a well, 3 people need a morning's time, although the water inside is still very turbid, but used to build a house with mud is no problem, and so on a few more times to play the water. After a few days of time to precipitate, the well water will become more and more clear. In ancient times, people drilled wells, there to the well to put the habit of turtles. The first because turtles are auspicious beasts. People put turtles as to pray that the well springs will never dry up. The second is to take the 8 water test. Ancient times there is no water quality testing organizations. Dug out of the well water cannot be drank. Depending on the well of this 8 cannot live. If the 8 were poisoned to death, it is better to fill in the well while you still can. Those 2 had already learned how to drill wells, so Luo Chong didn't hang out with them, letting the 2 of them continue to dig wells to go, while Luo Chong went to find Dashu, and arranged an important job for him to go to 8 Treasure Mountain to dig mines. Covering the building needs cement, that is, cement, but the manufacture of cement is too troublesome. Luo Chong is ready to directly use lime. Lime after low temperature calcination. Add water will dissolve into powder. Lime powder and river sand and mud. Made of cement is not much worse than cement. This building material, as early as in ancient Egypt and ancient Rome when it was widely used. Lime mines are found in Mt. Babel, and in abundance, but they need to be quarried back to make it work. Last time Luo Chong brought back some when he brought people to mine, but not much. Last time the main thing he brought was still copper ore. This time he let Big Tree go. It was specifically to collect lime. Big Tree, this time you go mining. I'll give you 20 men, 4 antlered deer, 6 cows, an ox cart and a boat. When you go, you should row the boat over to the edge of the dark forest, hide the boat, and leave 4 men to guard it, and these 4 men should not be idle, but should catch some live rabbits in the vicinity, and keep them to bring back for breeding. Then the rest of the men all went over on deer and in ox carts, and of the 6 oxen allotted to you, except 2 for pulling the carts, the remaining 4 are for you to build the road. And when tomorrow comes, you will bring 2 of the pottery mills which the cripple has just made. You are more familiar with the dark forest. When you get there you should find a road that is wide enough to pass an ox cart, and then use a pottery mill to compact the road, and try to shorten the 2 days walk to Mt. 8 treasures to 1 day's walk by ox cart, so that you can try to make a trip during the day when you are hurrying, and avoid encounters with those cannibals at night. This is lime. You can only mine this kind of lime this time. We need a lot of lime to build a house. When you have dug enough for a cart, you will send 4 people to bring it back with a wooden boat, and the others will go back in the ox cart to continue mining. Once the road is repaired, you'll send the extra oxen and pottery mills as well. The 4 antlered deer arranged for you are for you to keep in contact. If you encounter an emergency, send someone to ride the deer back to report. Understand? Luo Chong explained the precautions for this operation to Dishu. Yes, chief. I understand. First find a road to repair. Others transport. Catch rabbits. And the rest of you keep digging for limestone. Dashu repeated the point again to confirm. That's right. These are the ones. You can take the people away tomorrow. Let's make preparations today. Luo Chong patted Dishu's shoulder and said, I know, chief. Chapter 142, Murder in the House, requesting tickets and subscriptions. At noon that day, after Luo Chong had given Big Tree his assignment, he wrote a dear to the teenagers of the Fork tribe, and the logging team, who wanted to build a wooden bridge so that the ox cart could walk to the other side of the river. First let the logging team to find a 40-centimeter thick cedar, saw it into 4 sections, 2 by 2, and then cut holes in the middle of the horizontal insertion of a 3-meter long, 20-centimeter thick cedar as a beam below, and then riveted diagonally to 2 right-angled support to make 2 H-shaped abutments. Cedar water resistant. Inserted into the river can be preserved for a longer period of time. Do a good job of 2 groups of piers. Luo Chong led the logging team with wooden boats to the 2 piers transported to the diversion of the river and back to the river and the intersection of the creek in the middle section of the river, and then let the Chai teenagers who are good at swimming take turns to go into the water to dig piers I. Digging after the water on the water underwater 2 groups of people, together with the bridge piers to the bed of the river, and then stuffed with river sand and pebbles to fix it. After erecting the bridge piers, the people were then allowed to drive 2 wooden piles on the banks of each side of the creek, and the width of both the piles and the piers was 3 meters. The 2 sets of stakes on the bank and the 2 sets of piers in the water together play the role of supporting and fixing the bridge. After the support structure below was done, the logging crew went back and hauled in 5 25-centimeter thick, 12-meter long pines with oxen to be used as the bridge's skeleton, and the 5 logs were apportioned across the 3-meter wide abutment beams, averaging 60 centimeters wide apiece. All the joints with the abutments were notched out with an axe to allow the bridge and beams to bite together like the joints in a finished log house, and once the bite was stabilized, the joints were drilled with a hand drill, after which a wooden peg dipped in fish bladder glue was smashed in to lock it in place completely. After the whole abutment and bridge is done, Luo Chong and go to the carpentry group to find materials to pave the bridge, and finally selected a pile of oak that has been opened into a thick wooden square. These oaks are ready to do oak water barrels with the preparatory materials later, this time directly requisitioned by Luo Chong. These oaks are large trees with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Because the volume is too large to be transported back, the logging team will directly break the logs in place, and now these are the timber that has been sawn into large 10-centimeter thick squares, both wide and narrow. The wide ones are 1 meter wide and the narrow ones are 20 centimeters. Luo Chong directly let the logging team saw these wooden squares into 3 meters long, and then nailed them horizontally to the 5 pine bridges, and the joints were also punched with hand drills and nailed with wooden pegs to fix them. The entire bridge is made of 10-centimeter thick oak planks, and it is an all-wood structure without using a bit of metal, but this wooden bridge made of pure wood is very sturdy. Finally, the hemp rope is tied to the head piles at both ends of the wooden bridge, and to the H-shaped abutment pillars in the center, to make a hemp rope parapet, and then the bridge deck and the mud connection between the 2 sides, tamped with stones and clay, and the whole bridge is completed. Using pre-prepared materials and tools, 40 men spent the afternoon erecting this 3-meter wide wooden bridge, just in time for the ox carts tomorrow. With this wooden bridge, the Han tribe in the future again digging mine, finally can say goodbye to animal pack transport, instead of vehicle loading, which will greatly improve the Han tribe on the east bank of the small river resource utilization rate. The women of the clans, who were fishing along the river, watched the completion of this brand new wooden bridge across the river and could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the chief. They had been living here for nearly half a month, looking at all the goodies in the tribe, learning all the fresh terms of the Han tribe, and they couldn't help but worship the chief as a celestial being when they realized that everything in the tribe was created by the chief. That night, in the thatched huts of the families, the women also spoke of the bridge the chief had built today, and the clansmen were satisfied to join the Han tribe. Life here is too good. There is food, shelter, with the best tools and weapons, although there is also endless work, but the white salt is never limited. Since they have white salt to eat every day, a whole day's work is not as tiring as it used to be, and the people of the clans are proud of joining the Han tribe. The clansmen in the straw hut were emotionally comparing their present and former lives, while the expeditionary force led by Mausta arrived near the target location. A group of 100 men lurked silently at the same mass grave where the blood slaughtered the men last time, spying on the fire tribe from a distance. At this point in time, the sky had long since darkened, and in the fire tribe settlement, the remaining 50 men were still unaware that their army had been completely wiped out, and that the less than 10 fire tribe warriors who had escaped had not returned to the settlement, and did not know where they had run off to at that time. The women and children of the fire tribe were all locked up in that cave. which was naturally formed, with an opening so small that it could only accommodate 2 people standing side by side, and the entrance to the cave was guarded by only 5 people, and those 5 people were not on guard. 4-5. The chief is not at home, they have nothing to do, daily rely on eating fire rat meat for food. The fire tribe dug a number of large pits, with stones and gum mud built into a pool breeding fire rats. Every day as long as the release out of a dozen women to collect some grass and shrubs to feed the fire rats can be. The women who went out to gather also had children left behind in the tribe, and they would not leave their children to escape, even if they did. At night, the men, who had nothing better to do, would run to the caves and pick out some women who weren't pregnant to pull out and make babies. Taking advantage of the night, Beast Tooth, Mousta and Blood Butcher lurked together into the fire tribe's settlement, surrounded by empty grass huts and tents. There were also some grass huts where the sound of someone's voice came from, but they were all scattered and fragmented. The entire settlement was only illuminated by sporadic campfires, and they were all far away from the house, and they were afraid of setting the house on fire, so the entire settlement was in darkness, and only the cave halfway up the mountain where the firelight was brighter. Captain Kibby, what do we do? Beast Tooth, who was on the side, asked in a small voice to Ratda. It's too dark here, and there aren't many of them, and they live so spread out. Our bows and arrows won't be of any use here. I think it would be better to just sneak up on them. The chief told us to make it quick, so don't wait, there's only so many of them in total anyway. In this way, I'll arrange it. Beast Tooth, you lead 10 men and 10 women, each with a bow and arrow, and quietly walk down the hill, and shoot the ones at the entrance of the cave with random arrows. I think there should not be 10 people in that hole. You 20 bows, shoot 3 rounds in unison first, that is, not all dead. I guess it's almost the same. Then you will bring people to charge up. Surely you can win. Mousebag also whispered his meaning. Well, I have no problem with that. It's a good idea. Beast Tooth nodded back as he listened, indicating that he could accomplish it. What about me? Blood also asked in a small voice. You and I will take the rest of the people, in groups of 2, and go straight into the house to kill them. They are all sleeping in the house. Our bows and arrows can't be used at all, so we might as well take advantage of the fact that they are not on guard, and go straight in to kill them. Mousta said as he fumbled with the axe pinned behind his waist. Alright, I agree. I'll bring all the people here. Blood Slaughter happily licked the corner of his mouth and said, I'll call for it too. Beast Tooth said with a nod as well. Okay, you guys go ahead. I'll wait here, and when everyone is here, we'll do it. Mousty also whispered the arrangements, and a few people nodded to each other in parted ways. After 10 minutes or so, Beast Tooth led a group of 20 archers up the hill, and Blood Slaughter led the remaining 70 or so people to the settlement. Just now, Blood Slaughter had already told everyone in the mass grave about the rat's big plan, and after coming over at this moment, they also automatically divided into groups of 2 by 2, and everyone took their own melee weapons, and quietly touched over to those houses with voices. Mousta and Blood Slaughter looked at each other and nodded, then walked towards the 2 houses respectively. In one tent, a large haystack was spread on the ground, and another layer of animal skins was laid on top of the haystack. The woman closed her mouth tightly and looked sideways at the door with a lifeless face, a continuous ang sound coming out of her nose. But suddenly something with a flashing white light appeared right at the doorway she was staring at so closely, and it was Jerry on top of Mouse's big head. Mouse didn't speak. Even his walk was deliberately lightened. He slowly pulled a golden bronze axe from his backside and quietly stood behind the man. The woman has been staring at the rat's movements, but also did not say anything. Seems to be more nervous. Breathing are unconsciously excluded. Just intermittent nasal voice also disappeared at once. Even the hot place seems to be tighter. The man lying on top of her seemed to sense that something was wrong as well, and looked at the woman underneath him, whose eyes had been looking behind him. So he turned back to look as well. But the man just turned back. Not yet see what things. The rat big on both hands holding the axe, forced to split Huashan a moment as if there is 1,000,000 pounds of force. Just like Xinxiang split the mountain to save the mother. An axe to the man's brain smashed a hole. Chapter 143, Symphony of Death, requesting tickets and subscriptions. With a muffled poof, the golden axe completely disappeared into the top of the man's head. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the woman, but she still didn't say a word, staring at it all in disbelief. Mouse shook the axe, and the man still didn't fall. His whole brain was stuck on the axe, only to be pulled by Mousta with a hard pull, along with the man's body. Yoo-hoo, you're still sticking around. You like my axe that much? Looking at the body brought down by the axe, Mousta frowned breathlessly before pulling the axe off with his foot in the man's face and turning to head out of the tent to check on the others. Another grass hut. Blood Butcher performance than the rat big dry much. This guy is a never dilly-dallying killers. rushed into the inside of the man through his hand is a stick. Only this stick. The man hit the brain burst. Like that day he killed 2 people in a row was dry. From rushing into the house to the target died. The whole process is not more than 3 seconds. The woman who was crushed by the body still didn't know what had happened. She didn't even see Blood Butcher's shadow. Blood Butcher had already gone out. The woman only heard a bang. And then the man on the body did not move. Not more than half a minute. A strong smell of blood drilled into the woman's nose. She only then noticed that something was wrong. And then touched the man on the body. Has long since stopped breathing. Ah! She cried out in fear and scrambled to push away the corpse and ran out. Only just out of the door of the grass hut, she saw a teenager with his head bound with hair, holding a shining spear in his hand, stabbing it through the animal skin covering the tent, and by the time she retrieved the spear again, half of the spear body was already stained with blood. The woman looked dumbfounded. There were killings everywhere around her, and shouts of murder were already ringing out from the settlement, which had been slightly silent. A teenager with bundled hair had just burrowed into the grass hut when he saw that the man in the hut was looking at him. He hurriedly stabbed his spear over, but the man dodged it with a sidestep, and instead grabbed his spear and yanked the teenager over, and then directly pressed him underneath him, and choked the teenager's neck with both hands with great force. Just at this time, the woman who was already in the hayloft, grabbed the short spear under the man and made a strong break. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and the man instantly loosened his hands around the teenager's neck, and at this time, his companion with the teenager ran over, and while the man was still rubbing his big baby, he stabbed a spear into his chest. There was a poof of blood. In the house next to him, Blood Butcher was also searching for his target quickly. His method of identification was simple. Those who tied their hair were their own people, and anyone else who wasn't a woman was an enemy. The clubs of the blood slaughter, the axes of the rat dogs, and the spears in the hands of the teenagers played a symphony of blood-splattered death. Some women see outsiders entering the house and killing people and scream in fear, but the people who come and kill the men in the house and then go straight out, which in turn leaves the woman at a loss as to what to do. There were also men from the Fire tribe who heard the shouts and ran out with their weapons, and they tangled with the Han tribe teenagers who happened to arrive in front of the door, and both sides suffered deaths and injuries from each other. But fortunately some of their companions who had already finished their kills rushed in to support them, and they eventually combined their efforts to kill the enemy. There were also teenagers who rushed the grass hut with their spears, but they were detected by the other side early, and as a result, because of the narrow space inside the hut and the spear in the teenager's hand was too long to be utilized in the hut, they were cut by the other side with a stone axe and fell to the ground with serious injuries directly. Luckily, Mauste heard the teenagers' plea for help and rushed over wielding an axe, rushing into the hayloft with a flurry of chops and splitting the Fire tribe man up on the spot. The commotion in the settlement was soon noticed by several people guarding the cave halfway up the hill. What's that noise down there? Hey, what noise can there be? It must be those women screaming. Doesn't sound like it to me. Don't think it's not some beast breaking into the settlement. Why don't I go over there and take a look? Look at the ass. Ah, I still do not know you. Surely want to sneak again. I tell you, today you have to be here to watch the night. Since the chief took the people away you sleep every night. One day the cave has not guarded. Today do not think to sneak. Shay, if I don't go, I don't go. Who says I want to sneak out? Just as a few people were talking, Beasttooth also brought 20 archers to the flank of those people, only about 100 meters away. Beasttooth waved his hand. 20 people quickly stood in a row, forming an arc formation. Beasttooth also took out his own bow and arrows, opened his bow and arrow. Feeling that everyone was almost ready, he immediately shouted, "Release the arrows." Clank, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The quivering sound of the bowstring release. The sound of feathered arrows rubbing against the air. 21 arrows flew out quickly, heading straight for the 5 people at the entrance of the cave. While Beasttooth and the others were in the dark, those 5 people were sitting by the fire, and the reflection of the firelight exposed several people in the darkness of the night. 21 arrows whistled from the side, and 3 out of the 5 were instantly struck by a number of arrows and died on the spot. One of the other 2 took an arrow in the arm. The other was blocked by the body of his own companion, who missed an arrow in his body. The one who had received an arrow in the arm immediately stood up and shouted, "It's the enemy! Run!" Beasttooth was not assured, and ordered all the archers to shoot 2 more rounds, and finally shot the bodies of the 5 people into hedgehogs. Beasttooth then led the people to charge up, and the result was that they didn't meet a bit of resistance when they got to the top. Beasttooth took over the defense of the cave entrance, pulled a torch from the bonfire on the ground, and waved it vigorously down the hillside. The battle for the settlement at the bottom of the hill was over quickly as well, and Mauste, seeing the signal that Beasttooth had already won, loudly greeted the clansmen as they dragged out the bodies of those they had just killed for points. The last one over the number. The fire tribe's 45 people all go to the west. The rat big side of a dead is serious injury. 2 minor injuries. Serious injuries to the one is the stone axe cut to. He was hacked from the front of the clavicle. The entire clavicle was axe smashed broken. The skin and flesh is also open to a large mouth. Such injuries are estimated to be soon will not be able to live. Even if the Luo Chong have a way, the teenager cannot insist on a week to walk back. This seriously injured teenager is the fire tribe of those 30 captives anyway over. But unfortunately he still cannot join the Han tribe. The other directly dead is of Hu clan teenagers, that is, the former tiger tribe to come. The remaining 2 minor injuries are not serious. Recuperate for a period of time will be good. In this battle, 2 people were lost, 50 enemies were killed, and thousands of women and children were harvested, which was still acceptable. Just as Mausta and the others were counting the number of kills and battle damages, the women in those houses came out and slowly gathered together, looking at the hair-tied foreigners in front of them. Don't be afraid everyone. I was also captured by the fire tribe, and now I'm bringing another tribe to save you. A fire tribe teenager who had cried about his ordeal to Luo Chong in the beginning shouted at the group of women. Chapter 144, Thy wife I'll raise, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Are you telling the truth? Those dozens of women stood in support of each other, looking at the foreigners with their hair tied up in front of them, and also heard someone say that they had come to save them. So some of the sharp-eyed ones recognized that the one who had spoken was precisely the teenager who had been snatched by the fire tribe before. And some bold women opened their mouths to ask at once. It's true. That fire chief led his men to fight the Han tribe, and they were defeated by the Han tribe. The fire chief and all those men of theirs have been killed. We have come here specially to save you. Now that there are no more men in the fire tribe, you can bring your children with us to the Han tribe. The teenager from earlier continued. But our children are still in that cave. We can't leave them behind. The women next to them also hurriedly said once they heard that they could leave the fire tribe. The cave has been knocked down by us. The men are dead. It's our people there now. You can all come out. You won't be locked up again when you get to the Han tribe. The teenager pointed to the cave and explained. Once the women heard that they could let themselves and their children out, they didn't ask any questions, and hurriedly ran towards the cave, and the people on the Han tribe side also hurriedly followed, with only the injured man and Mausta staying behind. Seeing that people are almost gone, Mausta came to the wounded man in front of him. There is a companion beside him to accompany him. Is the same tribe before he was taken away by the fire tribe clansmen? At this time his companion is also helping him to cover his wounds, but can't cover the blood that is bubbling outward at all. You go with them to the cave, I'll watch him here, Mausta said to his companion. That teenager wiped the corners of his eyes, did not say anything, nodded and left. While walking also turned back to look at the wounded man again. He knew in his heart, such a serious injury certainly cannot live. Is there anything else you want me to do for you? Mausta said as he half kneeled on the ground and leaned into the wounded man's ear. Oh, I don't want to die. Our tribe was defeated by the fire tribe. A few of us survived with great difficulty, and now we have joined the Han tribe, and we have our own woman. I want to live a good life. I don't want to die. Oh. That wounded man lay on the ground, his mouth weakly whimpering. LOL. Mouse sighed and gently patted his uninjured one on the shoulder. Little brother, I'll take care of your woman for you. Do you have anything else to say? I don't want to die. The teenager held his breath and said with difficulty, but before he could finish, the ratbag pinched his neck and twisted it directly. Since there is no hope of living, let's just leave and save ourselves a few more days of suffering. Mousy ran his hand over the eyes of the teenager glaring at him before patting the corpse on the shoulder again and turning to head towards the cave as well. In the cave halfway up the mountainside, some women who hadn't slept had quietly run to the entrance of the cave to observe as early as when they heard the phrase, "There's an enemy, run away." The fire tribe was being attacked by the enemy, so could he slip away in the chaos? But the woman has just poked out ahead to witness the scene of those several men guarding the door were shot to death by random arrows. Looking at the 5 men all fell to the ground, she also wanted to hurry to sneak away, but the result of the leg has not yet taken a step out of it, and then 2 consecutive rounds of arrows fly over. The cave entrance of the ground are inserted all over the ground. Scared to the woman a shiver. But sitting on the ground. What's wrong? What's wrong? Let's take advantage of the chaos and run. A companion with a big belly on the side urged. I don't see anyone, but there are still a lot of short spears flying over, and I'm afraid I'll get stabbed to death as soon as I get out. The woman who was so scared that she sat down on the ground said, Run? Where can we run to? With a baby in our stomachs and such a small child to feed, we probably wouldn't even be able to feed ourselves even if we ran out and became savages. A woman with a slightly bulging belly and a little 1-year-old boy in her arms said. The women who had just clamored to run also froze when they heard this. and then froze and squatted on the ground whimpering and sobbing. The woman was right just now. Most of them had big bellies, and some of them didn't just have big bellies, they all had one or two not so large children by their side. And just like them, where could they run to? They needed men. Women's bodies have an inherent disadvantage. Even if a woman is capable and powerful, or even a man can fight two men, when they are pregnant, they become lambs, and can't even protect their own safety. And in this case, even if they want to run away and become savages, they have to be joined by a man to do so. Just as the women were whimpering in low voices, the archers who had released arrows below the hillside came up, and the first ones to come to the cave entrance were the 10 women that Luochong had specially arranged. Female archers walked to the front of the cave, kicked a few dead people on the ground, and then pulled out the arrows from the corpses, and then uniformly collected, and later find a place with water to wash it can still be used again, and those stuck to the ground can be directly loaded into the arrow pots, and the individual arrows that were damaged by hitting the rocks cannot be discarded, and can be brought back to recast the arrowheads, and bronze arrowheads are still easy to crumble when they hit the rocks. The women sitting inside the cave were incredibly wide-eyed when they saw the enemy that had come up. The ones who had attacked the fire tribe were actually women, and they had won the fight. Winky face. The women who were cleaning up the battlefield at the entrance of the cave also smiled at them when they saw the people in the cave. A smile can express goodwill. At the very least the few pregnant women at the entrance of the cave felt it. And looking at these female warriors with strange weapons, even the woman who had just thrown cold water on the situation and said that there was no way to escape wasn't calm anymore. What tribe are you from? Can you take me with you? I can roll rope and skin animals. Only I have a cub in my belly right now, so I can't go picking fruit, but as soon as I give birth to him, I'll be able to do anything. Can you take me with you? The woman who had just thrown cold water, holding the rock wall of the cave with one hand and holding her child with the other, stood up clumsily, her voice trembling as she asked the female archer. The fact that a tribe with female warriors could still beat the fire tribe's tribe meant that the tribe of these female warriors was strong enough to withstand the attacks of many tribes so that she could be protected. And this tribe has female warriors, indicating that the status of women in this tribe will not be too low. Warriors can be. Hunting is naturally no problem. Women and men can hunt, can protect the tribe. Then the status of women can be how much worse than men. Such a tribe that was also powerful and would not mistreat them was not exactly what she was looking forward to. So without a moment's hesitation, the woman immediately expressed her desire to join the other tribe. The woman who had recovered the arrows just smiled and didn't understand what the one holding the child was saying. Just sidestepped to get out of the way of the hole so they could come out. The woman holding the child saw the other party letting herself out and hurriedly mouthed words of thanks, clumsily holding her stomach as she walked out. The other women saw this and hurriedly followed. Chapter 145. Where did they go? Begging for votes and subscriptions. Those pregnant women holding children in the cave had just stepped out of the cave. And those dozens of women at the bottom of the mountain also ran up, followed by a group of Han tribe warriors. Sisters, we can go now. We can leave the fire tribe. Those boys who were captured before have brought the other tribes to rescue us. One of the women who had just run up said, Really? The boys brought them here? What tribe did they call them from? And how is that tribe? Will they treat us like the fire tribe? The pregnant woman holding her baby in the cave asked. They said it was a few days ago that the fire chief led them to fight a tribe called Han, and that Han tribe defeated them. And they also said that the fire chief had been killed by the Han tribe, and that the dozens of men at the bottom of the mountain had just been killed by them as well, and that now the fire tribe had no more men, and that we didn't have to stay in the caves any longer. We can join the Han tribe. The woman who had just run up continued. While the two of them were talking, Mausta also came up with the group of spear-wielding warriors, and inside were the dozens of teenagers from the fire tribe. Mausta said to the teenager who begged Luochong to save his sister, You tell these women that we can take them to our Han tribe. Our Han tribe will not lock them up. There is food for them to eat. They can work and live like the women of our tribe. We will not kill children. Let them follow us tomorrow. Yes, Captain. I know. I'll make sure they follow us. The teenager nodded his head and assured him before he started calling out for his sister in the crowd. The other teenagers also searched for their captured relatives in the crowd. And when they found them, they cried to each other again. And then those teenagers publicized in the crowd for them to join the Han tribe. The women also asked about the Han tribe. How many men there were in the Han tribe, how much food there was, whether there was enough for so many people, what the Han tribe did every day, whether they bullied the women, and so on. When they learned from the teenagers that the Han tribe was able to make a lot of containers for water and an endless supply of white salt, that they also farmed animals and even raised wild beasts to help with their work, and that the women didn't have to be held captive to give birth to babies, and that everyone had their own things to do, they immediately agreed to join the Han tribe. Even after learning that the Han tribe was 7 days' journey away, They gritted their teeth and nodded their heads in agreement. Even if it was farther, the women had made up their minds. Watching the women nodding their heads and agreeing to come along, Beast-Tooth stepped aside and walked over to Mouse Daw's side. "Captain, what are our next arrangements? It's not easy to take away so many people." Mouse Daw looked at the pregnant women, and the 700 or so small children who were only a little bit too old to be taken away, and was also in trouble. "Well, I think it's better to clean up and see what can be taken away. Search the fire tribe to see what animal skins and food are still available, and also, see if there are any baskets or other contraptions that can hold things, and when it's really not possible, we'll just carry a basket to help them carry a few children. Alas, if there were a few ox carts would be good, or ox carts can hold more things." Mouse Daw fretted and said, "Alright then, let's go search for something first." Beast-Tooth could only nod his head in response. There wasn't much he could do himself. The warriors of the Han tribe, together with some women of the fire tribe who were still able to work, turned the settlement upside down, and all the animal skins that could be used, as well as some air-dried jerky, and even the pools of fire rats raised by the fire tribe were all burned to death by a single fire, and became dry food for them on the road. Early the next morning, Mouse Daw and the others cremated the 2 teenagers who had died in battle in the demolished hayloft, and then headed home with more than 200 women and children. Of those 200 or so, more than 470 were adult women, of which almost 300 were pregnant, and the rest were children. Many people use animal skins to wrap the child, with a rope rattan tied to the body. There are also directly holding the child. The Han tribe warriors have also helped to carry and hold some of the children, each person to hold 1 or 2 almost finished. Expect these 2 or 3-year-olds to walk on their own for 7 days. That is impossible. The large baskets found were set up on the backs of the antlered deer. Dried meat, animal skins, were carried by the 10 antlered deer, and Mouse Daw and the others also walked with their children on their backs, and with these antlered deer, it more or less relieved them of a lot of burdens. A long line began to return toward the Han tribe, and behind them the fire tribe settlement had been reduced to a sea of flames, completely annihilated in their revered flames. At the same time in the Han tribe, just as the day dawned, Dashu set out with the 20 people Luochong had arranged, 10 of them rowing that small wooden boat upstream, while Dashu took the remaining 10 people riding horned deer, leading oxen, and driving the ox cart directly across the bridge to take the land route. The ox cart was also loaded with tools for digging, as well as an empty pottery mill for road construction, and several wooden buckets for water. The 3-meter-wide bridge that had just been made was so sturdy that 2 oxen pulling a cart with so many things on it had no problem at all. Dashu would lead the team to find a relatively flat, but also wide enough road, along the road also marked, and then every time they passed through here, they had to let the oxen pull the pottery mill a few more times. And if there were any potholes, they would dig some stones and soil from the side to pad it, and then press it again next time. In fact, the best material for road repair is the slag left after smelting metals, but unfortunately, the metal production of the Han tribe is too low. There is not so much slag that can be used for road repair, only this natural dirt road. Only this dirt road is not well maintained. Even if it has been pressed a few times, it is estimated that it will turn into a muddy ground after a heavy rain. Big Tree and the others headed north along the eastern bank of the creek, and did not continue eastward over to the Black Rat tribe settlement, which had been completely abandoned. However, just because Big Tree and the others don't go, it doesn't mean that others won't go. The Chestnut tribe, a former neighbor of the Black Rat tribe, wants to go to the Black Rat tribe today. Chestnut tribe last winter with the Black Rat tribe traded a few pottery pots, and learned to cook things to eat. They quickly liked this way of eating, then all day long to eat dry barbecue much stronger. But they before and after the exchange of only a few pottery pots, Chestnut tribe's total population of 200 out of the head, so a few pottery pots how to be enough. So the Chestnut tribe decided to go to exchange some more. Just after dawn, the chief of the Chestnut tribe, Mao Li, led a hunting party and a few young girls who had just reached adulthood toward the settlement of the Black Rat tribe. They needed to travel a whole day's journey, and it was estimated that they would arrive there before sunset in the evening. However, when they managed to walk to the place where the Black Rat tribe resided, they found that things had long since changed, and it was in a state of disarray. Said that people go to the house empty, some not quite appropriate. On the Black Rat tribe before the several tents has long been dismantled as firewood to burn corpses with. The living place of the open space only left a piece of black wearing charcoal, as well as some of the burnt black slippery human bones. Molly took a human bone and looked around dumbfounded. It was burned a long time ago. Then where did the Black Rat tribe run off to? They must not have all died even if they were attacked by the enemy, or else there wouldn't be someone who could still help them burn the body. Then there is only one possibility. The Black Rat tribe was attacked by the enemy and moved. Where did they go? Chapter 146, Don't Run. Chief, requesting tickets and subscriptions. the black rat tribe moved already in the early spring. The traces of migration has long been covered by the sprouting grass. Now want to find out the traces has been impossible. But there is one thing that is to the chestnut tribe to show the direction. One of the warriors from the chestnut tribe was looking around the black rat tribe settlement. And when he turned to the small hill to the north of the black rat tribe, it was the same location where Luochong had led a sneak attack on the cannibals. At this time it was already dusk, and the evening sun reflected the entire sky. But on the sky west of the black rat tribe settlement, there were three particularly scenery-breaking contraptions, which were the columns of smoke coming out of the 3 brick kilns built by the Han tribe near the creek. Smoke is a very conspicuous thing. Ancient people are good at building beacons, lighting fires, and smoke used to convey urgent military information. So that warrior in the mountains easily found the location of the Han tribe through the smoke column. Just like when the rat big found the Han tribe through the smoke column, he immediately stood excitedly on the mountain and shouted, "Chief, Chief, look over there. There's smoke over there. The black rat tribe may have moved over there." Mowgli heard us stunned. He immediately followed the direction of the warrior's finger extreme eyesight, but he stood in a somewhat low position. The line of sight was blocked by the trees, and then he ran to the warrior to stay on the hillside, but also immediately found 3 columns of smoke. There is really smoke. So the 3 lonely columns of smoke. It is obvious that it is man-made, which means that there is someone over there. Carefully thought about it, Mowgli said to that warrior. "I heard the last chief say that there is a creek a day's journey from here in the black rat tribe in the direction of the sun going down." The black rat tribe certainly didn't move too far away, because they didn't know if there were any other tribes in the distance. So the black rat tribe most likely just moved to the side of the creek that was a day's journey away. "We'll rest here today, and tomorrow you'll go back to the tribe alone, and tell Wu that the black rat tribe has moved, and that I'm going to lead the people to the black rat tribe, and that I'll be back 2 days late." "Yes, Chief." In this way, the Chestnut tribe had inadvertently discovered the existence of the Han tribe. But it wasn't exactly Chief Chestnut's guess that was wrong. After all, the black rat tribe had indeed moved to the west bank of the creek, only to join the Han tribe. Early the next morning, Mori sent one of the warriors back to the tribe to report the news, then took the rest of the warriors and a couple of young girls with himself and headed west in search of the black rat tribe. At the same time, Big Tree had already led his men into the dark forest, and the boat was hidden by the river. On the other hand, Mouse De, who was a few days' journey away, was also struggling to advance in the direction of the Han tribe with a group of thousands of men. And in the Han tribe settlement, Luochong had already started to build a house. After a few days of hard work, Crippled's kiln crew had already fired the first batch of bricks for building a house. Although there wasn't enough lime to be used as cement at the moment, but the project of building a house couldn't be delayed any further. Luochong decided to directly use clay and mud to be used as cement. With mud and brick, child wall cannot, according to the structural strength, build a one-story bungalow is not a problem, even in modern times. There are some conditions are not very rich family build a house in order to save money, but also directly with the mud wall, but the last to be in the brick joints to smear a layer of cement hook joints, waterproofing treatment, so that the house as much as can last for many years. The Han tribe now does not have enough conditions to get so much lime to use, and can only use this cutting corners method to catch up with the construction progress. There is no way. The manpower is still not enough. The wall needs tools. Luochong specially let the big mouth with bronze cast 50 tile knife. In fact, is a knife-shaped copper plate. This thing is used to cut bricks with. There is a kind of triangular small shovel, specially used to shovel mud with. The first thing you need to do to build a wall is to place the line accurately, and not only horizontally, but also vertically, so that the wall out of the wall to keep perpendicular to the ground. This is very simple. Directly with a thin twine tied to a block of bricks hanging underneath it. The foundation part of the base in the base groove is 50 wall. That is, half a meter thick wall, mainly is used for load bearing. With the arrangement of the method is the first two 24 centimeter bricks arranged horizontally, plus the middle of the brick seam is exactly 50 centimeters, and then take the 2 standard bricks, 2 vertical and 1 horizontal arrangement, so that it is also 50 centimeters, and the rest is the twine along the pole in order of the alternating arrangement, smeared with mud, the base of a layer of bricks. Such a 50 wall foundation is only 10 layers, and then 6 layers of 3/7 walls. That is, a horizontal and vertical dingbat arrangement. This kind of wall is also for load bearing. The 2 sections of load bearing wall together is only 1 meter high, and placed in the base trench is only a dozen centimeters above the ground height. Of the 20 people in the construction team, 2 were arranged by Luochong to dig wells, and the remaining 18 had 4 people specializing in fetching water, making mud and delivering mud, while the remaining 14 followed Luochong to learn how to build walls. This thing is not difficult to say difficult, as long as you pull the rope beforehand, and then remember the order of the bricks. Basically, as long as it is not a brain-dead handicapped, is a normal person will do? Only the speed has fast and slow just. Due to the construction team wall is not skilled. 3 houses a meter high foundation load-bearing wall. 14 people base nearly a day to complete, which is still someone remembered the wrong order of the bricks. Was ordered by Luo Chong demolition of the speed of rebase. By evening, the foundation crew finally revealed 3 4-square boxes from the ground. Luo Chong let them review the brick arrangement of the wall. A group of people on the side of the bricks to swing around, like building blocks to simulate the wall. Luo Chong on the sidelines to see the fun. With this way of building blocks to teach them the new arrangement of the base wall. Tomorrow to base is the main wall exposed on the ground. The main wall does not need to load-bearing wall so thick, with 2 4 wall on the line. That is, 2 bricks horizontally, and then a brick vertically, with a dingy-shaped arrangement of alternating. The thickness of the wall is only the length of a brick, or the width of the 2 bricks, just as Luo Chong was teaching them how to base the 2 4 wall. Mao Li, who had been trekking for a day, also brought his team to the river, and they came straight in the direction of the 3 pillars of smoke, and just as they arrived at the river, they saw on the other side of the creek, the Han tribal fishing team that was wrapping up its work, and both sides were stunned, and then each had their own reaction. The women's side of the fishing party immediately threw down the stretcher for picking up the fish baskets and copied the bronze spears placed on the side to block the bridge, while shouting words of enemies and foreigners. Shouting. Not far from the river bank is digging. The river people also immediately put down the hands of the work, have lifted the copper shovel to run to the bridge. Less than 2 minutes time, the bridge gathered no less than 500 number of adult men and women holding a variety of weapons. To the other side of the bridge of the hairy chestnut scared almost out of the eyeballs. How so many people? Mori turned his head and tried to escape with his clan. Now was not the time to think about pottery anymore. It was better to save his life. But just as Mao Li tried to escape, some of the hundreds of people on the Han tribe side recognized Mao Li, the woman from the former Black Rat tribe, and the teenage girl who was traded to the Black Rat tribe by the Chestnut tribe last winter, and later resold to the Han tribe. Chief, it's our former chief. They're not the enemy, they're the chief of our former tribe. A teenager who had been sold to the Han tribe shouted to the tribesmen around him. After he shouted so, there were also clansmen who knew the Chestnut tribe who immediately recognized Mao Li and shouted in the Chestnut tribe's vernacular. Chief, it's us. We're here. Don't run away. Please vote. Please comment. Please reward. Please compare heart. All kinds of please. This is what you forced me to do. Do not ask for a little, do not know to give me a little support. 55,555. Chapter 147. The store is big and deceives customers, requesting for votes and subscriptions. Mao Li froze when he heard someone in that large crowd behind him actually call himself chief in his own tribe's language, and when he turned back and scanned around the crowd, he soon saw the person he had traded to the Black Rat tribe a few months ago. This is the Black Rat tribe? There are so many people in the Black Rat tribe? For a while, Mao Li froze in place with a heart full of doubts. Those few teenage girls who turned out to be the Chestnut tribe hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and ran across the wooden bridge to Morris's side. Chief, you don't have to run. Our tribe never just attacks others. You don't have to be afraid, a teenager said as he pulled on Mao Li's arm. You guys, didn't you join the Black Rat tribe? Why did you run here? There are so many people in the Black Rat tribe. Mao Li curiously raised his doubts. No, you traded us to the Black Rat tribe last winter for that clay pot, but the Black Rat tribe traded us here again, still for the clay pot. Later we realized that all those clay pots were made by this tribe, and the ones that the Black Rat tribe exchanged to you were all exchanged from here. And then they took them to the Chestnut tribe to exchange for people. However, at the beginning of spring this year, the Black Rat tribe was attacked by the enemy and had to join our Han tribe as well. And now there is no longer a Black Rat tribe. We are all Han tribe clansmen. That teenager explained to Mao Li. What? It's actually like this? Then you mean to say that all those clay pots were made by the Han tribe? So do you still have any clay pots now? I just want to find the Black Rat tribe to exchange for 2 more clay pots this time. Mao Li listened to the teenager's explanation, also quite surprised, but the result is still similar to what he thought. Anyway, he is here to change the pottery pot. Then find who to change is not change. There are a lot of them, but I don't know if the chief will trade them to you. I can't make a decision, but I can take you to our chief, the teenager said as he spread his hands. That's good. Then you take me to meet him. Since he was able to trade the clay pot to the Black Rat tribe in the past, then surely he can trade it to me as well, right? It's not like I'm going to give it to anyone less than the Black Rat tribe. Mao Li wasn't timid. Anyway, he was trading fairly. Could it be that this Han tribe would still not trade to him? That teenager smacked his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said with a somewhat odd face, in fact, last year, there were less than 200 people in our Han tribe, and then the Black Rat tribe joined the Han tribe, and the number was less than 400, and now that so many people were exchanged by our Han chief for things, I think he will definitely exchange them to you. What do you mean, goddammit? All in exchange for something? With those clay pots? How many clay pots do you have in this Han tribe? Mao Li heard. Han tribe, so many people are exchanged for things. Almost did not put the jaw shocked off. You are cheating, ah. By people also do not take so crazy it. It's not just pottery either. There's a lot of other things. Buckets, white salt, and ox carts. We Han tribes have a lot of good things. The young man mouthed the We Han tribe. We Han chief, heart full of Luo Chang's worship and awe, as well as on their own, can be sold to the Han tribe of the celebration. He now often remember that he is the Han tribe of the people. Feel immensely proud. As soon as the Han tribe, when talking about the waist, are straightened a little more, Mao Li was deeply stimulated, looking at this a few months ago or their own eyes, and finally sold to other tribes of the boy, now actually also dare to be proud in front of their own. Cannot help but in the heart of the slander, it is I Mao Li mention not move the knife, or you kid floating. The two didn't continue to catch up, so the teenager led Mori to the wooden bridge and said to the clansman blocking the bridge, "This is the chief of our former tribe. He's here to trade for pottery, and I'm going to take him to the chief now." As the teenager spoke, Maori was still looking down at the wooden bridge at her feet. "Is this made of trees?" Yeah, cut the tree down and made it." The teenager froze for a moment and replied. In the crowd under the bridge, Luo Chong also quickly came over. Just now he was teaching the construction team how to build a wall. Our clansmen ran to report that he has outsiders, and so Luo Chong and then look this way. Well, people are blocking the bridge. Hurry to this side of the rush. As soon as the crowd heard that the leader was coming, they automatically parted a path for Luo to rush through. When Luo Chong went to the front, saw more than 20 people on the bridge, waved his hand and let the clan disperse. What to do? Just a few people in the Han tribe cannot turn the waves. As soon as the teenager saw Luo Chong arrive, he immediately introduced himself. "Chief, this is the chief of my former tribe. He's here to exchange pottery with us." "Come to exchange things? That is the customer, This also said what? I have sharpened the knife. Certainly want to kill you hard not to." Luo Chong laughed in his heart. His face didn't move, and he said to the teenager with a hum from his nose, "Since they're here to exchange things, then lead them over." After saying his words, he turned around and walked towards the fence. Mao Chestnut and his entourage followed. The road and each person picking 2 baskets of fish fishing team followed. The south of the backwater river there are a few oxen pulling carts, which is loaded with freshly burned bricks to the urban construction site to send. Look at the Chestnut tribe of the line of people TSK, walked to the west side of the enclosure grass huts composed of the settlement. Harry Chestnut only to find a little balance. After all, the Chestnut tribe life can be half underground earth huts, can be much better than these grass huts of theirs, but he just turned around and saw those grass huts around the pots and pans placed when, immediately not calmed down. Actually so much. At this time, the rat witch who stayed in the settlement also came over and saw the leader of the Li tribe. The two of them also exchanged pleasantries. They knew each other from before. Luo Chong also took this time to let the clan move the 2 most important commodities of the Han tribe over: pottery and white salt. Several earthenware pots, 2 sizes of earthenware bowls, and clay jars of different shapes, and a wooden barrel of white salt, were laid out in front of Mori. "What do you want to trade with us?" Luo Chong said very directly. Mori looked around at the pottery that littered the ground, having eased up from the shock he had started with, or perhaps he was numb, only to be filled with curiosity at the sight of the bucket of pure white salt. "What's this? Can this stuff be changed too?" Mori asked, pointing at the bucket of white salt. The former Chestnut tribe teenager next to him automatically translating for the two. "This is called white salt. It's something to eat. Eat it and you can work more and not be so tired." Luo Chong pinched a little and put it in Mao Li's palm. Mao Li listened to the translation and was also curious about this kind of thing that he ate to work without getting tired. And seeing that the teenager who translated didn't stop himself, he ate the white salt in his hand. For just a moment, Mori's brows knit into twists, then savored the pure salty flavor that was so damn snoozy. Gulp! Mao Li swallowed down a mouthful of saliva, easing the salty taste in his mouth, and asked hastily, "How do I change this?" White salt." Mao Li's reaction was expected by Luo Chong. This time Luo Chong did not ink, directly took a small pottery bowl, digging up a bowl full of heap tips. "This much, a teenager," then smoothed out the extra salt on top. "So much, a girl." This time Luo Chong also did not give him to play bargaining tricks. Now he is a seller's market. "Is your door begging me to buy things? And here is the Han tribe's headquarters. The power is bigger than the Chestnut tribe. I'll give you a big store. You love to buy. I'm too lazy to haggle with you. There is no time with you to rub it in." Mao Li froze. Secretly a really black he can count on knowing where the Han tribe's so many people. According to this price, This bucket of salt at least have to be worth 100 people it. Chapter 148 Reproducing Strategic Resources, Requests for Tickets and Subscriptions. After tasting the white salt, Mowgli has already developed the idea that he must exchange some white salt. He can even not want pottery. The big deal is just 2 less mouthfuls of soup. But the white salt thing is a necessity for people. It is just that Luo Chang's asking price is really too high. He is a 200 people out of the tribe. A little. Can't afford to eat it? MMP. Why is it so dark? This is precisely where Luo Chang is the most ruthless. Pottery and other things on Luo Chang are not important things. You can use pottery for people. But this thing is not consumables. People maintain good can be heirlooms of good. But white salt is a different story. It's not just a consumable. It's a necessity. And when you don't eat it at first, you might find a way to get impurity salt from somewhere else or eat something with salt to maintain it. But after you've eaten white salt, can you take anything else? It is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, and difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Luo Chang has dug a big hole for all the white salt buyers, looked at the 8 young girls followed behind, and looked at the pottery and white salt in front of him. Mowgli is very difficult to make trade-offs. He is a smart person. The pottery pot is not bad, but the white salt needs to be eaten all the time. This time, even if the exchange cannot be next time, but also take a person to change it. That cannot wait until the day of their own deaths. The entire chestnut tribe on the whole change is gone. Chief Han, I want your pottery, but I also want white salt, but I don't have that many people to give you, Mori said, shaking his head. Oh, so what you're saying is that you want to rob? Luo Chang looked at him playfully. Put. Mowgli almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Look at so many people around you. I really want to grab. The problem is that I cannot grab. No. What I mean is, can you exchange it with something else? As long as I can get it, I can find a way. Mowgli hurriedly explained. He noticed that when Luo Chang said that word rob just now, the eyes of the people around him were all wrong. They might not be able to go back. Well, it's not impossible, but you have something that I need, and it has to be something I can look at. Luo Chang thought about it for a while. He didn't have to ask for people. Other things can certainly be exchanged. For example, the peanuts that Mousta took out at the beginning was a good thing, and now if Mowgli can send him a crop, Luo Chang will definitely give him a high price. Here, what do you want? Food? Okay, we'll trade for prey we catch, Mori said tentatively. Do I look like someone who lacks something to eat? Luo Chang gave Mowgli a breathless look. So what do you need? And you're going to tell me what kind of thing it is, too? Moria said helplessly. Well, prey is not out of the question, but I want a live one. Like that cow over there, and it must be a grass-eating animal. Catch a live one and send it to our tribe, and I'll give you a pot of white salt, or if you have any tasty fruits, or plant roots that can be eaten, things that will still bear seeds, bring them over and I can exchange them all for you. But how much you give depends on whether the things are useful or not. Luo Chang thought for a moment and gave Mowgli a few hints. Any animal that eats grass can be farmed, and even if there are no crops, it would be fine to give him some vegetables, even if it's radishes. Here. Do chestnuts count? That fruit is delicious and lasts a long time without going bad. Mowgli thought about what Luo Chang said for a while. Capturing live beasts was too difficult, more laborious than hunting directly. In case he had to take a few more lives because of capturing beasts, it would be better to trade people for salt directly. Plants that can be eaten. Wild vegetables Luo Chang cannot necessarily look at. Plant rhizomes he has not seen a few kinds. The only thing that can be taken, and also very tasty, seems to be only chestnuts. Luo Chang gave him a disappointed look. Without even speaking himself, the teenager who translated for them took the initiative to speak for Luo Chang. Chieftain, we have chestnuts in the Han tribe, too, and our chieftain makes a sweet kind of chestnut that is even better than the roasted chestnuts I used to eat. Mori was also disappointed. Chestnuts they also had. Would they have to trade people for them? Luo Chang frowned and sized up the people of the Li tribe. They didn't carry any peanuts on them. The only thing those warriors carried were their weapons. A stone ground spear. The stick wasn't too straight, there were also 2 short spears for each person, that were used as throwing spears. Mounted on them were bone spearheads, and the stick used for the body of the spears was also very straight, which was appealing to Luo Chang. What kind of wood was it that was naturally so straight? Can I see that one? Luo Chang asked, pointing to a bone-throwing spear held by one of the warriors behind Mowgli. Okay, sure, Mowgli said and took a throwing spear and handed it to Luo Chang. He wasn't afraid that Luo Chang would kill him like this because it wasn't necessary at all. The moment he received the short spear, the feeling given to Luo Chang was that it was very light. This kind of wood was not only long and straight, the density was also very small. The spear shaft was smooth to the touch. The surface was brownish-brown. There was no bark, coupled with the fact that the top was fitted with a relatively light bone spearhead. The first feeling given was that this was a weapon that pursued lightness, speed. However, it seems like we're not right. Look, this spear shaft doesn't have bark, but the wood inside is brownish brown. Would a normal wood naturally form a brownish brown heart inside? And it's also so light. Could it be that? Luo Chong was shocked in his heart, followed by joy, so he immediately asked Mao Li, doesn't this have light-colored bark on it, which when peeled off is white, the color of the clouds during the day, and then becomes this color after it's left for a day? Hearing Luo Chang's question, Mao Li's eyes instantly widened. How did you know? Hearing Mao Li's rhetorical question, Luo Chong instead had a bottom in his heart as he continued to ask, does this kind of tree grow a lot of green fruits, with several round nuclei inside the fruits, and the leaves are three-pointed large leaves? Mao Li was even more surprised to hear that Luo Chong was right about all of this. It was as if he had seen the tree. You're right about all this. This tree bears a lot of green fruit in the fall, but that fruit can't be eaten. It will poison people. We've had clansmen die in the past because of eating that kind of fruit. Hearing that Mao Li confirmed the characteristics of this plant and that the fruit of this tree was poisonous, Luo Chong was simply delighted. He grabbed the spear pole with both hands, raised his leg and used his knee, and with a snap, the spear pole snapped with a sound. The owner of that short spear, that is, the warrior behind Mao Li, saw that Luo Chong actually destroyed his weapon, and was almost furious that he wanted to rush up to him. Didn't he say just to take a look at it? Why did he still give me a break? Mao Li, who was on the side, hurriedly stretched out his arm to block that warrior. He couldn't fight here, or none of them would be able to return. And Luo Chong almost jumped up in joy at this moment when he saw the cross-section of the broken spear shaft. The stick was tan on the outside but white on the inside. But that wasn't the point. What was important was that the center of the stick was empty, like a pencil without a refill, a tubular stick. Moreover, according to those features that Luo Chong confirmed just now, the light-colored skin, peeling off the skin inside is white, and the surface will turn into brownish-brown after placing it for a day. And that is the discoloration reaction only after the mucus under the bark comes into contact with the air and oxidizes. Three-pointed broadleaf trees, light white smooth bark, bare green fruit. There are several round seeds inside. The fruit is also poisonous. There is mucus under the bark. Contact with the air will also be discolored. The mass is particularly light. There is a hollow inside. This is definitely the tongue tree. Ah, I want this kind of tree. A tree for a big bowl of white salt. Determining exactly what this tree was, Luo Chong immediately offered a very high price. Chapter 149, Paint or Gasoline, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. What? You want to trade a big bowl of white salt for a tree like this? But what do you need this tree for? And this kind of tree is poisonous? Mao Li asked with great surprise. In his mind, the white salt of the Han tribe was very expensive, or rather of high value, so high that it had to be exchanged for a human being. But now that Luo Chong suddenly wanted to exchange white salt for this poisonous tree, wouldn't that mean that this tree was worth more than a human being? But its value in the end where a fruit and cannot eat, wood is not strong. A break will break, but the weight is relatively light, but also as a disposable throwing spear use. But the Han tribe will take this tree as a weapon? He didn't believe it. Mori wondered what the tree actually did, and if he could utilize it himself. Would it make the Curry tribe as rich as the Han tribe? How I use it is my business. That's something you don't need to know. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to control all of this tree and sell it to other tribes in exchange for people and goods. I'm telling you, that's not possible because I'm the only one in the world who knows the usage and purpose of this tree. Even if you give it to someone else, the other person can only use it for burning fire. Luo Chong looked at Mao Li's uncertain expression. Has long been in his heart to see through the idea. In order to prevent this guy to play what moths, simply directly expose him. Being exposed to Luo Chang's face, Mao Li just smiled sarcastically. So how are we going to get it for you? Just cut it down. And how many of these trees do you need? No, I want live trees. As many as I can get. Luo Chong immediately said. What? A living tree? Trees grow on the ground. How are we going to get a living tree over here? Wouldn't it be dead if we cut it down? Maori asked in surprise. Not cut it down. Dig it up. From the roots of the tree, leave some earth on the roots, and wrap the roots in earth and animal skins. Then send it to me and I'll give you white salt for it. Also, I only need small trees as thick as my arm. You can't get the ones that grow too big, so it would be a waste. But the ones that grow big, I want the poisonous fruits they bear on them. As many as you can get. As long as you can get them, I'll be able to exchange them for something for you. Luo Chong said his request. What? You still want those poisonous fruits? So you want the tree for the poisonous fruits? Maori asked in surprise. He felt that Luo Chong was either a loser who was so rich that he didn't know how to spend it by exchanging valuable white salt for a bunch of useless poisonous fruits, or that kind of poisonous fruits were even more valuable than white salt. and what exactly they were for. Hee, you don't need to try. What I want is the poisonous fruits on that tree, but not for eating. You can also choose not to send them to me. In that case, I will bring people to destroy your tribe, and then go to pick the fruits by yourself. You have to think clearly. Do you choose to go against my tribe? Or do you want to take those fruits I asked for to exchange with me for these good things? Luo Chong directly picked up the words and threatened him again in the process. I'm happy to be able to change it without people. How could I not bring it to you? And also, the fruits you want won't grow until fall. Right now there are only the ones that fell on the ground last year. Do you want those too? Molly is not bold enough to go against Luo Chong right now. Not to mention that he doesn't know what those fruits of the tongue tree are actually useful for right now. Not to mention that he won't turn his back on Luo Chong. Yes, but I only want the seeds inside the fruit. There are almost 3 or 5 round seeds inside a fruit. I want that one. You can peel off the outer skin in advance in your tribe and send only the seeds. Save the waste of labor. Bring the seeds to fill this barrel, and I'll give you in exchange a big bowl of white salt. Molly listened and nodded his head and continued to ask, in that case, there is no problem with the fruits, but the tree you want is not easy to get, and also, I brought 8 women this time. What can you give me in exchange? Well, what you say is a problem, and it does take a lot of work to get you guys to dig up trees, so don't ask for a potter's cauldron for a while this time. Men, go get 2 long-handled copper axes and 2 copper shovels over here, and fill him with a bowl of white salt. Luo Chong thought for a moment and immediately arranged it. Yes, immediately, someone went to prepare something. After waiting for a while and seeing what was brought, Molly couldn't help but frown and said with a bitter face, Chief Han, what is this stuff you're giving me? Can't you give me more white salt or pottery? Luo Chong took a copper shovel and pestle on the ground. With a foot stomp, the copper shovel was deeply inserted into the soil, and then a hand pressure shovel handle. A large piece of soil was unearthed. See, this is a tool for digging. A copper shovel only available to our tribe. And this copper axe, which is sharper than any stone axe. I'll exchange this for you to dig the tree. Dig the earth with a copper shovel. Cut the roots with a copper axe. And then send it to me wrapped in animal skins, with these tools. Are you afraid of not having pottery and white salt? And I'll exchange it for anything you want, if you send me the tree and the seeds. Watching Luo Chang's demonstration using the copper shovel made Molly secretly surprised that the Han tribe had made even one tool so advanced. Okay, I'll go back and dig up a tree for you, but you must give me something in exchange. Mori promised. Luo Chong didn't say anything, just nodded his head as a promise. It is getting late. Mori left those 8 girls, took the copper shovel copper axe with warriors to go. The rat witch invited him to stay for the night, but Mori has been shirking. The tribe has something. In fact, where he has something, he is just afraid of just too few of his own people around him. He cannot sleep. When Maoli led the people away, Luo Chong and Xiao Dian the elder and the rat witch ate dinner around a pot, and the rat witch was the first to hold back and ask, Chief, what do you need that tree for? Is it important? And that poisonous fruit, what's it for? Luo Chong faintly smiled and explained, that kind of tree is the tongue tree, also known as the oil tree. Its fruit is poisonous and cannot be eaten, but it can be used to extract oil. Tongue oil is poisonous, but it is a very good thing. It can be used as paint on the surface of wood, which can make the wood more durable. For example, the bridge we built, with tongue oil brushed on it, can be waterproof, moisture-proof, and slow down the rate of rotting. If the wooden bridge nowadays can be used for 5 years, then brushing it with tongue oil can be used for at least 15 years. And the cars we build, the houses, the tools, all brushed with tongue oil, they last longer. And the tongue tree is such a beautiful tree, with its light gray smooth bark, straight body, big bright green leaves, and bunches of long bell-like flowers, and such useful fruits, that I'm going to plant it in our town, on both sides of the main road as a street tree. Luo Chong splitting said a bunch of usefulness. The elders and the rat witch frequently nodded. In short, this is a kind of tree that can be squeezed out of the oil. This tongue oil can make the tool use longer. Since so useful, the 2 old men also no longer ask. The chief of his own heart knows it is good. In fact, Luo Chong said these are only part of the role of tongue oil. More uses he has not said. Said others do not understand. Tongue oil, this kind of pure natural plant oil, air dry fast, brush on the wood, can be used as varnish, will form a protective film on the surface of the wood, and it will also penetrate into the wood. Conservation of wood. Even if the surface of the wood is damaged, as long as the use of the same can last. Han tribe is building houses. Built houses have to have furniture. Not to mention, tables and stools should always get out. And now is the need for tongue oil, this kind of natural paint. And tongue oil can not only paint, it can also be waterproof. Brush tongue oil on the paper can be made into oil paper. Oil paper can be waterproof. Most of the ancient umbrellas are made of oil paper. especially rainy Jiangnan region. That is the most famous oil paper umbrellas. Brushing tung oil onto fabric also makes a tarpaulin, which can be used to cover something that is afraid of rain, or even to make a raincoat. The medicinal value of tung oil is also a lot, mainly used for external treatment of skin diseases. If food poisoning, or drinking too much alcohol is also used to induce vomiting. Hua Tuo once also used tung oil to arsenic poisoning of patients with gastric lavage. Medical books have records. Arsenic, instill 3 liters of tung oil. Moreover, tung oil is oil, as long as the oil have one thing in common, that is, they can be used to make soap, but also can be burned. Tung oil can be used to make oil lamps that burn brighter, and in the same way, tung oil can be used in war, as a fierce fire oil for the attack and defense of the city. During World War II, due to the lack of domestic supplies, fuel is even more scarce. Yuzhou's national government even took tung oil refining automobile and aircraft fuel, so it is not too much to call it a natural renewable plant oil. The importance of tung oil is also evident, and in the early days of the war, the national government, in order to apply for military assistance from the United States, but also had to sell 220,000 tons of tung oil to the United States within 5 years in exchange for the Export-Import Bank of the United States to the Chinese side of the loan of $25 million US dollars of military assistance, which is the history of the famous tung oil borrowing contract. At that time, China was the world's first tung oil production and export of large countries. The history of the use of natural paints, but also can be traced back to more than 7,000 years ago in the Stone Age. The use and development of tung oil directly through the entire history of human civilization. Even now, the tung oil is still superior to the chemical blend of varnish natural lacquer. Such an important strategic resource. How could Luo Chong let it go since he knew about it? Chapter 150, Ma Li's Ambition, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. As the sun gathered its last remaining glow and the 2 white on yellow moons gradually rose into the sky, their trajectories came a little closer together, and in a few days they would intersect and then overlap to form a circle. As the end of the second month of spring approached, on a forest clearing on the east bank of the creek, Maoli and his party did not make the night journey back, but found a place to camp. It was too dark to make the journey at night, and they had no torches that could burn for a long time. A group of people in the vicinity to find some dead tree branches to light a campfire, roasted some of their own with dried meat, Maoli holding the golden long-handled axe lovingly. He held up the axe with both hands, and forcefully draped it on a small tree on the side. Not yet the thickness of the arm of the tree trunk was suddenly cut in half. As long as the next time, the tree will certainly be broken. They have such nice axes. And that, what's it called? Mori lamented as he touched the blade of his axe. Copper shovel. Oh yes, the copper shovel. What do you think they took to make it? All these materials look the same. Is it stone? It doesn't look like it. This axe isn't much, but this copper shovel is big and flat. The most crucial thing is, look at these 2 axes, and these 2 copper shovels. Just like the twin fetuses in the belly of a woman. Exactly the same. Ah, how did they make it? Molly was still studying these 2 bronze objects against the light of the campfire. Chief, are we really going to dig that poisonous tree for that Han tribe? The warrior who was roasting food on the side carefully pinched up a bit of white salt and sprinkled it on the food, then turned his head to Maurice and asked, "Is white salt good?" Instead of answering, Mori asked a rhetorical question. Yummy. Well, why don't we dig it? Since it's delicious and we need white salt. And we don't have to trade people with them? Besides, you heard what that kid from our tribe used to say today, right? The Han tribe only had about the same number of people as our tribe last year, but they got so many people in exchange for all these goodies. We can't make those good things, but we can trade the trees and fruits that aren't much use in the first place with them. And when we've exchanged a bit more, we can also take the good things we've exchanged for and look for other tribes to exchange them for people again, so that we can become just as powerful as the Han tribe. The golden axe reflected the light of the flames and shone on Mauricio's eyes, making his pupils seem to be on fire with the ambition that was gradually expanding. The surrounding warriors didn't say anything, but just nodded unanimously, indicating that the chief had a point. But they didn't realize that there was another sentence that Maori hadn't said, and that was, first to work for the Han tribe to earn some material accumulation, population accumulation, and so on. The Chestnut tribe's strength in Han tribe can be comparable to the Han tribe, or even more than the Han tribe. He will lead the Han tribe to overthrow the Han tribe. Then the Han tribe of all kinds of good things in the production of technology will be his. His Chestnut tribe will be more and more powerful. It was an extremely ambitious goal, but it wasn't without any hope of realizing it, because Luo Chong promised them that they could exchange things without using their population, and as long as they had enough of that poisonous fruit, Luo Chong would be able to exchange all sorts of good things for them. Such a condition in the view of Maoli is simply to the mouth of the fat meat. Do not want for nothing. Early the next morning, The group led by Dashu was on the move again. They were close enough to Patpong Mountain that the Han tribe needed lime, so they had to be as fast as they could. The 4 people who were sent by Big Tree to stay by the river to guard the wooden boat, they were also on the move. The wooden boat didn't need to be watched all the time as long as it was hidden. Their main task was to stay here and catch hares, to bring fresh blood and inject new genes into the farmed rabbits of the Han tribe, so that they could expand the size of the rabbits. On the other side, the large troop led by Mausta was also advancing with difficulty. The group of more than 1,000 people were walking and stopping, and had now crossed the range of the Rumo water valley. It was really tough for them, and those kids who were less than 5 years old certainly couldn't have walked for days on their own, so they had to be carried by adults. As for the pregnant women in the group, they had been oppressed by the fire tribe so badly before that most of them didn't even have a pair of straw shoes, and they were all directly barefoot on the road, although they all had very thick calluses on their feet, not even much worse than the soles of their shoes, but they couldn't carry them that far. Even if they had titanium calluses on their feet, it would wear out, and some of them even had bloodstains on their feet already. With hundreds of pregnant women like this, traveling long distances for days, it was expected that there would be non-combat attrition, that is, a few deaths, which was nothing surprising. Their bodies weren't great when they didn't show up, but everyone was still hanging in there. They want a home, a place that doesn't need much. When feeling tired, you can rest in peace, and in the Han tribe, a few days away from them, Luo Chong was leading a team of engineers to build them a home. After a day of practicing bricklaying, the 14 wall layers have become a bit more skillful. Today's wall is a 2-4 wall, which is much simpler than a 5-0 wall, or a 3-7 wall, and at the very least, it uses a lot fewer bricks, which makes it faster. Inside these 14 wall layers, Luo Chong selected 6 more skilled and talented people, specifically training them to find right angles, find vertical, and then let these 6 people are responsible for the corner of the wall, as well as the 2 walls of the D-shaped interface, and the other slightly less skilled people are arranged in the middle of the wall to build a straight line. Each person is responsible for a wall 3 or 4 meters away. This wall is still very fast. From dawn to noon, almost 6 hours, the entire wall of the 3 houses has been up a meter high. This time cannot continue to do. They need scaffolding. Luo Chong designed this 3-bedroom bungalow type, but it was to be built 3 meters high, and not counting the roof. At noon to take advantage of the rest of the time, Luo Chong looking for carpentry group to be prepared in advance of the scaffolding and bridge wood. Scaffolding, understand, is a kind of increase the height of the workbench, and that bridge wood, that is, set up in the windows and doors above, to play the role of support of that wood. For example, you base the interior wall of the house, cannot not leave the doorway. It is necessary to leave the wall empty a piece as a doorway, but this doorway cannot be left directly to the roof, so this time you need a piece of flat plate support frame on top of the door, and then continue to build up the bricks, and all the way up to the roof, which is known as the bridge timber, and the same on the window. Bridgewood are made of oak. This mountain, in addition to cedar and pine trees, it is left with the most oak, and oak hard texture, whether it is to do building materials, or ships, furniture, are very suitable, but also more waterproof. Chapter 151 Yufu's Arrival, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. After taking a little break at noon, Luo Chong had people bring in scaffolding, then continued to lead people to build the house. An arm-thick stick on the wall half a person high, the end of the overhang, and then a similarly thick stick as a column tied to the top, and then to the top of a board used to stand people. A simple scaffolding is done. Each mason's side put a short basket used to load mud. That is the collection team of women with fine rattan compilation, weaving very dense, almost no gap, just like Luo Chong in his previous life once saw used to load steamed bread bucket. The remaining 4 small workers, who were not good at walling, kept beating water and mud, and then used a cart to bring the wet mud to each man's short basket, while others kept carrying bricks for them. And when Luo Chong had marked out the width and height of the stay doors and windows for them, he got the 2 who had been digging wells, the 2 Shui clan teenagers who dug wells. Luo Chong named them Shui Well and Shui Zhao respectively, just like their names, which represented the work they were engaged in and were good to remember. 14 men laid the main body of the house, while Luo Chong took Shui Jing and Shui Zhao to build the interior facilities, that is, the cookstove and the fire con for the 2 bedrooms. The 3 main rooms, in the center is the kitchen cum dining room, need to be in the back wall of the location, that is, the north wall there to build a stove out. The remaining spare space is facing the main house door. Can be set up here a large rectangular dining table, to be able to sit down 10 people to eat together, and not eat when the table can also be used to do a little manual work. The hearth in the main house spans the entire 3-meter wide room, 75 centimeters wide from the north wall to the south, with 2 burners and 4 stove eyes. For stove eyes, reserved a caliber of 60 centimeters for large pots and pans, next to a smaller one, only 50 centimeters in diameter, for smaller pots and pans, and the other two are small 25 centimeters in diameter, specifically for kettles, which can be used to boil water all the time in the winter. The remaining 1 meter wide position is used to place pots and pans, kitchen knives and cutting boards. Stove pots are not finished now. Luo Chong intends to directly cast a number of large copper pots with bronze. Casting cooking utensils with bronze is no problem at all. Mankind from the Shang dynasty before the beginning of the bronze casting tripod. What is the tripod? In fact, that is a long three-legged, and even some of them also with ears of the pot. At that time, the food habits were mainly cooking and frying and boiling soup, all of which were cooked in pots. With the nobles using copper pots and the commoners using tile pots, the big pots were used to cook rice, and the small pots were used as tableware. Although bronze is a heavy metal, it has been historically proven to be fine for just cooking, not to mention the fact that the Han tribes are now using tin bronze, which has no lead added to it. The stove in the main house is connected to the bedrooms on both sides, and the back wall of each bedroom is positioned to support a large Kong that is 2 meters wide and spans the entire length of the house, with a zigzag flue inside the Kong. There is a chimney behind the stove in the main house, but there is also a flue leading to the Kong in the bedrooms on both sides. At the interface between the main house and the bedrooms, there is a floor tile standing up to make a movable insert, which is used to open and close the connection between the stove and the Kong, and when it is hot, the insert is inserted dead, disconnecting the heat supply of the bedrooms, and in winter, it is pulled out to open the flue on both sides. The net width of a room, not counting the thickness of the wall, is 3 meters. A total of 5 layers of 60 centimeters wide flue was divided by Luo Chong. First leveled the ground and tamped, and then in the bedroom on each side of the base of a 12 centimeters wide, 65 centimeters high short wall as a support. The middle of the same size of the 4 short walls of the same size to the 3 meter wide room into 5 equal parts. Above each short wall, the smoke outlet should be left in order. For example, where the first layer is connected to the cooker, the smoke outlet is left on the north side, so that the heat and smoke from the cooker can enter the firebed in the bedroom. Then the second layer of the smoke outlet is left on the south side, so that the smoke and heat can flow to the next layer, and the third layer of the smoke outlet is left on the north side again to enter the next layer, and so on. North and south are alternated, so that the smoke and heat from the cooker can circulate to the whole firebed. Then a chimney is built on the very outside of the bedroom, the very outside of the entire home, for the final smoke outlet. After the indoor Kong base good flue, with a burnt brick, that is, 5 centimeters thick, 30 centimeters wide, 60 centimeters long paving bricks, directly across the cover in the flue. Only 5 rows of columns will be able to cover the entire flue, the joints and then carefully filled with clay. And finally you can smear a layer of lime slurry used to seal. To save the later use of the house will be leakage of smoke. After the whole Kong is done, it is a flat brick platform that is 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, 70 centimeters high, and hollow inside, which takes up half of the whole house. And if you lie down to sleep on it, you can lie down at least 5 adults. If a family consisted of 1 man and 2 women, when they had a child, they could sleep with the adults first, and when the child got a little older, they could sleep in the other bedroom on their own, or one of the women could sleep in the other bedroom with the child. So all in all, there was no problem with the 2 big Kangs living together for 10 people. If you don't count the chimney outside the house, only the 2 indoor Kong construction speed is not slow, but the main house that is not big stove slow progress, because the structure is more complex. The most important thing is to build around pots and pans. Luo Chong guided 2 people with half a day's time is only half good, but the speed of the wall outside is not slow. 14 wall masons 2 days time has been built up to 2.5 meters high, and then 1 day estimated to be the beams can be put on. Another day passed, and in the middle of the night, Luo Chong was sleeping soundly in the grass hut with his arm around Xiao Dai, when suddenly a warrior standing guard on night patrol called him. Chief, wake up, there are people outside. Who is it? Who would come in the middle of the night? An enemy? Luo Chong gently put Xiao Dai aside and asked in surprise. I don't think so. It's a party of about 200 people. Men, women, and very small children, led by a man riding an antlered deer, and I think the antlered deer and the saddle on it were taken from our tribe. Oh, these are the people from the traveling tribe. Take them to our urban area. They are sending people to us. Yes, the warrior on night watch led the way. He was the one who had been exchanged from the spring meeting this time, and hadn't known that Yufu guy before. When Xiao Dai heard the commotion, she also rubbed her eyes and asked confusedly, Luo Chong, what's wrong? Oh, it's okay, it's the tour tribe sending us someone. Go back to sleep. I'll go over and check it out. Oh, then be careful. Well, I know. Waiting for Luo Chong out of the grass house, yawning and stretching a lazy waist. The heart cursed this Yufu was not a thing. Early to come, late to come. On the contrary, in the middle of the night to come. But according to the time Luo Chong requested, he really should arrive. From the spring early February 1st went to the spring meeting, a round trip of 12 days, and then waited for 5 days to fight the fire tribe, and then sent the rat big to the fire tribe to attack, which has been gone for 10 days. Looking at the end of the month, the guy Yufu should also come. You guys can't leave a comment? Even if there is a sign in, shoot a paw print or obviously so many people to see. A comment did not feel like they are in a single machine. Is my subscription are false? 55,555. Chapter 152. Where's my oxcart? Requesting tickets and subscriptions. The moon was in the middle of the sky. By the time Luo Chong walked alone to the empty city center, there were already hundreds of torches lit up there. Neat and Gray Mountain. The two goods that were not tied up also went over to join in the fun. Circling around Luo Chong, the two of them were helping to dig the river these days, and Luo Chong was building a house, so they hadn't had any fun together for a long time. In the open space of the square in the center of the city, the stone and Yufu stood in the forefront, next to his horned deer. Behind him were his two women holding their children, and behind them was a large group of people, 200 out of 200, of which 50 or so were the clansmen of the Yu tribe, and the rest of those were what Yufu called savages, and surrounded by 50 to 60 Han tribe warriors with torches, and some of them were still freshly called up. Chief Han, I rush to bring you the people before the ring moon. Seeing Luo rushing over, Yufu first saluted, then with a smile on his face, he pointed at the two moons in the sky that had not yet fully intersected and spoke. Well, you're on time, but you don't have to rush so much. You're rushing with a woman and child in the middle of the night, and it looks to me like you're bringing quite a few people with you. That's more than 100. Luo Chong measured those people. It is too dark to see what kind of. A group of running single gang of savages. Not even a tribe. To be more unkempt, but the number of people can still be seen. Obviously more than a few dozen. Cannot see it. It's more. There are some women and children among them. I also feel pity for them. If I can feed them, I won't send them to you. You also know that our Yu tribe doesn't have a place to live. We go wherever we go. But I think you can feed them. So I sent them here. You won't not want them, right? Yufu explained. Come as you are. How could I push it outward? Oh yeah, how come you guys came over at night? Luo Chong smiled and admitted these extra people, which also made Yufu relieved. We weren't that far away from here in the evening, so we simply walked a bit at night, and when these savages heard that the Tur tribe was willing to take them, they all rushed over to take a look as well, messing up even the food for the night, and now they're still hungry. Yufu said smilingly. Luo Chong herd is in the heart cursed a cell batch. You are deliberately trying to save themselves a meal. Since we haven't eaten yet, let's not stay here. Let's go to the cave, where we can house these people now, and let's talk about anything tomorrow at dawn. Stone, you go and ask someone to prepare some food for them. These will be our clansmen from now on. Take care of them. Luo Chong smiled and led Yufu to the cave, and when he turned his head to Big Tree to arrange things, he deliberately said that look after a little heavier. Yes, Chief, I understand. Stone nodded in response, a look of I understand on his face. Before leading the group to the walled courtyard in front of the cave, the group of savages followed behind, and there were warriors around them lighting torches, but some of the torches couldn't illuminate the entirety of the Han tribe at all, and they could only faintly see what looked like another large hayloft to the west of the enclosure, but weren't sure. When the group entered the enclosure, the warriors carried some firewood and lit a dozen bonfires, which illuminated the inside of the enclosure a little brighter, and the various things of the Han tribe appeared in the sight of this group of savages. Dozens of bison from the Han tribe, 2 dingoes that had returned to snoring on the haystacks, and dozens of alpacas, a few of which were shivering after being sheared bald by the little butterflies. There is only one pair of scissors. Shadai is still not very good at using them. These days she is gradually becoming skilled, but she herself can't finish cutting the hair of one alpaca in one day. It is pure torture for these alpacas. The wild people were whispering and whispering, but weren't much surprised, because Yufu had already told them about all the conditions of the Han tribe when he first pulled them in, and now they were just witnessing it with their own eyes. After the bonfires were burning, the warriors carried some earthenware pots and bowls to each fire, and there were men picking 2 buckets of water to refill their pots one by one, and the food was the cured meat that had been stored up for the winter, cut up into small pieces to make soup. Some have not had any water for a long time, and even ask for water directly from a clay bowl. Granny, I saw that chief brother. And all their men had their hair tied up on top of their heads, and that chief had a shiny thing on his head, and there were really a lot of extra big beasts in their tribe, but they were all tied to the ground and didn't run around. Also, they had so many stone pots, big and small, that my sisters and I had one each, and their men gave us meat to eat, and it was cooked just like ours. That chieftain of theirs like this, isn't it that he won't kick us out? The older girl among the several women who were brought by Yufu when they were near Yashan said. Her several little sisters who were still sleepy and confused were not sleepy now even after smelling the smell of cooking meat. Their tribe has so many good things, and they also give us food. They shouldn't drive us away. We've arrived at a good tribe. Tell our sisters to be good. Don't run around and mess around. It's not good if you make that chief unhappy, the blind middle-aged woman instructed. Well, the sisters are good. They are waiting for the meat, the little girl said as she looked at several of her sisters who were holding bowls and staring at the clay pots and drooling. That's good. That's good. On the other side, Luo Chong was also sitting by the fire with Yufu, eating roasted meat sprinkled with chili peppers for company. While grilling the meat, Yufu looked around blindly left and right as if searching for something. Chief Han, where is that ox cart? Why don't you see it here? Oh, ox cart was sent out by me to transport things. Our Han tribe now also has an ox cart like that. You guys don't come, I can't keep putting it away without using it. Luo Chong said as he sprinkled the roasted meat with chili peppers. But you promised us the ox cart. If you're in a hurry, that ox cart will be back in 3 or 4 days. If you're not in a hurry, I can have the clan make you another new one. But no matter which one you choose, I'll be able to give you an ox cart before the ringing moon. So it's not like I'm cheating you. Luo Chong interrupted Yufu and said, well, then, it's to the point that I'm early. But in that case, I'd like a new one, but only if it's the same as the one before. That's no problem. What I promised you in the first place is the same. I naturally have to keep my word. So for these few days, will you stay in our tribe, or will you go out and around and come back? Luo Chong nodded his head and agreed. It's better to stay in the Han tribe for now. Our people have also traveled for a long time and need a few days to rest for a few days. But we will prepare our own food. We can't eat you for a few days for nothing. Well then, in that case, get some rest. And tomorrow I'll have them build your ox cart first. Chapter 153, Save My Grandma, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. The night was silent, and as the sun's rays shone back on the earth, a new day began. Those who dug the river continued to do so, and after hundreds of people, dozens of oxen, and 2 elephants, the nearly 750-meter channel was already almost a meter deep. The work of building the house continues. Comparing the speed of the first few days, we should be able to build up to the ridge today. Then it's time to set up the beams, pounce on the grass handles, and then put on the mud and lay the tiles. And by the time this group of builders have fully mastered the whole process of building the house, the size of the building team can be enlarged. Yufu came running to Luo Chong early in the morning as well. Chief Han, I'm looking for some work to do in the few days we're here waiting for you to build the cart, and I hope you'll give us some of your pottery in exchange for some of that white salt we ate last night. Luo Chong froze for a moment listening to him, thought for a moment and said, okay, then still do what you have done before. Plow the land, plant hemp grass. No problem. That's no problem. But I want to see if you guys can build a car. Yufu said after a moment of hesitation. Oh, you don't have to look at building a car. You won't learn if you do, much less have the tools we have. And I'll trade for white salt, for pottery, and for a car, but just not for weapons or tools. You don't have to think about it, and there's not much use in looking at it. If you have nothing else to do, I'll let the clan take you to plow the land, and you accompany me to see those savages that were sent last night. Luo Chong struck out without mercy. What is this? If this were modern times it would be called a technology embargo. You can have the finished product, but not the technology. That's the bottom line. Ha ha, how can it be? I just like that kind of ox cart. I'm more interested in it. I didn't think of doing it myself. We can't stop when our tribe is running all over the place. Go, go, go. I'll go with you piece by piece to see the people. Yufu see Luo Chong directly demolished him, also gave the refusal of death. Also know that they are a little offended, and quickly snorted, this but no matter which tribe is confidential, and even what people eat every day, where to collect this thing, what skills to hunt, that are not passed on the secret, not to mention the existence of black technology such as building a car. Luo Chong glanced at him without answering, turned around and instructed a clan member to tell him to go and ask the elders to watch over the Yu tribe reclaiming the hemp fields, and then went to look at the crooked group with Yufu, said that his crooked and cracked juju really is not damage them. Really not a few good. All the pimply face standing in front of the cave wall, then into the beggars gang is still shabby. Since the return of the spring meeting, the Han tribespeople have all moved to the grass hut. The cave that can only accommodate more than 200 people turned into a warehouse, because enough and big enough, but also protected from the rain, and there is not much light. The Han tribe is now storing the cured meat and white salt in the cave. Last night, due to the urgency of the matter, Luo Chong had to place these savages as well, and specially instructed the stone to watch over these savages. Now early in the morning, these savages came out to gather again. Large and small 153 people, men and women, young and old, not covered with clothes, all stand in a pile, but they are still vaguely standing together in twos and threes. Look at the meaning is to know each other in the embrace of the group. Right. Luo Chang's sharp eyes scrutinized them. The moment they saw Luo Chang's eyes, they all put away their contempt for this unusually young-looking chief. No one dared to look at him, and they even scared some of the children to hide behind the adults. Luo Chong slowly paced back and forth in the observation of these people, to see how old, how weak, how disabled. What happened to his arm? Luo Chong pointed to a man not even 20 years old, his left hand holding a wooden stick pestle on the ground, his right hand unnaturally hanging at his side. The shoulder area is a little purple. The whole right arm is unnaturally swollen in a circle. Are damn fast catching up with the leg. Can a man like that live? How dare you send me this? Luo Chong bellyached as he asked the Yufu beside him. Oh, he is called Yi. The beginning of spring this year. He wanted to challenge the chief of the tribe. Two people fought once. Fighting suddenly shouted arm pain, and then so. The result of the chief did not take as, but instead because of the injury was driven out of the tribe. I also met him on the road. Their tribe I also recognize. Only dozens of people. Yufu pointed to this young man called Yi on the side to explain to Luo Chong. Yi looked good except for his arm injury. His shoulder-length hair hung down on both cheeks. A band of animal skin was tied around his head to secure his hair from blocking his eyes. His body was muscular, and he was about 175 tall, which was considered a medium-sized figure. At this time the game is also measuring Luo Chong. Seems to be in the heart very do not understand so big a tribe. Why will be Luo Chong as the leader? If not arm injured, maybe in the planning to find Luo Chong challenge. Luo Chong walked over and pinched his injured shoulder. Game seemed to feel pain and took a step back to avoid Luo Chang's clutches. Tell him to stay still. I'll take a look at his arm. It should still work. Stand still if you don't want to die. Luo Chong tone is not good blared at the game. A side of the Yufu hastened to translate. This is the game surprised a bit. How? Is this chief will also heal people witchcraft? So this chief is not relying on the force to the throne? Ehart speculated, but really did not dare to move. His arm became like this. He is also very desperate but where there is still a chance to recover, he is willing to try. Luo Chong's left hand pulled his wrist. His right hand from the small arm has been pinched to the shoulder. The hand forced that big hate cannot put the fingers are gouged into the game pain in both eyes staring at the Luo Chong. But the mouth but clenched his teeth did not pit. Well, is a man. The bones are not broken, but the shoulder dislocated for so long has been endured is also considered remarkable. This should be in people fighting. Do not know how to be screwed, but unfortunately they will not be orthopedic. So dry stand, and now the whole are swollen. Luo Chong mouth corner of a smile. In the game in the glare of a fierce pull his dislocated arm. The other hand grabbed his elbow, pulling the arm of the hand suddenly upward atop. Gaba a sound of bones in the right place sounded. This set of operations to the surrounding people bluffed a blank stare. The man called E did not even have the time to cry out in pain, but suddenly felt that the pain in his shoulder in this bout of pain has been alleviated a lot. And the feeling of sudden relaxation is more refreshing than eating a cold watermelon on a 3-volt day. Then he shook his right hand, bent his elbow a bit, and shook his whole right arm. Although it still hurt, the arm that he couldn't even move originally had been taken over the control again. How could he not be happy about it? His mouth spoke a native language that Luo Chong couldn't understand, and with that right hand holding it in front of his chest, he hastily bowed to Luo Chong, with a very respectful attitude. What did he say? Luo Chong asked in disbelief. Ha ha. He said that your sorcery is very powerful. You don't look like a chieftain, but more like a witch, and said that he thanked you for restoring his arm, and that he would listen to you completely from now on and do whatever you want. Yu Fu laughed and translated. Oh, I'm not really a witch, just a chief. You tell him, since you listen to me, don't move that arm yet. It's not completely healed yet. He's dragging it out a bit too long, and now if he makes a big effort, it might turn into what it was just now. As Luo Chong spoke, he found a short rope and tied it into a loop around Yi's neck, then hung his right arm on it. Yu Fu also on the side of the translation for Luo Chong, and so game understand, hurriedly nodded, and then obediently did not dare to move that arm. Luo Chong this hand of orthopedic art exposed. The crowd really thought he would be what witchcraft. See so serious injuries were cured. Some of the old diseases immediately also agitated. Chief, look into my granny's eyes. She can't see out of them. Chapter 154, East Bank of the Creek, requesting tickets and subscriptions. The so-called granny heard the little girl's shouts and hurriedly pulled the slightly older girl into her arms, and also covered the little girl's mouth, saying that she would not let her shout blindly. so as not to make the chief angry, and then be driven away to live a hard life. And the little girl also wiped her tears pitifully. Luochong looked at the scene in surprise and turned his head to Yufu and asked, "What did she say?" "The woman beside her can't see anything in her eyes. The little girl wants you to help her see if she can recover, but the woman won't let her, saying she's afraid you'll drive them away." "Ha ha ha," Yufu said with a smile. After finishing, he also looked at Luochong. Seems to be looking at whether Luochong will actually drive people away. This is a disguised method of provocation. Luochong slanted him a glance and paced in front of the woman, who was still looking ahead with her white eyes open. And when Luochong walked in front of her, the woman also twisted her head to look at Luochong. This shows what? That this person, she is not blind, or more or less some vision, at least can still see a figure close to their own, and then look at the color of the eyes. Do not need to check. Proper cataracts. This is no cure. About the cataracts of a little common sense, Luochong, or no, whether it is congenital or acquired. The treatment method is so too. Early to eat drugs. Usually eat vitamins. Vitamins do not have. Eat a little bit of wild vegetables and animal offal. Therapeutic treatment can be. The key to this: do not know how many years of the disease. The situation can only be operated on. And the surgery can only be a modern instrument. Ultrasonic crystal shattering, emulsification, suction. And then transplant an artificial crystal. In fact, and myopia restoration surgery is similar. Are cutting eyeballs of the contraption, which is still Luochong. Listen to their own. "I have done myopia restoration," of comrade said. "But for this operation, you can't cure it even if you invite Hua Tuo here. He doesn't have high-tech medical equipment." Luochong is even more unlikely. He will see the doctor. Will, but can only see some simple disease. He will do surgery. Also will, but are some of the battlefield first aid knowledge. Will be orthopedic. That is not to save lives, but to practice combat. Learning anti-joint art. Learn that purpose is to demolish the bones with, such as breaking the finger. This kind of underhanded damage value is still high, but also particularly useful tricks. Doing surgery, limited to trauma, incision, suture, take a bullet, and even by the bomb blew off the arms and legs of the amputation will be a little bit, but only from the joints to cut. You if the whole of a bone fracture trauma, it can only be from the upper joints to cut the part. Luochong, so a little bit of patience. This he really cannot do. The little girl who was cradled in the woman's arms was still looking at Luochong with big watery eyes. Those eyes were full of begging, but Luochong could do nothing about it. He rubbed the little girl's head and turned to Yufu. "Tell her it's been too long and it's no longer curable, but I'm not going to kick them out." Yufu was also surprised for a moment. He didn't expect Luochong to answer like this. Could it be cured earlier? That would be a god. How this Han chief can do everything. After a slight daze, Yufu translated Luochang's words. The woman listened to a succession of words of thanks, but the little girl could not stop listening to the tears. Luochong looked at this scene as a little bit not taste, as if he is a doctor, but can only tell the patient's family, "Your family is suffering from a terminal disease. I am not capable of curing." The same mood. That is a sense of guilt. Forcing himself not to look at the large number of women, he slowly observed the other savages. Just as Luochong had predicted at first, most of them had more or less old wounds and disabilities, but not many of them could be treated. For example, before the arm fracture, and there is no open wound, and then slowly self-healing, but the broken bone did not grow correctly. What a cure if you can only re-smash the arm, and then reattached. The problem is that this is not to do, is not full of it. Do not expect to let Luochong white feed them, not to mention re-smash the arm. How to suffer. Checked one by one. In fact, there are a lot of good people. The more good people are still the younger. Most of the tribe is too small. Encountered a food crisis when the children gave up. But among them, there are still so many people tenaciously survived, but also slowly all grown up. Taking an overview of the 150 or so people, the men totaled 100 and something. The rest were women who had been given up by the tribe as being old and incapable of bearing children. And a few little girls. Old injuries and disabilities accounted for more than 70 of the men, and the rest were able-bodied young men. Luochong resettlement method is also very simple. Women all go to follow the expansion of hemp field. Small children to stay in the tribe, disabled men who are not convenient legs and feet to go to make bricks. Brick mold that work is fixed position, as long as the hand is not disabled can do. Those who have disabled arms and are not able to drive ox carts are responsible for transporting bricks between the brick kilns and the city. Those who are not injured or disabled are used to expand the size of the construction team. After a flurry of assignments, they really did find suitable jobs for everyone. Even the little girls took the initiative to gather grass to feed the rabbits. And the woman with cataracts went to give Xiaodai a hand, helping to press the alpacas, and in the meantime looking after the little girls near the corral. There are so many jobs in the Han tribe. There is no shortage of inaugural positions. There is always a place where you can give full play to your talents and specialties. And this is the reason why those foreigners can quickly integrate as soon as they join the Han tribe. Because there is no disconnect. They all find what they like to do. And we all work together in unity and cooperation better than in the old days. After the savages were settled, Yu Fu took a few Yu tribe men and wanted to go out hunting. They were going to stay here for a few days. Although the Yu tribe also had some reserve food. But they couldn't just sit around and eat. But they couldn't go to the Han tribe's hunting area to hunt. It's all counted as robbing the prey. Okay. There was no way for Yu Fu to come to Luochong again. And Luochong was at that moment arranging for the carpentry team to build the four-wheeled ox cart again according to the specifications of the last time. Chief Han, I want to take my men hunting, but this neighborhood is full of your hunting grounds. Do you see this? Luochong looked at him speechlessly. So damn eventful. But he looked to the east and suddenly had a bright idea. We built a bridge the other day. You can walk to the other side of the creek. That side is not our tribe's hunting range. You can take your people to take a look. There might be something to gain. Luochong pointed to the small bridge directly to the east and said, a bridge? Can you cross the river? We haven't really been to the other side of that river much. If only we could get across here. We might be able to know more tribes in the Yu tribe. Yu Fu said with some excitement. This is exactly why Luochong let him go. This traveling tribe is like an explorer in Luochang's eyes, rushing to any unfamiliar place. If not for the fact that the Han tribe has so many things to manage, even Luochong would like to go out on a wave with them. But unfortunately he can't. Of course I can go over there. You guys go over to the bridge first today. If you're interested in that side, maybe I still have a mission to work with you. The mission is about the bridge. Luochong said seductively. Really? Then I'm definitely going to check it out today. In this way, Yu Fu led 10 men across the bridge and left. The other women and children of the Yu tribe stayed in the Han tribe to help cultivate the hemp fields, using their labor to exchange for white salt. But he could not see Luochang's bad smile the moment he turned around. Chapter 155 Windblown Rice Waves, asking for tickets and subscriptions. Yu Fu led the people to the east bank of the creek, and the Han tribe clansmen were also doing their jobs. Luochong came to the building site alone again. Today is the last day of the wall, which is the key moment for the house to get rid of the ridge. Architecture. Any building with a sloped roof has a hard target. The slope of the roof cannot be less than a minimum of 15 degrees. Otherwise you are how good waterproof structure, but also not conducive to roof drainage. According to the known conditions, the span of the house is 4 meters. The ridge starts in the middle. And if the slope is a minimum of 15 degrees, the angle of the ridge is 150 according to the interior angle of the triangle and 180 degrees, which is of course the minimum. With the formula set to calculate, the ridge height is almost 60 centimeters, but Luochong directly set 80 centimeters. Built the finished product is almost about 20 degrees, so it is more insurance. It took half a morning to build all the walls to a height of 3 meters, and at this time it was time to raise the ridge, find the midpoint of the 4 walls from east to west, and then begin to build the bricks, with the number of bricks in each layer decreasing toward the middle, gradually closing in the center into an isosceles obtuse angle triangle. In fact, the ridge of the bricks only to 60 centimeters high. After all, still have to leave the height of the beams. The beams of the wood has long been prepared by the logging team, are 20 centimeters thick small pine trees, stripped of the bark after drying. The beech and ash wood in the forest is not very suitable. Beech is not long enough to straighten. Ash Luochong cannot afford to cut, but also to save the collection of insect wax it. Oak to do furniture. Cedar shipbuilding weapons. Leaving only the long and straight pine wood is suitable. Luochong guided the people to finish the 4 small roofs. The time has come to noon. The roofs just finished cannot be on the beam, but also to wait for drying before. So Luochong will be the original 20 people of the construction team split into 4 groups. Each group plus just joined the 7 savages. A group of 12 people began to build 4 houses at the same time. Still start with the foundation. The old man with the new man. The remaining few are not scheduled to go on digging the foundation trench. The line is drawn. Learn to dig on the line. After arranging them, Luochong gathered a dozen more women from the gathering team and 2 carpentry apprentices to prepare for the beam. Going up the beam requires the use of a ladder. In the past, the Han tribe did not have work that required climbing up high and down low, and Luochong did not bring out the magical thing that is a ladder. Now is the time. Looking at the 2 Jing clan teenagers in front of him who had been working as carpenters for half a month, Luochong inquired, "You've been here for so long, do you all know how to saw wood?" "Chief, it will be. So it'll be digging and chiseling and plugging?" The 2 looked at each other. "Well, a little bit. The big one can be done. The small one can't get it right. We can't read a ruler yet. The size can only be drawn by Master Lin wooden barrel. Then we can do it." "Well, almost. Just the 2 of you. This thing I'm going to make is a ladder. 2 long sticks with a row of shorter sticks in the center. Just punch holes and stick it straight up. It's easy, Luo Chong said. Took a bunch of do arrow leftover cannibal tree spikes to them compared. And then give data. Bottom wide, top narrow. Each stick how long, how far are given fixed values? Want to rely on their own is considered impossible. The latter is made of edge material. Those sawed down flat wood squares and short sticks are very suitable. The total number of 10 for the time being, not enough to use the additional order later. Arranged to build a ladder work. And found that a group of collection team of women tied grass handle. This thing is laid on the beams, directly with hay and grass rope as materials on the line. The hay bundled into a diameter of 10 centimeters of the grass column, with a grass rope or directly with a thatch bundled up, tied solid, and then the rope head stuffed to the grass column, not long enough to take a handful of grass to continue, and has been tied to almost 4 or 5 meters long enough for one. In order for them to facilitate the work, Luo Chong took a shovel on the ground for them to plan 2 trips line. The middle distance is 5 meters. From this end to that end, even if one, the requirement is to be uniform thickness. Speed, other is nothing. Luo Chong gave them a demonstration of the specific steps, and then let 10 people specialize in tying grass handles, and then found dozens of women from the collection team to collect hay, and it doesn't matter if it's fresh, it's drying first. Waiting to finish these, the time has come to the afternoon. Nothing to do. Luo Chong and ran to the rice field to see a bit. From sowing to now there are almost 50 days. Before the transplanting of rice seedlings or still shriveled seedlings have been safe through the rejuvenation period. Reroot upright. Of course, there are some died because of unqualified transplantation of seedlings. Those have been weeded out when pulling grass. And still a few. And now any surviving seedlings have all turned green and entered the tiller, NIE, period. Tiller period is also from a main stem divided into multiple secondary stem process. These divided out of the stalks will grow a rice spike. That is, how many stalks divided into how many ears. This is directly related to the yield of a process, but Luo Chong also has no experience, can only keep the paddy field of sufficient water, as well as regular weeding, and other things he does not know. The tillering stage is followed by the nodulation and tasseling stage, when the seedlings grow taller quickly and a spike is produced from each stalk. In the next is the flowering period. Grow out of the rice spike will almost open a week of flowers, and then it is after the flower fall of the grouting and fruiting period. After the rice flower withered, the rice spike will quickly absorb nutrients and water to become expanded. This period is also the time when the rice grain molding, the need for a large number of water sources to do so, to grow into a kilogram of rice, almost 500 kilograms of water, so the water cannot be lack of, or the not out of the rice will be dried out. The gentle spring sunshine shines on the earth. A breeze blew through the knee-high rice paddies to raise a layer of waves. A young man with a golden crown strolled in the field by the side of the aqueduct, the fresh earthy smell as if it could wash the human soul, leading people to be relaxed and happy. If others say Luo Chong is full of food to think so, it can only be blamed on the fact that they have not seen the gray jungle of reinforced concrete, exhaust black smoke formation of the noise, which is not a primitive people can experience the state of mind. They grew up in the earth full of vegetation, will not understand Luo Chang's thoughts. Luo Chong. Just as Luo Chong was taking a catwalk by the aqueduct, a call came from the direction of the settlement. It was Xiao Dai's shout. She was the only one in the entire tribe who dared to call Luo Chong by his big name. I'm here. Wait for me. Coming. Dai. What's wrong? When Luo Chong returned to the enclosure, he was immediately pulled by Xiao Dai. I've clipped 5 alpacas in the last few days. I don't want to do it anymore. You should let someone else do it. They always spit on me. Now I want to weave cloth. Didn't you say that the alpacas wool still needs to be washed? Quickly tell me how to wash it. I think those hairs are enough to weave a piece of cloth. Quickly teach me. Xiao Dai shook Luo Chang's arm and asked, you won't tie their mouths up first? Stupid. Well. I'll tell you how to wash them alright, but do you still plan to weave like before? Luo Chong suddenly asked back to Xiao Dai. So how do you weave? By the way, you haven't told me how you weave. Chapter 156, what the hell, begging for votes and subscriptions. I weave cloth. I'm much better at it than you are. I can weave very, very long cloth, and the cloth is wider than the cloth you weave. And I don't even rub the threads by hand. It's much faster than you are. Luo Chong smiled and bragged with Xiao Dai. His head couldn't help but remember the scene of the first time he went to make up the tribe as a guest. At that time, Luo Chong had seen with his own eyes the women of the tribe of making up the tribe, how to weave the linen cloth underneath the grass hut. TSK. It was called a primitive. Primitive all have no boundaries. The women of the weaving tribe tie the fixed length of twine to 2 wooden sticks, and then nail the sticks directly to the ground as warp threads, and then use a bone needle made of ground bone to put on the weft threads, and the women squat on the ground and take the bone needle to pick up the warp threads one by one. and after putting on a good weft thread, use their fingers to insert into the warp threads to tighten the weft threads, and then start picking up the next weft threads. My goodness, that's so primitive. It takes half a month to weave a piece of linen that leaks the eyes. It can wear a person out, and the quality is poor, and there are a lot of shortcomings. The most obvious points are, first, the width of the linen is very narrow. Because it is too wide, the workload is too big. After all, they are still picking the warp threads one by one, and a person has a limited distance between the middle of the two hands. How wide she can weave can be imagined. Then there's the fact that the length dimension of the cloth is dead on. Their warp threads are all fixed lengths, unlike the scroll loom, which weaves as long as it can and then rolls it up and keeps on weaving, whereas their warp threads are only so long. The third is to take the finger to comb tight weft. That is a finger Think about how tight it can comb. Look at the finished product to know. With the sieve, all the holes and small eyes, which is like a piece of cloth. But we cannot discriminate against people. After all, this is also considered to be the ancestor of the textile industry, is not? Liar. AMU taught me to rub the thread is to rub it by hand. Without rubbing it by hand, what else can I use to rub it? Could it still turn into a thread by itself? Xiao Dai whacked Luo Chong in disbelief. Of course it won't turn into thread on its own, but you really don't have to rub it by hand. It's much quicker than if you rubbed it by hand anyway. Really, but you have to use a kind of thread rubbing tool. Come back and I'll make it out for you and you'll see. And I'll take you to wash alpaca wool first. Xiao Dai still didn't believe that thread rubbing could be done without using his hands, but he already knew that Luo Chong, this guy, was good at making tools, so he believed half of it again, and he was going to ask 2 more questions, but he was directly pulled away by Luo Chong to wash the alpaca hair. Several large baskets of dark brown alpaca wool were placed in the cave and were carried out by Luo Chong. Wash the hair is mainly to remove the dust on the top of the hair. Like grass seeds, gravel-like things will not be there. Because the Han tribe of alpacas are raised in a clean corral, they do not have the opportunity to go around foraging, eat things or fed hay. Since this is good, directly wash on the line. Bring a few large wooden buckets, move that tank of soap produced when making glycerin before, and then load it on a flatbed truck pulled by an ox. Choose the site for washing alpaca wool next to the wells in the city, and the wastewater produced will be directly splashed on the main road in the city to slowly infiltrate the good. And anyway, this place won't be planting things that will not pollute the environment. Just put the clipped alpaca hair in a large wooden bucket with water. Then scoop a bar of soap and put it in there and pound it back and forth with a stick. What is this? Why are there bubbles? Xiao Dai took a stick and pounded the alpaca hair, watched Luo Chong dig out a piece of soap from the water tank and put it in. Not long after, the water floated up a lot of bubbles, so he asked in confusion, "This thing is called soap. It not only washes the dust inside the wool, but also dissolves the oils on it into the water. And when you're done washing it with water a few times, it will be clean," Luo Chong explained as he helped mash the alpaca hair. A row of several large wooden barrels, Xiao Dai holding a wooden stick to stir inside, Luo Chong using a wooden barrel to help pump water from the well. The 2 young people are busy and happy. Fish out the alpaca wool from the soapy water and wring it out. Then put it back into the next big barrel and continue to stir. After 4 washings, the water left over from the wash is already clean. Wring it out directly in a clean barrel and wait to find a place to dry. Cleaned alpaca wool has become a coffee color, lighter than the previous tan and a little lighter, but it saves the dyeing. On this coffee color you want to dye into red, blue, green. The door is not, unless the use of paint. Of course, such a situation can still be dyed black. Anyway, lighter than the original color cannot be dyed at all unless the original color is white. But unfortunately, the dozens of alpacas in the Han tribe are all dark brown. Has been a few baskets of alpaca wool are washed. The day has been to the evening. While there is still light, Luo Chong and small butterfly with a wooden stick inserted in the ground tied a few clotheslines. All the alpaca wool are hung up, and then use a thin rope roughly wrapped around a few times. Save the wind blowing down on the ground. The 2 of them sat down in a tired piece of grass to rest, looking at the clothesline swing in the wind. The coffee-colored alpaca hairs still all tangled up with each other. Luo Chong, is there really a tool that doesn't use hands to rub threads? What does that look like? How come I haven't seen it in our tribe? Don't the women of our tribe also use their hands to rub rope? Xiao Dai lazily rested her head on Luo Chang's shoulder and asked. Of course there is, but it hasn't been made yet. It's still in my head. And that kind of tool is called a spinning machine. And well, it's a big wheel with a little wheel. And you step on it with your foot, and that big wheel spins around. And then it spins the little wheel faster. You then put the wool strips at the little wheel, and the little wheel will twist the wool strips into threads on its own, and then roll them together into a big spool of thread, so that you can roll out very, very long threads, and you can weave as long a cloth as you want, Luo Chong said as he gestured. Really? Then you quickly make out that spinning machine. I want to see it. By the way, then you weave cloth is not also need to use tools. We weave tribal weaving or squatting on the ground. How do you weave? Me, I really have a tool. It's a loom. You can tie very, very long threads on it, and the cloth can be woven very, very long, and you don't have to pick them out one by one with a bone like you guys do. My loom can automatically separate those vertical rows of warp threads into 2 layers when I step on it with my foot. Luo Chong stroked Xiao Dai's long hair while looking at the clothesline not far away in a trance, his mind recalling again the loom from the history textbook he had seen in his previous life. The earliest thing in the world can be called a machine. In addition to the crossbow on the crossbow machine, the rest of the most sophisticated, the most complex machine is to belong to the textile machine. From the waist looms of the Xia and Shang dynasties, which were strapped to the waist and loomed with stirrups, to the beveled warp scroll frame looms of the Great Han dynasty, which sat and loomed, essentially defining from then on the pattern of looms for thousands of years to come, later developed to the Song dynasty, the clever Han ancestors, and on the basis of the original, invented a 2-story high, several people at the same time to operate the CNC coating loom, specifically used to weave silk and brocade, that is the highest crystallization of the wisdom of ancient mankind, can be drilled through the code made up of pieces of wood, can be woven directly in the cloth set up a good pattern, can be said to be leading the world's black science and technology. Awesome big. Then came the era of the Industrial Revolution, when the Jenny spinning machine, the flying shuttle loom truly changed the fate of the world, and the textile industry thus became the first in the world to use steam power. Chapter 157, Foot-Operated Drum Combing and Roughing Machine, Request for Votes and Subscription. The 2 men talked, and before long it was dark, and the tribe had another campfire, and the aroma of food was rising again from a clay pot. Yufu, who went out hunting, also came back with people. They also brought back a musk. It was a kind of deer family animal with 2 long tusks in its mouth, also known as vampire deer, but it was not a bloodsucker, only because those 2 tusks were too scary to look at, and it was not very big, less than 20 pounds of meat, but it was enough for their tribe to eat for one night. Chief Han, that bridge you built is really great. I hope to cross the river from here often in the future. Do you think it's okay? Yufu happily came and sat down in front of Luo Chong. Of course, you guys can go to the east bank of the river more often in the future. If you come across unfamiliar tribes and can exchange them for some good things, you can also bring them to exchange things with me when you come back. Luo Chong said with a smile. Really? That's great. When this ox cart is ready we'll go around to the east bank. We haven't been there much yet. By the way, Chief Han, can that bridge of yours go over an ox cart? Will it collapse? Ha ha ha. How can that be? We built that bridge just to let the ox cart pass through. The ox cart you saw before has already passed through. Don't worry, it won't collapse, Luo Chong said with a big smile. Good, good, that will be no problem. Take your time to eat. I'll go and plan with the clan on how to get to the east coast. Yufu got the answer he wanted and happily got up to say goodbye to Luo Chong. Luo Chong also smiled and nodded, and ate dinner with Xiao Dai again. The night slowly darkened, and many of the clan went to sleep, with the occasional footsteps of the warriors patrolling the night watch still being heard. In a grass hut by the fence, Luo Chong wrapped his arms around Xiao Dai and played with her long hair as he contemplated the method of spinning wool. Wool spinning and cotton spinning is different. Cotton fiber than wool fiber spinning up a little easier. Cotton spinning machine Luo Chong has seen. After all, this is the mainstream. The most information. Textbooks are all that stuff. Directly take a cotton ball can be spun. The spinning machine will automatically draw cotton fibers from the cotton ball and then wound into cotton thread. That is, cotton yarn. But the wool fiber cannot. Although the theory of wool and cotton spinning about the same, but the wool fiber must have a pre-treatment process, that is combed roving, to put it bluntly is very well understood. With the combing of hair as a large group of alpaca hair combed smooth before. Alpaca hair just cut when it is stuck together in pieces, and then after washing and drying it becomes a messy mass. The order of the fibers is very messy. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, spinning, a messy mass. So such hair fibers cannot be used directly for spinning. It must be combed in order to be used for spinning. That is, using a comb to run all the hair fibers into a direction. Running through the process of spinning wool in his head, Luo Chong fell into a deep sleep while conceptualizing the structure of the combing machine. Early the next morning, the alpaca wool had not yet dried. Luo Chong again coaxed the small butterfly to go to shear the alpaca wool. He had to build the machine he wanted first. The first thing to consider when building a machine is the purpose of the work, which is to smooth out the fibers, and more often, to sum up, this machine must be able to comb the wool fibers many times in order to be able to do so. So Luo Chong conceptualized is a 6-axis roller combing roving machine, a triangular structure of the main support bracket, above the frame of a 50 centimeter diameter wooden roller, And then before and after the installation of this roller, 220 cm diameter roller, the main roller on top of the 315 cm diameter small roller. The surface of the roller was glued with the needle skin of a kind of needle skin wattle, a kind of wattle exchanged from the thorn tribe at the spring meeting. The surface of the wattle was densely covered with short, slender spikes, only about 3 mm in length, like the short spines on the surface of the aloes, which could easily hang the hairs with the same effect as a sandbelt. Glue the 6 drums with needle skins. Then install the wooden gears and foot drive mechanism, driven by the left and right sets of foot drive rods to make counterclockwise rotation of the largest main drum. The main drum then threw the gears to drive the other 5 small drums to make clockwise rotation. In this way, the worker who operates the machine only needs to sit in front of the machine. The 2 feet keep stepping on the foot pedal to drive the machine to rotate, and then manually put the clean wool fibers evenly on the feeding board. The needle skin on the surface of the main drum can stick the wool fibers and bring them to the top. And then when the wool fibers that are hung up pass through the junction of the and the small drum, the main and the vice drums move to the opposite direction, and the needle skins on the surface of the 2 drums will keep on tearing, breaking up and smoothing. In this way the 2 drums, after a week of tearing in the opposite direction, the wool fibers smoothed once to continue to send forward. After the next main and secondary drum junction, continue to tear, stretch, smooth, continuous tearing and smoothing 5 times, has been smooth wool fibers to the last main drum and the junction of the yarn plate. The inward end of the yarn plate should be sharpened into a comb shape, and then scrape down the wool fibers brought over from the main drum and polymerize them into a finger-thick fiber strip, which is as soft and smooth as marshmallow, with the same direction of the fibers. The strips of wool fibers, or roving, are then joined back and forth into one very long skein, which can be placed on a spinning machine to be spun into wool. The whole combing and roving machine is made of hard oak. The width of the drum is 65 centimeters, and consists of 1 main drum and 5 sub-drums as the main body. The main drum is powered by the foot pedal transmission lever. The gear set controls the 5 sub-drums to rotate in the opposite direction, and there is 1 feed plate and 1 yarn outlet plate in the front and back. Workers just step on the foot pedal, put the washed alpaca wool on the feed plate. The last yarn plate will keep emerging length 65 centimeters. Finger-thick wool fiber strips. The efficiency is very fast and easy to work. Are sitting down to work. This machine may seem complicated, but in fact it is very simple. To make a roller you only need to make 2 round boards of the same diameter, then punch a hole in the center to thread on a shaft, and then glue a layer of thin wood strips along the 2 round boards to make the surface of the roller, and then glue a layer of needle skin on the outside. The most important parts are the gears, which are sawn directly from round wooden boards, and are not troublesome to make, but they are troublesome to count. Luo Chong had initially considered using hemp rope as a belt, or directly using leather strips as a transmission mechanism, but then simulated it in his head or not. The principle of this machine is mainly to use the main and secondary drums in the opposite direction of the force to tear the wool fibers, but the toughness of wool fibers is very strong. If the transmission device with a belt or twine, the machine's torque is certainly not large enough to tear the entangled hair clusters, which will hang the machine, resulting in inoperable, so it's better to use the gears directly. Some better. I made a pedal drum combing roving machine concept map, sent to the group album of the book group. See, friends who do not understand can refer to that picture to understand the group number in the introduction. Also, I'm begging for votes, comments, rewards, character bishops, all sorts of things. Chapter 158, The Return of the Wooden Boat, requesting tickets and collections. Sketch a good structural drawings. Luo Chong came to the carpentry group, called on the wood dolphin and an apprentice. 3 people to dry. With the material as ready-made planks and car leftover scraps. Large and small wooden square pile. Pick up what can be used up to it. A ruler. A sharpened twig blackened as a charcoal pencil, and the shape of 6 gears were drawn on a flat oak board and slowly sawed down with a small handsaw. Do the same with the 12 pairs of round boards at each end of the 6 drums. Then gouge out square slots in the center. Stick a square stick of wood into it to act as a shaft. Cut only the exposed ends round, and square holes in the center of the gears, which can be brushed with glue to securely fasten them to the shafts. The surface of the roller with a centimeter thick narrow board sawed into 65 centimeters. In order to install the convenience and improve the speed of production, the 2 ends directly with a hand drill holes, and then nailed with a fine dowel dipped in glue. The extra part of the saw with a saw, and then use a planing knife to flatten the surface of the roller, and then brushed a layer of swim bladder adhesive, and then wrapped the skin of the needle diagonally around the top of the drying firm. Gear set was mounted on the right side of the machine, and then both sides and then connected to the pedal drive rod. The bottom bracket mounted 2 boards as a pedal. Luo Chong also found a rattan basket upside down there as a stool. 2 feet on the pedal to try. With a left and a right 2 drive rods pull each other. The main roller placed in the center began to turn up quickly. The carpenters on the side of the stunned, although they have also manufactured wheels and ox carts. But this kind of foot on a pedal can turn things they have never seen. This is the charm of the transmission machinery. Chief, what's this for? Is it a car too? You can walk on it with your feet? Don't even need a cow? Even Wooden Dolphin, who usually doesn't like to talk, couldn't hold his tongue when he saw this marvelous scene, and opened his mouth with several questions. Oh, it's not a car. It's a kind of machine for working, for combing wool. It can also be used for combing twine. It's a kind of tool used for rubbing rope. It can only be put in place. It won't run. But a car that can walk on its own with its feet can be made. It's just more troublesome. I'll teach you guys to do it later. Luo Chong said smilingly. Really, Chief? There really is a car that can pedal itself around? The barrel next to him asked in surprise. Luo Chong looked around with a smile on his face as the carpenters all looked at him incredulously, waiting for his affirmative answer. So he said, of course, but that kind of car is best to walk on flat ground. Don't be in a hurry. I'll teach you to make your own walking car when our city is built. Wow, the chief is so powerful. A car that can walk by itself. Wouldn't that be a godly thing? It's only for gods, right? No. I'm going to learn my rulers and my arithmetic, and I'm going to help the chief build cars in the future. I really want to see a car that I can walk in. Isn't that right? The chief is stepping on it. Isn't that a tool? Or a car? Look at you. You're stupid. See if you turn that machine upside down and put the roller on the floor. Wouldn't it go? Hey, that seems to be true. Carpenters excitedly muttered in whispers. The heart of the chief's worship of the infinite increase, while they worshipped Luo Chong. At this time thought of the last life to see little dolls riding tricycles. That is, there is no chain. Directly in the front wheel of the axle mounted on the two pedals, you can directly pedal to go the tricycle. Those bikes are supposed to be the least technical. Chains? Gears? No, just pedal the wheels and go. Well, turn around and fool him with that. 3 people busy work all morning, because this is the first time to do, so the speed is not very fast. All the data can only feel to come. To the time of noon to the main frame is done. There are 6 large and small drums, but now only installed a main drum. The remaining 5 vice still have to wait for the gears to be done together to install before. A slight break at noon, but no lunch. Because of the Han tribe's soaring population, 3 meals have been economized into 2 again, and it is estimated that it has been waiting for the second season of rice to ripen in the fall before it can get better. But how much rice can be planted in the second season depends on the progress of the transformation of the paddy fields to be able to do so. Hundreds of people digging the river team continuously dry for more than a week. The river has 2.5 meters deep. The speed is very fast. When digging the diversion of the river, the Han tribe only dozens of laborers, using a small wheelbarrow, this kind of human tool, and meet in Grey Mountain to help turn the soil. Now the same project, using a few hundred people, the main force of turning the soil, although still meet in Grey Mountain, but a few dozen more bison to help, as well as the transportation of clay, also replaced with animal-powered crates. If not because this time the brick embryo model is too much. It is estimated that this river has been dug. After a short break, assembly continued in the afternoon, with the 3 men working together to make the gears, with each tooth finely crafted to maintain good transmission, in an effort to get the gears to bite fully. Another half-afternoon passed, and just as Luo Chong was finalizing the debugging of the gear set, suddenly a clansman from the kiln crew came to report. Chief, our wooden boat is back. There are 4 men manning it, and it's pulling a boatload of limestone and a dozen rabbits. So what do you think of the arrangements? Oh, back, take me to see. The rabbits are first told to be put into the rabbit pens, and the wooden boats are pulled to the channel of the diversion river. Luo Chong patted the ash on his hands, stood up and walked towards the river. While walking he also arranged things. Yes, I'll get someone to do it. That clan member immediately led the order and ran away. 2 minutes later, Luo Chong and the diversion of the river and the wooden boat met. The boat was loaded with a bucket full of white limestone. The 4 teenagers who operated the boat back are the old man of the former Han tribe. See Luo Chong over, immediately jumped on the bank to greet. Chief, we're back. Well, good job. You guys didn't encounter any danger there. Luo Chong patted their shoulders in condolence. No, we hid the boat well, and during the day we caught rabbits in the neighborhood, and at night we hid in the trees and slept, and at night we did not dare to light even a campfire for fear of inviting the enemy to us. It's really hard for you guys. You guys wait to unload the ship and go back. Lack of anything is not lacking. The night does not light a campfire must be very cold. Right. Go to find the elders to give you a few more pieces of animal skins to take with you. If you want to eat something, go and get it by yourself, so that you can rest for a while. Unloading the ship does not need to be done by you guys, Luo Chong said with concern. Yes, thank you chief, then we'll go get our things now. Well, go ahead. Luo Chong nodded and instructed another clan member to call the cripple and bring a few more men along to unload the ship. Chief, where is this lime unloaded? And what is this for? Cripple ran over and asked. This is for building a house. You get 2 crates and a cart to carry this limestone over against the mountain wall. This can't be too close to the farmland. It'll burn the soil, and when it's unloaded, I'll teach you to build a new kiln. A new kiln? What's it for burning? Cripple asked, confused. Burning lime? What else? Luo Chong pointed at the lime on the ship and said indifferently. Chapter 159 Civilization needs to be inherited, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. Burning lime? Can you still burn things in lime? Cripple asked in surprise. No, but it is possible to burn limestone into lime powder, and then build a house with this lime powder and mud, which will be stronger and more waterproof than building with clay. There's still half an afternoon before it gets dark, so you guys better go unload the ship first, and I'll tell you how to get it tomorrow. Luo Chong explained. Yes, Chief. The cripple led the way, and the clansmen got busy once again. A boatload of limestone was shoveled into rattan baskets before being transported on a crate to the location designated by Luo Chong, and Luo Chong himself returned to the carpentry group to do the final assembly of the combing machine. The most critical part of this purely wooden machine is not the wooden gears or the fancy-looking drive rods, but the distance between the surfaces of each roller, which must be kept to ensure that the short spines on the needleskins feel as if they are on top of each other, so that the short spines on them don't wear each other out, and so that they can be made as efficient as possible in tearing out the hairy fibers. Waiting for all the roller and transmission mechanism assembled, Luo Chong and sat there stepping on the pedal to try, with the transmission rod continuous reciprocating motion into axial motion. 6 large and small roller quickly turned up. The gear set also issued a rattling sound. Wooden dolphin, go ask the elder for a jar of grease. Lard and tallow are fine. Bring it quickly. Luo Chong continued to pedal and said, Yes, Chief, I'll get it. Not long after, when the wooden dolphin brought the butter, Luo Chong then stopped, casually took a small piece of wood on the ground, and picked out the butter and smeared it on all the moving parts, such as rollers, gears, drive rods, in short, all the places that would move. After smearing the butter, when Luo Chong pedaled again, the grease quickly lubricated every moving part, and the machine's rotation speed was much faster, and the stability was also improved a lot, and the feeling was not as vibrating as it was at the beginning, and it didn't need to use so much force when it was just started. Chief, is this even good? Wooden Dolphin asked, looking at the whimpering combing machine. Well, there's no problem. Install the feed and discharge plates before it gets dark, and you can use it tomorrow, Luo Chong said after trying the machine for a while. Okay, we'll install it here. That thing is simple. Just plug it in directly with a mortise and tenon. Wooden Dolphin and the apprentice moved at once, and the 2 oblong planks were inserted in the machine, one after the other, and secured by wooden pegs, and the final work was done in a few minutes. The combing machine is completely finished. The time and unknowingly also to about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There are less than 2 hours the sky is going to be dark. Luo Chong took advantage of this time, and immediately issued a new task to the 2 people. Let's make another bench out while it's still dark. A stool? Wooden Dolphin and apprentice both asked in unison. Yes, it's for people to sit on. This thing is simple. A wooden board. Just insert 4 legs. With those scraps you can put one together. Come on, you 2 go find 4 short wooden cubes, each one with more than 40 centimeters long will do, and then find a piece of useless wooden board. 3 centimeters thick will do, Luo Chong explained while giving orders to the 2. The 3 immediately found materials and tools. Luo Chong commanded, and immediately did it again. 4 short sticks, 4 centimeters square, were uniformly sawn to 45 centimeters long, and the board that the apprentice found was a piece of wood left over from making a carbang. 3 centimeters thick, 30 centimeters wide, and half a meter long, which was just the right size. Wooden board with a planer to cut flat, from the bottom with a chisel to open up 4 rectangular holes, for stool legs 2 by 2, also with a short stick inserted up, and then finally sawed the head of the 4 legs into a socket, and punched holes in the board inserted together. All the interfaces are dipped in swim bladder adhesive. The 3 men used half an hour to finish the work. See, this is the stool. A flat surface with 4 legs. If the surface is a little bigger and the legs are a little higher, it is a table. I will take you to do it later. In the future, we all have to sit on the stool, lie down on the table to eat. You can also lie down on the table to write the Chinese characters, and when the future builds a house, every family has to have it. Luo Chong sat on the stool and stepped on the combing machine and said, Need to build that many? Wood Dolphin said in surprise. Yes, each person in the Han tribe should have at least 1 stool, and each family should have at least 1 dining table, and 2 shorter Kong tables, so that in winter when it is cold, they can sit directly on the kong to eat, or sit on the kong to write. It also allows women to sew clothes on the kong. In short, there are many uses, and when the city is built, you will just do it slowly. Chief, does everyone have to learn to write Chinese characters? I think it's so hard to write Chinese characters. Can those of us who work just not learn? Wooden Dolphin scratched his head in embarrassment and said, you can not learn, but I write out the words, you always have to recognize it. And Chinese characters do not learn, okay, but arithmetic always have to learn it. Otherwise in the future, how can I let you build your own things? Do you still want me to teach you by hand? Forget it, wait until the city is built to say it again. In the future, no matter what happens to you, the small children of our tribe is a must to learn. Luo Chong, very speechless, said, I did not expect the Wooden Dolphin will raise the issue of not wanting to study, but education, Luo Chong, is impossible to concede. In the future, all the children of the Han tribe will be forced to enroll in school, and the girls will have to go to school, and the Han tribe will have to engage in compulsory education. This is the way to reserve talent, or wait for the day Luo Chong died of old age. That is, the beginning of the decline of the Han tribe, and Luo Chong will never let their own hard work to lay the foundation back again. The Han civilization needs to be handed down in writing. Then we'll learn it when the city is built. Wooden Dolphin scratched his head again in embarrassment. Ugh, alright, that's it for today. You all go and rest. Luo Chong sighed and said, human life was limited. He still had to find a way to leave more knowledge behind before he could do so. Knowledge was the endless wealth. Luo Chong took that stool and greeted the two clansmen who carried the machine and followed him, until he came to the door of his and Xiodia's grass hut. Before stopping, the machine will be placed there in the open. Wait for tomorrow to build a shed and then find a place to place it. Xiao Dai, who had been shearing alpaca hair for a day, saw Luo Chong return with something strange and immediately ran over to watch curiously. Law Khan, this is the machine you made for rubbing wool. How this thing works? Luo Chong set the stool in front of the machine and pulled Xiao Dai and pressed her to sit on the stool. Yes, this is the machine that rolls the wool. But what comes out is a coarse yarn strip, and you have to roll the coarse yarn strip into a fine yarn again to make it work. Here, you put both feet on these two pedals, both feet back and forth down. Yeah, faster. That's it. Wow, how is this thing spinning? It's spinning so fast. Xiao Dai's 2 feet stomped faster and faster, and the 6 rollers on the machine spun rapidly. Sit still. I'll get you the alpaca wool. Don't touch those spinning rollers with your hands. They'll rub off the skin. Rashan shouted as he ran toward the clothesline where the alpaca wool hung. Chapter 160, Foot Spinning Machine, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Luo Chong quickly ran under the clothesline, and smoothly picked up a large bucket from the side that was used to wash alpaca wool yesterday, stuffed a large bucket full of wool fibers that had been drying for a day and a night, and quickly hugged the bucket and sent it to Xiao Dai. Luo Chong is very excited. This is the first physical test machine. If successful, in a short time he will be able to have underwear to wear. Ahem. Of course it can't be woolen underpants, otherwise it will surely zap the penis to death. Luo Chong designed this combing roving machine, but wool, hemp, cotton, 3 kinds of fibers are universal. Theoretically, as long as you can comb woolen fibers, then cotton and hemp fibers are no problem, so that he will soon be able to wear linen made of quadrangular pants. Luo Chong, quickly teach me how to use this machine. Xiao Dai was still continuously stepping on the 2 pedals, looking very excited. Easy. Come on, I'll show you how to get it. First take a piece of woolen dough over here, then tear it by hand into small clumps on this feeder plate. Get a little more. Form a row, then push it forward. It'll get itself into the rollers. Don't stop, keep pedaling. Luo Chong behind Xiao Dai, holding her 2 hands to follow his own operation, hand in hand to teach Xiao Dai to use this combing machine. A row of fluffy wool along the infeed plate pushed to the front, instantly swallowed by the rollers, with the 6 rollers pulling each other, was still messy wool directly into a strand of wool fibers, and then in the last roller at the thin layer, like a layer of semi-transparent coffee-colored smoke, quickly converge, and then in the edge of the outfeed plate convergence into a finger-thick fluffy wool. That is, the roving. The yarn is also known as roving. Xiao Dai is constantly stepping on the pedal. The drum rotates rapidly, and the yarn strips from the discharge plate continue to emerge. 1, 2, 3, a row of wool balls stuffed in, from the back of the machine out of the 26 wool strips, each strip of 65 centimeters long, a finger thick and thin, and then through the spinning machine stretching to extend, twisted into a fine line. Such a yarn can be spun out of a minimum of 2 or 3 meters long fine wool. An adult alpaca can almost produce about 5 kilograms of wool per shearing, and these wool fibers are processed enough to weave a very long piece of cloth. With all the stuffed wool balls processed, Dai couldn't wait to get to the other side of the machine to see what kind of wool came out of the roll. Wow! That's a lot of furry strips, but it's not even wool. You have to rub it by hand to make it work. Xiao Dai picked up a fluffy strip of yarn and tugged it in her hand, then rolled it into a thin thread with both hands to show Luo Chong. Yes, although it's not wool yet, but it's already made into yarn. Think about it, if you were to let you rub it directly by hand, would you still have to pull the silk out of that pile of wool clumps little by little before you can rub it? And the thread you roll out by hand, it's definitely not as fine. Some parts are thick, some parts break when you tug, right? Luo Chong said as he helped Xiao Dai pull the thread. Yeah, what about that? So you don't still have to rub your hands together? Come on, put these away, let's go eat, and tomorrow I'll make you a spinner for thread rolling. The sun gradually sank into the side of the mountain. Luo Chong snatched down the small butterfly in the hands of the wolf thrown back into the bucket, pulling her and went to eat a bowl of rice. A night without words. The next morning, the day just dawned. Small butterfly from Luo Chang's arms to get up ready to work. From the first experiment last night combing machine, she cannot wait for the next day's dawn. By the time Luo Chong climbed up, Xiao Dai had already stomped the combing machine to a whimpering turn, and a rattan basket made of fine rattan was placed underneath the yarn plate, which was already stacked with half a basket of woolen yarn strips. Looking at Xiodia's excitement, bent on weaving, Luo Chong shook his head, turned around and headed for the carpentry group. Today is another day of carpentry. No, there is still a loom not yet made. It will take a few more days. LOL. Sad day. Work on your panties for your own sake. Hand crank spinning machine. That thing is not difficult. Many old people in the countryside in the past will do. Casually take a used bicycle ring can be converted into a. Luo Chong also wants in the history book to see the evolution of the history of the spinning machine, especially provoked the industrial revolution of the Jenny spinning machine. Its principle is simple. To put it bluntly, a spool is turned by a larger wheel, which turns a strip of fiber by rotating and twisting it into a line, which is then spooled on a horizontal spool. The only difference between the Jenny machine is that it is a large wheel-driven 8 spools, and the spools of the Jenny machine, that is, spindles, are placed vertically, so the efficiency of the Jenny machine has increased exponentially, and has been developed to later. People have even studied a Jenny machine 5.0 upgraded version of a wheel driven by 80 spindles. Simply heartbreaking, but Luo Chong is not ready to directly get out of the Jenny machine. The first is because he himself has never built a spinning machine, only theoretical knowledge, no practical experience. The second is that the Han tribe now simply cannot use so much spinning machine, so that's not right. Is the alpaca wool production is limited. But wait for the future of the rubbing of hemp thread when we have to use the multi-spindle spinning machine. It is now better to first put a spindle to play to understand say it. Based on yesterday's experience of making a combing machine, this time Luo Chong designed a single-shaft spinning machine with a foot-operated drive rod as well. Since the work is done while sitting on a stool, the bottom bracket of the spinning machine is relatively high, so that space can be left for installing the drive rod as well. The four-legged stand looks like a stool, but this one has no stool surface, and only a 4-square frame on top to hold the wheels. The wheels need to be rebuilt, but it's simple. It's just a drive wheel, not meant to be put on the ground to carry weight, so it doesn't need to be very sturdy. The large wheel is 60 centimeters in diameter, directly supported by 12 arrow shafts. The width of the wheel is only 3 centimeters. The rim is spliced with 4 sections of baked-in bent oak, and there is also a line groove less than a centimeter wide on the outer surface of the rim. That is reserved for the set of drive belts. The thickness of the small flywheel is 2 centimeters. The diameter is only 8 centimeters. If you subtract the belt groove carved on it, the diameter may be a little smaller, so that a large and a small 2 wheels set together, that the big wheel to turn around. The small flywheel may really turn to fly. The speed is very fast. Transmission of the belt with the cowhide. First with scissors along the outer edge of the cowhide cut down a circle of a centimeter wide strip of leather, and then the strip of leather around a fixed wooden stick to pull back and forth. You can stretch the strip of leather. Narrow, straight, and finally according to the actual length of the truncation of the length of the actual need, and then glue the joints glued together on the line. And the front and back sides of the cowhide are smooth on one side and rough on the other. Putting the rough side on the wheel can increase the friction between the two, so that the transmission can get a better effect and not easy to slip. Just as Luo Chong was selling pimps, another woman who was fishing by the river came to report, "Chief, that chestnut tribe is here again. They carried over 2 trees, and a party of women with baskets on their backs, and are now waiting on the bridge. Shall we let them come?" "Oh, came pretty fast. Let them come over. Call a team of warriors and bring them directly to the city side." Luo Chong looked in the direction of the wooden bridge with his hand on the cooler. "Yes, Chief." That woman from the fishing team immediately led the order. Chapter 161, The Return of the Great Mouse, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. Maurice and his party of nearly 30 were brought to the city. 10 of the men together carrying 2 trees, to which they had tied 2 sticks, suspended by ropes, and carried them as if in a palanquin, while the remaining 20 women each carried a packet of oleaginous seeds in a rattan basket or on an animal skin. Luo Chong also put down the work in his hands and turned around to go to the city. The transaction would have to be done by himself. While walking on the road, Luo Chong again asked the clansmen around him to bring a few large wooden barrels that were used to contain the oil-tongue seeds. The price that had been agreed upon with the chestnut tribe before was to fill a barrel of oil-tongue seeds, that is, 100 liters in volume, which could be exchanged for a large bowl of white salt. Chief Han, we've come to give you the trees, and those poisonous fruits you asked for, and we hope you'll give us some pottery in exchange for some white salt as promised. Mao Li waited in the city for a while, and when he saw Luo Chong coming over, he immediately went up to mention the trade to Luo Chong. Of course, I never tell lies, and as long as you send me what I want, I'm sure I'll give you a replacement. Luo Chong spoke as he came to the clansmen of the chestnut tribe, inspecting the things they had sent. 2 small trees as thick as an arm, about 4 or 5 meters in height. The roots were indeed wrapped in animal skins according to Luo Chang's request, and with the roots and soil almost as big as a backpack basket. The straight trunk was wrapped in a grayish-white layer of smooth bark, and the ovoid crown was not repaired at all. The branches above were covered with 3 large pointed leaves, and buds that had just sprung up, except that the roots had been cut off, and after 2 days' continuous travel, the leaves and buds had wilted, but still they could be recognized at once as tongue trees. Women put on the ground in the basket, loaded with black oil tongue seeds, a nearly 2 soybeans so big. This thing Luo Chong has not seen what exactly looks like, but he has a way to confirm. From the road to transport bricks on the ox cart pulled out 2 slabs of bricks, put one of them on the ground, and then set a greasewood seed. With the other brick smashed flat and crushed, was crushed greasewood seed immediately released a similar flavor of paint. That is the unique odor of tongue oil, but not as pungent as paint, and the smell of tongue oil is non-toxic. Even if the freshly painted furniture in the house will not be harmful to health, only some people do not like the tongue oil smell. At this time to smell this is not good smell. Luo Chong but very happy. He did not guess wrong. The chestnut tribe did not fool him. This is what he wanted, the oil tree seeds. The things are all right. Now we can trade. First pour all your oleaginous seeds into the barrels. Let's see how many there are first. Luo Chong rate inspected the goods first, then started to greet them over the count. All right, no problem. You guys go. Pour all those poisonous fruits into that big wooden barrel. Hearing Luo Chang's words, Mao Li also immediately commanded his clan to work. Their backpacks were not small, and it basically took no more than 3 baskets of oleaginous seeds to fill a large 100-liter barrel, and by the time they had emptied all of them, the 20 people carrying all of these tree seeds had only filled 7.5 barrels, and the 8th barrel was only most of the way to the top. Not full. Luo Chong swept through with a glance and already had a number in his mind, so he said to Mao Li, a bucket of tree seeds, a big bowl of white salt. A tree is also a big bowl of white salt. You bring 2 trees, less than 8 buckets of tree seeds. You can change 9.5 bowls of white salt. Do you change all of them into white salt or part of the pottery? If you change the pottery, this bucket of tree seeds can be changed into a pottery pot, or 2 pottery bowls. You see what you want. This. Mori broke his fingers to calculate addition and subtraction within 10, frowning and mouthing the words, as if he was considering just how much was the right amount of stuff to replace. We want 4 bowls of white salt, 5 clay pots, and 2 smaller kind of clay bowls. Is it okay to exchange like this? Mao Li said, unclipping a very long snakeskin bag from his waist and handing it to Luo Chong, obviously prepared. Of course there's no problem. Come on man. Load them with salt, let him watch the loading, and bring 5 clay pots and 2 small bowls for them. Luo Chong handed the snakeskin bag to the warrior next to him, arranging for them to get the stuff in the meantime. Not a moment later, a few people Han tribal clansmen brought over the things needed. There are 2 people carried half a bucket of salt, in front of Mori's face to give him 4 big bowls. Mori is still uneasy to pinch a little taste, but clansmen do not care. This thing lets you let go of the food, and how much you can eat. Chief Han, do you guys want these seeds and trees again next time? Mao Li waited to fill the white salt, 4 big bowls of almost 20 pounds, all carried by himself, then asked Luo Chong again. Of course, whether it's tree seeds or trees, we want them all, as many as we can get. You don't have to worry about whether I can run out here, as long as you can send them in. I'm sure I'll have something to give you in exchange, and won't let you guys suffer for nothing. Luo Chong replied in the affirmative. Naturally more of this stuff is better. That's good. I'll send you another batch in a few days. Then we'll leave first. See you next time. After the deal was over, Mao Li immediately wanted to go home. He had brought so many people out for 2 days. Going back was still a 2-day journey. It was too long for him to feel a little uneasy. Wait a minute, Chief Han. Is there anything else? Oh, I'm telling you guys that the next time you send a tree over, you can cut off those branches and just leave a few main trunks. You don't need to bring so many leaves over, so that it's better for you to walk. Luo Chong pointed to the position of the crowns of those two small trees and explained to them. Oh, so that's how it is. That's really great. You can cut down so much and save a lot of labor on the road. In that case, it only takes 2 men to move a tree. And next time, we'll be able to trade for a few more pots and pans. Thanks to you, the Han tribe and us, the Chestnut tribe, will be the best of friends. Hearing Luo Chang's instructions, Molly was happy to give Luo Chong a salute while saying goodbye. Luo Chong, on the other hand, nodded lightly. In fact, he let Molly cut down the crown of the tree, just afraid that those leaves would consume more water on the way. Anyway, what does it matter if they can grow again after transplanting? The Chestnut tribe's team crossed the creek again and went home, while Luo Chong immediately looked for 2 locations where trees could be planted on the planned main road in the city, had a pit dug to bury the trees, and then used a few sticks as supports to hold the trees upright, hoping that the trees wouldn't be blown down by the wind because of their unstable standing roots. 2 tung trees were planted, 7 or 8 barrels of oil tung seeds were temporarily sealed, and now Luo Chong does not have time to mess with the oil extraction, or first make half of the spinning machine is better. However, when Luo Chong had just returned to the carpentry group, another clan member who reported a message came behind him. Chief, what again? Captain Mouse has returned with the party that went to attack the Fire Tribe, half a day's journey from here, and they sent a deer-riding warrior back early to report. What? So soon? Bring that warrior over here and I'll take a look. Chapter 162. The new machine is beginning to begin, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. Not a moment later, the warrior who came to report was brought to Luo Chang's face. He was the original member of the Black Rat Tribe, often followed by Rat Da's side, Rat Mountain. In the past, every time the Black Rat Tribe and the Han Tribe came into contact, Rat Da took him with him, and was one of Rat Da's few beloved ones. Chief, Mousy Mountain knelt on one knee with both hands clasped in a military general's salute. Well, get up and answer back. Yes, what did Mouse Dao tell you to say, and how is the situation of this battle? Luo Chong asked directly. Back to the chief. When we arrived at the Fire Tribe, they still had 45 adult men. It happened to be night, so the captain led us in a direct night attack on the Fire Tribe camp. We killed 2 people in battle, and a few more were slightly injured. All the adult men of the Fire Tribe were killed, and the women and children of the Fire Tribe totaled more than 200 people, who had been brought back to us in their entirety. But those women and children died 40 to 50 on the way, Mouse Mountain reported, his voice lowering a bit as he said the latter, like he was afraid that Luo Chong would blame them. So many dead? It's all caught up to a small tribe. Right. How did those dozens of people die? Luo Chong asked flatly, unable to hear whether he was happy or angry in his tone. A big half of those women in the Fire Tribe are pregnant with cubs. Those women who died are the 27 pregnant women. There are those who died from hemorrhaging in their lower bodies. There are those who died from fever all over their bodies. There are also those who died from exhaustion from walking. And the rest of them are children. There are those who died of high fever and those who died from vomiting and diarrhea pulling themselves to their death. And the captain of those who died allowed us to bury them along the road. Mouse Mountain again rushed to one knee and answered. Alas. All right, you get up. Go and change a horned deer. Now you go back and tell Mouse not to hurry too much. Just get to the tribe before sunset today. Don't let those people walk too much. We'll make arrangements for shelter and food in the tribe. Luo Chong sighed deeply. He didn't blame Mouse De. He just somewhat lamented the fate of these people, and the difficulty of surviving in this broken world. A fever can kill a person. This is probably the most unwilling way to die. Yes, Chief. Mouse Mountain took his orders and retired, turning to change his horned deer, and without rest went back to report to Mouse De. After the Rat Mountain left, Luo Chong called the elders and the Rat Witch. Let them both gather the collection team to build the grass hut. The location is set in the perimeter of the previous grass hut group. According to 10 people a grass hut, still need to build another 120, but the pointed grass hut to build up is also simple. A few hundred people work together, should be able to build out before nightfall. The women of the collection team from the logging team to bring back the pile of firewood and grass, picking out some arms thick long branches to build the skeleton of the grass hut, and get some thatch and tree branches and leaves on top, and some directly paste a layer of bark, a variety of what kind of all, to give full play to their creativity. Arranging the matter of welcoming the new clansmen, Luo Chong once again returned to the carpentry group. Now there were still most of the day before dark. Today must make the spinning machine. The 3 people are divided into a clear division of labor. The apprentice to make the bracket, wood dolphin fiddling with the 2 wheels, the transmission device and the part of the spool of thread under the responsibility of Luo Chong. The wheel of the cowhide drive belt is already good. The transmission rod is no problem. That thing is just a few wooden strips. The most core of the technology is the crankshaft and the yarn spindle. That is, the spool of thread. The spools must be movable because they need to be changed often and in large quantities, so the simpler the spools are made, the better. The material chosen is the branch of the tongue tree, which is still sawed from the 2 new trees today. And as for why the tongue tree branch is used, that can only be explained by coincidence. The first point is because the wood of the tongue tree is relatively straight and light. The second and most important point is that the center of the tongue tree branches is empty, which is simply a natural material for making spools of thread. Comes with the drilling effect ask you to convince. But that hole is not very big. The hollow inside is just about the same diameter as a pencil lead, and it needs to be enlarged again with a hand drill. But this is already rare. After all, the wood of the tongue tree is not strong. It's easy to drill, and the hollow that comes with the hole inside also allows the hole to stay oriented when drilling, and it's not easy to drill crookedly. Then there is the rapid growth of the tongue tree. Can supply a large number. Do not have to worry about no material to use. Only this time sawed down 2 crowns. Can be directly processed into spools of material is enough to do a few hundred. After all, spools of only a small section of wood pipe. Of course, if there is a bamboo, this kind of all-purpose material would be even better. But unfortunately there is no. A simple spool of thread is completed by inserting round thin baffles into the ends of the drilled tonguewood tubes and gluing them in place with fish bladder glue. This spinning machine work, the bobbin is fixed. Used to wind the line is affixed in the small flywheel side of the U-type bobbin winder. When the small flywheel rotation, the bobbin winder will be the wool fibers quickly rotated into a fine line around the bobbin. The entire small flywheel, the bobbin winder, spindle, arranged in a longitudinal direction in the common where in a hollow shaft. The spindle and the shaft do not move, and it all depends on the small flywheel and the bobbin winder to work. The winder is sawn from oak boards, and the 2 winder arms have sawed out rows of wire slots, which are then sanded smooth for hanging wires on. Another 3 hours had passed, and the drive wheel was mounted on a stand, and on top of the drive wheel was threaded a crankshaft made of oak, like that of a hand-cranked engine, with the end of the crank connected to the foot drive lever. But this spinning machine had only 1 pedal, and it was possible to keep it at work with 1 foot. The small flywheel and the winder are also installed. The spindle is movable. When used and then inserted on the line, Luo Chong stepped on the pedal to try. The drive wheel is very smooth. There is no problem. And now only need to drive the belt on a large and a small set of 2 wheels on the line. Alright, I'll take care of the rest of this spinning machine myself. You 2 make a few more stools out as you did yesterday, and then make some more spools of thread as I did just now, and leave the rest for now. Luo Chong looked at the basically completed spinning machine and said to the 2. So, Chief, how many more stools to make? If you can make a few, make a few. Don't have to be all the same size, just pick some offcuts to use. You 2 1 for the stool, 1 for the spool. The spool will be made according to 1 size. This must be the same. I'll leave you 1 as a sample. How many can be made before nightfall is how many? Luo Chong thought for a moment and put down another spool of thread to leave for them. Yes, Chief, the 2 responded in unison. Luo Chong is waving his hand, carrying the spinning machine just done to send to the small butterfly. This jerry-built machine, in addition to a frame, is a big wheel. The whole machine is not as heavy as 2 solid wood stools a person can carry away. When Luo Chong came to the side of the small butterfly, this silly girl is still constantly stepping on the combing machine pedal, head wearing a bucket hat bought at the spring meeting, 2 small hands tearing the wool ball to the machine. Next to the processing out of the roving strips already have 5 or 6 baskets of more. Can be called a model of labor. Seeing Luo Chong move another new machine, I finally stopped and stood up to stretch. Luo Chong, is this the kind of spinning machine that you said can rub thread? How to use it? I've been getting furry strips for a day, and I haven't rubbed any thread at all. I'm just waiting for your machine. Quickly let me try it. Little butterfly complained with Luo Chong, but in terms of the enthusiasm to try the machine, it was not low at all. Please recommend. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for comments. Ask for rolled and heart. If it is convenient, and then a reward would be better. Thank you for your support. Chapter 163, The Giant Goose Falls, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Luo Chong just put down the spinning machine. Small butterfly carried a small bench to the front of the spinning machine. Saw that there is also a pedal underneath, so the uneducated stepped on it. The right side of the machine drive wheel also turned up quickly. Luo Chong, how does this work? Can you just use this wheel to rub wool? What's your hurry? I haven't loaded the belt yet. Stay put. Wait for me a while. I'll get the butter. Luo Chong put the machine down, and went to fetch the butter and the belt, and oiled the machine again under the watchful eye of Xiao Dai. and then put the glued belt loops on the two wheels, and inserted a spool of thread at the back of the little flywheel, and the preparations were completed. You pedal first. Lubricate the machine. I'll go and carry the woolen strips for you. Luochang let Xiao Dai step on the pedal first, and immediately carried over 2 baskets of coarse yarn strips himself. This spinning machine looks so simple, much smaller than that combing machine for rubbing wool strips, with only 2 wheels. Xiao Dai stepped on the pedal while observing the new machine. Come, let's both roll a piece of wool out first. This machine needs a lead. Luochang took a strip of wool and greeted Xiao Dai. Leads? Yes, it's for wiring. You have to leave a wire on it to connect the woolen strips to, but this is a new machine. Isn't there one on it yet? Come on, I'll pull it and you rub it. Oh, Xiao Dai skillfully rolled the yarn. The 1-finger thick yarn quickly grew longer and thinner between her palms, and soon rolled more than a meter long. Okay, that's enough. Just a little bit. Watch how I thread it. You have to remember that. From now on it's just you threading it yourself. Humph, just let you wear it for me. Xiao Dai pretended to be unhappy and twisted her head away, but still looked at Luochang with the rest of her eyes. Alright, turn your head over. Don't your eyes hurt if you squint? Luochang picked Xiao Dai's chin and twisted her face over. Watch this. While his mouth was talking, Luochang's 2 hands didn't stop, threading a section of the woolen thread he had just rolled through the hollow shaft of the small flywheel before pulling the thread to the winder and jamming it into one of the center slots, and finally tying the end of the thread to the spool. Alright, you pull the remaining section, then start stepping on the treadle. Once the wheel spins up, you can spin the thread. Luochang threaded the thread and came back behind Xiao Dai and started directing it. Gada! As the pedals rose and fell back and forth, the drive wheel whined and spun, and the small flywheel, driven by the belt loop, spun rapidly at dozens of times the speed of the drive wheel, which drove the winder around the spool of thread. As the thread was tied to the spool and could not be moved, the passively rotating wool could only be wound around the spool, and the half of the wool yarn strip in Xiao Dia's hand was instantly straightened and taut, and the wool yarn strip was constantly being drawn out from Xiao Dia's fingers, becoming more and more thin and longer, and then constantly rotating, and finally all of them were rolled up onto the spool. Wow! You can really roll your own thread. It's so fast. I can roll a good one by hand. This spinning machine can roll many. Xiao Dai looked at the constantly molding wool and exclaimed excitedly. No, it's not several. It's one. A very, very long one. Quick, hurry up and attach another skein. This one's going to run out. Luochang reminded from behind. How do I catch it? Do I have to rub it out and tie it on too? What should I do? Xiao Dai looked at the yarn in her hand to be gone and panicked for help. Easy. Just slow down a bit. Don't put your foot down so fast. I'll teach you. Luochang took out another piece of yarn from the large basket next to him, pulled out some of the hair fibers from one end, and then approached Xiao Dia's hand to pull that thread. The hair fibers as fine as silk were quickly wrapped around the rotating thread, and then merged into one, turning into a single thread that continued to be swallowed up by the bobbin winder. Wow! This also works. Oh, the link doesn't even need to be typed. It becomes one by itself. How is this connected? Xiao Dai looked at the seamlessly connected wool in surprise, with a dazed look. Oh, it rolled on by itself. Don't you feel the line in your hand spinning all the time? Luochang said as he hugged Xiao Dai's waist from behind. Hey, so once it goes straight up like that, does it never break? Well, theoretically this is the case, but rolled a good line behind the back cannot be put when you have to change the spool, when you have to cut the line to do. See the back of this spool, is not the top of the line is more and more wrapped more and more. Those who rolled a good line there, and so on this spool wrapped up after the spool. You have to cut the line to change the spool. Luochang pointed to the back of the bobbin winder and said. Xiao Dai with a smile on her face picked up another piece of saran wrap from the side and connected it, as if she had gotten some fun toy. She kept on emitting silver bell-like laughter. Luochang, you're really good. Moo-ah. Xiao Dai had just connected the fourth sash and twisted her head to barf on Luochang's face. Humph. I have something even more awesome. When I finish the loom you'll know what's awesome. This spinning machine is too simple. Luochang put his chin on Xiao Dai's shoulder, proudly blowing awesome. Then when are you going to make the loom? The machine you made is so good. I can't wait to weave the woolen cloth. When I show the woven woolen cloth to Aum, she definitely won't be able to imagine how it was made. While spinning the wool, Xiao Dai envisioned the future when the woolen cloth was ready and she would show it off in front of Aum. This may need to wait a few days. The loom is not a small thing. Then these two machines can be much bigger. Not a day or two can be done. You first spinning wool. Yarn no more continue to cut alpaca hair. If you don't want to cut, I will send a person to help you to cut. You sit here every day to spinning on the line. I guarantee that. In that more than 30 alpaca you shear bald before give you the loom made out. So okay, loom made, is that alright? Well, then you hurry up and make it. This spinning machine rubs threads very quickly. If you haven't made it by the time I've finished spinning all the threads, you won't be allowed to hug me in bed at night, Xiao Dai said warningly. Ha, who was the one who burrowed herself into my arms at night and didn't let me hold her? Luo Chong picked Xiao Dai's chin to look at himself. Humph, you're not allowed to say it. Ignoring you. Xiao Dai blushed and twisted her head away, breaking away from Luo Chang's fingers. Luo Chong also let go of Xiao Dai and just sat on the grass aside to watch her spinning, passing her strips of yarn from time to time. The sideways evening spring breeze gently brushed across the rice paddies, bringing a damp, earthy scent. And ancient giant geese, growing larger than dandelion cranes, lined up in the sky and flew past, letting out a high-pitched goose call. ****. Just as Luo Chong was enjoying this peaceful life of a man farming and a woman weaving, the geese in the sky suddenly let out a few miserable cries before a few giant geese crashed down. Who shot the arrow? Chief, it's Moustav who's back. Chapter 164, A New Mission, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. *********. This dam is trying to rebel or what? Actually dare to release arrows in the settlement. Luo Chong cursed in his heart, still sitting in place without moving. They're back. Aren't you going over to take a look? Xiao Dai asked Luo Chong while spinning yarn. No go. I am the chief. He should come over to see me himself, not me to see him. Luo Chong faced the paddy field. His face couldn't be seen whether he was happy or angry, and said faintly, he knows very well in his heart, the rat big that guy will not rebel, not because he does not have the courage, but because he is not capable. If he can do half of Luo Chong, perhaps in the first place would not have been forced to join the Han tribe, and now want him to go out and make his own way. He certainly cannot reach the level of the Han tribe now, unless he could pull half of all the technicians of the Han tribe, but that was simply impossible. Those group leaders were not lower than him. Who would listen to him? And those technicians could be said to be Luo Chang's disciples. The techniques they mastered were all imparted by Luo Chong, so Luo Chang's prestige in the hearts of the clansmen, that was something that no one could shake. Of course, there was another simple method, which was to kill Luo Chong and take his place. But after seeing Luo Chang's ability to open up mountains, Mausta had already enshrined Luo Chong as a godlike being, and man was doomed to be unable to fight against a god. Even if the rat big really hot head moved want to rebel ideas, then he can only fail to end. Luo Chong arranged in his side of the beast's teeth as not eat dry rice. As Luo Chong thought, Mausta didn't have any idea of rebellion. They also shot a lot of birds and animals on the road these days to supplement their food. This time they happened to see so many giant geese. They also couldn't bear to waste the opportunity. And then there was also the idea of showing their ability in front of Luo Chong, hoping to get Luo Chang's affirmation as a chief. Mausta always felt that Luo Chong trusted Big Tree a little bit more, and he knew that it was because he was later on so he had always tried to perform. After waiting for not too long, the rat big has led a large troop to the settlement. The rat witch and the elders have long been ready to receive. Spent most of the day to build the grass hut collection team of women, each dispersed to lead those new women and children to distribute the grass hut, as well as some daily necessities, such as ceramic pots, ceramic bowls. Rat big, beast tooth, and blood slaughter also brought their warriors to Luo Chong to resume their orders. Chief, we're back. Mausta knelt on one knee in front of Luo Chong, clasped his hands and led the salute. The beast tooth and blood slaughter on the side followed closely, while the rest of those warriors didn't move. The weapons they were holding were too long and inconvenient. Luo Chong stood up and patted his ass, taking 2 steps forward to hold Mouse's big hugging arm and pull him up. I saw all those people. You did your job well, traveling all that way to bring them back and taking 2 of our people with you. Hard work. It's not hard, as long as the chief has an order. No matter how hard it is, even if I die, I will finish the mission before I die. Hearing Luo Chang's praise and affirmation, Rat D immediately expressed his loyalty. You are so capable, how could I let you die? Let the warriors go and rest first. After traveling so far, you must all be tired. There is no more mission today. All go back to eat and sleep. Tomorrow I will arrange things for you to do. Luo Chong patted Mouse Da's shoulder and said, Yes, chief, that who? Mouse Mountain. Bring the giant goose you just shot over to the chief. Mouse Da hurriedly responded. And then he was about to offer Luo Chong the giant goose he had just shot down again. No need. Slaughter it and give it to the warriors to eat. You all must not have eaten well on this journey. All of you go and cook some soup today. Just send those feathers to the carpentry team. Keep them for them to make feather arrows. Luo Chong waved his hand and refused. Yes, thank you chief. It was soon dark. Bonfires were lit everywhere in the Han tribe settlement, and the newcomers and the old men ate dinner together. A hearty dinner. and for the first time those fire tribe women ate savory broth, which had never been eaten before, either in the fire tribe or in their former tribes. Today's main course was fish. That was the fish that the fishing team had salvaged and not eaten up these days, and had previously been stored in the small fishing pond that Luochong had allowed to be dug. And now when the population of the tribe had skyrocketed, these reserves of food had finally been put to use. At dinner time, Yu Fu, who had gone out for a day of hunting, also noticed the Han tribe's abnormality, as if there were a bit too many people eating today. As a result, after staying in the Han tribe to help cultivate the fields of those clansmen, only to know that the Han tribe has nearly doubled the population. This news will be shocked by the Yu Fu. This Han chief expansion speed is too fast. Right, do not be so crazy. Yu Fu immediately ended the bowl and went to find the Luochong, asked the specific situation. As a result, when Yu Fu came to Luochong, before he could speak, a man beside Luochong caught his attention. Blood slaughter? Why are you here? I thought you weren't coming? Do you and Chief Han know each other? Yu Fu was surprised and burst out a series of questions. Oh, I'm now a clan member of the Han tribe. I didn't want to join the tribe you mentioned before, but I followed the Fire Tribe's team but I found my way here, and Chief Han promised to help me take revenge, so I joined the Han tribe. I didn't think that the tribe you mentioned was the Han tribe at first, but the Han tribe can be a lot more than the 300 people you mentioned, Blood Slaughter said as he took a sip of broth and wiped his mouth. Hearing Blood Butcher's explanation, Yu Fu was even more shocked. You mean Chief Han promised to help you take revenge? So you went to attack the Fire Tribe? And you even won? Then those women and children, who are new today. Yeah, we beat the Fire Tribe. Their men have been killed by us, and those women and children are the ones we brought back from the Fire Tribe, Blood Slaughter said with a big grin. That's really congratulations for you guys. You finally got your revenge this time. And the Han tribe's population has increased by that much. Yu Fu was first shocked for a moment, then immediately congratulated again with a smile on his face. Blood Slaughter hemmed and hawed and laughed nervously for a few moments as he continued to chow down on his food, while Luochong beckoned to Yu Fu. Sit down and eat something together? No need. Chief Han, your tribe is growing so fast. I also want to take my tribe out to have a look earlier. In the past few days I have already found a road to the east of the creek that can be used for ox carts. Just waiting for your ox carts to be finished. I don't know how much longer it will take to get it done. Yu Fu waved his hand and asked about the thing he was most concerned about. It'll be done soon. There are dozens of men working every day now just to make that bullock cart for you. The frame and wheels are done, but I may not be able to give you the same for that shed up there. We used a beast skin shed on top of that vehicle before, but I don't have that many unused beast skins right now. I'll have the craftsman get the brackets out for you, and if you guys have any extra beast skins you can also cover yourselves on top of it, or build a grass shed as well. So you see it's okay, right? Luochong responded. No problem. No problem. Animal skins we can think of our own way. This is no need for Chief Han to bother. As long as the ox cart is the same as the previous one, it doesn't matter if there is a shed or not. Yu Fu quickly waved his hand and said, he now does not dare to play a big game in front of Luochong. The number of people he brought to Han tribe, and the number Luochong absorbed in by himself, simply can't be compared. Well, that's good, but since you're going to the east bank of the little river, I also have a new mission to trade with you. The location of the mission is on the east side of the river. I don't know if you're interested? Luochong continued. Oh, what mission? Chapter 165 Arrangements by various parties, request for tickets and subscriptions. Help me find some things. I know there are a lot of grass-eating horned beasts in the east of the river. If you can discover the location of these horned beasts you can come back and tell me. And also, if you can get it, I want some cow horns and tendons, and the cowhide can be gotten over as well. Then there's finding plants that you can eat, the kind of round fruits that grow on vine manes, or the big leafy plants that grow on the ground. And if those aren't available, the roots of plants in the dirt that you can eat are fine. Bring these things to me. It's best if you can get them alive. Dig them directly out of the soil, and then put them directly into the pottery with the plant and the soil. It would be even better if you can get the seeds that are born on them, but the plants usually bear seeds until fall, so they might not be available right now. Luochong gave Yu Fu an explanation of what he wanted. Those plants are fine, but those horned beasts can't be brought back even if I find them, and trying to get their horns and tendons will be even more of a struggle, so it looks like I'll just have to look for their location and come back to tell you, Yu Fu said with difficulty. No, that's not necessarily true. It's not like we're the only Han tribe that raises wild beasts. In case if you come across a tribe that raises wild beasts as well, you can find a way to trade some with them. Isn't that something Yu tribe specializes in? Luochong reminded. Well, that's right, but even if we do have it, what should we trade for it? I'm afraid that people won't see what we have. Yu Fu continued to raise questions. You don't have to worry about that. When you leave, I'll give you a bucket of white salt. Part of it will be the payment for you traveling tribes to help me plow the land in the past few days, and the rest will be counted as what I'll give you to use for trading with other tribes. You can take this white salt and never come back, but you'll never be able to exchange it for anything in the Han tribe ever again, and if I find out where you are, I'll have our warriors exterminate your Yukai tribe, and you know how easy that is. Luo Chong first promised to give Yu Fu some benefits, then before he could be happy, he immediately poured a pot of ice water on him. A stern warning and threat that froze the smile on Yu Fu's face for a few moments. Oh, how could that be? Our Yu tribe and Han tribe are eternal friends. Please rest assured, as long as we have these white salts, if I see something good, I'll surely change it back for you. Do you have anything else to explain? Yu Fu immediately squeezed out a hard smile and said with forced composure, oh, by the way, if you see a green, long, round, smooth tree with a trunk that is one section and hollow inside, tell me the location of that kind of tree and bring me back one, and I'll give you a reward for that. 2. Also, if you come across a tribe that raises wild beasts, if you see that kind of animal with long hair on its body, such as the alpacas of our tribe, you can change some live ones over to me, both males and females, and the smaller ones, the kind that haven't grown up yet. Luo Chong suddenly remembered the bamboo and hair fiber again, so he delivered 2 more sentences. Alright, if I can come across it, I'll definitely get it for you. Then I'll leave first, we'll set off when the ox cart is made. Seeing that Luo Chong had finished delivering his instructions, Yu Fu got up with his bowl and said goodbye. Aha! Luo Chong nodded and answered. When the next morning came, Yu Fu led another hunting trip to the east bank of the creek, while Luo Chong went to the carpentry group to see the progress of the ox cart construction. The main body of the car has been built, or with the 4 wheels plus steering wheel structure. Now barrels are taking people to build the car bang and bucket parts, and then a day will be able to assemble. Luo Chong praised a few words. Let them continue to work. The 2 men, the wood dolphin and the apprentice on the side, were still waiting for Luo Chong to teach them to make a new machine, but there were many things to do today, and Luo Chong had no intention of working as a carpenter for another day. Let's not make a new machine today. You 2 follow yesterday's process again and make an identical spinning machine out. If you can't run out of time, make more spools. That thing is not afraid of more. Just make as many materials as you have. And also, the stools can also be made more. Luo Chong arranged to the 2 of them. Yes, chief. After arranging this, Luo Chong went to see the 2 apprentices who made ladders. The 10 ladders that Luo Chong had asked them to make a few days ago had already been completed, and the 2 started making new ladders. Luo Chong drew up a ladder, although all the scraps are made, but with solid wood, riveted jacks do a good job. After all, this is the simplest straight jacks. The ladder is 70 centimeters wide at the base, 50 centimeters wide at the top, and 7 meters high, with 1 crossbar every 30 centimeters, and all the joints are reinforced with fish bladder adhesive, which is of excellent quality. Luo Chong called a few of his clansmen to carry all these ladders to the building site, ready to be used today when they put the beams on the roof of the house, and then went alone to the grass hut area of the settlement to check on the women and children who had newly arrived yesterday. 500 or so women, 300 to pregnant women, more than 700 small boys. Luo Chong one by one to give them a check. The body has traumatic injuries, first with warm water to clean the wounds, and then with the snake tribe to exchange for trauma medicine to their injuries. Most of the foot walking too much to be abraded, and there are also some abrasions and other small injuries. There are women and children with diarrhea and fever. Isolated treatment. Each person issued a few animal skins, covered with sweat. Drink more light salt water, and nothing else for the time being. For those women who are pregnant, those who are too old to move around will stay in the settlement to look after the children. Those who can weave straw shoes and rattan baskets will stay in the settlement to work, and those who are too stupid can help to roll a rope or something else. Those who are a little younger can still move around. Firstly, to take care of the children, and secondly, to help to handle the food, or to dry the hides of the animals, and to help to cook and other simple work. Those women who didn't get pregnant were partly placed into the gathering team, others went to the fishing team, others helped fetch water at the construction site, and there were even a few girls who had just reached adulthood to help Shaodai shear alpaca wool and do the work of washing wool. The feral girls, who usually helped feed the rabbits, often gathered around Dee to watch her spinning thread on her magical machine. After the women were settled, Luo Chong turned his head to arrange those warriors who had just returned yesterday. Soldiers, everyone's face is full of smiles. Went out for half a month. People also vegetarian half a month. Are newly married young. Last night back and cannot help but make out with their women. Today one of them are refreshed look. Since so happy, Luo Chong is not polite. Directly arranged for them to do the hard work. 90 adult men were all pulled to the center of the city, each with a tool, shovel, rake, pottery mill, and then allocate a few oxen. All go to repair the square to go. Chapter 166, Going up to the house, begging for tickets and subscriptions. Luo Chong chose the site of the city was originally the open land in front of the cave. This is between the mountains and forests, but the terrain is very flat. It is not difficult to build a square. Basically do not need to how to level, as long as the debris on it is cleaned up, and then compacted with ceramic mills can be. Dozens of people to divide the work. There are digging plant roots. There are also clear weeds. There are also holding a rake in the back to level the ground. The last one holding the oxen with pottery crushed once. There is not too flat. Followed by 2 more people at any time to fill in the soil. This again is just the initial hole. And so when laying bricks have to come again in detail. Now there is no need to be so fine. Luo Chong guided there for a while no matter. Directly turn around and go to the construction site of the house. The ladder had just been sent to the site. And the materials for the roof were ready after a few days. So it was time to add a cover to the house. Chief. Several members of the Shui clan's construction team came before Luo Chong. Well, things are ready. Right. Now set up the ladder on the wall. One person goes up on top of each room hill. To ride on the wall to be careful of falling off. Luo Chong commanded to such people. Yes. With an answer. The clansmen set up a long ladder on the wall and climbed up. Although it is the first time to use the ladder this kind of tool. But from their hands cannot see a bit of raw. Ladder this thing can be better than the tree to climb a lot. And these primitive people will not climb the tree is really rare. To know in the jungle hunting. In case of encountering very fierce beasts. Then climb the tree is the fastest means of life. These adult males, really few will not climb the tree. 4 people went up to the 4 walls, and Luo Chong commanded from the ground, and had the prepared round logs, the same logs that were used as the purlins, lin, of the house, tied with ropes at both ends, and then threw the other ends of the ropes to the people on the walls, so that they could pull them upward, while the people below stepped on the ladders to hold them upward. After pulling it up, after putting it in the designated position left out in advance, then loosen the rope. Draw out the short axe inserted in the back of the waist, cut the place in contact with the bricks flat, to prevent the log from rolling, towards the side below the slope and then padded with broken bricks to block it, to prevent the log from rolling downward, and then finally muddy the joints. In this way, the clansmen shouted the call 1, 2, 3, step up and set up a log on all 4 walls. There were a lot of logs, one for a distance of half a meter, plus the diameter of the logs was originally 20 centimeters. And the distance between 2 logs was about 30 centimeters. This density is great. The roof is definitely strong enough, although a bit of a waste, right, but the Han tribe is surrounded by mountains and forests. Everything is lacking, just not lack of trees, just a little bit of manpower, and do not need to spend money, do not use for nothing. When the logs were all secured, the work below was less tiring, and the straw handles sent over from the gathering party were thrown up on the roof one by one, and then laid across the logs. So closely that there was not the slightest gap. Grass handle a little more than 4 meters in length, the middle of the roof, the 2 sides of the average downward sloping, forming a sloping grass roof, the interior of the direct sunlight. This layer of thick thatched layer is mainly used for thermal insulation, sun protection in summer, and in winter to keep the indoor temperature does not dissipate outside. After laying the grass handle, the savages who were on the ground and in the mud were also ready long ago, and more people climbed up the ladder to the roof. And Luo Chong followed. At this time, the men standing below the roof put the blended mud in a hanging basket and threw a rope onto the roof. The men above yanked it up and then poured it on top of the straw handles and smoothed it out with a copper trowel, while others carried shingles upward in the hanging basket. After a while, looking at everyone who had their materials almost ready, Luo Chong clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Alright, get these first, next I'll tell you how to lay the tiles. All watch carefully. That, one of you bring me a tile knife over. Luo Chong said to the few people above the roof. Chief, use mine. A clan member rushed to hand over his own tools. Well, watch this. The tiles are to be laid from the bottom up. Remember this, and then when you lay the second row, you have to press down on the row of tiles below, so that the rain can run down one layer at a time, and won't get into the house. And we'll start with the bottom row. Luo Chong said with his mouth, one hand with a tile knife to wipe the mud on the grass handle, and then laid the first piece of tile, followed by the second piece horizontally, flat S-shaped wavy tiles a piece of pressure a piece of horizontally lined up over. After laying it, from the outside, the shingle would be only half of the bulge, and the other half, which was concave downward, would be covered underneath. This kind of tile has an advantage. It is not like glazed tiles so troublesome, but also divided into several styles. What the eaves part of the house, what the bottom of the pavement, What to cover the seam? A tile hole, a variety of. Luo Chong designed this shape, especially simple and rough, horizontal, vertical, laying the bottom, cover the seam, just so a kind of universal tile. Dry work is also simple. Luo Chong just lay 3 layers. Several craftsmen look at a moment will be. They are the best is to imitate. Returning that clan's tile knife, Luo Chong stopped doing it and watched them practically operate for a while from the side, pointing out from time to time the places that needed attention, as well as the skills in laying tiles. 5 or 6 people lined up, evenly distributed in the 10-meter-long roof, each responsible for less than 2 meters of the width of the operation. The back there are people who specialize in sending mud to hand tiles. Paving such a side of the roof also took more than an hour of time. Then the little men on the roof who were handing the shingles began to change, and everyone moved on to the other side of the roof, and followed the same order of operations again, until, about halfway through the afternoon, the 2 slopes of the roof finally met in the center. All right, that's enough of this kind of tile, don't carry it up any further. Bring up some more of those long, half-cylinder shingles, Luo Chong commanded while teaching them how to seal the roof again. This time he didn't do it again. Everyone already had some experience after laying 2 roofs. Now the joints are smeared with thick mud, and then covered with a long tile. Then the next piece of pressure on the previous piece. A straight line running to the end of the line on the line. 10-meter long house. This kind of long tile is only used 20 or 30 pieces only. At this point, the roofing work of the house finally came to a successful conclusion. Luo Chong also climbed down with a dozen craftsmen, but he did not expect this guy, Yu Fu, and the 2 people, Blood Butcher, had been watching from below for a good half day. Chief Han, this kind of house of yours is really good looking. It's regular and sturdy, and you definitely won't leak when you put such a pottery piece on top of it. It's really an excellent way. But this kind of house is only something that your Han tribe can afford to build. Others can't get so many pottery pieces. Yu Fu complimented with a smile on his face. Luo Chong secretly rolled his eyes and didn't eat him up, faintly asking, "You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Is there something wrong?" I just heard from the clan that the ox carts are done, and I'd like you to pick out 2 oxen for me." Chapter 167 Good man Luo Chong, requesting tickets and subscriptions. It's done so quickly? Luo Chong muttered to himself, then nodded and led Yu Fu to pick the oxen that would pull the cart. It's easy to pick the bulls. To Luo Chong, so good people will certainly give you Vol pick 2 mature and stable, more obedient bulls. Yes, the older the more stable it, cough cough. As for why the bull, that's even simpler. The first bull cannot milk, the second rutting off in fight. Luo Chong cannot wait to eliminate the 2 old bulls sent out, say become a herd of cows, affecting the overall quality of the Han tribe herd. The 3 of them stood for a while between the backwater river and the city, watching the ox carts that came and went to transport bricks and tiles, and Luo Chong picked 2 old oxen out of them whose skin looked looser, leaving the 2 oxen behind, tugging at their lips to see how worn their teeth were. Well, confirmed teeth. It's a cow I don't want. It's just you 2. Ahem. That. Yu Fu. How about these 2 cows I picked out for you? How big they've grown in size, and they're both bulls. I tell you, the strength of this bull, it is just bigger than the cow, and the bull will not carry a calf. If you get 2 pregnant cows, then there is no way to pull the cart for you. If you look at the teeth of both of them, it's obviously a mouth that has eaten everything, and you know what that means. It means that both of them are good feeders and can eat anything. If this is put on our people, it is the experience of survival, willing to eat everything, not easy to starve to death. Unlike those children who are picky eaters, if there is meat, they will not eat the bird's eggs, and if there are bird's eggs, they will never eat the fruit. It's a long trip you're making, and I don't know what you'll be able to have to feed the 2 of them along the way, but these 2 bulls will definitely save you a lot of heartache, and the 2 of them will take care of themselves. Luo Chong introduced these 2 steady bulls to Yu Fu with a sincere face, with the 4 big words "I'm doing this for your own good" written all over his face, moving Yu Fu to tears. Chief Han, you are really too good to our Yu tribe. You actually thought of so much for me. I never thought of this myself. I really don't know how to repay you. Yu Fu's eyes were red. His hands held one of Luo Chang's hands, and he said emotionally. Luo Chong awkwardly drew back his hand, a smile on his face, and patted Yu Fu's shoulder to remind him. Ahem, you don't have to be so excited. Our 2 tribes are friends. I help you as supposed to. You don't have to how to repay me, as long as this time to go out can bring me back some more useful things on the line. Chief Han, don't worry. This time, as long as I can see those things you want, I will surely think of all kinds of ways to get them for you, and if you don't give enough white salt, then even if I go and rob them, I'll still rob them for you. Yu Fu swore a promise, rough big hand to his chest muscle are patting bang bang. Let the sight of the blood butcher look at all for him pain. Standing on the side of the sneaky grin, Luo Chong sensed Yu Fu's sincerity and said to him with a face full of relief, "Don't worry. I said I'd give you a bucket of white salt, so I'm sure I won't lie to you. And when you're exchanging things, don't take out all the white salt at once, in case you let others see that you have so many good things. It's not good to be robbed. Come, while there's still time in the afternoon, I'll have the clan teach you how to lasso a bullock cart, and how to drive one. By the way, these bulls of ours are all wild and captured from outside by our Han tribe. The bulls love to play with their temper. If they don't listen and stay where they are, you just hold that ring in the middle of its nostrils, and once you hold it, it'll go away. But don't use too much force or you'll pull the bull's nose out of shape." As Luo Chong walked, he introduced the precautions of using the ox cart to Yu Fu. "Chief Han, thank you so much. I won't say any more words of thanks. When I have learned to harness the ox cart and drive the oxen today, I will set out with my clan first thing in the morning to help you look for those things you want, and bring them to the Han tribe for you at an early date." Yu Fu was again quick to promise. "Luo Chong, well, there's no need to be so polite between us. Let's go. I'll take you to prepare what you need to bring." Yu Fu, Chief Han, thanks Ao, Luo Chong and Blood Slaughter. Not long after, the three of them returned to the settlement, with Blood Slaughter following beside them with 2 cows, while Luo Chong began to have people prepare things for Yu Fu. A big bucket full of pure white salt, a few 100 pounds, and moved some pottery pots in various sizes of altars. Also gave them 2 small-sized water tanks for transplanting plants that they might come across. And when the time comes to put them in the altar or tank with the roots and the soil, as long as the road has not been short of water, then basically they can be sent to the Han tribe alive. Yu Fu with tears in both eyes and Luo Chong said thank you. He knew Luo Chong gave these things in the end how much value. I did not expect Luo Chong really so generous, without the slightest hesitation to come up with so many good things. He thought that this is Luo Chang's trust in him, and the character of the bold, generous. But Luo Chang's real situation can be different from what he thought. Luo Chong gave these things. In his own opinion, this is a gamble. If you bring back something, then it's a win for me. If you don't come back, then I have nothing to lose. After all, pottery and white salt were nothing to Luo Chong, something he could produce himself whenever he wanted. After the two had spoken a few words, Bloodtuff took the bull and led Yu Fu to the carpentry group to learn from the clansman the method of lassoing the bull and the technique of driving the cart. And Luo Chong himself went to see the progress of the wood dolphins and apprentice workers making spinning machines. As they had already had experience yesterday, the two men finished quickly, and in the greater part of the day a new spinning machine had been assembled. That is, it had not yet been oiled, and set of cowhide belts. The two finished the machine and made spools of thread and stools. And this guy, Wooden Dolphin, seems to have made a new stool that's a little too big. What kind of legs are you making here? It's not a stool. Right. How come it's so thick and long? Luo Chong looked at a wooden square with mortise and tenon joints that Mu Dolphin was using a planer to plow. That thing looked like a stool leg at a glance. Had. I heard what the chief said about the table the day before yesterday, and I had some time today, so I thought I'd give it a try myself and see if I could build it. Wooden Dolphin giggled nervously, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, good. Dare to try is a good thing. You this table to do how? Intend to do how big? How high? There is no ready table surface. Luo Chong encouraged 2 sentences, and then asked the specific situation. I've got the tabletop all done. It's the rectangle, the chief said, made of oak planks, 4 centimeters thick, 1 meter wide, 1.5 meters long, and 1 meter high, and the board is right there, Wooden Dolphin said, pointing to a thick board that lay flat on the ground. Luo Chong went over to see. This is a piece of wood with a number of planks spliced into a wide panel, but the splicing seams on the top is not visible. The whole panel spliced almost as one. Luo Chong was shocked. Hey, you've got a little something going on with this tabletop. How do you do it? Chapter 168, $1,000 for horsebones, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Hey, I actually learned it from the chief. When you taught us how to build boats in the past, you boiled down several things to make a mastic for sealing the gaps between the planks. And that's what I'm doing this time for the table. First use a hand drill to punch holes in the sides of the boards, then use wooden pegs to insert them together, in the middle of which a layer of glue made from fish bladders and sawdust is smeared. Then use a wooden hammer to nail the boards tightly. And when the glue dries, then use a planer to scrape the seams flat to make it like this. The Wooden Dolphin laughed nervously and scratched his hair, telling Luo Chong how he made it. Well, the idea is good, praiseworthy. Do out of the thing is also very good. In the future to do so, to dare to try, dare to innovate, do things when more brains, do not afraid of the wrong. I am afraid that you will only do what you have learned, and cannot learn to think for themselves. Tell you what, I'll reward you with a bronze buckle when tomorrow comes, as a reward for making something new this time, and I'll bestow rewards on anyone who builds something new on their own in the future. Luo Chong was very happy to see this table surface. This is the result of the clansmen thinking out on their own. Although there is also a part of it that Luo Chong taught, right, but to be able to live the technology he taught and use it to develop new things. This is progress, showing that they really use their brains. This situation needs to be encouraged. It can greatly stimulate the clansmen to think independently. What is the progress of human beings rely on? Rely on thinking. Rely on heavenly imagination. Once there were people who fantasized that they could fly in the sky like a bird, flying high enough to avoid the beasts on the ground, flying high enough to see where the food is the most. Some people would say that this is whimsical. This person forgot to take his medication. Right, Snake Charmer. But without this bold imagination, would there be airplanes in the sky now? Would there be submarines in the water? Could you imagine helicopters? Darwin could. A psychopath. Full of strange things, but it is this kind of whimsical psychopaths that mankind progresses. That is why Luo Chong will not hesitate to reward a merit reward because of a table surface. This behavior is 1,000 gold to buy a horse bone. He is not for that pile of horse bones, but in order to obtain more 1,000 miles of horses, so that the tribe will appear more will think of talent. Is that a credit? I didn't do anything great for the tribe either. Wooden Dolphin said somewhat flattered. No, it was you who made the table that allowed our Han tribe to have a table to use. This is surely a credit, and in the future when every one of our Han tribe uses the table, they will remember that the table was made by you. Wooden Dolphin. Luo Chong waved his hand and forced a reward to Wooden Dolphin. He had to use Wooden Dolphin to set an example. Just like Lei Feng at the time, it didn't matter even if the person was simply fictional. He was just a role model. But, the idea of making a table came from the chief. It wasn't my own idea. Wooden Dolphin is still reasoning with Luo Chong with the facts. He is really honest. Too damn frank. Angry Luo Chong wants to beat him. How this person is so stubborn. It is honest people are like this? It's true what I said, but I only thought about it. But you made the stuff with your own hands and did a good job, so the credit is still yours. Luo Chong continued to shrug off the credit. But, there's no need for buts. You finished with your merits. Now talk about what you did wrong. Luo Chong impatiently interrupted. Wooden Dolphin heard Luo Chong said he made a mistake. Immediately confused. Not just said that there is credit. How to fat for? Come on. You sit on this stool. Take your table legs and stand up. What did you find? Do not think that this table is a little too high. The table legs sawed a little shorter. The table surface plus the legs. The net height of 75 centimeters on the line. You hole so high for what? This is not a bar. Luo Chong directly digresses to talk about the problem of the table legs. And indeed the Wooden Dolphin's attention is diverted. Oh, that, but can't the table be made that high? Wooden Dolphin asked in disbelief. Of course not. The table can be as high as you want. But you have to look at its purpose. If it's a workbench for standing and working, then it can be a little higher. Or if you sit on a high stool, the table can be a little higher as well. But the dining table for eating, and the desk for writing don't need to be that high. A height of about 75 centimeters will do. Luo Chong explained to Wooden Dolphin. Oh, I see. Next time I make a table, I'll try it myself before ordering the height. Wooden Dolphin immediately responded. Well, understand is good. Don't understand. Try more. You said try more. Well, you guys continue to do it. I'm leaving. Luo Chong and explained a sentence. Carry up today's newly made spinning machine and return to the grass house living place. Luo Chong live outside the grass hut. Has been the clansman built out a shed. Used to place combing machine and spinning machine. Small butterfly today also sat there spinning. Surrounded by a large group of little girls. Are very interested in spinning and weaving. Have to small butterfly to ask for advice to learn. Shaodai body that a set of linen suit. Seems to have become the new fashion of the Han tribe. Some women also began to emulate Xiaodia's bib short skirt, but they use a variety of materials. Woven grass, made of animal skins, with leaves and fine hemp rope. What kind of all have? Luo Chong had carefully observed the leaf suit worn by those people, with a string of leaves tied with a thin linen rope, and then connected layer by layer. It became the most primitive camouflage fabric, and it was still color changing. Just made good is green, can't be used for 2 days will be yellow. If he insisted on saying that this structure of clothes was like what, then Luo Chong would definitely think of the armor first, because the ZA armor was such a piece, layer by layer, strung together to make clothes. Seeing the chief come over, the surrounding little girls automatically make a place, wait for Luo Chong to put down the new spinning machine. There are a lot of little children still want to step on 2 feet to try, but the result was stopped by the adults watching the children. And this new machine has not been installed. Drive belt is stepped on, can not do the work. Another sunset and sunrise, the day quickly passes again, and time passes quietly, and before you know it, it's the third month of spring and the temperature is getting warmer. Early the next morning, just after dawn, and taking advantage of the cool morning weather, Yufu had gathered his people and was ready to head for the east bank of the creek. Chief Han, I'm going to leave soon with my clan. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I don't know how long I'll be gone this time, and I don't know if I'll be able to come back alive. If I die, I'll ask my clan to send back what you asked for. Don't worry about it, Yufu said with a face full of seriousness. It won't be. You'll definitely be able to come back alive. This journey is uncertain, but I believe in your tribe's skills. Take care on the road. Luochong patted Yufu's shoulder. Take care? It's all about keeping your body weight up and not starving yourself thin. That's all it means. Chapter 169, The Loom, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Saying goodbye to Luochong, Yufu rode the horned deer, followed by the ox cart, which was loaded with a few earthenware pots and some earthenware bowls, 2 large wooden barrels, one full of white salt, the other used for water, and all the small children of the Yu tribe were sitting in the bucket of the cart, and the adults were following around like a dart board that was about to go out to bet on a dart. Seems like mercenaries aren't much different than ancient dartboards, taking jobs for armed transportation. By mid-morning, the blazing sun shone brightly on the land. Another sunny day, and the water in the paddy fields was being evaporated so quickly that the elder and the mouse witch, who had been watching over the paddy fields, immediately called a few more of their clansmen and dug canals to release water to the paddy fields. Lasted 1.5 months. At this time the rice has come to the tillering and pulling period, the height of the seedlings like crazy fierce growth. Almost every day to see is a new model, now has grown from the original 1 foot high to the height of Luochong thighs. It is estimated that after 2 or 3 weeks will be grown to more than a person high. After all, the original species of this wild rice is about 2 meters. Xiao Dai sat down under the gazebo again to start a new day of spinning, and in the course of the half-morning, Luochong made another leather strip, and put the new one on the spinning machine, too, with the drive belt on and the lubricating oil on. This working pavilion dedicated to spinning also had a few more people. The 2 pregnant women brought back from the fire tribe were taken under Xiao Dai's wing and learned to spin together with her. The 3 machines were working at the same time, and the 30-odd alpacas in the corral turned into bald camels one after another, and in their place were rolls of fine coffee-colored wool. Luochong was also sitting under the gazebo with a piece of tender grass in his mouth and a branch in his hand, drawing blindly on the ground. Luochong, why don't you make me a loom yet? Now that we're all 3 spinning together, you have to make the loom quickly, or else we're going to finish spinning the wool very quickly. Xiao Dai looked at Luochong sitting on the ground and not working, holding a grass in his mouth. Cozy, couldn't help but urge Luochong. I'm not thinking about how to do it. Don't rush me. When I figure it out, it won't be fast enough to do it with my hands. Do your work. Stop it. Luochong waved his hand without looking back and continued to draw randomly on the ground. Xiao Dai skimmed her lips and hummed and stopped talking, while Luochong was still there trying to recall some of the information and principles of the looms he had seen in his previous life. Loom has a variety of styles and structures, but generally speaking, basically are frame type, which is similar to all countries in the world. The loom specifically from where the beginning of the circulation has not been able to prove it, but the Han Chinese loom but from a very early time. From the early waist loom to the beveled warp frame loom of the Great Han Dynasty, all of them were created by the ancestors of the Han nation themselves. Luochong has seen the picture of the loom in the book, also know its principle. In the museum has also seen people manipulate the physical use to work. But those looms are invariably have a common point. That is too big. The first thing you need to know to engage in research and development is the purpose. To meet the market demand. The Han tribe's demand is sufficient material to be able to produce, and strive for every woman in the family has a loom, or to lower the conditions a little more. A few families as a group. There are spinning, there are weaving, there are also operating combing machines. Combing machine and spinning machine are very small. Put in the house does not take up much space. But the size of the loom is undoubtedly the Han tribal system of housing. Each room in addition to that covers a large area of the Kong. The rest of the spare area is left with an area of 2 meters by 3 meters. Used to place a large loom is obviously unrealistic, so this loom that will be promoted by the Han tribe must have a small footprint, and if it is not long enough, it can be fitted with a few more shafts on the facade to retrieve it from a high place. And so there is this high-footed loom designed by Luochong. The principle of the frame loom is very simple to say. A rectangular body support frame, a roll of the warp thread with a shaft, and roll the finished fabric shaft through these 2 shafts to the warp threads floating taut straight tension, and then 2 sets of vertical lifting used to give the warp threads layering. The principle of this everyone is understood. Weaving, which can also be called knitting, is actually a braided fabric made up of alternating weft and warp threads threaded back and forth. The grouping of warp threads is also very characteristic, if it is weaving plain fabrics, according to the left to right, abobab, the way of arrangement, that is, A for a group, B for a group, in accordance with the number of points, that is, from left to right, to each warp threads to make up a number. Then all the odd numbers is a group, all the even numbers is another group, two different sets of warp threads, neatly divided into two layers by the up and down pull of the lifting rod, are then fitted with a wooden shuttle shaped like a small boat. A roll of weft threads are then passed through the two layers of warp threads spread up and down while holding the shuttle. Then use the weft knife to tighten the weft and warp threads, and then the two sets of warp threads again to change the upper and lower positions. To start the next shuttle pulling the weft, and so on has been repeating the action. The fabric is gradually completed, and Luo Chong painted this loom looks more strange. Its rolled warp beam in the frame of the top, vertically hanging down the warp thread, and then through a horizontal axis pulled to the middle part of the machine tightened, so that the warp thread horizontally open height to adapt to the height of the work of the people sitting down, is equivalent to the warp thread in disguise turned in 90-degree bend. The winding shafts of this loom are positioned under the operating table, which means that the position of the rolled finished cloth is in front of the knees when the person sits in front of the machine and works. Such a first from the top vertical and down, to the center and then horizontally pulled over, and finally in the bottom of the roll to the front of the warp laying trajectory. You can effectively reduce the occupation of space. The length of the horizontal direction turned two bends into a vertical extension. The design of the entire machine width is 1 meter 2, high 2 meters 2, the thickness of only 1 meter. The maximum weaving width is 1 meter, and then wider there is no way to work, because the distance between the two hands of people is limited. 1 meter wide distance, but also both sides back and forth to throw the shuttle is very hard, but also after practice to improve speed and accuracy. But this machine really excels at saving floor space, and with a footprint of 1 meter 2 in length and 1 meter in width, you can save a lot of space in the bedroom. The two sets of warp threads of the vertical rod is controlled by two foot pedals, when working with both hands and feet to operate together, so that the weaving of this contraption is a tired and boring work. And this initial loom has a big disadvantage, that is, cannot be woven out of a very wide cloth, generally up to 1 meter in width. Want to weave more than 1 meter, that cannot be used by hand to throw the shuttle, can only be used with semi-automatic shuttle device, such as flying shuttle loom on the flying shuttle, but that part needs to be used to the spring, but the Han tribe is not available now can be used to make the spring of the material. Chapter 170 Palace or School? Requesting for tickets and subscriptions, designed the detailed structure of the initial loom, as well as the dimensions of the various parts. Luo Chong wrote all these data with charcoal on a board, and handed over to the wood dolphin to first go to the production of the parts, mainly the frame, and a few large and small scrolls, and so on. When they are almost ready Luo Chong will come to assemble them in person. When these things were arranged, Luo Chong went alone to the small river, where there were already many people waiting for him. There was a big event today. After hundreds of people's tireless efforts, the Huishui River was going to be completed. Today was the day to open the last barrier and divert water to the Huishui River. This time, the ceremony of the passage of the Huishui River was not as arduous as the last time. The last time in the early spring, the river was still frozen, and the labor force available to the Han tribe at that time was only a few dozens of people. But now everything was different, and there were already a few good swimmers among the newly joined clan members of the Han tribe. The key is that there is still a month to summer. The weather in late spring has been the first signs of heat. The clansmen who know how to swim are eager to jump into the river for a good soak. Long ago as not a few months ago still need to go to the shore to bake the fire time. This time Luo Chong didn't do anything. The rest of the work of digging through the backwater river was all done by the teenagers of the Ao clan and the Chai clan, while the others helped to transport the soil on the bank. The progress of excavation is very fast. Dozens of people work in turn. The barrier between the channel of the backwater river and the creek was chipped away layer by layer. In the chipping to the thickness of only 40 centimeters, the last barrier was soon dug out of a big hole. The top meter height of the loose soil layer was the first one that could not withstand the impact of the river water, and it directly collapsed. And incidentally it also washed away the clay layer 3 meters deep below. Although the river hadn't been completely washed out underneath and there were still some stubborn walls of earth left, that wasn't a problem. And by the time the whole water recycling system was dug up, that bit of recalcitrant molecules would sooner or later have been washed away. Back to the water river has water. Luo Chong under the first order. Is the future bathing? Washing things to the back to the water river to wash. The north side of the diversion of the river can only be used to supply daily drinking water. Violators deducted a day of food. The clansmen were puzzled by this, and Luo Chong didn't give them a lecture. It was a simple, this is not easy to get sick. Hearing the word sick, the clansmen silently scrunched their necks, and no one voiced any more questions. Back to the completion of the river. But the work of burning bricks is not finished. Dug out of the clay have been made into a brick tile blanks, neatly stacked in the hayloft under the kiln waiting to be fired. But the kiln does not use so much manpower. Before digging up the river, of the hundreds of manpower at this time are all idle. They were waiting for Luo Chong to arrange for a new job. What to do? Well, Luo Chong thought for a while. The most urgent task at present is still to build houses. At least the first 3 urban areas of residential housing. That is, nearly 300 residential homes. In order to meet the Han tribe's current population of more than 2,000 people's residential needs. Although this more than 2,000 tribesmen and nearly half of the children. But the children cannot sleep in the wild. Not to mention Luo Chong also intends to want them to learn. After all, they are the motherland. After all, they are the flowers of the motherland. Thinking of this, a preliminary plan appeared in Luo Chang's head regarding the construction of the central city. Before, Luo Chong has always wanted to build the central city into a square. Of course, now also did not change. Only all paved into the square is a bit of a waste. Length and width of 110 meters of an urban area. The area is almost as large as 2 soccer fields. Can be left a small half of the area used to build public facilities, such as a school, as well as Luo Chang's home. Yes, Luo Chong was planning to live in the school. You can't say that. It was him who wanted to put his yard in the school. After all, was space limited? You have to economize a bit, don't you? Said space saving. In fact, from the modern era can be seen. You see the modern house. That building. A higher than a high. Obviously can only live in 2 families on a piece of land. Hard to give you stacked out of dozens of households. Heartbreaking. There are wood. Luo Chong also intends to lose heart a bit. And he is the chief. The chief's residence of course to high-end. Atmosphere. Upscale. Not to say that the whole palace or something. At least cannot be a layer of small cottage. How to also have 2 layers? No, at least 3 layers. The simple plan is as follows. A square urban area with 110 meter sides, divided in a north-south direction, with the school in the north, the square in the south, and only the junction in the middle will be the flagstaff, which is now called the clan flag, and will become the national flag in the future. The southern half of the square covers an area of 70 meters wide and 110 meters long in the east-west direction. The northern half is 40 meters wide from north to south and 110 meters long from east to west. And there is no need to say anything about the square's flatness. But let's just talk about the layout of the school. The school does not have a fence. Yes, or to save space. And besides, it was already inside a circle of walls. And then barricade a fence would be excessive. It is not occupying the area of a city of a certain Beijing. The northernmost end of the entire central city, right in the middle, is Luo Chang's house, 16 meters wide from north to south and 26 meters long from east to west, expected to be more than 3 floors, at the very least not shorter than the school building, with Luo Chang's house as the center, flanked by school buildings, 2 on each side of the east and west. Each building's north-south width is 16 meters, east-west length is 35 meters. Each floor can be divided into at least 6 classrooms, and stairs, teaching building at least 3 floors. A classroom to accommodate 50 students. Then a layer of 6 classrooms is 300 people. 3 floors will be able to accommodate 900 people. For such buildings is 3,600 students. This whole city's residential limit is only about 5,000 people. These 4 buildings can be completely afford to take all the children to school at the same time. And the foreseeable future. These 4 buildings are not necessarily full of students. And even empty, some floors can be used as a library or something, used to save the knowledge Luo Chong left them. After planning all this, Luo Chong began to arrange new jobs for those clansmen who had just finished digging the river, all merging into the construction team to build houses. The 20 original members of the construction team that Luo Chong had personally taught at the very beginning had been divided out into 4 groups of 5 people each before, and with the addition of some savages sent by Yufu, there were about a dozen people in each group, and they were now able to build 4 residences at the same time each time. Now these 4 groups of people were once again split up and directly divided into 20 groups. The original team of the construction team was directly upgraded to team leader. The mainstay of each group's members was the team leader, as well as the savages who had already followed and participated in the construction of a house. And the clansmen who had just come back from digging the river were assigned to each group in the form of supplementary personnel. After all, they still had no experience in building a house, and they had to start from the easiest way of building foundations for the walls. Reallocated construction team has reached the size of 20 groups, each group of no less than 20 people. From the mason, to the mud and move the brick small workers, as well as laying bricks and corner masters, everything is not lacking, although there is still a part of the people are not skillful, but they are also learning quickly. After all, only in the practice can be long experience. Han tribe also entered a major construction phase from that day onward, with residential neighborhoods rising rapidly at a rate of 20 homes at a time. Chapter 171, The First Generation Loom, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. The days went by like this, ordinary but fulfilling, and the Han tribe was like a machine in its infancy, running in an organized and efficient manner, with all the clansmen doing their respective roles and working hard to contribute to this new home. Another week's time has passed. The rice in the paddy field has grown to the height of Luo Chang's chest. From a distance it looks like a large green, looking at people's hearts full of joy, because that is hope. Not far from the side of the peanuts and peppers grow very quickly. Peanuts in the ground, how Luo Chong do not know. Anyway, the ground part of the current growth is very vigorous. Chili pepper is no exception. The top has been full of a layer of white flowers, and so on these blooming flowers wither. Chili pepper should be knotted out. In this 1 week's time, the big tree far away in Babao Mountain delivered 2 more shiploads of limestone minerals to the Han tribe, as well as dozens of large and small rabbits, all of which were brought over in a single nest, and not a few of which still had some small ones still in the nursing period. So it seemed that the wild rabbits were also multiplying non-stop and frantically. The new lime kiln has also been constructed, and the first batch of calcined limestone was produced 2 days ago. After calcining the limestone, it is quicklime, and if you add water to react to it, it is slaked lime. The lime into mud and then take to the construction team to paint the brick joints of the house. Used to give the brick joints in the mud to do waterproofing treatment. From the outside, green brick, green tile, with white brick joints, but also has a unique flavor. Luo Chong even thought that when the quantity of these limes was large, they could be used for the interior decoration of the house, such as painting the interior walls white, which would increase the brightness of the interior. The chestnut tribe on the east bank of the creek had traded with the Han tribe twice more in the past few days for oleander trees and oleander seeds, and since Luo Chong had told them to cut down the crowns of the trees the last time, they had shipped more oleander saplings these 2 times than they had before as well. Each time there were about 4 or 5 of them, but this time, instead of exchanging more white salt, they had opted for more earthenware, pottery pots and pans and bowls, and even water jars. Mori, the chief of the Curry tribe, also tasted the convenience and efficiency of bronze tools from it, and he proposed to Luo Chong the idea of exchanging bronze tools again, but Luo Chong did not agree. Tools are impossible to give, especially tools for carpentry, and it's no exaggeration to say that just having these carpentry tools is basically the same as having everything, because more tools can be made with them, and that's what keeps the Han tribe ahead of the pack among many other tribes of its kind. Tung oil, for the time being, has not been processed, because oil extraction is really too troublesome. All vegetable oils, basically, have to be fried first, and then through physical pressing, or even multi-stage pressing in order to produce vegetable oil. Whether it is peanuts or oil tongue seed, want to use to extract oil need to be fried first, that is, the oil in the fruit through the high temperature decomposition out, and the Han tribe now does not have so big pots can be used, can only wait for another period of time, when casting a number of copper pots out of the time, and Luo Chong now has no time to hold those things. He this week's time, are in the study of the initial loom, Luo Chong and Wood Dolphin, and that apprentice, 3 people composed of research and development team, has been continuously attacked for a week's time. It's not so much that the loom is so complicated, it's mostly that the processing is so difficult. Machining a cylindrical reel, for example, which needs to be polished very smooth and flat and must be in the shape of a rolled circle, would undoubtedly be very difficult to create purely by hand without a lathe. Fortunately, the sky is the limit. In the end, Luo Chong came up with a way to use polygons to solve the problem. Start by sawing a rectangular square of wood into an 8-pronged column, then flatten the extra prongs with a planer, sharpening from an octagonal prism to a 16-pronged prism, and then a 16-pronged prism to a 32-pronged prism, so that a rectangular wooden cube gradually approaches a cylindrical, prismatic surface, more and more, using this one tiny line segment to form a circle. After all, a curved line is a line segment when magnified by a sufficient number of times. This is the most stupid and the most primitive method. Of course, the effect is also very good. At least Luo Chong to see the finished product is very satisfied. The entire frame structure of the initial loom has been assembled almost to the end, and the remaining details are in the final stage of debugging. The top roll of the warp beam is not a solid cylinder, but an combing machine roller looks similar to the hollow drum. The surface of the drum consists of a strip of wooden squares, each thin wooden squares between the gap, that is used to the top of the double-tethered warp thread with the 2 sets of rods used to separate the warp threads, using 2 long thin wooden strips plus fine twine group. The top of the rods have 2 traction ropes, from the top around the top beam of the machine, and then connected down to the bottom of the 2 foot pedals. Through the 2 foot pedals, Control the lifting and dropping of the rods, so as to control the two sets of warp threads of the upper and lower exchanges and layering. The wooden shuttle used to place the weft thread is made of pine wood. The wooden shuttle has a foot long, almost 33 centimeters, a little more. The two pointed ends slightly upward, but not very pointed kind. It looks more rounded. The center is carved out of a deep groove, like the cabin of the boat, where specifically used to place the weft line. The bottom surface of the wooden shuttle polished very smooth, and even luochong also specifically to the wooden shuttle waxed, which in the future is their daughter-in-law to use. On the right side of the reel used to roll the finished fabric. There is also a wheel that looks like a steering wheel on a ship, which allows you to tighten the finished fabric spun by hand. Weft knife is hanging with two long wooden poles, hanging above the machine, like a pendulum can be swung back and forth. In the actual work, that is, by its back and forth swing used to weave together the warp and weft threads to tighten, so that the fabric becomes more flat and dense. The entire production of the first generation of loom, 3 people took a week, in addition to not brush tongue oil, basically even completed. Luochong called a few people to carry the new machine and moved to the small butterfly work in the pavilion. Attracted the surrounding children and work of women half curious onlookers. Even the small butterfly did not sit still, waiting for 7 days of time. Finally made the machine for weaving? Luochong, this is the loom you were talking about. It looks really big. It's so much taller than me. Quickly teach me how to use it. You keep saying that this machine is better than the cloth I weave. I'd like to see if you've lied to me. Humph. Little butterfly grunted in triumph. When have I ever lied to you? When I said that a spinning machine can roll threads without using your hands, was I not telling the truth? Luochong retorted. Seems like, well, okay, it's just okay, so show me how to use this quickly. Chapter 172, Between the Abbot and the Squarefoot, up, requesting for votes and subscriptions. Okay, I'll teach you how to use it, but you have to help me. This job is too much work for one person. Luochong nodded and said, yeah, how can I help? Butterfly said as she leapt to her feet. Well, you first get someone to wrap the thread around this small stick. This will be used as a weft thread in a while. You don't need to wrap it too thick. It should be able to fit into this bobbin. Luochong spoke and handed a few bobbin shafts to Xiao Dai. Oh, what about me? What do I do? Dai took the little sticks and handed them to the other 2 spinning pregnant women, then continued to ask, what do you say? Don't you want to knit? Bring the wool. Luochong rolled his eyes breathlessly. Oh, hey. Xiao Dai spat out her tongue in embarrassment, and was just busy greeting a few half-grown little girls, carrying baskets of spun yarn. Luochong looked away and another word popped out of his mouth. Not enough. Ha! There's so much here. My AMU taught me to weave without using so much. Would it be too much of a waste? Xiao Dai looked at these woolen threads that were so hard to get out, and in her heart, she was still a bit reluctant to part with them. Luochong unconsciously raised his eyebrows. What do you know? Let you take it, you just take it. I've told you that I don't weave cloth the same way as your AMU. Good boy. Go get it and move all the threads you've spun these days. Xiao Dai deflated her mouth without saying anything, gave Luochong a resigned look, and twisted her head to go back to bringing the kids to carry the thread. Without a moment's effort, 5 or 6 baskets of spools of threads rolled up with wool appeared in front of Luochong. Luochong looked at them and began to gather the women around him to unwrap the threads, each of them holding both hands apart, using both hands as the axle to wrap all the threads on the spools around their hands, turning them into a bundle of threads ready to be laid down for the warp threads. Luochong gave them a demonstration, and then left it alone for a while. This is fine work, not something that can be accomplished in a moment. It is more troublesome than spinning. The wool spun on a spinning machine is thicker than the linen on a small butterfly, and sometimes you have to admit that things made by hand are indeed a little finer than those made by machine. And how big a difference is there between the two? Let's put it this way. The diameter of the alpaca wool spun by the spinning machine was almost 0.5 millimeters or so, and if the warp threads were arranged, there were 20 of them in a centimeter, while the hemp threads produced by the weaving tribe could be arranged in a centimeter of 30 or so, only that their rows couldn't be that dense. But in terms of the thickness of the threads alone, it was obvious that they were a step above the Luochang's woolen threads. After waiting for about 2 hours, under the efforts of dozens of women, those several big baskets of wool were half demolished. Then Luochong shouted to stop. After all, there are still some left to be used as weft threads. In the same area of cloth, the weft threads are sometimes more costly than the warp threads. Keep a distance of 40 centimeters between the 2 hands to wind the line, plus the width of the 2 palms. The wool around the week is about 1 meter, but also a little more out, so winding 50 circles, basically there are about 53 meters, plus the loss of the machine. Almost the net cloth can also be left 50 meters. It is such a 50-meter long bundle of threads, enough to get 2,000 strands. What is the concept of 2,000 strands of thread? a centimeter 20. All woven together is only 1 meter wide. On this width, want to do a quilt sheet is difficult. Can only use 2 pieces of cloth. Vertical splicing can only be. Want to do a larger banner are not enough. A 1x1 line is too troublesome. Luo Chong let the small butterfly every 10 strands of line into a group of their own, and then get out of 10 threads twisted into a strand tied to the roll of the warp beam on the wooden strip, from left to right in order to line up. Just tie the scripture line of this step will be used for nearly half an hour. My mother's ah, which is 200 strands of ah. When all the warp threads are tied, then shake the warp beam and roll all these threads on it, 2000 woolen threads vertically, then pull them over the horizontal bar located in the center of the machine. And then we have to start the precise division of threads into 2 groups of odd and even, and put them on 2 groups of vertical lifting rods respectively. Fortunately, Xiao Dai was already a weaver, and she understood as soon as Luo Chong told her, so the 2 of them worked together to complete this step. I can do this. To weave cloth you have to use a bone needle to pick threads up and down to layer them. All the women in our weaving tribe know this, Xiao Dai said proudly, but that's picking back and forth for you. It's too much of a waste of time. Whereas this loom of mine only needs to be picked once, and then later on I can have it automatically layered. It's much simpler than your weaving tribe's weaving methods. Luo Chong struck out without mercy. Che, haven't tried it yet. I'll see what you'll do if you can't separate them at that time. Xiao Dai also fought with Luo Chong. The 2 of them were talking and wearing threads with nimble hands and feet, but Xiao Dai was a bit faster than Luo Chong, and it could be seen that their long-term work of picking threads had really practiced a good hand of fast and accurate techniques. 2 people a group. The 2 sets of warp threads through the vertical rod accurately, and then in turn, the line through the weft knife, and finally divided into 200 strands of bundles tied to the spool, and then rotate the right-hand side of the machine rudder wheel to tighten all the warp threads. The line of work is complete, not counting the time to dismantle the spool at the beginning. Just 2 people lining up the line with more than 2 hours. Luo Chong swears that in the future, when this machine is changing the line, directly at the end of the roll of the warp beam to connect the line, and then pull it over directly. Even if it wastes 2 or 3 meters, it doesn't matter. Beating him to death he won't be threaded like this again. Dozens of bobbin shafts that had been prepared at the beginning had also been wrapped and placed in a fine rattan wickerwork for spare. After everything was prepared, Luo Chong moved Xiao Dai's stool and sat his butt in front of the machine, ready to test it himself first. You get up. Aren't you going to teach me to weave? How can I weave if you sit there? Xiao Dai pulled Luo Chang's arm and said, I'm not trying it first. I haven't tried this machine myself yet. How can I teach you if I don't figure it out myself first? Don't pull. Don't pull. You watch from the side first. Luo Chong broke free from Xiao Dai's pull, then both feet placed on the pedal below and stepped on it. The hemp rope pulled the vertical lifting rod, making the odd even 2 sets of warp threads open instantly. And this sudden change really drew Xiao Dai's attention over. Wow, that's awesome, so you don't have to pick the thread by hand. Xiao Dai exclaimed in surprise. Luo Chong did not say anything. He continued to debug the 2 pedals back and forth pedal, lifting the vertical rod with 2 sets of warps, 1 up and 1 down. Quickly open, close, and open. Push and pull the weft knives back and forth a bit. No problem. It's smooth and that's good to go. From the side, he took the wooden shuttle, a foot long and 2 fingers wide, with 2 pointed boat-shaped ends, the top of which shone from having been waxed with insect wax. Go to the side of the dustbin and take out a bobbin. Snap the ends of the bobbin shaft into the cabin of the wooden shuttle. Then pull the threads from the small holes in the side of the shuttle. Tie the threads to the right side of the frame uprights, and the first mechanical weaving of the Han tribe begins. Chapter 173, Between the Abbots. Next, requesting for tickets and subscriptions. Requesting for tickets and subscriptions. The left foot steps down on the foot pedal. The warp threads are instantly open on the odd even. The right hand inserts the wooden shuttle into the gap between the 2 layers of warp threads and throws it out to the left. The bottom side of the waxed wooden shuttle slides quickly through the middle of the warp threads. The left hand catches the wooden shuttle and pulls it to the left. The right hand pulls back a little on the wefting knife, and the weft threads are instantly tightened and straightened. Lift the left foot. Step on the right foot. Warp the odd down and even up to change layers. The left hand then throws the wooden shuttle to the right side. The right hand catches the shuttle. The left hand pulls the beating weft knife. 1 round is completed. The surrounding women just looked at the machine and felt magical, but that's all. But Xiao Dai, who had knitted linen with her own hands, opened her mouth wide in surprise, and forgot to speak for a while as she watched Luo Chang's operation. She knew how the previous weaving tribe weaved cloth. Like Luo Chang completed these 2 steps. The weaving tribe just up and down to pick the warp threads to use hundreds of breaths of time, equivalent to a few minutes, and Luo Chang used up to 5 seconds, more than 3 breaths of time. And this is not the most critical. Just like Luo Chang said, he can weave a whiter cloth, a very, very long cloth. Xiao Dai glanced at the 1-meter-wide machine, and then glanced at the scroll on top that had dozens of meters of threads rolled on it, and froze dumbfounded, with only Luo Chang's consistent movements of stepping on the treadle, casting the shuttle, and pulling the weft knives in his eyes left. I don't know how long it took, maybe a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes, near Luo Chang's front, where the warp was no longer transparent and had turned into a 3 centimeters wide dense hairy cloth. Xiao Dai couldn't stay any longer, and suddenly I yelled out from behind and hugged Luo Chong, and kissed on his mouth the moment she twisted her head backward. Luo Chong, Xiao Dai. Two people at the same time are flabbergasted. Xiao Dai was intended to be a kiss Luo Chong cheek, but did not expect Luo Chong suddenly turned back, and then, Luo Chong also froze there. They are playing loom. Just play a little bit of slip. Heard the small butterfly yelled. Would have thought how it turned back to see was forced to kiss a mouthful, which feels so exciting to no longer come to a. Luo Chong was just thinking of exploring a little deeper, but Xiao Dai released her hold on Luo Chong with a red face, coughed lowly to hide her embarrassment, and then prompted Luo Chong with her eyes to look around. When Luo Chong twisted his head to look, the surrounding pregnant women, little girls, were all giggling with infatuation, and their eyes were looking at the two of them unashamedly. Luo Chong also blushed. TSK, it's better to try it at night, lest they be seen by these people. Scene's also not right. Is not said to wait for another 2 years. This if the night and then make out with the little girl. This side of the teased himself out of the reaction. The result can only hold back but also cannot eat. This is how painful things. MMP. That, Luo Chong. I want to try it too. Teach me to use the machine. Xiao Dai changed the topic, trying to diffuse the embarrassment from earlier. Then sit here and I'll show you how to use it. Luo Chong also hurriedly stood up hunched over, looking like a prawn. Xiao Dai looked at Luo Chang's strange movements, then glanced at Luo Chang's animal skin skirt, where a tent had already been picked up, and couldn't help but sneer with a red face, then turned around and sat on the stool that Luo Chong had just let out. Muduns. There's really no place to vent my energy. I can't even think about it. Surely YA has a role to play. Luo Chong just stooped down and stood behind Xiao Dai, giving her instructions on the operation steps, forcibly diverting his attention. There are 2 pedals down there. The left and right feet are placed on them. Once you step on the pedals, the vertical threads on top, which are the warp threads, will open up into 2 layers, just like which step of your braiding tried picking threads with bone needles. Luo Chong pointed to the various parts and explained the operation and working principle to Xiao Dai. However, when Xiao Dai heard Luo Chong talking about their weaving tribe using bone needles to pick threads, she was immediately embarrassed. Xiao Dai, who used to be proud of her tribe's weaving method, now that she looked at Luo Chang's loom and heard him say so, she thought that Luo Chong was mocking her. So Xiao Dai muttered and pouted. Humph. No saying that. While grunting, he also pounded his elbow back, and then a scream was heard immediately afterward. Ow, my little brother. Poof, a large area toppled around. Xiao Dai turned back in bewilderment, looking at Luo Chong who was disguised as a Wudong warrior, then recalled the position of the two of them just now, and after shaking her elbow, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Luo Chong, are you alright? I didn't mean to. Should I show you? No, I'm fine. Luo Chong, a hand over the crotch, while the heart secretly thankful. Fortunately just to be petted. With the force is not big. Just now their own reaction has not been eliminated it. Otherwise it would not be so, which if the small butterfly just used the force and then bigger, my Han will be changed. MMP. Waiting for Luo Chong to slow down for a while, he made sure that the big man still had the ability to pass on his legacy, and then continued to start teaching little butterfly how to weave. Stepping on the treadle, casting the shuttle and picking up the shuttle, and beating the weft, just 3 steps. Xiao Dai, who had experience in weaving, quickly became skillful, and while operating the loom, she praised Luo Chong for being so powerful, and he stood behind Xiao Dai's side, 1 step away from her. After a while, the weft thread in the shuttle ran out, and Luo Chong taught Xiao Dai how to change the thread again. First, gouge out the bobbin shaft, then pull the remaining threads to the side of the fabric. Tie a knot in one of the warp threads at the very edge of the weft with the extra threads, and continue weaving with a new bobbin so that the joints don't stay on the surface of the fabric, but at the very edge of the fabric, and just cut off the extra threads when you get to it. After changing the bobbin a few times, Xiao Dai's speed gradually increased, and her movements gradually became more coherent, and it wasn't long before she had already woven a foot-long piece of fabric. Coffee-colored alpaca wool woven into woolen cloth, smooth to the touch. The cloth is tight, moderately thin and thick, although it is only a plain weave, and there are not many patterns and stripes on it, but it is the best piece of fabric in this world. Luo Chong, Xiao Dai, and the clansmen around them, they all like it very much. And for the machine that can turn alpaca wool into fabric, and the chief who built the machine, they are even more esteemed. La Khan, when I finish weaving the woolen cloth, will you take me back to the weaving tribe to see AMU? Yeah, let me know when you want to go back. So, then, can I bring a piece of burlap to give to Eminem? Okay, what's the big deal? Besides, you knitted this in the first place, and our alpacas will still grow out of their wool, so we can just cut and knit them again. Really? You're so nice. So, can we give AMU one of our machines? Just that spinning machine for thread rolling would be great. We have 2 of them now. Xiaodia's voice got quieter and quieter as she spoke. Luo Chong looked at Xiao Dai and didn't say anything, but his face still maintained a smile, but his eyes had a sense of plotting. If it doesn't work, forget it, Butterfly said noisily, seeming to know that giving such an important machine to the braided tribe was just a luxury. Of course I can't give it away. Our Han tribe is not enough to use it themselves, but I have a way to make all of your braided tribes use our kind of machines, Luo Chong said in an affirmative tone. Xiao Dai's originally lost eyes suddenly exploded with brilliance. What method? Chapter 174, The First Spring Thunder, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. This method is very simple. Let them come here to use it, won't it? The Han tribe won't send it, but you can let them come here to use it. Luo Chong induced Xiao Dai and said. That's good, but isn't it too far when AMU has to walk all day to get here? Come to the Han tribe to use the loom for a day, and then go back and walk all day again. Xiao Dai was still simply calculating the time and distance. Then you can invite AMU to stay and stay. We have such a big place here. It's not a problem to have more people. Luo Chong continued to bait Little Red Riding Hood like a wolf grandmother. But unfortunately it was that Little Red Riding Hood who was too simple in a somewhat breathless way. But my AMU is the leader of the tribe. She can't leave the tribe often. Xiao Dai continued to think hard about the reasons why AMU couldn't come here. Never mind. You'd better knit first. When I take you back to see AMU. Luo Chong slapped on his own head, deeply defeated by his daughter-in-law's simplicity. Oh, Xiao Dai agreed with a little loss, and then continued to start weaving, but thinking that these fabrics could be given to AMU a piece in the future. The youthful young girl was bursting with metal again, her hands and feet moving together, and her abrasion with the machine was getting higher and higher. The sun was sinking in the west, another sunset in dusk. There was no evening sunshine today. Instead there was a strong wind with a hint of humidity, making people feel a little cold and a little inexplicable panic. The elder and the rat witch, 2 old men who were as steady as Mount Tai, found Luo Chong almost simultaneously. Chief, what's wrong? Luo Chong heard who it was just from the voice, and he didn't turn around, instead tilting his head to look at the gloomy sky. It's very windy this evening and I don't see the moon coming out of the east, so it might rain at night, Elder warned. And the fire of the sky, the moon is scared by the fire of the sky. That's why it doesn't dare to come out. The fire of the sky isn't afraid of rain. It can light up the whole sky. The fire of the sky is so loud that it can frighten the birds and beasts. It's as loud as the sound of the chief opening the mountain that time. The mouse witch added, and sneaked a glance at Luo Chong at the end of his words, seemingly remembering the suspicion that Luo Chong had opened the mountain that time. This godlike man in front of him could manipulate the heavenly flames, couldn't he? Should be. Pregnant women and suckling children will stay in caves today, while the others will still live in straw huts, and send down any animal skins the tribe can use. First to the children and women, chicken coops, rabbit pens, cow barns, and those deer and alpacas are all tightly closed and tied up, so as not to scare them away. All metal tools are gathered together, no wood or s around, and people stay away. Those copper will attract heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder? What is heavenly thunder? Luo Chong was arranging the notes for tonight, but was suddenly interrupted by the rat witch. That is, what you said about the heavenly fire. That is not called heavenly fire. It is called thunder inside Chinese. The thunder in the sky. Oh, right. Don't interrupt. I haven't finished yet. Don't cook outside tonight. It's too windy. The burning fire will be easily blown away by the wind, and it'll be over if you burn down the grass hut. Take it to the cave and cook it. Leave a few people to cook and then distribute it to each clan member. Don't fire outside tonight. Do it right away. Luo Chong first explained the heavenly flame, then immediately uttered another command. Yes, a commanding tone. Yes, we'll go now. The 2 old men hurriedly agreed, then flung their old arms and legs away. The small butterfly on the side heard Luo Chong say something about copper will attract heavenly thunder. Without saying anything, first removed the copper hairpin and copper crown on top of Luo Chang's head. Luo Chong froze, then when he saw what was in Xiao Dai's hand, his heart immediately said grass shake. Martyr, careless Lazi themselves are forgotten dead. Every day where this thing are used to, plus they can not see. A time really did not think about it. Which if the thunder hit a little lower, Luo Chong and just stand in a mountain open space. TSK. Think of here. Luo Chong'an cannot help but worry about the far away in the 8 treasure mountain of the big tree. He himself here okay a little bit, but the big tree that guy. A group of them but in a copper mountain I hope that they know to hide a little bit of it. I hope that it is okay, and now it is too late to contact the. No. We'll send someone over tomorrow to take a look. Otherwise we're still not sure. Luo Chong stood there thinking about what was there and continued to tilt his head up to look at the sky. Little Butterfly stood right beside Luo Chong and also tilted her little face up to look in the direction Luo Chong was looking at. Luo Chang's copper crown had already been hidden by her in a hidden corner of the grass hut. The clansmen in the tribe who were originally scrubbing pots and pans and fetching water in preparation for cooking dinner were also notified by the elders and the mouse witch and got busy. Some went to the corral and drove all the animals into the shed, tied up securely with twine. Others blasted all the crow-feathered chickens into the chicken coop, boarded up, and then blocked with a large green brick outside, shutting them up for dead. There were also clansmen gathering up bronze weapons and tools and putting them all in the open space of the enclosure. There were also women distributing animal skins to the clansmen to protect them from the cold. The pregnant women in the caves who were younger in months were baking food to be able to distribute it to the clan before it rained. The sky soon darkened. Not the sun sank into the valley, but the dark clouds blocked the sky. The wind was even stronger, probably around 7 or 8 levels. I hope the grass hut won't be blown away. At this time Luo Chong could only pray like this. Obviously it's not summer yet. Even spring thunder and spring rain shouldn't be that big, but looking at the beginning of this, it doesn't seem like it's going to be too small. The clouds in the sky were brewing with the first thunder of the year, rumbling and roaring low in the distant sky as if a wild animal was roaring from its throat. When the first batch of food was ready, a few men carried large wicker baskets, distributing food to each hut one by one, and then turned back to deliver a second batch, but it was too late after all. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sparse rain strikes the ground, splashing a cloud of dust-forming smoke, but before that smoke could drift away, it was slammed back down to the ground by the increasingly dense rain. Rumble, ka-ching, wow, woo-woo, rolling thunder resounded through the sky, followed by a bright lightning bolt that sliced through the entire sky, and some of the younger children in the hundreds of grass huts that made up the settlement directly cried in fear, and even some of the adults covered their heads with animal skins and hid in the corners of the grass huts, shivering, as they were afraid of the power of nature. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, although not so much as pouring, but also not at all small. Bean-sized raindrops hit the ground, splashing a piece of water, without stopping, as if the earth is boiling. Luo Chong sat at the door of the grass hut, looking at the heavy rain outside, while Xiaodai was shrinking in Luo Chang's arms, holding him tightly. Both of them didn't share the food. Just now Luo Chong let the clansmen share it to the children first. Chapter 175, The Bird Tribe with Bows and Arrows, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Law Khan. Aren't you afraid of heavenly thunder? Little Butterfly sat sideways in Luo Chang's arms, her arms tightly encircling Luo Chang's waist, tilting her small face and opening her bright eyes to ask, why should I be afraid? A simple but affirmative rhetorical question. I've heard the clansmen say that you can control heavenly thunder, and you can also split open great mountains and scare away countless birds and beasts. Is that true? Oh, ha ha ha. That's not a heavenly thunder. That's a landmine at best. Mines? Does the ground still thunder? Xiao Dai asked curiously as she heard this expression for the first time. Well, a mine is not a thunderbolt. A mine is something that can be seen and touched. A mine that a person can control. And I, for one, can build mines. Luo Chong said after a moment of contemplation. Really? Thunder that people can control too? Aha. Who taught you to do that? Then, I was born knowing. Luo Chong gave the same old reasoning. However, Xiao Dai seemed to have grabbed the wrong point. Born? Are you a natural? I was born from my parents too, only I forgot who it was. And when I say born, I mean I knew it from the time I was born. Just like those things were originally mine. Luo Chong said shamelessly. And the kanji too? Yes, there are many kanji, also I was born knowing them. By the way, let me teach you to write kanji. Yeah. Well, today we'll teach you how to write the character for thunder. Lay, 1 horizontal is the sky, 1 cap is a cloud, 4 dots are rain, and underneath that is our rice paddy field. And then from the sky comes a thunderbolt from the sky that splits through the clouds and penetrates through the heavy rain to reach the rice paddy field. Click. As if to match Luo Chang's explanation, another bright lightning bolt struck straight down above the dark clouds, piercing through the clouds, splitting the rain curtain, descending straight down, and finally dissolving into nothingness. Xiao Dai froze. looking at the word thunder written on Luo Chang's palm, and the lightning that accompanied Luo Chang's vertical stroke, as if the thunder was emitted from Luo Chang's fingertips. Xiao Dai has seen the Chinese characters in the cave, but never so tangible in the meaning of the Chinese characters, so the Chinese characters are so magical, so powerful. This is the advantage of ideographs, a glance to understand, even if you do not know what it is called. This word lei gave Xiao Dai such a deep impression that Luo Chong only taught her once, and Xiao Dai deeply memorized it. Of course, this also had to do with Luo Chang's teaching mode, using objects to teach words. Such a sensory experience was just too profound. Luo Chong also heard in his previous life, rumor has it that the real calligraphy write every word with the charm. A thunder word can be written out of the immersive feeling, and even such a word hanging in the house can ward off evil spirits, suppressing the demons, ghosts, spirits and monsters. It is said that the ancient Taoist art of charms and spells evolved from this, so practice your handwriting. Hanji is so awesome. The night is gradually deepening. The rain is still falling. Small butterfly shrinking in Luo Chang's arms to send out even breathing sound. Another thunder rang, embracing Luo Chang's arms by a little tighter. The mouth whispered in a dreamy voice what? Luo Chang put his ear closer and listened. It seemed to be calling out to Amu. This child was homesick, or recalling a certain thunderstorm day and years ago. She was also shrinking in Amu's embrace like now. It was a feeling of dependence. And now, Luo Chang was her dependence. It had rained all that night, accompanied by bursts of thunder and a thunderous guttural, and many of the clansmen who hadn't gotten their share of food yesterday were hungry. But the rain continued to fall, and it didn't stop until dawn. No way. This is the consequence of not having a brick house. Otherwise the clan would have eaten in their own kitchens long ago. But the grass huts just don't work. If there were fewer people it would be fine. Everyone would still be able to live in the caves. It would be warm in the winter and cool in the summer. And there would be no need for the wind and the sun, and you could make a fire in the caves. But what about now? No, we need to speed up construction. Otherwise, how will that survive until the rainy summer? The sky was overcast, and the inky dark clouds gradually became lighter, as if the moisture inside was about to be wrung out. And sure enough, by halfway through the morning, the clouds turned white and were gradually dispersed by the sunlight, and a long, seven-colored rainbow hung up in the distant sky. The clansmen all came out of the grass huts as well, and began to prepare food to fill their empty stomachs first, and Xiao Dai also went to cook for Luo Chong, while Luo Chong, himself, ran to the rice paddies first. Fortunately, the rice are still standing strong, not to Luo Chong worried about his large areas of collapse. Yesterday, although the thunder rolled, the wind is also very strong, but it is only 7 or 8 levels, is not so bad as to destroy the farmland. A spring rain didn't seem to do much good, because the Han tribe already had aqueducts, but those places that didn't have aqueducts were undoubtedly moisturized by the larger spring rains, like the pastures west of the city, and the hemp fields of the braided tribe. The city's main roadside of the oil tree was not blown down by the wind, although they are still not stable, but without the wind of the crown, coupled with the trunk of several arm-thick sticks as a support, is still standing firmly on the ground. After a night of heavy rain, the water level of the creek didn't rise, but the flow speeded up significantly. After the group had breakfast, Luo Chong had someone call for Beast Tooth, preparing to find him something to do. Chief, you called for me? Beast Tooth came to report. Well, you find another person, bring weapons and food, go to the corral to collect 2 antlered deer, then go to Babao Mountain to check on Dishu and the others. This rain is not small, don't let anything happen, go and take a look, check it out and come back to let me know, otherwise I'm always uneasy. Luo Chong patted his shoulder and said, yes, Chief, then I'm on my way? Well, go early and come back early, be careful on the road, it just rained, mud everywhere, slippery ground, don't ride so fast. Yes, thank you Chief. Beast Tooth led the way, calling up a teenager who had fought the fire tribe together, and the two of them stepped across the small bridge on a deer and turned their heads northward, but just in the opposite direction from them, south of the east bank of the creek, the Yu tribe, who had just run out of their shelter from the rain, suddenly encountered the second tribe they had encountered on this trip to the east bank, a tribe that used bows and arrows, the Sparrow tribe, and were surrounded by the other side as soon as they encountered them. More than a dozen bows and arrows were pointed at the crowd of the Yu tribe. The men at the head of them were of similar age to Yu Fu, all young men under 20 years old, and they were holding very rough bows and arrows in their hands, a bow made directly from a whole thin branch, slightly thicker than a finger, on top of which the bark was stripped. The whole bow was almost 1.5 meters long, and what was used for the bowstring was unknown, black. It could have been hair or something else. Their arrows were also rough, not even very straight, and they didn't have tail feathers. but they did have arrowheads that looked like they were made from the spikes on top of some plant. And most importantly, they didn't have many of them. Chapter 176, White Fruit Tribe, requesting tickets and subscriptions. It had been more than a week since they had crossed the bridge, and the traveling tribe had been heading southeast. They hadn't reached the settlement of the original Black Rat tribe, and they hadn't encountered the Chestnut tribe, only brushing past the Chestnut tribe's range of activity to the east, but not being detected by the Chestnut tribe. On about the fourth day of walking through the traveling tribe, they finally came across the first tribe they had found on the trip, a tribe with a population of less than 80, with only a dozen or so adult men, but even that was more people than the traveling tribe. Yufu didn't directly break into the other party's settlement, but rather the two parties encountered each other in the jungle while the other party was hunting, and the name of that tribe was called the White Fruit Tribe. There were not many places in the jungle where an ox cart could pass, and the wider places were naturally frequented by animals and men. It was a road trodden out by the White Fruit Tribe, and it was there that the traveling tribe met them unawares. The leader of the White Fruit Tribe was a woman. Their tribe mainly gathered white fruits and hunted, and their main food was a very, very sweet white fruit. But the thing wasn't naturally white, it was orange-red. That fruit grows on a tree that is not very tall. The leaves are oval, thick, and green. The fruit blooms in the summer and ripens in the fall, and the fruit can be kept for a long time if dried, and is a staple food of the Baigwa tribe. When fall came, the Baigwa tribe would gather a lot of hay to spread under the trees, and then the women would climb the trees and beat the fruit down with long wooden poles, after which the women would hang the fruit to dry, waiting for the dry almost, and then choose a piece of land to dig a pit, which is covered with bark and hay, and then covered with bark, and then buried with soil. After a period of fermentation, the original orange-red fruit will grow a layer of frosting, and become sweeter and more delicious. If Luo Chong can see it, he will surely be able to recognize that it is a persimmon cake sun. Persimmon cake seeds need to be dried before being sealed and fermented, which is a production method that would have been unknown to the general public, but just happened to be accidentally learned by the ancestors of the White Fruit Tribe. There were many persimmon trees near the White Fruit Tribe, and each year they bore enough fruit to feed the entire clan for most of the year. But how to preserve it was a problem. They first tried to stay directly on the tree to dry, but there are a lot of birds to grab persimmons, so they can only first pick the persimmons, and then hang together in the special guard. But in winter they do not have storage so many persimmons, so they had to find a place to dig a pit and bury, but did not expect to bury the persimmons and so on, and then dug out when are white and flat. At first the clansmen of the White Fruit Tribe didn't dare to eat it, but when they were starving, someone finally did try it, ate it, and it became sweeter, but it didn't kill them, so more starving clansmen started to try it. Since then, there has been a White Fruit Tribe that specializes in making persimmon cakes, and they no longer rely on hunting, and they can eat only the persimmon cakes that are left behind every year for a long time. But of course, it would be better if the men could bring back the meat of the beasts to eat someday, and they don't only eat persimmon cakes, but also other fruits and wild vegetables and so on. On the day of the encounter between the two sides, Bai Ji, the female leader of the Baigwa tribe, was leading her people to gather food, while the men of the tribe were roaming around the periphery of the gathering team. Their main task was to give the women realm, and hunting in the meantime. But the hunting was not done, but they saw two huge bulls pulling a strange thing towards them, and there were a lot of children on that. The men on the hunt immediately forced the ox cart to a halt, then shouted for the chief, Bai Ji, and the men around them. Bai Ji arrived soon after. Because there were more people than the swimmer tribesmen, they weren't really afraid, mainly because this guy, Yu Fu, was very good at socializing with people, always able to make strangers let their guard down in tiny details, making others feel that they didn't mean any harm. What tribe are you? Why have you come to us? And what's this behind your two four-horned beasts? Bai Ji inquired to Yu Fu as she gestured under the protection of the men of her own tribe around her. We, the Yu tribe, go far away and pass through your area. This thing is called a cart. It can pull people and things. Yu Fu also gestured back and spread the common language of the Han tribe as they exchanged words. Car. Bai Ji heard this term from Chinese for the first time. It was new, but she remembered it as she saw the magical car for the first time, and then looked at the child on top of the car, and what was on it. So she asked again, pointing to the stone basin on top. The stone basin? This thing is called pottery, and it can cook meat. Yu Fu continued to explain. Pottery, cooking meat. Bai Ji mimicked Yu Fu's pronunciation, indirectly learning two more Chinese words. Yu, pottery, much, our tribe, want to exchange, feasible? Bai Ji looked at the many large pottery pots on the ox cart. She didn't expect to use them to cook things for food, she just simply wanted to use them for water. Yes, in exchange for what? We want food. Anything else? Anything we haven't seen, anything we don't have. Anything. Yu Fu also thought of those things Luo Chong asked him to collect, in the spirit of not letting go of any possible opportunity. That's why he answered like this. Anyway, with Luo Chong reimbursing him, Yu Fu was not too distressed. For food, we have white fruit and animal skins. Feasible? Did you guys bring it? Can I see it? It's not on my body. It's in our tribe. And you can go to our tribe now that the sun is going down. Alright then, come along. Yu Fu nodded. And so it was that a group of 2 tribes went together to the settlement of the White Fruit Tribe. Baiguo Tribe's settlement is located in a small depression. The depression is on 3 sides of the high ground. The only empty side there is a 2-meter wide creek block. The creek has a lot of stones, and Baiguo Tribe used to live in the house, but also made of stone. Local materials, a strong point of human beings. There were a dozen or so low stone huts in the settlement, built in cylindrical shapes of stones and mud from the stream, with roofs of twigs and thatch over them. And there was little regularity in the size of the huts, which stood in a messy fashion in the hollows of the mountains. Dinner is each eat their own, but the White Fruit Tribe also took out some stored persimmon cakes to entertain guests, but not a lot, and that persimmon cake has been drying since the spring dugout, and now it's already close to summer. The persimmon cake has long been dry and hard abnormally, but it's still very sweet, and the sugar in it has already been compressed to the extreme point. Yu Fu tasted one, felt a little sore cheeks. Damn, too hard to chew. Put half a year of persimmon cake. The taste can be imagined. Yu Fu's 2 3 or 4-year-old sons also clamored for food, but unfortunately, one person took one, and ended up not being able to bite it, and finally looked at his own dad with a sobbing face. Then Yu Fu threw persimmons in the pot. Chapter 177, It's a Misunderstanding, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Persimmon cake into the pot. Add water. High heat, cook until boiling. Not long time. A sweet flavor from the pot wafted out. Dry persimmon cake because again absorb water, plus the roll of high temperature, become fragrant and soft delicious, and there is no longer that kind of astringent flavor. But on the other side of the White Fruit Tribe's clansmen, they could only drink cold water, nibble on dry hard persimmon cakes, and watch with bated breath as Yu Fu and the others cooked the soup. The meat was of course there. 2 snakes were caught today, but they were not big enough to be enjoyed only by the chief and a few important members. The 2 sides are not far away. Yu Volt's this pot of persimmon cake is also in the side of Baiji. Watched them cook the persimmon cake, and then Yu Volt's 2 women to persimmon cake fish to the pottery bowl to the 2 children to eat. Obviously they tribal their own persimmon cake. How to now gluttony of people is their own it. Baiji depressed. Yu Fu also fished out a bowl of persimmon cakes. Even fruit with soup to Baiji served a bowl. Eat, clay pot, make soup. Baiji nodded and followed the example of the traveling tribe and found a thin branch to tie and eat. It was hot, soft, sweet, sinewy, and tasted like meat. Baiji ate one and had a satisfied smile on her face. Pottery, how do I change it? Again this original question was asked by Baiji. Yu Fu scanned the settlement and felt that there was nothing worth exchanging. Those things Luo Chong wanted are not here. Even Yu Fu himself, after a few days of living in the Han tribe, could not see what they had. It would be difficult but for primitive people, food, hides, containers, population, these are always hard currency. Your white fruits, animal skins, whatever. Yu Fu thought carefully, and ultimately didn't choose to ask for people. His own tribe wouldn't be able to use that many people. They needed to travel, and more people would be a burden if they didn't have enough supplies. If you want people to send to the Han tribe, obviously it is also impossible. He is now just out a few days. It is impossible to immediately return. Let them go to the Han tribe by themselves to send people is even more nonsense. It is better to change a little bit of real things to put around the appropriate. If you change, then wait until the time to return. Okay, how many? Baiji let the clansmen carry a bunch of dried persimmon cakes over. That bunch was tied with a thin rope. There were about 20 of them. Save them, 1 person could eat 2 meals. 5 skewers each, all sizes counting, with furred animal skins to cover a man. For one of our clay pots. Yu Fu direct big opening, but he still feels some loss. This price can be cheaper than Luochong opened, much cheaper. But in front of the eyes of this Baigwa tribe seems to be very poor he is also very speechless but it is such a price. Baiji still think it is very expensive it. In the end both sides bargained for half a day, and Yu Fu added 2 more clay bowls and gave some more gifts. A small bag of white salt, packed in snakeskin, which was about the size of a fist. Baiji tasted white salt is also very happy. A big hand, 2 bodies of animal skin, each person 8 strings of persimmon cakes. The 2 sides are quite satisfied. That is, the swimmer is more loss. Fortunately, the loss is not his own. Are given by Luochong funding, a small packet of white salt, in exchange for a tribe's friendship, or cost-effective. so that there is a possibility of long-term cooperation is not. And swim ambulance traveling this time is indeed very embarrassing. The third month of spring. It is the time of the green and yellow. Luochon want those fruits and vegetables have not grown it. This season there are some grass and leaves type of wild vegetables can be eaten. Fruits and melons as soon as possible to the summer over half of the time. Thus ended the first transaction. And early the next morning the tribe of swimmers continued their journey. And after a few days' travel they reached the territorial limits of the tribe of the finches, a sparse wood, and a large shrubbery, in which there were a great number of birds, and especially pheasants, which did not fly very high. So Yufu ordered the tribe to stop and prepare to rest here for 2 days, hunting more pheasants for food supplies. That day they shot a lot of pheasants, but I did not expect to encounter a thunderstorm in the evening. But the good thing is that the traveling tribe often camping, but there is a way to avoid the rain. They parked the ox cart under a dead tree, to the crown of the tree covered with some animal skins and grasses and leaves, to make a large umbrella that can protect from the rain. The shed of the ox cart was also covered with animal skins, and straw curtains were hung on the sides to make a little hut to fight the wind and keep out the rain. And the children of the wandering tribes were put in the carts, while the grown-ups sheltered themselves from the rain under the trees. It was just that what they hadn't expected was that today they were seen hunting pheasants on a large scale in the territory of the bird tribe, and that person's tribe was none other than the bird tribe, who were waiting for the thunderstorm to end before they went to look for trouble with Yufu. The clansmen of the sparrow tribe had long observed that the people of the traveling tribe were not as numerous as they were, and when the time came for the men to swarm, they would be able to frighten this uninvited guest who had come to snatch the prey, only that they did not expect that this thunderstorm would actually rain for such a long period of time. And this had caused Sparrow Chief Sparrow to be a little annoyed. Until the morning of the next day. Finally, the thunderstorm still stopped. Yufu let the clansmen take out the dry firewood stored in advance and light a fire, waiting for the clansmen to eat breakfast before going hunting. Today in the rest day. Wait for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The ground is drier and then go. Now continue to set out if the ground is full of mud. The ox cart is sure to be out of trouble. Just as they had just eaten breakfast, and Yufu was preparing to take the men hunting again. The hunting party of the bird tribe, who had already quietly felt around, drilled out with their crude bows and arrows. There was a bit of a crowd, maybe 40 or so, all adult males, each with a bow and arrow in their hands, bows made of willow branches, rounded from top to bottom, black bowstrings, made from a mixture of human hair as well as bark, and from animal sinews. That's what they don't understand. The elastic output of a bow and arrow relies all on the bow arm, and they, because they don't have woodworking tools, have to look for wood that's naturally more elastic, like the saplings of a small willow tree. Their arrows were baked straight from a bush branch. The skin was a little smoother once it was sanded down with gravel, and an arrowhead was tied to the front end. They didn't even have glue. The clansmen of the Yu tribe were a bit confused when they looked at the sparrow tribe that suddenly surrounded them. All the clansmen were flabbergasted for a while. Fortunately, Yufu was more calm. Since this group of people were just surrounding them and didn't come up to shout and kill, there was still something to talk about. Yufu bent down and pounded his chest in a salute to the sparrow leader, not raising his weapon straight away, then looked at the sparrow leader as he waited for the other man to speak. Hand over the finches you caught yesterday and get the hell out of this place. This is our territory and those finches are our prey. You shouldn't rob them. Give them or I'll kill you. The finch leader gestured and shouted directly, then drew his bow and shot an arrow in front of Yufu's feet. There was a soft plop as the arrow plunged into the ground. No, don't do it. It's all a misunderstanding. We're willing to pay. Chapter 178, a way to boost triple speed, requesting tickets and subscriptions. With the attitude that a good man should not be defeated, Yufu painfully took out all the pheasants that he had shot yesterday. Of course, it was impossible to return the ones that had already been eaten. You know in front of this is 42 adult men. You ambush simply cannot afford to mess with. And they also have a bow and arrow. Although it is crude but that is also a bow and arrow not to mention the two sides away from the appearance of 10 or so meters. Which if the other side to a round of flurry of fire. TSK, do not dare to imagine seeing the Yu tribe handing over their prey so painfully. Even the leader of the bird tribe didn't expect it, and froze on the spot, but soon he reacted and let his warriors take over those prey, then started to drive the people away, but didn't manage to drive them away, and the accident happened again. Honorable chief, we can leave, but we need this food badly. We don't rob. We can trade things, okay? Yufu started trying to make a trade again. Change? With what? Chief Sparrow asked curiously. This, white salt, is also food. As Yufu spoke, he took out another small snakeskin pocket from his back waist, then opened it up to show the sparrow leader, and pinched a little more to signal for him to eat it. The sparrow chief didn't dare to taste it, but it was the first time he had seen something so pure and white. and he was obviously very interested. And in the end, it was Yufu who tasted a little bit first, signaling that it was non-toxic, before the Sparrow Chief frowned and began to try it. The result was naturally no exception. The white salt produced by the Han tribe was naturally of just the right quality, and after the Sparrow Chief had tasted it he immediately agreed to exchange some with Yufu. Unfortunately, you've all only exchanged to some food, and no Luochong need specialties, also do not have the kind of section, hollow tree in the middle, but because you've all this guy charity, never easy in other tribes to conflict, but it is so that he made a lot of tribes, agreed with each other in the future there is such a good thing can be used to exchange again. Saying goodbye to the Sparrow tribe, the Yu tribe continued to travel southeast. They moved along the east bank of the creek on about a day's journey, so that they could have a high probability of encountering more tribes, and strive to find what Luochong needed before they lost their capital cleanly this time, so that they could also have an explanation by then. Han tribe sighed. After a thunderstorm, and then a few days of sunny days, the sun is like fire, the temperature is getting higher and higher, all kinds of grass and trees are crazy like flying long. The rice in the paddy field has already passed through the entire growth stage of the nodulation period, and has now grown to a height of 2 meters, which is taller than a human being, and looks like a field of sorghum when viewed from a distance. Luochong these days in the paddy field carefully observed, found that rice growth is very bad, can even be said to be degraded. In terms of yield then the wild is not as good as the specific degradation of the aspect, is the tillering period out of the straw is less. We must know that more than one straw that will be able to grow more than one spike but now the paddy field, generally in the 15 to 20 straw or so, more than the Luochong to see the most growth of the wild rice is more than double that of the wild rice that Luochong has seen grow the most. Later, after several days of observation, Luochong got a conclusion, resulting in the reduction of tillers, may be planted too dense caused by the specific appearances that the outside of the paddy field, the circle of rice, a single plant have an average of more than 30 straw, which explains what, because the outside of the circle of the growth of space is bigger so next season's rice planting density will have to be adjusted, and the minimum row spacing will have to be more than half a meter, or even 60 centimeters, and from the next season onwards, additional fertilizers will have to be added. If rice was a disappointment to Luochong among these crops, then the one that had grown the best was Rami, which had also grown very tall, and most importantly, the planting area had been expanded through uninterrupted reclaiming of the wasteland, and Rami already had hundreds of acres. But of course, compared to the thousands of acres of hemp gardens that had been operated by the braided tribe for generations, the hemp fields of the Han tribe were still too small. In the vegetable plot near the river, the flowers of the peppers are gone, and have produced a lot of tiny peppers, which are able to grow to the length of a finger when they grow to their largest size, and are of about the same thickness, but are not at all inferior to the spicy flavor of the morning glory peppers, although this variety of peppers grows in a dangling manner. In addition to those that can be eaten, those that can be used grow quickly, especially the man-eating trees planted artificially along the creek. These are just the beginning of spring. Luochong let the clansmen collected fresh spikes inserted there, every day with fish blood, fish scales, fish guts to water, because every day there is a stable blood and guts feeding. These cannibalistic tree spikes grow by leaps and bounds, less than 3 months' time, has grown from more than a meter high to more than 3 meters, the diameter of the almost 5 centimeters, to do the weapons and tools are still a little bit worse, at least the diameter grows to more than 3 centimeters to hold in the hand to be smooth. At least the diameter grew to more than 3 centimeters to hold in the hand to be smooth. So raise it. It is estimated that can be almost the same period of time with the rice harvest. On the 4th day after the heavy rain, Beast Tooth brought back news of Big Tree from Mt. Babel. They were fine that day, and since it was originally close to the dark forest, Big Tree was quite familiar with it, having been there twice before, and they had so many copper tools and weapons that building a house was not a problem. They had already cut down some trees to build a house on the leeward side of the hill, and for weapons they also had bows and arrows, and to the east of Mt. Babel was the wetland prairie, with beavers, otters, fish, giant geese, gouramis, wild cranes, wild ducks, and even horned beasts, and there was no shortage of food at all. Hearing this, Luochong wondered, isn't he going to mine, and still has time to build a house, and time to go out and hunt for fish? Then Luochong heard another message brought back by Beast Tooth. It was Big Tree who asked him to relay it to Luochong. The specific meaning was that with a dozen of them digging, they could dig out 2 or 3 carloads in a day, but the fastest ox cart could take 2 days to make a trip. It wasn't that they didn't work, it was that the transportation couldn't be supplied. That's why they had the leisure time to improve their living standard. In addition, it was Dishu's suggestion to Luochong, saying that if Luochong felt that the limestone shipped back was too little, Then let the carpentry group build a few more ox carts. And their side of the digging mine would definitely have no problem with that, and would definitely be able to supply it. So, originally has been Luochong arrangements for all changed to build textile machinery carpentry group, and then restarted to build cattle cars, four-wheeled wagons, just want to load more, labor-saving, wider wheels, car bang high, made of deep bucket trucks. But the results of the carpentry group during these few sunny days were also promising, with all 20 people making machines, and with the guidance of the already skilled wood dolphins. The construction was still fast, and in only 6 days the carpentry group built 12 spinning machines for thread rolling, that one being the easiest. Combed roving machine only built 2. In addition to some already completed parts, such as drums, Luochong designed vertical primary loom built 1.5, a finished product of all the installation and commissioning, and it just built a frame. Xiaodai looked at more and more textile type machine is very happy, because she is more and more skilled in the use of the loom. From the first day of a meter of cloth, to later 1.5 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 feet, and even there is still the possibility of improving. Xiaodai excited bad. One day to weave more than 3 meters and also so wide. This is if in the old weaving tribe, want to weave the amount of the current day, it will probably take 2 or 3 months, and quality there is no comparison. But Luochong did not care much. The attitude is very flat kind of feeling, happy, but not excited, because his brain is still loaded with flying shuttle loom. The same manual work, flying shuttle loom can at least the current weaving speed increased by 3 times, because that do not have to hands back and forth to throw the shuttle, pass the shuttle. The shuttle is equipped with springs on both sides, as long as the rope is pulled, can be completed once to throw the shuttle to pull the weft action. Too bad. Where to get springs? Chapter 179 Going to see mother-in-law, begging for tickets and subscriptions. Another week passed. The time entered the second half of the 3rd month of spring. Rice began to pull out the ears. A spike of rice with the wind. Root upright. From a distance like the flowers of the reeds. Very beautiful, very delightful. And so on the blossoms will enter the period of grouting. The grains will be rapidly expanding. And then the ears will fall. It will not be long before it is the time of the harvest. Construction of residential housing in the city was also fast, with 20 home building teams, rapidly putting up 20 homes every 5 days. Of course this is not a finished product, but a rough house. No windows, no doors, no flooring in the house. Just put the walls up, put the roof on. The later renovation is estimated to take a while. In any case, first build it. The square in the central city, built by 90 people, took almost half a month. Finally finished the floor tiles. It looks spectacular. Primitive age. Where to find such a clean and flat ground? The plaza was paved only halfway, just as Luochong had planned, leaving the rest for the future construction of the school and Luochang's residence. After the 90 people paved the square, Luochong and put them into the team to build houses, from the original 20 teams to draw backbone members, and then the 90 people to add in, and expanded out of the 5 teams, so that one time will be able to build 25 sets of houses at the same time. The men to grasp the construction of the tribe's food sources are all handed over to the women, gathering teams for wild vegetables and plant roots, fishing teams by the river, and hunting patrols of a dozen men who look to see if the traps set in the mountains and forests have yielded anything each day, and who initiate attacks when they come across beasts, and most of the time manage to get prey each day as well, but just not too much to be counted as a mainstay of the food source. Although the harvest rate of various traps is low, but you can't stop the density of traps. More than 10 miles of mountain forests. There are always a few unlucky. Right. Sometimes come across 2 or 3 large one-tooth pig, but also for the tribe to provide a day's food. This all depends on the luck of the hunter's luck. The luck of the prey is bad, very unstable. Xiaodia's sighed after 10 good days of work, at the rate of 10 meters of cloth every 3 days. The first volume of 50 meters of cloth has been finished, but unfortunately cannot be worn now. It will soon be summer. Pure alpaca fabric is too hot, can only be stored first. The 30 or so alpacas in the Han tribe corral had been sheared clean, and the clumps of sheared hair had been washed, combed and roped, and spun, and now there was a great pile of wool. Woven wool fiber fabric is about 2 or 3 meters to have a pound weight. An adult alpaca's wool can almost weave a 20 or 30 meters long. More than 30 heads, can still weave a few hundred meters it? But after weaving these what? Han tribe now has 3 primary looms. The fastest time every day can weave 10 meters. It will not be long before the wool will run out. When there is no wool, how to do? Han tribe's hemp field cannot be harvested. The shoots just grow out of the pinched down and transplanted. Used to constantly expand the hemp field. The most critical is the woolen cloth is not now wearing off. This is a problem. Luochong cannot let the loom idle. Have to find raw materials for the loom. Go. In the evening, Xiao Dai and Luo Cheng lying together again. The body covered with a piece of woolen cloth patchwork made quilt. Nor right. In fact, just sew a single layer of woolen cloth. But in the late spring and early summer, the night cover so a single layer of cloth will be just right. Not cold and not hot. Luo Cheng, are you asleep? Xiao Dai's voice was weak and tentative. No. What's wrong? I'd like to go back to the braided tribe tomorrow to see M&M. Do you have time tomorrow? Can you take me there? It doesn't seem to be anything important. I have time. I can take you there tomorrow, Luo Cheng said after a slight thought. Really? That's great. Then can I bring a piece of woolen cloth for AMU? Just 2 meters. Little butterfly rolled over onto Luo Cheng's body and solicited. Of course it's okay. Didn't I promise you before? When I went to see AMU to bring her a piece. You don't want to take 2 meters. Simply send 20 meters. I see that your AMU likes to wear robes. Then you can make 2 more robes to change and wear. And the rest of it can make a sheet like ours and keep it to cover at night when you sleep. Luo Cheng caressed Xiao Dai's smooth back and said, 20 meters. Really? You didn't lie to me? Xiao Dai asked in surprise, still a bit in disbelief in her heart. I lied to you for what? Really? When I say words do not count. If you do not believe, then I have to change the word 20 meters no more. Just give 2 mn. Luo Cheng stayed, originally is to tease small butterfly. The result of the rest of the words have not said, was small butterfly with lips blocked. A little later, the hayloft resounded with the sound of 2 men's ragged panting. Luo Cheng, you're so good to me. I'll definitely give you 2 more children in the next 2 years. Xiao Dai rested her face sideways on Luo Cheng's chest and said emotionally. Luo Cheng also stroked Xiao Dai's long hair and continued to tease her. Really? Then let's have a few. Well, 3, no, 8, when that time comes, you as a father will go hunting to get food, and I as a mother will weave and make clothes for them. Right, we have rice planted, we don't necessarily need to hunt, then you will teach our children to make things. You are so good at it, you know how to make everything. Little butterfly envisioned the future, her 2 big eyes glittered with eye-catching luster. To give birth to that many, if all the clansmen of our tribe give birth to that many, then we have to plant more rice to make it work, or else we won't be able to feed that many people. Luo Cheng said fretfully, if he continued to give birth like this, the population would definitely go up in tens of tens. Well, then dig more rivers and plant more rice. By the way, Luo Cheng, is that rice you mentioned delicious? What kind is it? I've never even seen it. I just heard from the clansmen who have eaten it that it's very tasty, fragrant and sweet. Yes, it's fragrant and sweet. It's also soft and easy to store. When it's dried and put into storage, it can be kept for several years without going bad, and what we can't finish can still be stored and eaten slowly, and then it will be almost ripe in a month, and then I'll let you eat rice and drink rice porridge every day. Gollum. You're making me hungry. I want to eat so badly. Xiao Dai embarrassedly explained about that voice just now. Well, go to sleep. Only tomorrow there will be food. Get up a little early tomorrow morning. I'll make you something good to eat. And after breakfast we'll go to the braided tribe to see your AMU. In this way, early the next morning, Luo Cheng and Xiao Dai pulled 20 meters of coffee-colored woolen cloth, rolled it into a cloth roll and put it on Grey Mountain's back. Today, they are going to ride this big guy. Meat will also follow. The ox and the antlered deer both still have work to do. Just these 2 goods, from the backwater river dug up, they are left to play every day. Chapter 180, What is she blowing? Begging for votes and subscriptions. Luo Cheng called the elders, Rat Witch and Rat Big, told them 3 people they want to take Small Butterfly to go to a trip to make up the tribe. May have to go for 2 or 3 days. These days of time temporarily by the 3 management tribe. The work remains unchanged. To prevent the enemy invasion can be. The 3 nodded yes, and then Luo Cheng with Small Butterfly embarked on a trip back to his mother's home. In the morning after eating breakfast set out, the 2 together riding on the back of the Grey Mountain. Neat himself followed beside. These 2 guys are huge. Running is not very fast, at least not as fast as the big horned deer running. Fortunately, Luo Cheng is not in a hurry, so leisurely forward. Even on the road to see the birds and pheasants cannot help but shoot a few, but not a single silhouette. The number of human beings is still too small. After jogging like this for a morning, when it was about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 of them went over a low hill and finally saw the hemp field of the braided tribe in the distance, and the women of the braided tribe were laboring in the hemp field at that moment. They had listened to Luo Cheng's advice and had begun to pick the first batch of rami for this year. Each woman held a bone knife or stone sickle in her hand, harvesting rami by the handful, and just as the 2 of them had just appeared not far from the hemp field, a sharp whistle of beep, Beep suddenly came from the top of the slope where little butterfly had peeked at Luocheng in the first place. The sound of the whistle carried far enough for the women of the braided tribe to hear it, and all looked to the top of the slope, where a little girl, 5 or 6 years old, was dressed in a sack suit. Well, almost a sack, with 2 rectangular pieces of mesh burlap sewn together, leaving 3 slits at the top for stretching out her arms and head, and the edge of the underside knee-high, barely a sundress, I guess. The girl was bouncing in place with one hand pointing in Luocheng's direction, and with the other hand she held a whistle to her mouth and kept blowing it, signaling to the women in the hemp fields on the hillside. The women looked at the 2 behemoths that stood in the distance and were stumped for a moment, while others saw the 2 people sitting on the behemoths, which seemed a bit familiar. Then on the contrary, Luocheng on the back of the gray mountain. He also froze. What was that just now? Sentry? No, this is not important. What is important is that beeping sound. The braided tribe actually had a whistle? What's going on? Both sides were a bit dazed for a moment, but it was good to see that Dai knew what she was here for and yelled out in Asada's direction. The chief Shang heard the shouts. She immediately recognized that it was the voice of Xiao Dai. The whole person looked very excited. This is the first woman to be married out of the tribe, or her own daughter. Shang immediately dropped the work in her hand, and ran this way, and shouted at the same time, Xiao Dai, is that you? Why are you back? Xiao Dai was also very excited, rolled over and wanted to jump, but ended up being gently let down by Luocheng pulling her hand, which made her run to find her amu. Half a minute later, the 2 met. Mother and daughter embraced tightly together. Hot tears, although only separated for more than 2 months, but still they were separated for the longest time. Luocheng watched from afar, did not go forward to disturb. It's me. I came back to see you. Ooh, I missed you so much. Good boy. Don't cry. You are an adult who is going to give birth to a baby. You still act like a child. Why did you come back all of a sudden? Did the Han tribe not want you? Or did the Han chief treat you badly? If they don't want you, you come back. Amu misses you too. Shuang cradled Xiao Dai in her arms, gently patting her back to give comfort, just like she used to coax her daughter who had been away from home for months like a child. No, it's just that I missed you myself. Then I wanted to come back to see. It was Luocheng who brought me back. He didn't not want me. Luocheng is so nice to me. It's just that. He said to wait for another 2 years before he lets me give birth to a child for him. He said that the 2 of us are still too young right now. Xiao Dai broke out of Shang's embrace and wiped the tears on her face to explain. Too small? Don't women have babies at that age? Amu also had babies at that age. How can it be small? He still doesn't like you, or something wrong with him there? Shanti asked suspiciously. No, he's normal. If I kiss him, he'll be that way too. Xiao Dai heard her mother ask such a question, and also very embarrassed to explain in a small voice. Well, then why does Amu? We're fine. Don't ask about this. I came back this time specifically to give you something good. It's a piece of cloth that I knitted with my own hands. Seeing that Amu was going to continue to pursue this, Xiao Dai panicked and changed the topic. Cloth? What are you sending me that for? It's not like our tribe doesn't have it. Really? Will you upset that Han chief? No, he was the one who promised me, and I only wanted a small piece. But Luocheng gave 20 meters directly. He can be generous. Amu. Wait, I'll go and bring it to you. 20 meters? What's a meter? Shantae asked in disbelief. A meter is a unit used by the Han tribes to measure length? Xiao Dai ran towards Luocheng while turning back to explain the meaning of meter to Shang. Luocheng had also jumped off the elephant's back at this moment, his eyes still looking at the little girl blowing the whistle at the top of the slope. What exactly was she holding? Curious. TSK. La Khan. So, that roll of burlap did you? Oh, I'll take it down for you. Luocheng gathered his curious gaze back to his senses, unclipped the roll of woolen cloth from Grey Mountain's back and handed it to Little Butterfly. Then followed Little Butterfly over. The 2 dingoes behind him followed closely, twisting their heads around and looking around, but didn't run around. This was an unfamiliar place, and the 2 of them were afraid that Luocheng would leave them behind again. 2 people and 2 elephants again came to the front of the dress. The dress was startled. Last time is not still riding the horned deeret. This time directly changed to bigger. Han tribe raised beasts seem to be quite a lot of kinds of Luocheng's right hand holding his chest slightly bent down to give Shuang a salute. Learning from Xiao Dai's accent called out Amu. Although Luocheng's Han tribe is more powerful, but Shuang is after all the elders. This etiquette still cannot be less. Shuang also hurriedly saluted Luocheng as a sign of respect to the Han tribe. and the two of them exchanged greetings before they heard Xiao Dai on the side excitedly introduce Mao Bu to Shuang. Look, this is the cloth I wove. Not with twine, but with the long hair from a four-legged beast called an alpaca. First rolled into a woolen thread, and then woven into a cloth. And look, it's a long piece of cloth. Xiao Dai was holding a roll of cloth in her arms, pulling out a section to show to Shuang. The women in the hemp field saw that it was Xiao Dai who came back, and also came over to join in the fun. Wow, this is cloth too. It's so densely woven you can't even see the eyes. It must block the wind, and weave it so wide and so big that our tribe can't even weave it. The women whispered, and Rang, surprised, took the piece of cloth in her hand and surveyed it. Chapter 181 Tao Sentinel, requesting tickets and subscriptions. Alpaca wool woven into the fabric into the hand soft, smooth and flat, unlike linen so broad, so hard, and this fabric is woven very dense. Placed in the sun there is a layer of light wool fiber unique luster. The key is still. Hold that end and don't let go. I'll open it up for you so you can see how long the cloth is. Little Butterfly said as she moved, holding the roll of cloth and ran to the distance. While running, she put the fabric in her arms outward. Just a dozen breaths of time. 20 meters long fabric was unfolded in its entirety, presenting it in front of the crowd. Whoa! The women let out a gasp in unison. Even Shuang was no exception. Shuang grabbed one end of the fabric, Xiao Dai grabbed the other, and the rest of the women quickly surrounded them, each standing in front of the fabric and studying it carefully. This cloth is so long, it's not joined together. There are no joints. It's a whole piece of cloth. Oh my god, how is this woven? How can cloth be woven so densely and so long? And this cloth is woven from hair rolled into thread. Can hair also be used for weaving? Then is it possible that hair can also be woven? What are you thinking? Who would weave with hair? It's so fine and little and breaks easily. Just as the women of the braided tribe were chattering and discussing, Xiao Dai was very proud to expose another blow. Look at this piece of cloth. It only took me 6 days to weave it to that length. I'm awesome, right? Xiao Dai shouted without showing off. Wow. The women were shocked again. What are you kidding? Weaving such a long piece of cloth only 6 days. You think you are a fairy weaving clouds in the sky. And only 6 days. Why don't you go to heaven yourself? Little Butterfly looked at the way the clansman didn't believe her, and was very proud of herself. A little bit proud, and a little bit aggrieved at the same time. Letting the clansman pull on the piece of burlap, Butterfly ran to Shantae's side on her own. It really only took me 6 days to weave this piece of cloth. In fact, this piece of cloth was originally longer. This is only a small half of the cut-off. I can weave more than 3 meters every day. You have to believe me. Little Butterfly aggrievedly explained to Shuang. The skeptical murmurs from the clansmen below resounded once more when they heard that this was only a small part of it. But Shuang himself was somewhat convinced, for the cloth came from the Han tribe, and that was a marvelous tribe. So can you tell us how this was woven? If I taught you how to weave, I'm sure you couldn't weave such a nice cloth. Shantae asked curiously. Xiao Dai didn't answer at first, but turned her head to look at Luo Chong, confirming their eyes. The two of them had a mutual understanding. Luo Chong knew what she wanted to do, and it was exactly what he wanted to do, so he nodded to Xiao Dai. After receiving Luo Chang's permission, Xiao Dai then spoke to the crowd about the method of weaving. This woolen cloth is not woven on the ground as we do, but I learned to weave it on a loom in the Han tribe, which has combing machines, and when you step on the machine with your foot it turns itself around, and then you can turn the ball of wool into strips of wool. Han tribe also has spinning machine, with a foot on a small wooden board. The wheel on it will also turn around, and then the machine will be able to roll the wool into wool by itself. Do not need to take a person's hand to roll, and spinning machine rolling thread can be very fast. There is also a loom for weaving. That machine is taller than a man. It is made of wood, on top of which you can roll a long thread, and there are 2 small wooden boards under the loom. So when you step on it with your foot, the vertical threads used for weaving can be divided into 2 layers on their own, and you don't have to pick them up one by one like we do. You don't need a bone needle to thread the horizontal thread. You use a shuttle made of wood. You can put the thread directly in the shuttle, and to pull the horizontal thread you just need to throw the shuttle back and forth over it, and on top of it hangs a weft beating knife made of wood, which can tighten up the woven cloth, and that's why the weaving is so dense. The Han tribes weave their cloth by machine, and they can work while sitting down, and are not as tired as we are, and they weave extraordinarily fast, and they weave better cloth than we do. Small Butterfly splitting said a whole lot, while saying that also while the voice of the demonstration of a variety of actions, for fear that people do not believe in their own. The clansmen listened to the description of the small butterfly, all involuntarily fell into a fantasy. Spinning machine is what it looks like, loom is what it looks like, actually so good, so advanced. This is the heavenly fairy can only be used. Right. That Han tribe actually have such a good tool. That's right. They don't have anything. White salt, pottery, ox carts, giant beasts, horned deer, and those bows and arrows. The Han tribe is in existence like a godly tribe, so it's only normal for them to have that high level of weaving tools, but it seems as if we are going to have one or two of those as well. The clansman thought secretly. Good boy. Aung believe you. My daughter is surely very powerful. The Han tribe's machine is also powerful. This piece of cloth Aum accept. Thank you Han tribe. Are you still going back today? If not, stay in the tribe for one night. I will go to find a house for you to live in. Xuan took the lead in accepting Xiao Dai's statement. There was no reason not to believe it. After all, such a long piece of cloth was right there. Anyway, with the weaving technology of the weaving tribe it was definitely not possible to make it. Not to mention other things. Let's say this time first. Give them 2 months time. They couldn't weave such a piece of cloth either. Little Butterfly heard her own mother's retention and cast another solicitous look at Luo Chong. Luo Chong, can we stay here for the night? Of course, if you like. You can stay here for one more day, and we can go back the day after tomorrow. Luo Chong nodded and said, really duh. That's great. AMU. Luo Chong said we can stay here for 2 days. You won't kick me out. Little Butterfly laughed excitedly. Silly child, how could I drive you away? Just stay at ease and leave when you want to. I'll go ahead and arrange a place for you to stay. Xuan smiled and rubbed the top of Little Butterfly's head. I don't want to. I want to help AM here. Good, good. All according to you. Go, let's work together. But this your man. What about Chief Han? We continue to work. No one will take care of him. It's okay, don't mind him. He doesn't have much to do every day anyway. He's all over the place. So, in this way, the women of the braided tribe carefully put away the woolen cloth. And then a group of people went back to the hemp field to continue harvesting the hemp grass. And Little Butterfly also took the initiative to run to help, chatting with Xuan while working. The lone Luo Chong, on the other hand, took his object and slowly climbed to the top of the slope above the hemp field, where the little girl on sentry duty had stayed just now. At this time, the little girl was still there. He looked at Luo Chong sitting where he just stood, taking her turf, a little unhappy, but on the grass behind Luo Chong, there were those 2 big living monsters lying on the ground. The little girl didn't dare to get close to them. She could only take out her own whistle, and blew it again, beep beep beep, trying to use the sound of the whistle to drive Luo Chong and those 2 monsters away. This time, with close observation, Luo Chong finally saw the whistle in the girl's hand. It was a piece of pottery whistle that was hollow in the center and only had a blowhole on it, but no outlet hole. Clay fired from, but not a little regular shape. Completely closed eyes, a blind pinch made out. The actual situation is also exactly what Luo Chong guessed. This little girl is just once with the boys in mud to play with, casually with the mud ball out, and then eat casually thrown into the fire. Did not expect this piece of mud actually burn hard, and also can blow out loud. Really amazing. So the little girl every day to take this pottery whistle as a toy. Something like blowing a few times. Chapter 182, he won't call. Will he, requesting tickets and subscriptions? In fact, the process of human learning to create is so simple. Perhaps just a child's unconscious play in the accidental discovery, and then through the adults to think, fumble, and continue to try. So there is pottery. The braided tribe had already made this serendipitous discovery. As for whether or not their adults had tried it, Luo Chong didn't know now. But even if they didn't make it now, with the Han tribe's pottery as a reference, it was believed that in less than a year at the most the braided tribe would be able to burn their own pottery. But it didn't matter anymore. With the Han tribe next to them as a neighbor, the braided tribe was doomed to a lack of a future. Luo Chong smiled towards the little girl and waved his hand to her to come over. The little girl was not moved and also hid the pottery whistle behind her and took 2 steps back. Isn't there anything that can be done about this? How can? Luo Chong didn't say anything, but held his 2 hands together in a false grip, making a hollow ocarina shape, and blew into it with the utmost vigor. Woo! Suddenly an even louder whistle sounded from Luo Chang's palm, startling the little girl, but at the same time making her greatly curious. This foreigner also had a whistle? His whistle was so loud. What kind of whistle did he have? As if he knew what she was thinking, Luo Chong deliberately stretched out his palm to show her, resulting in nothing inside, then once again folded his hands together and blew the whistle once more. The little girl was stunned. There was nothing in her hand. Was his whistle in his mouth? Luo Chong once again waved at the little girl, who couldn't help but walk over. Want to learn how to whistle? Show me your whistle and I'll show you mine. Luo Chong gestured a few times and pointed to the little girl's back. The girl nodded and brought out the small hand that was behind her back. Resting in her palm was the very same pottery whistle that had been fired from some unknown clay. The surface was a little blackened and still rough, but it was certainly hard enough that it had the potential to be used to make rudimentary pottery. The whistle is a tube. There is only a hole on it. Like directly took a piece of mud wrapped in the finger, and then pull out the finger. So it became a mud pipe. Luochong tried to blow a few times. It is not very easy to sound. Need to find a good angle to do. The little girl watched blearily as Luochong played with her toy, expecting in her heart that Luochong would share his whistle as well. However, it did not. Returned the little girl's pottery whistle. As promised, Luochong taught her to whistle with her hand as an ocarina. He demonstrated several times. The little girl just watched and learned carefully. This method is not difficult. The two hands are held in vain, made into a hollow shape. In the middle of the two thumbs together to leave a thin slit, the other parts of all sealed. And then from the hands of the big fish muscle part of the flat to blow into the slit. You can blow a very loud whistle, so that the whistle is much louder than blowing directly with the mouth, and easy to learn. The little girl tried several times, and soon mastered the angle and technique of blowing, kept whistling, her face smiling and happy, and then turned around and went to the land of residence to find her little friends to show off. Luochong also got up and followed him. Most of the people in the braided tribe had seen Luochong and knew that he came with Xiao Dai today, so they didn't stop him. Meat and Grey Mountain also climbed up and followed Luochong. Braided tribal group of children are several meters away from the spectators. There are bold children also ran over to touch the elephant legs. See, the elephant turned his head to look at them, and then scared to run away. The other children just laughed and watched. There were also many grass huts in the settlement, and on the ground covered by the huts was a sheet of linen cloth that had not yet been woven, and the 20 meters of woolen cloth sent by Luochong was hanging on the pole where they were drying the cloth. And several older women were discussing something in front of that piece of woolen cloth, but by looking at their expressions, they knew that they were constantly marveling at it. To the east of the settlement, a wisp of green smoke curled up. It was only half-afternoon, not the time to eat, so what were they burning? The result was soon revealed. Luochong walked over a few more steps, and a field of black pottery soon appeared in his sight, but most of it was defective, unfired, burnt and cracked, and very few were intact and usable. But it didn't matter. They were still trying. There is no pottery kiln. The braided tribe's method of pottery firing is still using the open pile firing method, a large pile of firewood on the bottom, on top of which a few more clay embryos are placed, and then a layer of firewood is covered on top. The fire is blazing. A lot of firewood is wasted, but it is difficult to burn a few finished products. Such a firing time is too short, and the temperature of the open air pile firing is too low, and the yield is very low, and even if there are a few molded ones, the color is very unattractive. Most of them are black, and completely different from the Han tribe's earth red pottery. Luochong couldn't help but shake his head, but also had to admire them. He himself was open to life. In his last life would have known the method of burning pottery. Braided tribes, this is an invention. The nature is completely different. He was there, motionless, watching the others burn pottery for half the afternoon, and the women harvesting raming in the hillside hemp fields returned from their work, as did the hunting party from the braided tribe, who had shot some flightless birds and finches, groundhogs, and a very large emu. The thing was a close relative of the dingo, looking more like an ostrich, and big, but not as big a head or beak as a dingo, and the thing was vegetarian, and was caught by the men with ropes and large nets, so it looked like there was dinner for the whole lot. Shang and Xiao Dai also returned with 2 bundles of raming on sticks, only to see Luochong standing there watching others burn the fire, and Shang's smiling face went white. It's over. We've been found out. That Han chief knows we're burning pottery. What to do? What to do? Will he come to beat us? But it shouldn't be considered stealing. After all, we haven't seen how the Han tribe burns. What to do? What's wrong with you? Your face looks so ugly. Are you tired? Or are you not feeling well? Let me help you pick. Xiao Dai looked at Shuang's face that suddenly turned pale and asked with great concern. No, it's fine. Dai. If AMU also knew how pottery was made and had the clan make it, would your man be upset when he found out? Would he have someone come and beat us up? Shuang hesitated and asked tentatively. AMU, you know how to make pottery? This time it was Dai's turn to be surprised. Just the other day, a child in the tribe burned clay when I found it. I let the tribe try. Really burned out a few, but not many. It's hard to burn pottery. Shuang helplessly confessed to Xiao Dai. True duh. The pottery of the Han tribe is burned. And a lot of other things too, but I didn't do it. I've been rubbing threads and weaving in the Han tribe, and growing hemp grass with other people. However, the Han tribe will make so many things, and AMU just burns a pottery. Luochong shouldn't be angry, or I'll go with AMU to ask him. So what if he does come and beat us up? You'll have to stop him later if he gets angry. Shantae said worriedly. Well, I'm sure I'll pull him off. Rashan is so nice to me." As the two men spoke, they put down the hemp grass they were picking, and together they walked towards Luo Chong. As a result, Luo Chong in front of him heard the footsteps and turned back, and the moment he saw the two men, his face was immediately replaced with a smiling face. Chapter 183 Reasons Why You Can't Take Them Away, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. You guys are back. How about I make you roasted chicken in the evening? The ones I brought have chili peppers. Luo Chong smiled and said to Xiao Dai, not mentioning the matter of braiding the tribe to burn pottery in the slightest. Luo Chong, did you know? Xiao Dai asked as she walked up to Luo Chong and took Luo Chang's hand. No what? It's just that you're not going to be mad at AMU for letting someone burn pottery, are you? Oh, what's there to be angry about? There's mud everywhere. Just burn it if you want to. And besides, since they came up with it on their own, I'm more than likely not going to stop them. I watched the way they burnt the pottery, and it came out badly, and I had wanted to teach you AMU our pottery burning method during dinner. Luo Chong pretended to be generous and said, Really? You're not angry at all? Xiao Dai said skeptically. Really? Why should I be angry? It's just a pottery. What's the point? Then can you tell me how to make the loom 2 a.m.? Dai asked tentatively. Haven't you already said it yourself? The problem is that even if your AM knows what a loom looks like, they can't build it? Luo Chong spread his hands indifferently. Why? Weaving tribes don't have tools, and even if they get a loom and set it up here for them to watch, what will they do with it? That thing is too complicated. Luo Chong explained. Oh, forget it then. Dai pouted unhappily. Actually, it's not without a solution. I can promise to program some of those machines to the tribe. Luo Chong paused for a moment and said slowly. What way? Xiao Dai's eyes lit up as she listened. Don't be in such a hurry. Wait for dinner. With that, dinner began, and around a bonfire in the middle of the settlement, Xiao Dai, Xuan, Luo Chong, and the male leader of the braided tribe's hunting party, as well as one of the braided tribe's elders, who was an elderly old woman. A circle of people were cooking. Shang and Xiao Dai were cooking soup in an earthenware pot. Luo Chong was roasting the pheasant he had called in today by himself, putting in the spices while talking to Shang and Xiao Dai. I can teach the braided tribe to burn better pottery, and I can provide the braided tribe with weaving machines, and even an unlimited supply of white salt, but the braided tribe must join the Han tribe. How about that? Luo Chong said as he flipped the roasted chicken. Ha? This is the way you're talking about? Xiao Dai looked at Luo Chong with her mouth wide open in surprise. Yeah, isn't that good? Don't you want AMU? Then let the braided tribe as a whole join the Han tribe, and then we'll all live together so you won't have to separate. And the braided tribes can have the same good things as the Han tribes. Strong houses, handy tools, sharp weapons, good rice, and in the future we can all wear clothes made of linen and woolen cloth. You know yourself, how fast our looms weave cloth. It's just that right now our hemp fields are still relatively small, and we don't have that much material to use for weaving for the time being. Luo Chong laid out all sorts of benefits to tempt him. Xiao Dai was moved by Luo Chang's words. She did want to live with AMU all the time, and the solution Luo Chong said was very much to her liking. At that moment, Xiao Dai immediately translated Luo Chang's words to the several senior members of the braided tribe next to him. The middle-aged Shang, the upper-aged elder, and the young hunting captain. The three of them had different expressions after listening to Little Butterfly's relay. Some surprised, some worried, and some stealing joy. The one who was stealing was the young hunting captain. He had seen the Han tribe's cavalry, seen the Han tribe's bows and arrows and bronze spears. Those were the things he particularly wanted, and if he joined the Han tribe, he could get all of those things. Surprised and worried were the female elders and Chief Shang of the braided tribe. They didn't expect Luo Chong to actually make such an invitation. On the surface, joining the Han tribe would indeed give them many benefits, but it would equally mean that the braided tribe would soon disappear. Moreover, it is not easy for the Han tribe to join the Han tribe, which is a male-dominated tribe where women are all dependent on men, while the Han tribe is a female-dominated tribe with a different mindset, which makes it not easy to integrate. However, the difficulty is not particularly large. The Han tribe, although male rights, but did not discriminate against women, but also did not devalue the status of women. In the Han tribe, the status of women and men is more or less the same. Men and women can be a warrior to fight, but also can plow the land and planting, and can also build houses together, and even popularize the teaching in the future. Luo Chong did not intend to get what the girls are not allowed to read the regulations. There was a moment of silence and wordlessness, with only the crackling and popping of firewood, the gurgling of the hot soup boiling in the clay pot, and Xiaodia's exhortations to Shang and the elders. After all, this matter still had to be decided by Elder Shuang and Editorial Elder. The matter of joining the Han tribe was too big for them to make a decision for a while. Xuan opened her mouth and said with some difficulty, Chief Han, this matter is too big and somewhat sudden. Can we give you an answer tomorrow? Of course, I'm not in a hurry. You guys don't need to reply in a hurry. You can think it over first. Even if you agree to join the Han tribe right away, in a short period of time, there's no way for me to pick you all up. At the very least not before winter. Luo Chong shrugged and said. Xiao Dai froze after hearing this and opened her mouth to say, why? Can't we move there immediately even if we join the Han tribe? Yes, not for a short time. We have no place to settle down. Most of the laborers of the whole clan are now building houses. Even if we move there, we can only live in straw huts with the current situation. Of course, living in a straw hut is nothing. The most crucial thing is that we don't have that much food. Now the main source of food for the tribe is fishing. Hunting, collecting wild vegetables is basically not considered food. That thing is not enough to fill up. But the small river in front of our tribe, the fish that can be caught every day is limited. The amount of prey that the hunting team can get from the hunting grounds all depends on luck. We are now equipped with bows and arrows and copper spears. Basically, as long as we come across prey, we are sure to be able to get it back. If this goes on for a long period of time, the animals in the hunting grounds will become less and less, and then it will be hard for us to eat beast meat when we want to do so. There is no output in breeding for the time being. Alpacas are used for shearing. It is not cost-effective to kill and eat the meat. Alpacas are too slow to give birth, only producing 1 litter a year. Cows and antlered deer can't be eaten. They are used to help with the work, but where there is still a mouthful to eat, you can't hit them. What's left are the rabbits, which have now bred for a few generations, but the total number is just over 1,000, and it's not time to slaughter them yet, and right now it's just a matter of slaughtering all the rabbits that have fallen, and that's just enough to feed us for a couple of days. Only if we plant a good harvest of rice and wait until the next season to expand the planting area some more, and if we have another good harvest in the fall, we will be able to feed so many people in that area. In fact, our biggest source of food is that rice. It's just that it's not ripe yet. What's more, there are more than 2,000 acres of hemp fields of the braided tribe here, so we can't just abandon them. So many hemp fibers, enough for us to weave as much cloth as we want. Chapter 184, A Friendly Visit, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. Luo Chong explained in detail the current predicament of the Han tribe, which had temporarily lost the ability to continue expanding. The main reason was in the food source. All these things had never been told to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai also knew for the first time how much responsibility Luo Chong, the chief, had to bear every day, which was the survival of more than 2,000 people. Not so simple. Xiao Dai pouted with some disappointment. She had thought that if she could talk through Shang leading the braided tribe to join the Han tribe, she would be able to live together right away. But she didn't expect that even if she joined, she would have to wait until the end of fall at the earliest. Sad to sad, but after all there is hope. At least Luo Chong gave a not very far deadline. Just a few months. Thought of these? Small butterfly in Luo Chang's words briefly with the 3 high-level editorial tribes said again. AMU. Luo Chong said that even if you agree to join the Han tribe now, you don't have to move there for the time being. You can wait until before winter. And after you join the Han tribe, the hemp fields here won't be given up. And in the future, we can come over to pick hemp grass. So just agree to it first. After listening to Little Butterfly's relay, the 3 executives had an obvious loosening, especially the one that they could come back in the future, which made their psychological defenses open up completely. To be honest, the time the braided tribe had flourished here was no longer verifiable, and it could be hundreds of years long. They were emotionally attached to this place. Primitive tribes have low production capacity, and it may take several generations of time and effort to build a good place to live. And they usually do not move easily if they do not encounter a powerful enemy or if the food supply is insufficient. But they are still able to survive. The 3 executives whispered for a while, and finally Shuang summarized, joining the Han tribe. Honestly, I don't really want to do that. But for the sake of the people of the braided tribe to have a better life as well, we can try it. The braided elders and I would like to go to the Han tribe with you tomorrow to have a look around, and then we will make a decision. You guys think this is okay? Of course, this is just a good thing to say. There is another sentence Shuang did not dare to say out. This thing to make up the tribe is simply powerless to resist, even if she directly refused. Who can guarantee that the Han tribe will not directly hit over? Is it necessary to make up the tribe to give up the hemp field here to escape? This is obviously unrealistic. After Xiao Dai's translation and relay, Luo Chong nodded and said that he welcomed Shuang's visit and that he could leave first thing in the morning. Both sides have finished discussing. Dinner is almost eaten. Luo Chong one person lived in the grass hut arranged by Shuang. The 2 dingoes are lying on Luo Chang's doorway, and Xiao Dai is living with her AMU to whisper away. This night is destined to be sleepless for the top management of the braided tribe. The Han tribe is very powerful. All kinds of technologies are very developed and advanced. If they can get these technologies, they are very happy, but to get these means to lose the sovereignty, and the braided tribe will disappear forever. This is a contradictory state of mind. The night passes in the anxiety and conflict of the garment, and as the sun rises, all the people who have fallen begin to prepare a hearty morning meal, and to store up their energy for the new day's labor. Shuang and the elders did not eat. They briefly explained the arrangements of the tribe in the days of going out, took some roasted meat that was burned last night and set off with Luocheng. They had to hurry. The two senior officers went out together. The situation of the tribe is always reassuring. On the way back, Luocheng led the female elders of the braided tribe on Grey Mountain. Shuang and Xiao Dai rode meat, and the four of them and the two elephants moved forward quickly. Halfway through the trip, they unexpectedly encountered a 12-man hunting patrol from the Han tribe, which was equipped with 6 antlered deer for quick mobility or for carrying game. The hunting party had good luck today. A herd of boars had been caught in a trap yesterday night. 3 of them had been caught in a rope trap. They had all been killed by now. The meat was split directly on the spot. The squad sent a rider back to call for backup. They couldn't carry so much meat on their own. After a hasty greeting, Luocheng didn't stop and continued to lead the people on the road. He couldn't help to bring these bloody meat back, followed by 3 non-combatants. If there was any danger on the road, Luocheng didn't even have the means to protect them. The journey was safe and uneventful, and this time, they left earlier, and it was just before noon when the 4 of them arrived at the small square of the Han tribe. It was the first time that Shuang and Elder Braid had come to the Han tribe, and everything in front of them brought them a new sense of wonder. Beneath their feet was a paved brick floor larger than a soccer field, flat, clean and neat, with one huge floor tile scaled to give these primitive people a powerful visual impact. This is a miracle, isn't it? How could mankind create such level ground? How many people would have to build it? As if he could see the two's awe and doubt, Luocheng took the initiative to introduce them. From repairing the ground to paving all the tiles, this square took more than 100 adult males and half a month to complete, mainly used for drying food, as well as clan gatherings and rituals, and this does not even include the time and labor for digging and burning the tiles. Xiao Dai also followed along as a simultaneous translator. Over 100 adult males. Geez, the total population of the braided tribes is just over 200. Where are they going to get that many men? But the Han tribe has them and more. Shuang and the elder were slightly enlightened, but they thought of different things. Shuang thought as if she had heard something important again, that bricks were also made by burning clay. But the elder asked a very practical question. That's all so many men do every day. So what do they eat? There are specialized hunting teams in charge of hunting. The one we saw on the way here is, and there are also gathering and fishing teams formed by the women, gathering food in different places. Luocheng explained. Showa elder nodded in understanding before his eyes went back to the crowded construction site not far away where the massive complex was being built. What are all those people over there doing? Don't they have to gather food too? Shantae asked curiously. They are building brick houses for the clansmen. The brick houses are very strong and can protect them from the wind and rain, and they are not afraid of fire, so they can cook in the house, and in winter they can also burn a fire in the house, and even if it snows heavily outside, the house will still be very warm, so that the clansmen won't freeze to death in the winter, and I can take you over there to take a look at it, and if you agree to join the Han tribe, you can live in a house like this later on as well, Luocheng said, took a few people towards the construction site. The road from time to time there are some pulling the brick ox cart passing by. Driving the car are some of the older, or physically disabled people. They cannot engage in high-intensity labor. They are specialized in driving back and forth to transport building materials, for the Han tribe to play a little bit of their residual heat. Chapter 185 Anticipation, Seeking Tickets and Subscriptions. The 4 of them came to the outskirts of the urban area that was being built. Some clansmen were using buckets to fetch water from the wells, and then transporting it to the construction site in mud with carts. Buckets and buckets of fresh water were raised from the wells as if they would never be used up, and they watched in amazement as Shuang and the braided elders were amazed. Was the water inside this pit poured in ahead of time? How did it store so much? Or was it exposed in when it rained? The editorial elder asked in disbelief. No, this kind of deep pit is called a water well. The water in it bubbles up from the ground. It's not very far from the river. Digging a little deeper will bring out the water. And even if the water in it is fished out, it will soon bubble up again with fresh water. The water in the well is cleaner than the river water, and it is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it doesn't freeze in winter. So in the future, when the clansmen live in the brick houses, they will usually use the well water as a source of water, and there is a well at both ends of every row of houses here. Luocheng continued his introduction. Shuang and the braided elders were shocked. It was the first time they knew that water could be dug out of the original soil and it would keep bubbling upwards. Wouldn't that mean that the Han tribe would be able to solve the problem of drinking water wherever they went? After looking at the well, the four of them went back to the rough house that had already been built. No wooden doors or windows had been installed yet. It was only a shell house, but all the amenities that should be inside were already there. This kind of rough house built more than 60 households. This is more than 500 people, a long time, the fruit of labor. Luo Chong took them to the earliest built a model house. 3 rooms, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, stove, Kong. All in all, Luo Chong personally pointed to all parts of the introduction to them. This one in the center is the kitchen, and the one against the wall is the stove. The round hole on top of this is for the pot, and this opening below is for firewood. And when the fire is lighted you can cook soup and rice, and the smoke will go straight up the chimney. And in winter it can also be passed under the fireplaces in the houses on either side. Luo Chong spoke, and brought them to the bedroom on one side. Pointing to the big Kong, he introduced, "This is the sleeping place. It can sleep several people. It's empty underneath. The smoke and heat from the burning wood can be passed down to this bottom, so that the fire Kong will be very hot. On top of it you can lay grass mats and animal skins. It's very warm to lie on it in winter. The houses on both sides are all like this with fire kangs. And this one family house can accommodate 10 people, 2 or 3 adults plus a few children." Shuang, an elder editor, tried to climb onto the Kong. It was sturdy, and patted the green bricks that covered it. There was a hollow rattling sound underneath, and then both of them pictured in their minds the image that Luo Chong had described. In winter, when there is heavy snow outside, you can eat a hot meal without going out of the house, and after eating, you can sit on the warm Kong and work, sewing clothes, rubbing linen threads and so on, but weaving seems to be out of the question. And the floors of the house are paved with large green bricks, and with such a hard floor, there is no way to stick sticks in the weaving anymore. Luo Chong looked at the 2 men sitting on the Kong, their eyes staring at the vacant half of the floor in the house, and thought. So he said, "The vacant space can be used to put a loom, so that you can sit in the warm house and weave in winter, and if you join the Han tribe, you'll be able to use a loom, and you'll no longer have to squat on the floor to weave." Xiao Dai relayed Luo Chang's words to the side, and when he spoke of that advanced loom, the 2 of them became curious again. "Chief Han, can we see one of your kind of looms?" the weaving elder asked. "Of course you can, as long as you agree to join the Han tribe. I can have a few more sent to you. Come on, I'll show you. Those machines aren't here right now, they're all in our temporary residence." After visiting the dwellings, the party rushed to a temporary settlement consisting of a large number of haylofts, each of which had some pots and pans of earthenware placed in front of them in such quantities that they were smacked in the face. Groups of small children frolicked between the grass huts, and there were also older children helping the adults, and the 4 of them soon came to Luo Chang's grass hut, where there was a huge grass hut, where all the textile machinery of the Han tribe was currently located. Under the hayloft, a couple of pregnant women who were not very old in months were maneuvering the machine to labor, surrounded by a large circle of little girls following and learning. This is called a combing machine. It is used for combing wool balls. Sitting with your feet on it, it tears the wool balls, smooths them out, and then grinds them into roving. And this kind of machine is not only for combing wool balls, but for hemp skins as well. This is a spinning machine used for thread rolling. It is also foot-powered, so you can do it without hand rolling, and it spins very fast, as you will see when you look at it. This biggest one next to it is the loom. You guys can let Xiao Dai introduce it to you. She'll be able to use these machines, or you can go up and try it out yourselves and feel it," Luo Chong said as he pointed at the several machines. Hearing Luo Chong say that, Xiao Dai was excited. Finally she could show her face in front of AMU in person. It was a rare opportunity. Xiao Dai hurriedly took the place of one of the pregnant women and sat down in front of the loom that she had personally used for more than half a month. "AMU, look. This is the loom made by Luo Chong. There are 2 boards made of wood under this. With a foot you can split the vertical thread into 2 layers. No longer need to pick the thread with a bone needle like we do," Xiao Dai said while stepping on the pedal below. The machine above the 2 sets of warp threads quickly alternating up and down. Look at the 2 people called out the magic. Just this one technology, then they save much time. We've tribal weaving, where a weft threads have to cross the warp threads one by one to pick one side. Just this process will be several minutes. And the Han tribe's looms, just stepping on the matter of a foot. This 2-pointed, boat-like wood is called a shuttle. Inside this bobbin is to pull the horizontal thread. The Han tribes called this weft, and this hanging above the weft knife. It is this thing to weave out of the fabric becomes so dense, in order to let them see the understanding. Small butterfly again while explaining. While the actual operation of a little, with the foot pedal driven by the warp threads back and forth tension, the wooden shuttle constantly left and right casting, beating the weft knife once and for all before and after the swing. A minute, an inch of tight woolen cloth quickly molding. Look at the 2 of the clothing and knitting elders dumbfounded. Such a complex, fast, efficient loom. They cannot even dream of coming out. All of them were amazed at a time. This thing as if it really should not exist on Earth. Such a black technology should be the tool of God only. After the surprise, the two try to operate the loom under the guidance of Xiao Dai, an old man and a middle-aged man. Both women have had a long experience in weaving, and they got used to this loom very quickly, because it and the principles of weaving, tribal weaving, are all connected. They tried for a while. Then the weaving elder, the old woman, seemed to be crazy, sitting in front of the loom and could not leave, constantly operating the machine work. After another moment, before Luo Chong could introduce them to anything else, the weaving elders in front of the loom immediately voiced their opinions. I agree to join the Han tribe, but we must be given looms just like this one. Weave elders published their own opinions and attitudes, and then lying on the loom wailed and cried, straight shouted that their life lived too wrong. Not worth it. If the early years of their own young when there is such a loom, her life can be more weaving out of how much cloth. The results of a lifetime of time wasted in this way. The old lady cried so much that she was so heartbroken and chopped up that she could not wait to be born again and weave cloth with a loom for the rest of her life. Chapter 186, Food Source for thousands of people, requesting tickets and subscriptions. The editor elder's side had spoken, and it was no good for Shuang here to object any further, except that she still had some questions that she didn't understand. Chief Han, I could also agree to join the Han tribe. I just don't quite understand yet. Most of the tribes are very small in number. Even if the population is in the hundreds, they have to be spread out over several settlements or they don't have enough hunting grounds to provide food. But the Han tribes are so numerous, and if our braided tribes join in again, can this settlement support that many people? That's a good question you're asking about food. So let me show you something else first. As Luo Chong spoke, he led the few people to the corral in the enclosure. He was prepared to let the two people see it with their own eyes, rather than an empty explanation. The spacious barns were all empty. It was daytime and those cows were working, but the alpacas were still there in one of the sheds next to them, and the thousands of rabbits in the rabbit pens were all there, except that a good portion of them were now underaged bunnies. These four-legged beasts are called alpacas, and are very obedient and easy to tame. They are grass-eating animals, and in winter they grow a lot of long hair on their bodies, only now they are all sheared bald, and the woolen cloths that we are now weaving are made from the hair on their bodies. We keep these alpacas. Firstly, we don't have to compete with people for food. Secondly, they keep producing wool. Thirdly, they can have baby alpacas and we can kill them for meat when they get old, which of course is not the main source of food. All the rabbits raised over here are rabbits. You should know them and have certainly eaten them. These are the animals that the Han tribes are now mainly using to supply meat. They grow fast and give birth fast. A pair of rabbits can give birth to 5 or 6 in 2 months, and the young rabbits can grow up to reproduce their offspring in 4 months. Han tribe only caught a few dozen last winter. Now they have all given birth to thousands of them, and they just eat a little grass every day. Get a group of half-grown children to gather enough grass to feed them. Far safer, more stable and efficient than hunting, so you can understand it. Luo Chong gave them an introduction to the Han tribe's farming situation, so that they would have a number in their hearts. Shuang and compilation of elders are very shocked. They used to see the Han tribe breeding antlered deer and bison, but they have always thought that it is only after the Han tribe domestication used for work. The results did not expect. The Han tribe breeding varieties are also quite a lot. There are actually specifically for meat and wool production and weaving animals, and Luo Chang's this breeding instead of hunting food supply plan really subverted their traditional hunting ideas. So, Chief Han, can you tame and breed any animal? Elder Edit asked curiously. No, we can only breed grass-eating animals, and they have to be relatively docile and won't actively attack humans. They also have to be animals that are useful to us. They can work for us, they can eat meat, or they can produce fur as well. You can't breed meat-eating animals. We don't have enough to eat ourselves yet, and meat-eating animals are all very ferocious, and they will bite people. Luo Chong explained to her. So, where did those 2 elephants we saw come from, and what can that one do? Elder Editor asked again in a ghostly manner. The 2 of them ran here on their own. They weren't captured. Now they're mainly used to help us dig the river. They can also be used to ride, and they're very smart and fight very well. They're the guardian beasts of our tribe. Luo Chong began to talk nonsense. Shuang and the elders nodded with understanding. Guardian beasts, sounds very powerful. Cough. Let's go. Let's go see the rice field we planted. It's just east of the fence. That one is also something important, Luo Chong said as he changed the topic. Rice paddies? Yes, it's rice, and it's also something to eat. Luo Chong explained and led them out of the enclosure. Once the 2 heard that there were still things that could be eaten in the Han tribe, they couldn't help but be a little surprised that the Han tribe had a lot of food sources, so they hurriedly followed. To the east of the enclosure are two sparkling man-made rivers, and on both sides of the rivers are the hemp and rice fields. The hemp field over there you must recognize. It's a new one we planted this year. The first time I went to your tribe, it was actually to plant the hemp field. Luo Chong pointed to the hemp field on the north bank of the Diversion River and said, Shuang and Xiaodai, who were following at the side, were both a little embarrassed when they heard this, and they were immediately reminded of the first time they encountered Luo Chong and ended up capturing him alive. On the other side is the rice we planted. This is something you can eat. Luo Chong led them to the front of the rice field and pointed to a rice plant and introduced it. The ears of rice that grow up here is where they bloom and bear seeds, and when the rice matures, we collect the seeds, and that stuff is for us to eat. And the seeds born by this one rice plant can be enough to fill an adult with a meal. Its seeds are called rice, and can be preserved for years when dried in the sun. But rice is very hard and has to be boiled in water and eaten. With more water it can be boiled into a thin rice. With less water it is a dry rice. And human beings can live on rice alone. It is our staple food. The two of them, Shuang and Elder Editor, were dumbfounded. It was the first time they knew that food could be grown. Plus Luo Chong said that this one rice plant could provide an adult with a meal. Wouldn't this be more peaceful than hunting? Chief Han, if rice is so good, then why don't we plant more rice and why do we raise those animals? Isn't that a waste of manpower? While raising the question, Shuang's mouth had unknowingly changed to us. Rice is very good, but you can't just eat rice, right? And these rice is not only for us to eat, but also for those animals that are bred to eat. We eat the seeds, and those animals can eat the straw underneath, and it would be too wasteful if they were burned in a fire. And the animal's poop and pee can be turned into fertilizer and resprinkled on the field, which allows the rice seeds to bear more and grow better. Then there's the problem of planting more than one kind. As you said, it's difficult. Rice can't be planted anywhere. They can only be planted in paddy fields, and the fields where rice is planted must be covered with water all the time to be able to do so. And as for these paddy fields right now, they are still remodeled by us digging the river together as a whole clan. This side of the river, and two rivers on that side, all of them were dug out by us. And the soil that we dug out was used to burn bricks for building the house. Shuang and Elder's jaws almost fell off in shock. The river? Is it also something that people can dig? If it wasn't for Luo Chong saying it out, the two of them had always thought that those two rivers were natural. No wonder they felt strange at first when they saw such a straight river. That river over there is the one that was just dug a few days ago, and I'm going to continue to expand the rice planting area next month. Luo Chong pointed at the newly dug backwater river not long ago and said, Can we still plant rice this year? And how long does this thing have to grow before it sets seed? Elder Editor asked. It takes more than 3 months from the time the seeds are planted in the soil until they flower and set seed. They can be planted once in the spring when the ice melts, and harvested in the first month of summer, then planted a second time, and harvested once more in the late summer. If they are fast enough, theoretically, it can be planted once more in the fall. But I don't know if we can catch the harvest before winter sets in. It's going to be a little difficult to grow 3 seasons of rice this year. And if we familiarize ourselves with the seasons and temperature changes, and harvest each time, and replant quickly enough, we could theoretically grow 3 seasons of rice. Chapter 187 Lu Tribe, Requesting Tickets and Subscriptions. It was still the first time that Elder Shuang and Elder Editor had come into contact with rice as a plant, and after listening to Luo Chang's introduction, they silently did some calculations in their hearts. There are 14 months in the year, 4 of which are cold winter months, and the remaining 10 months can be used for rice cultivation. If one rice plant tops one meal, a person will need more than 800 plants per year. This is calculated according to the method of 2 meals per day. 3 meals will require about 300 plants, planted in 3 seasons. Each time 400 to 500 plants will be enough. This food source seems to be very substantial. No wonder it is used as a staple food. But in fact, only Luo Chong himself knows. Want to grow 3 seasons of rice is very, very difficult, although it seems that 10 months is enough time. But the actual operation is almost impossible thing. Unless you just finish harvesting in the front foot and bury the seed in the back foot every time you change seasons, which would be difficult. Harvesting takes time. Replowing and fertilizing also takes time. 1 season change alone may use up about 10 days, which is still fast. 2 season changes of plowing may waste almost a month. The rice of the 3rd season can be planted, but it certainly won't be ripe before the winter, which is worse, but it's in the eye of the beholder. And a good bit of research into more efficient farming and less time spent changing seasons might make it possible. At this point, the visit of the 2 editorial tribe executives was considered to be over, and they had a clearer understanding of the situation of the Han tribe, and the 2 sides finalized the matter of the editorial tribe as a whole joining the Han tribe. The braided tribe will not move to the Han tribe for the time being, but from now on, the braided tribe is already considered to be a member of the Han tribe. and Luochon will give them the same production and living tools as the Han tribe. And the braided tribe will have to provide the Han tribe with all of the output of hemp fiber. The initial supply program was for Luochon to send 5 ox carts to the braided tribes, the kind of simple flatbed carts pulled by 1 ox, all of which the Han tribes currently use to haul bricks. These 5 ox carts will carry some pottery, white salt, buckets, copper axes, copper shovels, copper spears and other production and living utensils, as well as 10 spinning machines, 2 Han tribes only combing machine, a loom. Now all the wool has been combed. A short period of time there is no work to do. It is the first all to the weaving tribe combing hemp fiber with, followed by a new model of loom supply. That is a special model, specifically used to weave sacks. Rice is about to mature. The Han tribe needs a lot of sacks for storing rice. This is also the first production task Luochon gave them. After going back this time, the braided tribe should all change to weave sacks. The specific size parameters, production process, and machines, Luochon will follow up to send over. They now just have to play with spinning hemp thread. This is also the reason why Luochon one-time transferred to the braided tribe 10 spinning machines. Spinning sacks of yarn cannot be too fine, with the spinning machine rolled out of the line, but also 3 strands to synthesize a strand. This with the existing spinning machine can also be operated to make out of the twine. The diameter of almost 1.5 millimeters or so, is not very thick, but not fine, so that made out of the sacks are strong enough and wear resistant, but also improve the efficiency of the weaving process. After all, the thicker the line, weaving the faster it is. After seeing these, the time also came to the moment near the evening. The two again in the small butterfly accompanied, together visited the carpentry group and kiln group, so that the two people really opened some eyes. The Han tribe was too developed compared to them, but they were also members of the Han tribe now, and they would be able to enjoy this in the future. And when they thought about this, a sense of pride was inexplicably generated in the hearts of the two men, a sense of belonging to the Han tribe, a sense of pride. Toward the end of the evening, Shuang and Elder Braid enjoyed a heavy meal with plenty of salt and chile, and when they were in the Braid tribe, they ate white salt sparingly, trading population for something too valuable to let go of. And everyone can only get a little bit to put in their mouths and sprinkle on their food? Sorry, that's too extravagant. The night was silent. The next day, Luochon began to make arrangements. Let the clan prepare supplies for the braided tribe. Shang and the braided elders, 2 people, are also learning to use the combing machine and spinning machine. As well as Luochon said that the 3 strands of thread production method. This is the first task Luochon explained. They must be outstanding to complete to be able to do so. The supplies were prepared for a day, and Shuang and Elder Braider learned how to use various things for a day. And on the morning of the 3rd day, the duo set out on their return journey home. Followed on the road were 8 ox carts, and 10 clansmen, 8 of whom drove the carts, and the other 2 were 2 women sent over by Luochon, the earliest of the original tribal clansmen of the Han tribe, who were responsible for teaching the braided tribes to use all kinds of supplies, and in addition for teaching the Chinese language. It was also put there to give a reminder to the braided tribe. Don't forget what you promised the Han tribe, but don't roll up Luochang's supplies and run away. That's not going to work. Along with them went the hunting squad that rode the antlered deer. They were responsible for sending the caravan safely to the braided tribes, and when they came back, they had to bring back 3 ox carts. And by the way, they went to the hunting ground to see if there were any harvests. And if there were any hunts, they just happened to pull them back in ox carts, saving them from having to send people over to reinforce them again. After the departure of the caravan, Luochon began to look for wood dolphins to study the new miniaturized loom, the new small hemp loom. The structure should be simplified as much as possible, easy to assemble and dismantle. The parts should be easy to manufacture on a large scale. The simpler the better, such as rollers and other parts, can be directly replaced by a gun barrel is best to save effort to sand around wood. Time-consuming and labor-intensive. The new coarse linen loom, designed to weave only 45 centimeters wide, the raw material using 1.5 millimeters diameter coarse linen yarn, the width of only 300 warp threads, this structure and the previous width of 1 meter to get out of the number of 2,000 warp yarns to do a comparison, that the structure is too much to simplify, just the most delicate vertical lifting and weft knives 2 parts, to simplify a lot of. In view of the thicker yarn used, the wooden shuttle used for placing the weft threads is correspondingly much larger in size, and its length has been extended to 40 centimeters, which is almost the same as the width of the cloth. In addition, as a result of the longer and thicker wooden shuttles, the stretch distance of the vertical lifter has been adjusted to allow for a larger opening when layering 2 sets of warp yarns, making it easier to cast the shuttles left and right. The entire machine structure, but also from the original vertical changed into a horizontal loom. The new machine's width of the largest place, but not the thickness of the original size of a machine, Do not even have to consider the savings of floor space this one. Luo Chang's side was doing the research and development of the new machine. And in the afternoon, the chestnut tribe on the east bank of the creek sent 6 more oleaginous saplings and a dozen baskets of oleaginous seeds, and the Han tribe exchanged a batch of pottery and white salt, which were arranged by the elders' presence, unless they proposed a new deal. And only when the elder couldn't make the decision would he look for Luo Chang to step in. The chestnut tribe on the east bank of the creek was busy, but the Yu tribe on the east bank wasn't idle either. And after a trip that lasted nearly a month, Yu Fu finally came across the Lu tribe, the first tribe on the east bank to farm animals. Chapter 188 Flower Pig, Begging for Tickets and Subscriptions. Grumble grumble grumble. Humbug. Lots. As the sun was sinking in the west, the women of the Lulu tribe returned with a herd of small, flowery pigs. Yes, they had to go out every day to herd the pigs, and since they didn't know exactly what to feed them, they had to let them out to gather their own food. Just like herding sheep. Good thing the little flower pigs know what they eat, although it is a free-range model, but they are not hungry. Lu tribe around a wild spherical plant that is composed of a lot of large leaves wrapped together cabbage. Lu tribal people will not eat that thing. That is specifically reserved for the flower pigs. In addition to cabbage, there are a lot of vineman type of plants nearby. Tuberous plants. That is the favorite of the little flower pigs. The area where the pigs are released is not far from the tribal settlement. The area of several miles in a circle has been cleaned up by the men of the Lulu tribe. They will hunt and kill the surrounding beasts in groups, and then set up some traps used for defense around the area, so that the beasts can't come in easily, even if there are some individual beasts that can break through the obstacles. In the end, they will also be turned into Lulu tribe's food. As a result, the women of the Lulu tribe were able to herd pigs around the tribe without worrying about the arrangement, which was the equivalent of a large wild boar farm. Each woman tends to several flower pigs, large and small, as few as 5 or 6 and as many as 11 or 12, scattered in different areas for the pigs to feed themselves. The pigs they raise are very mixed in color. There are pure black, and black and white flowers, and dark brown. The main body is black, brown, flowers 3 colors. The body grows very fine short hair. The limbs are short but very stout, and run not fast. The stomach is also particularly large, and there are also several folds on both sides of the waist, looking a little like a shaggy dog. The nose of the flower pig is large. The ears are very long. They are hanging downward, not standing up. When drooping down, the ears can cover both sides of the face. The head, neck, shoulders and hips are relatively high. The back is concave downward, and when viewed from the side, it looks like a rocking chair, with the 2 ends cocked, and the middle is low. This kind of pig is something that Yu Fu has never seen before. Not to mention him, even Luo Chang has never seen it before. This should be the unique breed of the Lulu tribe that has been domesticated and then bred for many generations. The 4 major pig species of ancient times: the ancient giant pig, the one-toothed pig, the dingy-jawed pig, and the black pig. In addition to the black pig, the other 3 are monsters whose size is not false bison. Their staple food is plants, and sometimes they will eat carrion, and the more ferocious ones will also prey on their own, depending on the target, and the ones that can be fought over are usually directly finished off. And the black pig, which is the smallest of them all, is close to that of a domestic pig. Most modern domestic pigs are also descended from a line of black pigs, except that modern pigs have been domesticated over thousands of years, and with deliberate human control. A lot of them are white, which is already considered a genetic mutation. No one knows how long the history of the Lulu tribe's pig raising is anymore. They seem to have been handed down this way for generations, and judging from the pigs they raise, this is also a descendant of the black pig, and it has been domesticated much differently from the original species, because the pigs they raise have already appeared to be discolored, especially the black and white flowery kind among them, which is very similar to the modern rural ground hogs. Flower pigs grunted and were driven to a stone pigsty, which was divided into several pens. There were breeding boars living in a single room, and sows